at the girls' dormitory of Jiangdu University of Finance and Economics. Today marks the 100th time Xiao Yang has confessed his love to Lin Qiuyue, and the entire campus is buzzing with excitement. The crowd gathered early and surged towards the dormitory building like a tide. Everyone's eyes filled with anticipation, as if the air itself was tense. "Hurry, he's here!" Suddenly, a voice broke the noise, and the whole place fell silent. All eyes turned to the school gate, and the atmosphere reached its peak. A freshman, looking completely bewildered, asked the upperclassman next to him, "What's going on here?" The senior student sighed, a hint of admiration in his eyes. "They are waiting for Xiao Yang." "Who is Xiao Yang?" The freshman was still puzzled. The senior smiled slightly, his tone carrying a touch of legend. "He's the most stubborn man in our school." Those around couldn't help but laugh, but most nodded in agreement, their expressions complex. Xiao Yang. Almost everyone knew this name. His perseverance has long been a legend at Jiangdu University of Finance and Economics. Every day, at the same time and in the same place, Xiao Yang would stand there punctually and confess his love to Lin Qiuyue. This had been a full 100 times. From initial amusement to current admiration, his persistence has defied everyone's expectations. Some say he wasn't pursuing love, but a belief. Today, the 100 confession became a hot topic throughout the school. Everyone was looking forward to seeing if Lin Qiuyue, who was known as the flower on a high mountain, would be moved by this fearless persistence. Upstairs in the girls' dormitory, Lin Qiuyue sat quietly by the window, her eyes filled with complex emotions. She had once thought Xiao Yang's persistence was just foolishness, but now, her feelings had subtly changed. She began to anticipate whether that familiar voice would arrive as promised. Today was the last time. If he appeared, she would say yes. "Are you really sure?" Her roommates had already heard about her decision and were all very excited. "If a guy could last 30 times, I would have agreed already," one of my roommates joked. Lin Qiuyue chuckled, feeling a little more relaxed. She walked to the mirror, changed into a pink dress, twirled a few times, and frowned slightly. "Isn't it too youthful?" Your roommates laughed. "Don't worry, he likes you as a person, not your clothes." Sunlight streamed through the curtains, illuminating her face, a faint blush shimmering in the light and shadow. She was ready. However, time passed by minute. 6:40, 6:50, 7 o'clock. The crowd downstairs began to stir. More and more people started to frown, and some even began to leave. "Strange, he's never been late." A voice came, and Lin Qiuye's heart skipped a beat. She walked to the window, drew back the curtains, and looked down. The once bustling square was now empty, with only a few scattered people still waiting. At 7:15, Xiao Yang still hadn't appeared. Her heart began to race, her fingers gripping the curtains tightly. Had something happened? Had there been an accident? Or had it given up? Impossible. Lin Qiuyue shook her head violently, forcing herself to calm down, and murmured to herself, "He will definitely come." But as time went by, the unease and anxiety in my heart could no longer be concealed. At 7:30, the dormitory lights came on one by one, and night began to envelop the entire campus. The noise downstairs had completely disappeared, leaving only the rustling of the wind through the leaves. Lin Qiuyue was still waiting, her eyes filled with anxiety and disappointment, her lips tightly pressed together, and you could almost see the struggle in her heart. This was the first time she felt time was dragging on so long, and her heart was filled with turmoil. She didn't know where Xiao Yang had gone, nor did she know if he would ever reappear. Chapter 2. Could he have simply not come back? An hour ago, Xiao Yang, whom everyone was eagerly anticipating, was still fast asleep in his dormitory. He rubbed his sleepy eyes, yawned, and glanced at the alarm clock, 6 o'clock sharp. His head still hurt a little. He had been drinking and playing cards with his roommates all night and didn't get into bed until the early hours of the morning. Xiao Yang shook his head, completely unaware that a group of people were waiting for him outside. He casually opened his phone, went into online banking, and burst out laughing when he saw the string of numbers. Balance: 1,001,698 yuan. So refreshing, he muttered to himself, feeling a surge of pleasure. 99 days of unwavering devotion, rain or shine, have finally paid off. It all started 3 months ago. At that moment, a strange voice suddenly rang in his mind: the godly rich system. As a fan of online novels, Xiao Yang certainly knew what the system meant. especially the godly rich system. That's the dream of countless men. In this world, you can lack anything, but you can't lack money. On the very first day the system appeared, it gave him a simple yet absurd task. Confess your love to Lin Chua in 99 times, and you will be rewarded with 1 million yuan. At first, he thought he was hallucinating, until his phone account actually had an extra 100 yuan. At that moment, he believed it. From that day on, he appeared downstairs at the girls' dormitory at 6 o'clock every day. No matter the wind or rain, it never stops. To others, he was a lovesick fool. To himself, he was a check-in master. Saying, Lin Chiyue, I like you, every day is worth 10,000 yuan. Anyone would be eager to do this task. Now, with 99 missions completed, the rewards have been credited to my account, and 1 million is safely in my pocket. He no longer needs to shout that awkward confession outside the girls' dormitory. To him, Lin Chiyue was a goddess high above, while he was just an ordinary person. I never dared to hope that I could win her over. It was all just to complete the mission. Looking at the numbers on his bank card, he felt happy and opened the transfer interface with a smile. He transferred 800,000 yuan directly to his parents' account. His family was originally well off, but his father's serious illness almost wiped out all their savings. Diabetes, high blood pressure, kidney failure, gout, each of these requires money. My mother worked tirelessly to support my father, and her health gradually deteriorated. Xiaoyang supported his studies and life through part-time jobs, and he didn't hesitate when he received the money this time. After sending the transfer, he sent a text message to his mother, telling her that he had enough money for the surgery. Then I want to wash up and prepare to play some games to relax. Just then, my roommates returned from outside, carrying lunchboxes from the cafeteria. Old Xiao, let's eat. We'll go with you to confess your feelings later. What confession? He was taken aback. Lin Chiyue, today is your 100th time. It's our anniversary. Xiaoyang blinked, and it took him 2 seconds to realize what this meant. On the table, my roommate placed a 3-tiered cake with the words "the 100th confession" written on it. The handwriting was crooked and uneven, yet it was full of a sense of ritual. We specially made this. Let's go have another round tonight. The atmosphere in the dormitory was lively, with several people excitedly discussing their celebration plans. Xiaoyang simply smiled faintly, picked up the cake, and cut a piece. As he chewed on his cream, he casually remarked, "Confess? I'm not going." The dormitory fell silent the moment the words were spoken. The group looked at each other, as if they had heard a fairy tale. What did you just say? You're not going. You're the man who's confessed his love 100 times. You failed at the last minute, brother. This is a historic moment. Shouldn't we leave no regrets? They became more and more excited as they talked, but Xiaoyang just shook his head. There's no need anymore. The mission is accomplished, the money has been received, and my parents can have their surgery now. His roommates were stunned for a few seconds, then burst into laughter, patting him on the shoulder and shouting, "Good job. You've finally woken up." Yeah, bro, that's more like you. No matter how good Lin Chiyue is, she's not worth 99 days of youth. Cheers. Let's have a victory celebration tonight. Xiaoyang smiled helplessly, looked up and said, "Enough nonsense, log in, whoever loses pays." The group burst into laughter, and the dormitory instantly returned to its lively atmosphere. Meanwhile, the campus on the other side was already in an uproar. The area downstairs from the girls' dormitory was packed with people. Some people set up stalls, some people stirred up trouble, and some people even actually placed bets. Success is worth 100 times the odds. Failure is worth 1 to 1. The gambling was in full swing, with many people putting money on the table. Everyone is waiting for the figure of that legend. At 6:30, the wind picked up. At 7 o'clock, the light on the horizon dimmed. The crowd was still making noise, but no one saw Xiaoyang. Someone muttered, "Is he not coming today?" Another person laughed and said, "Don't be silly, he's unwavering. He's done it 99 times in a row. Why would he be afraid of missing today?" But as time went by, the hype gradually faded. At 7:30, it was completely dark. As the crowd gradually dispersed, the stall owner packed up the gambling tables. They never imagined that the man once known as Ironhead Kid would. He really didn't come today. Chapter 3. Big news. The school beauty is in a hurry. The atmosphere inside the girls' dormitory was more tense than ever before. Lin Chiyue paced back and forth, her gaze repeatedly sweeping out the window, her voice filled with urgency. Xiaoyang isn't really not coming. Is he? Her roommates looked at each other in disbelief. None of them had ever seen her like this before. Lin Qiuyue usually appears calm and composed, unfazed even in the face of a collapsing mountain. But now, anxiety was hidden in her eyes, and her voice was trembling. Someone tentatively offered a word of comfort. Maybe he overslept? Lin Qiuyue shook her head, her tone firm. Impossible. He has never been late. After saying that, she was stunned and realized her loss of composure, so she quickly took a deep breath to calm herself down. No, he will definitely come, she murmured to herself, her fingertips trembling slightly. The roommates exchanged glances, and finally someone suggested, "Why don't we call and ask?" "But we don't have his phone number." A moment of silence fell over the dormitory. A few minutes later, a roommate excitedly said, "I found a classmate in their department, and I can get the number." Time ticked by, and the air seemed to freeze. The moment the call connected, everyone held their breath. But once, twice, 3 times, no one answered the phone. Lin Qiuyue almost dropped her phone, and her gaze gradually dimmed. The pink dress still looked beautiful under the lights, but her expression had completely lost its luster. "I can't get through," my roommate said in a low voice. "Maybe something happened to him," someone whispered. "I heard that his father is very ill and is hospitalized waiting for money for surgery. He may still be in the hospital." This statement startled everyone, and Lin Qiuyue's expression softened slightly. If it really is because of her father, then she can understand. She murmured softly, "Then forgive him this once." Just then, a girl suddenly shouted, "I found his roommate's phone number." The crowd immediately gathered around, waiting for the result. The call connected, and a lazy male voice came through. It was Li Ji. "Hello, is this Li Ji from the economics department?" "Yes. I was wondering if Xiao Yang from your dorm is here." "Yes, he's in his dorm, playing games right now." The dormitory fell silent instantly. "Play games?" Everyone was stunned. Lin Qiuyue's expression gradually stiffened, and she was completely stunned. The person on the other end of the phone was still talking. "It's okay. We're about to start a group purchase. I'll hang up now." The moment the words "start a group" were uttered, the dormitory erupted in chaos. They originally thought Xiao Yang was delayed by something, but who would have thought he was actually playing games? An atmosphere of anger spread. "That's outrageous." Xiaoya was even ready to agree to it for him. "How dare he do this? Why shouldn't he come?" The crowd grew more and more excited as they talked, but before they could finish speaking, a pink figure rushed out of the dormitory door. Lin Qiuyue practically ran downstairs. The roommates stood there stunned, unable to react for a long time. They exclaimed, She really went to see him." Meanwhile, the crowd downstairs of the girls' dormitory had long since lost patience. It seems Xiao Yang really isn't coming. What a pity, the 100th time. This is an unprecedented scene. What about the money I bet? Can you refund it to me? Why are you backing down? The confession hasn't even started yet, and the bet isn't over. Just as they were arguing, a figure swept past the building entrance. She wore a pink dress and had long, jet black hair. Her steps were hurried, and her speed was astonishing. A commotion broke out in the crowd. "Who is it?" That's Lin Qiuyue." In an instant, everyone was dumbfounded. The school beauty actually rushed down. Could she be going to find Xiao Yang? Holy crap, this is big news. A crowd erupted in excitement and rushed after them. "Let's go, keep up. The school beauty is chasing her crush. Let's see how it ends." She ran towards the economics department dormitory building. More and more people gathered to watch, and the whole campus was in an uproar. Some people even took out their phones to record videos while running, muttering, "Oh my God, the school beauty is in a panic. This is true love." The people running ahead, panting, shouted excitedly. They say it's hard for a man to pursue a woman, but easy for a woman to pursue a man. If this works out, it'll be a legend. On the other side, the senior student downstairs who was in charge of collecting bets had changed his smile. Seeing this, he excitedly shouted, Everyone, the betting game has been updated." What was supposed to be 100 confessions has now turned into the school beauty chasing after the guy. If she succeeds in winning him over, it's a 1:1 payout. If she fails, it's a 100 payout. Compact it. I'll take it too. I can't press it. I like this kind of personality in my junior. He's willing to take risks. The noise echoed throughout the entire campus. Meanwhile, Lin Qiuyue had already run to the bottom of the boys' dormitory building. This was a place she had never been near before. She stood panting at the door, her cheeks flushed, her hands tightly gripping the hem of her clothes. Surrounded by students watching the spectacle, her figure became the center of attention. Someone exclaimed in a low voice, "My God, it really is her. She really came." Some people exclaimed, "Who would have thought that the usually aloof school beauty would chase him all the way to the boys' dormitory?" Lin Qiue lowered her head and took a deep breath, her heart churning with complex emotions. She thought she was just moved by his persistence, but she never expected to be so impulsive today. She looked up at the lit windows of the dormitory building. That was Xiao Yang's dormitory. My heart was pounding so hard it felt like it was going to jump out of my chest. She bit her lip tightly, and the blush on her face made her look like a ball of fire. She silently vowed to herself, this time, even if it means losing face, she would get to the bottom of it. Someone in the crowd whispered, "Oh my God, is the school beauty going to confess her feelings?" Her expression looked like she had made a huge decision. Quickly record it. If this works, our school forum will explode. Flashbulbs went off, cameras were pointed at her, and hundreds of eyes were on the moment. Inside the dormitory building of Jiangdu University of Finance and Economics, it was as lively as a small battlefield. Several roommates were sitting around the computer, engrossed in a game. Xiao Yang played the game while a smile played on his lips, and his confidence in winning made everyone around him excited. "Old Xiao, hurry up and catch the big one. I've got 4 big ones." Li Ji shouted excitedly, and the dormitory was in chaos. "Damn it, Lao Xiao, you stole my pentakill." Someone slammed their fist on the table in dissatisfaction. Accompanied by the sounds of explosions and victory notifications in the game, the group shouted their victory, as excited as if they had won the grand prize. Xiao Yang flicked his hair across his forehead and said in a light tone, "If you want to die, it's as easy as turning your hand." Laughter filled the dormitory until a phone call interrupted the merriment. Xiao Yang frowned as he looked at the dozen or so missed calls on his phone. It turned out he was so engrossed in the game and the noise that he hadn't heard them at all. "Who is it? So many calls?" he asked casually. Li Ji scratched his head. "I don't know. It was a woman." Her voice sounded familiar. A woman. Xiao Yang's heart skipped a beat, but he just smiled and didn't pay much attention. But Li Ji suddenly shivered and widened his eyes, saying, "Wait, it sounds like Lin Qiue's voice." The dormitory fell silent instantly. Lin Qiue? Someone stared wide-eyed in disbelief. She was the school's undisputed goddess. "Are you sure you're not hallucinating?" Before they could continue speculating, the door was pushed open, and a classmate rushed in, panting, "Xiao Yang, you're awesome. Lin Qiue is looking for you downstairs." The entire dormitory erupted in chaos. Everyone stared at Xiao Yang in astonishment, as if he were some legendary figure. "Old Xiao, your time has come. Hurry up and get down here." Xiao Yang froze for a few seconds, a sense of panic rising within him. That wasn't just any girl. She was the school's most beautiful girl. He had confessed his feelings to her countless times, but all of that was for the sake of the system's missions and to pay for his father's surgery. He didn't genuinely like Lin Qiue. It was merely a means to complete his mission. He came from a rural background, his family was of modest means, and while he was handsome, he wasn't particularly striking. At that time, he never dared to hope for a reciprocation. Lin Qiue has no shortage of suitors. She's rejected everything from luxury cars and flowers to drone confessions. For someone like him to even catch her eye is simply a pipe dream. Thinking of this, Xiao Yang felt a chill run down his spine. But now, Lin Qiue had actually come on her own initiative. He raised his hand to stop Li Ji from spraying perfume on himself, and shook his head with a smile. "No need. Let's go downstairs and take a look." "Are you just going to keep going like this?" my roommate asked in shock. "Otherwise what?" Xiao Yang said calmly, straightening his hair to try and make himself look less sloppy. Downstairs, a large crowd had already gathered. Lin Qiue and her several close friends stood in front of the dormitory building, attracting countless stares. Her face was slightly flushed. She had clearly mustered her courage, but the crowd made her feel somewhat uncomfortable. "Why isn't he coming down yet?" one of her girlfriends asked, sounding a little annoyed. "She's probably getting ready," Lin Qiue explained softly, her voice so low it was almost inaudible. The girlfriends exchanged surprised glances. The school beauty was actually defending a boy. This was beyond everyone's comprehension. Just as everyone was discussing, footsteps came from the stairwell. Xiao Yang slowly walked out, his expression calm. Lin Qiue's eyes lit up slightly when she saw him. Xiaoyang, however, was filled with mixed emotions. The system notification sounded in his mind. Task assignment: Lin Qiue's confession. Option 1. Accept the confession and receive a reward of 1 million yuan. Option 2. Reject the confession. Reward: 1 rejuvenating pill. He paused for a moment. The temptation of $1 million was considerable, but what he truly needed was the miracle pill, a cure-all. Money could only delay his father's illness, while this pill might be able to completely heal him. Xiaoyang took a deep breath. He had already made up his mind. He walked up to Lin Qiue, looking at the girl who had rejected him countless times. She looked nervous, as if she was mustering her courage. "Xiaoyang, you've arrived?" Lin Qiue spoke softly. Her tone was gentle, and a blush rose on her face, completely devoid of her usual aloofness. The students watching were buzzing with excitement, as if they were witnessing an impossible miracle. The goddess who had rejected countless men had now bowed her head for an ordinary boy. I'm heartbroken," she said softly. This statement instantly ignited the crowd. The boys almost gasped. The school beauty hadn't come to reject them, but to confess her love. Xiaoyang's heart clenched, and the system notification in his mind flashed again. The moment of choice had arrived. He knew that this moment would determine not just money or honor, but his father's life or death. He slightly raised his head, looking into Lin Qiue's expectant eyes. At that moment, she resembled the person in his dream, both delicate and real. Xiaoyang looked at Lin Qiue in front of him, and his heart skipped a beat. Her demure, feminine demeanor left him momentarily dazed. There was no sound of people around. The air seemed to freeze. Although there were many people, no one dared to make a sound or cause a commotion. All eyes were on the two of them. Xiaoyang took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the pounding of his heart. "Why are you here? Is something the matter?" His voice was calm, yet restrained. He has always been rational about relationships, and he has never truly had feelings for Lin Qiue. But at this moment, her appearance almost made him waver. The pink dress made her look ethereal, gentle yet radiant. Even the most beautiful actresses on screen couldn't compare to her shy beauty at that moment. Under the dim light, her hair shimmered softly, and her every move exuded a breathtaking aura. For the first time, Xiaoyang realized that he might be a little tempted. Similarly, Lin Qiue was also carefully observing him. He wasn't conventionally handsome, but he had delicate features and a resolute expression. His angular face, paired with a faint smile, made him captivating. Perhaps it's true that beauty is in the eye of the beholder, because she was so captivated by the sight that she momentarily forgot the purpose of her visit. Her best friend frowned and muttered under her breath, "Xiaoye is acting too pathetic." It was clearly Xiaoyang who pursued Xiaoyu. So how come it's reversed now? This can't go on. Her best friend was anxious. She patted Lin Qiue's shoulder, then stepped forward and glared at Xiaoyang. "Xiaoyang, what are you doing? Why didn't you confess your feelings today?" The sudden question shattered the atmosphere instantly. Xiaoyang sighed inwardly. These women were truly terrifying. He had almost fallen for them. He had almost forgotten his mission, almost forgotten that the rejuvenation pill was his father's only hope. Lin Qiue was pulled back to reality by her best friend, and her expression calmed down. She didn't know why she had lost her composure just now, and now she only felt an inexplicable anger in her heart. Was he not here today because he was playing games in his dorm? Suppressing her emotions, she raised her head and said coldly, "Xiaoyang, have you given up?" Looking at her, Xiaoyang felt a sense of relief. Yes, this is the aloof school beauty, he remembered. That scene just now must have been an illusion. He smiled and said calmly, "Yes, I gave up." That one short sentence froze the air in the room. Everyone was stunned. She's here today. If he confesses his feelings again, the story can have a happy ending. But he insisted on giving up? Even bystanders could see that Lin Qiue was already interested. Now, Xiaoyang has personally severed this connection. The roommates looked at each other in bewilderment, and the group of best friends also stood there stunned. The air was so quiet you could hear your own breathing. "Why, Xiaoyang? If you just confess one more time, Xiaoyu will." Before she could finish speaking, Lin Qiue raised her hand to stop her best friend, her expression complicated. Her face was slightly pale, and the blush from before had completely disappeared. "Then why did you confess so many times before? Was it even worth it?" Her voice trembled. Xiao Yang said calmly. Do you think those confessions are meaningless? Of course not. You've given up now. Lin Qiyu blurted out, her eyes flashing. Xiao Yang looked at her and suddenly smiled. That smile was faint, yet it stunned everyone. It's like self-mockery, yet also like a kind of liberation. It makes sense, he said, because I like you, so I'm confessing my feelings. His voice was calm, yet every word he spoke was powerful and resounding. I've liked you since the first time I saw you. I don't have much experience because you're the first girl I've ever liked. I didn't know what you liked, so I sent you different gifts every day. Flowers, cakes, chocolates. You always reject me, but I never back down. I just want you to see my true feelings. Those 99 confessions were my way of answering myself. You may not accept it, but it truly exists. It may mean nothing to you, but for me, it is the purest proof of first love. And this 100th time, not confessing, is my way of answering to myself. He raised his head slightly, his eyes clear, and finally said softly, "Goodbye, my first love." These 6 words cut through the air like a knife. Everyone fell silent, and some even had tears in their eyes. He turned around and tugged at his roommate, who was still in a daze behind him. Let's go. Li Ji and the others were still in a daze when they followed after them. Someone exclaimed in a low voice, "That's amazing." Xiao Yang's steps were steady, and his expression was calm. At that moment, it was as if he had let go of his regrets as well. A familiar voice called from behind. Xiao Yang. He stopped, his expression changed, instantly turning to one of sadness, and slowly turned around. "What's wrong?" he asked in a low voice. Lin Qiyu stood there, her voice barely a whisper. "Where are you going?" Li answered quickly, "Drinking." "Drink less. It's bad for your health," she said. Xiao Yang paused for a moment, then nodded slightly. The onlookers were all dumbfounded. "What's this?" Someone asked in a low voice. "Senior, did it work out or not?" Of course it didn't work out. But look at Lin Qiyue's eyes. She's showing concern. If it didn't work out, it didn't work out. How will the bet be settled? You take all the winnings. Don't you know the rules? The crowd burst into laughter again, but there was a hint of sighing in their laughter. Xiao Yang left, and Lin Qiyu also went back. Night fell over the campus. The hustle and bustle subsided, leaving only the rapidly updating posts on the forum. Did Xiao Yang and Lin Qiyu actually get together? Some said it worked, others said it didn't. The campus forum server was almost overwhelmed. Videos, photos, and discussions are popping up everywhere. The University of Finance and Economics is destined to be sleepless tonight. Meanwhile, one of the people involved was enjoying skewers and drinking heartily at a barbecue stall, while the other returned to his dormitory sullenly. At this moment, Lin Qiyu was sitting in a chair, lost in thought. She tapped her fingers unconsciously on the table, and suddenly on a whim, she turned on her computer and clicked on the school forum. Although she rarely browsed forums, she knew that someone had already recorded the entire process of Xiao Yang's 99 confessions there. On the first day, he gave her milk tea because he had heard that confessing your feelings to a girl should start with milk tea. The next day, he gave her chocolates. The 3rd day, flowers. And the 10th day, a bracelet. On the 36th day, during the heavy rain, he didn't bring an umbrella and was soaked to the bone, but he still stood downstairs in the dormitory with the gift in his hand. In the video, rain soaked his hair, but he held the crystal ball tightly in his hand. There is a dolphin in the ball, reflecting starlight. Lin Qiyue's eyes welled up with tears as she watched this scene. That night, she wanted to go out and hand out an umbrella, but she held back. She didn't know why she felt so guilty at that moment. She continued scrolling down and saw the 99th day. Watching the video, she finally couldn't hold back anymore, and tears streamed down her cheeks. She was used to being pursued and used to being rejected. From childhood to adulthood, she has had many fans, some genuine and some fake. But Xiao Yang is the only one who persisted 99 times. At first, she thought he was silly, but later she began to look forward to hearing, "I like you," at 6 o'clock every day. She was used to taking off her headphones at that time and quietly waiting for the sound from downstairs. It became a part of her life, as natural as breathing. At that moment, she murmured softly, "Perhaps I should have done it sooner." She rubbed her red eyes and continued browsing the posts. The 99th confession was my way of giving back to my first love. The 100th time I didn't confess was my way of giving back to myself. This comment received over 10,000 likes. One girl wrote, "I thought he was just a simp, but those words touched me so deeply." I've decided I'm going to confess to my first love tomorrow too. Oh my God, why do I suddenly think Xiao Yang is so handsome? His eyes are so real. Sister upstairs, I feel the same way. Each message pierced Lin Chiyue's heart. She stared blankly at the video, looking at the boy standing in the sunlight, his handsome face and stubborn eyes. Everything about him seemed so real. Has he really given up? She murmured. The thought that she wouldn't hear that familiar voice again at 6 o'clock tomorrow filled her with an unprecedented emptiness. He likes me, so why doesn't he confess? She scrolled through the comments again and again until she saw that line of text. Love can be sincere, but it cannot be humble. Xiao Yang has dignity. The fact that he didn't confess his love 100th time is a testament to his dignity. Lin Chiyue was stunned. Is that so? It turns out that the day he didn't confess was a way for him to preserve his dignity. She suddenly felt a tightness in her chest, as if someone was gripping her tightly. Then does that mean I'll never see him again? She whispered. Just then, her best friends pushed open the door and entered. Seeing her dejected expression, they all fell silent for a few seconds. Damn it. He knows you like him. How can he be so calm? Yeah, he's still drinking so late, acting all happy like nothing's wrong, and you're still here crying. Lin Chiyue raised her head, her eyes flashing slightly. Why do you think he went drinking? What else could it be? Isn't that how guys eat barbecue? No. Lin Chiyue shook her head, her voice soft but firm. He's not in the right state today. His hair is messy. He's wearing the same clothes as yesterday, and he smells of alcohol. She paused, her voice choked with emotion. I saw the video on the forum. He was also very drunk yesterday and got a major demerit from the dorm manager. He was still crying. I think it's because of me. The room fell silent as the group of girlfriends exchanged bewildered glances. Come to think of it, that depressed look didn't seem fake. He was really injured. What are you planning to do? Her best friend asked softly. Lin Chiyue remained silent for a moment, then suddenly stood up, her eyes becoming resolute. She opened her best friend's closet and took out a small microwave oven. What are you going to do? Make a hangover soup. Her best friends exclaimed almost simultaneously. You're going to give it to him? Lin Chiyue nodded. He's so drunk, he can't just be left unattended. You're the school beauty, aren't you? Giving me hangover soup? Aren't you afraid of lowering your status? She lowered her head and whispered, he drinks because of me. After he finished speaking, everyone fell silent. A moment later, the girlfriend sighed. I support you, someone said with a laugh. But can you cook? No, just Google it. The group's faces darkened, and they could only pray that Xiao Yang wouldn't be poisoned by the hangover soup before spring arrived. At that moment, the barbecue stall was steaming hot. Xiao Yang had no idea that the school forum was in an uproar. He raised his glass, his mood much calmer than yesterday. Yesterday's drinking was to drown his sorrows over his father's illness. But today, he felt at ease because he now possessed the miraculous elixir that could cure all ailments. He plans to take leave tomorrow to go back to his hometown and personally relieve his father's pain. The 3 roommates next to me were drinking happily. Old Xiao, you were really awesome today. Even the school beauty is chasing after you. This is a plot I never imagined. But you really don't plan to confess again? She's practically blocking your door. That's clearly a hint. Xiao Yang simply smiled, raised his glass, and drank it all in one gulp. Compared to his father's safety, this matter was nothing. But the next second, his expression froze. Why didn't the system indicate that the task was completed? He frowned and brought up the system panel. The task status was still incomplete. What the hell? I clearly rejected her. He was stunned. Recalling the farce of today, it dawned on him that Lin Chiyue hadn't confessed her feelings at all. She had only questioned him about why he hadn't gone. His long speech was nothing more than a farewell to himself, not a declaration of mission accomplished. There wasn't even a simple, I like you. Xiao Yang scratched his head, inwardly cursing his bad luck. Wouldn't that have been a waste of time? My father's condition depends on this elixir to save his life. What should we do if we can't complete the mission? He couldn't possibly hint at Lin Chiyue's confession and then reject her outright. That would be too cruel. For a moment, he was also in a dilemma. Never mind, I'll just grab a couple more skewers and think about it later. He chuckled to himself, unaware that on the other side of the campus, a wave of excitement was being ignited. The forum was set ablaze by a single post. The most beautiful girl at Forestry University has been spotted again in the men's dormitory. Possibly a second chance, returning to the battlefield. Lin Chiyue, under the moonlight, is unbelievably beautiful. I've been dumped again. Countless people gathered outside the dormitory building, heads popping out of windows, and the area below was packed with people. No way, is this really a dream? What makes Xiao Yang worthy of her? At this moment, Lin Xiue was holding a thermos in her hands, and a rich aroma wafted out with the steam. She stood in front of the dormitory building, her gaze occasionally drifting into the distance. Why aren't they back yet? She muttered softly. My best friend joked. If you keep looking like this, you'll turn into a statue waiting for your husband. Another close friend chimed in with a grin. How about I taste it for you first? What if this soup is too salty? Wouldn't Xiao Yang be poisoned if he drank it? Don't move. Lin Xiue blushed and pushed her hand away. The ingredients are fresh, and I followed the recipe exactly, so there shouldn't be any problems. Her voice trailed off as she looked down at the bowl of soup, hesitated for a moment, and almost took a sip herself. But the next second, her face flushed red again. Wouldn't that be an indirect kiss? Her girlfriends could only sigh helplessly at her embarrassed state. Is this still the aloof school beauty we know? Just then, a shout came from the crowd. Xiao Yang is back. Instantly, all eyes turned to the path leading to the dormitory building. Sure enough, several unsteady figures were walking this way. Holy crap, what are all these people doing? Xiao Yang was so surprised that he stopped in his tracks. The three brothers in the dormitory were also dumbfounded. Old Xiao, something's not right here. It looks like they're coming for you. Could it be Lin Qiue's suitors, trying to avenge their goddess? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang's mind went completely blank. Li Ji grabbed him anxiously. Run. There are too many people. You'll be badly injured even if you don't die. We'll cover for you. Remember, my name is Li Ji, your best brother. Good brother. Xiao Yang was so moved that he almost burst into tears, and he ran away. Li Ji stood there with a righteous air, watching Xiao Yang's back, as brave as a martyr. The onlookers were stunned. Xiao Yang, he really ran away. With a mix of tragic grandeur, shock, and bursts of speed, he vanished in a flash. Lin Qiue was completely dumbfounded. She stood there, stunned. The steam from the thermos in her hand had gone cold. He ran away? Why did he run away? The crowd instantly erupted in excitement, with murmurs rising and falling. What does this mean? She waited here for so long, and he just ran away. I don't believe it. He's Xiao Yang Skaret. Even the school beauty brought soup, and this guy really doesn't know what's good for him. Lin Qiue bit her lip, feeling a pang of disappointment. Am I really that scary? Several close friends quickly gathered around and comforted her, saying, forget it, it's not worth it. However, some people in the crowd recognized Li Ji and gathered around him. Hey, where did Xiao Yang go? Look at this straight, don't hit someone in the face. Li Ji hurriedly waved his hand. Screw you, where is he? Li Ji stood tall and proud, declaring, he got away. If you want to chase him, you'll have to get past me first. Everyone was speechless. What does that mean? The school beauty wants to pursue someone, but she has to beat him? A hush fell over the room. The atmosphere was tense. The next moment, everyone gasped in shock. Could it be? Looking at Li Jina's confident expression, an indescribable suspicion arose in their hearts. Xiao Yang failed to win over the school beauty, but instead won over his roommate? Why do you think Xiao Yang ran away? Does he hate me? In the girls' dormitory, Lin Qiue rested her chin on her hand, looking troubled. How could that be? Didn't Li Ji explain it clearly? Her best friend comforted her. But she still frowned, bit her lip, and muttered to herself, completely losing her aloof and cool school beauty demeanor. Looking at the hangover soup on the table, she grew angrier the more she thought about it. That was the result of an entire hour of hard work. I almost blew out the dormitory fuse. Fine, I'll just drink the soup myself. It's a cool day, I'll have some too. Several girlfriends gathered around. As a result, half a minute later, everyone frowned. Lin Qiue, how much salt did you put in? I used 2 spoonfuls as instructed. What kind of spoon are you using? A soup spoon. Meanwhile, back at the boys' dormitory, Xiao Yang returned looking disheveled. Upon learning the truth, he was nearly driven to internal injury by anger. It turns out that the crowd of onlookers had caused the scene to turn out that way because of Lin Qiue's appearance. He punched Li Ji and yelled, if I'd known, I wouldn't have run away. I was just worried something might happen to you, Li Ji said innocently. Xiao Yang Sigit. He hadn't completed his mission last night, and now he'd missed his chance to confess his feelings. He felt agitated. Would Lin Chiyue still come? You won't give up now, will you? Thinking of the rejuvenation pill that he might lose, he tossed and turned all night, barely closing his eyes. At this time, the lights in the girls' dormitory were still on. Do you think Xiao Yang still likes me? Lin Chiyue suddenly blurted out. Young miss, this is the 8th time already. Hurry up, it's almost 1 o'clock. But he's confessed his feelings to me so many times. He must like me, right? The group of girlfriends exchanged glances and sighed in unison. If someone confessed their love to you 99 times, how would you feel? She asked. Me, Li Xiaoyan, her best friend, thought seriously. I'd probably put on a collar, bark twice, and follow him. I see. Lin Chiyue nodded thoughtfully. After all, Xiao Yang is quite handsome. Xiao Yang is mine, she snorted coldly, her tone filled with certainty. Her girlfriends exchanged glances, confirming that she was completely smitten. I think you're right. Restraint is a stumbling block to human progress. So what are you planning to do? The important thing is, where can I buy a collar near the school? The group of people were completely dumbfounded. The aloof campus belle of the Finance and Economics University is actually seriously considering buying a collar. It's hopeless. All right, go to sleep early. I'm fine now. Lin Chiyue sighed softly. As soon as she said that, her girlfriends were about to close their eyes when her voice came again, softly. Do you think he'll accept breakfast if I buy it for him tomorrow? Does he prefer fried dough sticks or steam buns? Lin Chiyue. Early in the morning, a series of urgent knocks on the door startled Xiao Yang awake. He groggily went to open the door, not fully awake yet. Xiao Yang, you are amazing. He looked completely bewildered. Lin Chiyue, the campus belle Lin, is here again. What? Before he could react, the three Li brothers all jumped out of bed. Wow, Lao Xiao, so early. Did I bring you breakfast? Xiao Yang was stunned for a few seconds. Then his heart leaped with joy. It's here. The mission can finally be completed. Dad could be saved too. She's downstairs. He could hardly believe it. Of course, hurry up and go down. Xiao Yang quickly washed up, and the dark circles under his eyes in the mirror reminded him that he hadn't slept last night. The weight on his heart finally lifted, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Li Ji laughed from the side. You were saying you were giving up yesterday. Not confessing the 100th time is to be fair to myself, but the next day someone brought me breakfast. TSK, TSK, TSK. Several roommates got up to join in the fun. They laughed and joked, but their eyes were full of envy. Old Xiao, I need your help with something, Li Ji suddenly said. Explain. If you two get together, could you ask her to introduce her best friend? Xiao Yang was taken aback. Who said I wanted to be with her? Everyone stared at him. I bet 100 that if she confesses her feelings to me, I will never agree to be with her. The dormitory erupted in chaos. Are you crazy? This is Lin Chiyue. If you keep up your composure, it's against all reason. Li Ji immediately slapped down 200 yuan. I refuse to believe that a mere sum of money can compare to the school beauty. The group burst into laughter, the air thick with the smell of a bet. The morning light shines brightly downstairs in the dormitory building. Lin Chiyue was wearing a white dress with a bag of steamed buns and fried dough sticks in her left hand and a cup of hot soy milk in her right hand. She stood downstairs, her gaze fixed on the doorway, her expression a mixture of nervousness and anticipation. The surrounding boys gathered around to watch. This is terrifying. Is she still our school beauty? I don't believe it. The world has gone mad. I'm 10 times more handsome than Xiao Yang. Why doesn't she even glance at me? The two people further away were still making a bet. Senior, I can't bet 2 points on him. What courage! The future looks promising. With only 2 minutes left before class, almost all the students who were rushing to class stopped in their tracks. So what if we skip class? This scene was worth it. Someone sighed softly, and all the phones were raised at once, ready to record this national heartbreak scene. Finally, Xiao Yang walked out of the dormitory building. Instantly, all eyes in the room were on him. When Lin Chiyue saw him, she almost instinctively rushed over. If the dormitory supervisor hadn't stopped her, she probably would have already run upstairs. Xiao Yang, she exclaimed excitedly, her voice trembling slightly. This is the breakfast I bought for you. I didn't know if you preferred steamed buns or fried dough sticks, so I bought both. One sentence instantly triggered a collective wail from the boys. Holy crap, is this what love tastes like? Ugh, Lin, the campus belle, is actually delivering breakfast to people. What's the point of my life? Xiaoyang was somewhat surprised, but he still accepted the breakfast and smiled, saying, "Thank you. You've given me so many things before. I should give you something back." Lin Qiuyue replied softly, her eyes darting away. "But you didn't accept any back then," Xiaoyang retorted lightly, then changed the subject. "Is there anything you want to say to me?" Lin Qiuyue was stunned for a moment, and her face flushed red. At that moment, she was as dazzling as if she were bathed in moonlight, her fair skin with a rosy glow highlighting her eyes, making it almost impossible to look directly at her. I have something to say." Her voice trembled, and her hands gripped the hem of her skirt tightly. The crowd held their breath and stared intently. The boys were screaming in their hearts, "Impossible." The campus belle of Lin University couldn't possibly have confessed her feelings. But the next second, she raised her head and faced the sunlight. "Xiaoyang, I like you. Will you go out with me?" The sound wasn't loud, but it was enough to make the entire campus erupt in excitement. Everyone was stunned. At that moment, Jiangdu University of Finance and Economics fell into an eerie silence. Then came countless broken cries of agony. "It's over, my youth is over. Today is the day we all collectively experience heartbreak." Xiaoyang stood there, stunned as mind blank. The hope of completing the mission was finally within reach, but a strange pressure rose in his heart. "Lin Qiuyue is my father's savior. How can I refuse?" He took a deep breath. Reason told him he had to refuse, but his emotions were pulling him in opposite directions. He looked at the girl in front of him, who was trembling with nervousness, and felt a mix of emotions. Lin Qiuyue waited for his response, her face flushed and her eyes sparkling. "Lin Qiuyue, just call me Qiyu," she said softly. Xiaoyang closed his eyes. The voice was too soft, too hard to refuse. But he still straightened his back and spoke with a firm tone. "I'm sorry, you're a good girl." The air froze instantly. The entire place was completely silent. Even the wind seemed to have stopped. 2 seconds later, a shout of "Holy crap" came from a corner, and the whole place erupted in chaos. He actually rejected Lin University's campus belle. That's too ruthless. Who gave him the courage? Is this man a eunuch? Xiaoyang made Lin Qiuyue cry. Lin Qiuyue stood there stunned. Those words struck her like a heavy blow to the heart. "Are you a good girl?" She took 2 steps back in disbelief, her eyes reddening and her lips trembling. This is not the ending the script should have given. How so? She tried to calm herself down, but couldn't hold back her tears. "Why? I've already swallowed my pride and confessed my feelings. How could you do this?" Her voice choked with emotion, and tears blurred her vision. Xiaoyang looked into those tearful eyes and felt a sharp pain in his heart. A system notification sounded in my mind. Mission accomplished, divine elixir received. But he felt no joy whatsoever. He opened his mouth as if to explain something, but in the end he only whispered, "I'm sorry. Thank you for breakfast." Lin Qiuyue stared at him blankly. Her lips moved, but she didn't say anything more. Tears streamed down her cheeks. She raised her hand to cover her eyes, then turned and ran away. Everyone who watched her retreating figure felt a pang of indescribable sorrow. "Oh no, the goddess is crying. This kid is ruthless. He can still laugh after rejecting Lin Qiuyue." I was stunned. The plot twist was like a roller coaster. The school bell had rung twice, but no one had left the playground. A group of people stood there dumbfounded, filming videos and posting them on social media, as if this scene would be recorded in the school's history. Someone laughed helplessly. Today is not only the day of heartbreak at the University of Finance and Economics, but also the day with the highest absenteeism rate in history. Early in the morning, before the dormitory alarm clock had even finished ringing, Lin Qiuyue pushed open the door and walked in. "You're back." My girlfriends were still lying in bed, yawning sleepily. She simply nodded slightly, her expression calm, but she couldn't hide the redness in the corners of her eyes. The group then realized that she had gone to deliver breakfast to Xiaoyang. Li Xiaoyang quickly sat up. "How is it? How's the battle going?" As soon as she finished speaking, everyone saw her bloodshot eyes and froze instantly. "He rejected you?" The air fell silent for a moment. Who would have thought that the most beautiful girl at Jiangdu University of Finance and Economics would be rejected? Several girls were in an uproar. Is this man crazy? Xiaoyang wouldn't like men, would he? Damn it. He made you cry like this. I think he's tired of living. While cursing, Li Xiaoyang took out her phone and dialed Xiaoyang directly. No one answered. She dialed Li Ji's number again. Li Yi. What does Xiaoyang mean? Does he really not like our Xiaoyu? How could that be? Didn't he pursue me 99 times before? Then he still dares to make her cry? Lin Qiuyue cried. Li Ji was taken aback. Tell Xiaoyang how he wants to die. Li Xiaoyan trembled with anger. Li Ji was silent for a few seconds. Then his tone suddenly became low. Actually, Lao Xiao is also feeling quite bad. He has locked himself in the bathroom and hasn't come out yet. This sentence spread to every corner of the dormitory. Lin Qiuyue raised her head, her face streaked with tears, making her even more beautiful. The voice on the other end of the phone continued. I think Lin Qiuyue hurt Lao Xiao first. Lao Xiao confessed his feelings 99 times. That means he must really like her. She said she would put aside her pride to confess once. But Lao Xiao lost his dignity 99 times for her. Love has no hierarchy, and self-respect is not hers alone. She was only rejected once, while Lao Xiao was rejected 99 times. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a few seconds, then the call ended. The dormitory was completely quiet. Everyone fell into deep thought. Yes, she cried like this after confessing her feelings just once. How much more painful must it be for Xiaoyang, who has been rejected 99 times? Lin Qiuyue sat quietly, her sobs gradually subsiding. She wiped away her tears, a determined look on her face. I understand, Xiaoyang is testing me. The girlfriends were all stunned. She continued, I used to think love was simple, but now I understand. His 99 confessions were a testament to his unwavering commitment to love, while this is only my first time. What am I anyway? Love requires reciprocity, and I'll confess my love 99 times. She spoke with increasing seriousness, her tone revealing an almost fanatical determination. When I confess my feelings for the 99th time, he will hold my hand. This is the love that belongs to us. After saying that, she actually laughed. That smile held tears in its eyes, but also anticipation. The group exchanged glances and looked at each other blankly. She's gone mad, Li Xiaoyan muttered under her breath. She's really gone mad. But looking at the light in Lin Qiuyue's eyes, they didn't know what to say. After all, who doesn't know that Xiaoyang also likes her? These two might truly be a match made in heaven. Forget it. Let them do what they want. I'm tired, let them be. On the other side, Xiaoyang walked out of the bathroom. His face was still wet with water droplets, but his expression was surprisingly calm. He had just finished a phone call. His father's condition had worsened. He had to go home immediately. He couldn't delay any longer. Seeing him packing his luggage, Li Ji asked in surprise, You didn't cry? Why should I cry? Xiaoyang raised an eyebrow. You rejected Lin Qiuyue, aren't you upset? I rejected her, not the other way around. Li Ji was speechless. Yes, it's the one who should feel bad about being rejected. But thinking back to his impassioned speech on the phone, he suddenly felt a pang of embarrassment. Damn it, I was meddling in other people's business. Xiaoyang zipped up his jacket and handed over the leave slip. Please give this to my counselor. Are you going home? Yes, my dad is seriously ill. I have to go right away. After saying that, he slung his bag over his shoulder and walked out of the dormitory with a determined look on his face. Xiaoyang's hometown is in JM City, not far from the school. After buying his ticket, he saw that there was still more than an hour before departure, so he wandered around the train station at his leisure. People come and go, bustling about. This place is full of stories, but it's also the easiest place to run into trouble. Not far away, a long-haired girl squatted on the ground, looking anxious, hugging her knees, as if she was mustering the courage to make a decision. She took out a piece of chalk and wrote on the ground. Probably just asking for travel expenses again, Xiaoyang thought, not paying much attention. He'd seen this kind of thing many times. It was hard to tell what was true and what was false. But the next moment, a system notification suddenly sounded in my mind. Task released. A keen eye for truth. Option 1. Help a passerby. Reward. Top of the line Phaeton 1. Option 2. Expose the scam. Reward. 1 million yuan in cash. Option 3. Ignore the mission. Reward. All attributes +1. This can trigger a mission. Xiaoyang was stunned for a moment, then looked up at the girl. She was writing intently, her head down, her bangs covering her face. Her luggage had been stolen, and her phone, wallet, and ID card were all gone. The onlookers were talking amongst themselves, but no one stepped forward. It's not that no one is soft-hearted, but that there are too many scammers in this era. Xiaoyang looked at the three options. He has no shortage of money. He doesn't care if others expose his true or falsehoods. So I simply walked over. Lin Xiyue, what are you doing here? What a coincidence. The moment he said that, everyone around him was stunned. Xiaoyang took out several 100 yuan bills, handed them over, and used his body to shield the girl. Everyone, please disperse. They're having a hard time. Don't crowd around. He lightly wiped away the words on the ground with his toe. Are you all right? Bite. Mission complete. Reward. A phaeton delivered in 20 minutes. Xiaoyang smiled and didn't take it seriously. The girl looked up and said softly, I'm fine. She pointed towards the restroom and asked hesitantly, Could you wait here for me? Good. But several minutes passed, and the girl still hadn't returned. Xiaoyang shook his head with a wry smile. Looks like I really did run into a swindler. He was about to leave when a familiar voice suddenly came from behind him. Who are you calling a liar? Looking back, I saw that the girl from before had changed her clothes, was carrying a bag, and was standing there with a smile. It's you? It's me. The girl chuckled, letting her hair down to reveal a pretty face. Thank you for helping me. I'm really not a scammer. My luggage really was stolen. Her name is Jiang Yin, a sophomore at Jiangdu Medical and Nursing College. It turned out that she fell asleep while waiting for the bus, and when she woke up, all her things were gone. I want to change my clothes because I didn't want to be recognized and embarrassed. You're really brave. Managing to fall asleep at the train station, Xiaoyang joked. I can't help it. Jiang Yin pouted, feeling wronged. Why aren't you calling the police? Afraid of losing face. This is what happens when you're too proud to admit it and suffer the consequences, Xiaoyang said with a helpless smile. Now that you don't have your ID card, you can't buy a train ticket either. All right. Jiang Yin was stunned. Just as Xiaoyang was about to say something more, his phone rang. Hello, Mr. Xiaoyang. Your top-of-the-line phaeton has been delivered. What do you wish to sign for it now? He paused for a moment before remembering that it was a reward from the system. I'm at the train station. Wait for me in the parking lot outside. After hanging up the phone, Xiaoyang walked outside. Jiang Yin was stunned for a moment, then followed. Why are you following me? Xiaoyang asked with a smile. I'm afraid it'll get stolen again. She blinked. The two arrived at the parking lot, where a truck was parked. Several workers opened the carriage and lifted the protective cloth. A black phaeton appeared steadily in the sunlight. Mr. Xiaoyang, we'll unload the truck now. As the top-of-the-line vehicle slowly landed, Xiaoyang was momentarily dazed. I picked up my first car at the train station. After signing the paperwork, he was still thinking about how bizarre this whole thing was. Jiang Yin, who was standing next to her, laughed and said, That's great. You can afford a car at such a young age. Just the average person, maybe 70 or 80,000. It would cost over 10,000 to get one. Jiang Yin said enviously. Xiaoyang simply smiled and offered no explanation. The top-of-the-line phaeton, that's not something you can buy for a few 100,000. However, he likes this low-key and unassuming approach, which also aligns with his current mindset. Looking at the metallic sheen under the sunlight, he gently stroked the car body, a smile playing on his lips. This award really hit the nail on the head. Do you want me to take you back to school? Jiangdu Medical College is right next to us. Xiaoyang said casually, only then remembering that the two schools often had joint events. Jiang Yin sighed helplessly. I originally came from school to go home, and now I'm going back? What kind of situation is this? Her eyes suddenly lit up as she stared at Xiaoyang's car and said with a smile, Then you can take me home. Anyway, your car doesn't require an ID card. Think about it. Luxury cars, beautiful women, and stunning scenery all the way. Wouldn't you like something unexpected? She winked playfully, pulling up the hem of her skirt and laughing unrestrainedly. Xiaoyang rolled his eyes. You wish. But he knew in his heart that if something unexpected happened, he didn't know who would suffer. He might have agreed under normal circumstances, but not now. His seriously ill father was waiting for medication at home, and every minute he delayed meant another minute of suffering for his father. Hearing his refusal, Jiang Yin pouted, looking displeased. Back at school, she could easily have countless people vying to drive her around with a simple wave. Then what are you doing at the station? She changed the subject. Go home. Where do you live? Maybe it's on the way. Jiang Yin asked, blinking. JM City. Xiaoyang's tone was impatient. He thought to himself, this girl is really shameless. It's one thing to borrow money, but she's also thinking about hitchhiking. But as soon as she finished speaking, Jiang Yan's eyes lit up, and she immediately opened the car door and got in. What a coincidence. My home is also in JM City. Could you please give me a ride? She said with a smug look on her face. Xiaoyang was speechless. Fine, but I'm going home first. You can decide what to do yourself. It's okay, I'm not in a hurry. Jiang Yin smiled as if she had gotten a good deal. She looked around the car curiously. The interior of this car is really nice. Are all Volkswagens this luxurious now? The interior features a smooth and glossy mahogany finish, soft leather seats, and a full range of functional buttons. Xiaoyang smiled faintly and said, "It's just for show." Jiang Yin glanced at the file folder on the passenger's seat, became curious, and secretly rummaged through it. It's not a good habit to touch other people's things without permission. Xiaoyang snatched the documents back, his tone neither too harsh nor too gentle. "Fasten your seatbelt." "Oh," Jiang Yin replied casually, the seatbelt pressing across her chest, her curves faintly visible. Xiaoyang glanced at her out of the corner of his eye and realized that the girl's figure was surprisingly good. He quickly looked away and focused on driving. Jiang Yin leaned back in her chair and fell asleep with her eyes closed at some point. Xiaoyang sighed and stopped thinking about it. He got his driver's license while in college. Although he wasn't an experienced driver, he drove steadily. In addition, this car has high configuration and smooth handling, so the 2-hour journey is not too difficult. As the car entered JM City, Xiaoyang called out softly, "We're here. Where do you live?" No one responded. "Hello." Jiang Yin mumbled sleepily, "Don't make a sound. Let me sleep a little longer." Xiaoyang shook his head helplessly. "Forget it. Let's go home first." He called his mother to let her know he was safe. As the car drove into the old residential area, the paint on the iron gates was peeling and the marks of time were everywhere. He parked the car, glanced at Jiang Yin, who was still fast asleep in the passenger seat, and shook his head with a wry smile. This girl can really sleep. As he got out of the car, he greeted the gatekeeper, Uncle Liang, saying, "Uncle Liang, I'm back." "Hey, Xiao Yang, you drove back this time." Uncle Liang poked his head out with a smile. "Yes, I just bought it." "Not bad, you've got potential." Uncle Liang grinned, his face crinkling with wrinkles. "Is this girl your girlfriend?" "No, just a friend," Xiaoyang said with a smile, waving his hand. "Okay, then drive slowly." When he got downstairs, he saw his mother anxiously looking around. A 50-year-old woman's face is already covered with wrinkles from the weight of life. When she saw her son, her eyes immediately welled up with tears. "Mom!" Xiaoyang strode forward, and his mother hurriedly greeted him. "You're back. Why'd you buy a car?" "I bought it with the money I earned," Xiaoyang said with a bright smile. "Could he have done something illegal?" the mother asked with concern. "No way. I just did some small business and made a little money. The 800,000 I transferred to you yesterday was from that profit." "Really?" The mother was still uneasy. "It's really true, Mom." His mother stroked his face, full of pride. "You've made something of yourself." Suddenly, she noticed the sleeping girl in the car. Her eyes lit up, and she pulled her son aside and whispered, "Is that girl your girlfriend?" "No, just a regular friend. I was just dropping them off on my way." The mother chuckled and joked, "He's really handsome. If only he could." "Mom, don't overthink it," Xiaoyang interrupted helplessly. "Where's my dad?" Mentioning this, the mother's expression darkened. "Lie down inside. Your father has had a hard life, working hard all his life, and now he's old and has all these illnesses." Her eyes welled up with tears again. Xiaoyang said softly, "Mom, don't be sad. I have a way to treat Dad's illness." The mother sighed. "The doctors all said there's no hope. His lungs and liver are severely damaged." "Don't worry. I got a secret recipe that really works." That old man had terminal cancer, but he was better the day after taking the medicine. His diabetes and gout were all gone. His mother gave him a skeptical look and said, "Stop talking nonsense. It's true, you just wait and see." "All right, let's go inside and see your dad." "Why isn't he staying in the hospital?" "Xiao Yang Asket, your father doesn't want to waste money. A day in the hospital costs over 1,000 yuan, the mother sighed. Upon entering the room, a strong smell of medicine filled the air. Zhao's father lay on the bed, his face pale, his hair completely shaved, looking like a thin old man. But when he saw Xiaoyang, he still tried his best to sit up, his face full of smiles. At that moment, Xiaoyang could no longer hold back, and tears welled up in his eyes. Mr. Xiao stared at the pale purple pill, his brows furrowed. "Xiaoyang, how old are you? Do you still believe in these quack doctors? Haven't you been scammed?" "Dad, please trust me this once. I spent a lot of money to buy this medicine," Xiaoyang said firmly. Although the two elderly people were old, they were still clear-headed. They knew there was no cure-all in this world. But seeing how serious his son was, Mr. Xiao hesitated for a moment and finally swallowed it. After all, he's already this sick. What's there to be afraid of? His son is just being filial. He wants him to live one more day. Zhao's mother looked worried, and Xiaoyang stepped forward and gently patted her shoulder. Don't worry, Mom. Nothing will happen. The atmosphere inside the room was heavy. A moment later, fine beads of cold sweat appeared on Zhao's father's forehead, and his face suddenly turned pale. Zhao's mother was startled, and Xiaoyang also rushed closer anxiously. Dad, how are you? After a few seconds of silence, Mr. Xiao suddenly exhaled a breath of stale air, his expression relaxing. I feel much better. My chest is no longer tight, and my head doesn't hurt anymore. Tears welled up in Zhao's mother's eyes instantly, and she quickly grabbed a towel to wipe her husband's sweat. Xiaoyang finally breathed a sigh of relief, secretly delighted. It seemed the system's medicine really worked. At that moment, he realized that he owed Lin Qiue an immense debt of gratitude. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out from outside the door. Uncle Xiao, Aunt Xiao. It was Lu Xing, Xiaoyang's childhood friend. They were high school classmates, and after graduation, he started working early and often came to help the Xiao family take care of his father. Lu Xing is here, Zhao's mother reminded her. Xiaoyang nodded and walked out of the house. Hey, whose car is this? Wow, this girl is pretty good. Lu Xing looked around the phaeton. Xiaoyang slapped him on the shoulder. What are you thinking about? Haha, Lao Xiao, you're back. Lu Xing laughed and punched the air. Just arrived, Xiaoyang replied with a smile. Lu Xing looked at the car. Is this your car? Yes, I just mentioned it. Wow, you struck it rich? Where did you get it? Lu Xing asked with suspicion, as he knew the Xiao family situation best. Xiaoyang smiled and changed the subject. Making a little money. Huh? You came to see my dad. Yes, I just happened to be passing by, so I thought I'd see if there was anything I could help with. Thank you. We're like family. At this moment, Jiang Yin woke up in the car. She rubbed her eyes, stretched lazily, and got out of the car. Awake, Xiaoyang looked at her. She responded softly, her gaze lingering on him for a moment. Your home is right here, won't you invite me in for a bit? There's not much to sit on, my parents are here. That's perfect. My aunt and uncle are both here. I'll go say hello. Jiang Yin smiled and walked into the house. Xiaoyang quickly reached out to stop him. No, it's not convenient right now. Seeing this, Lu Xing smiled and tried to smooth things over. How is Uncle Zhao's health? Much better. I estimate I'll be fully recovered in the next couple of days, Xiaoyang said with a smile. Huh, that's way too fast. Lu Xing exclaimed in surprise. Don't worry. Xiaoyang smiled mysteriously and didn't say anything more. It's lunchtime. Wait a moment, I'll treat you to something nice. Xiaoyang went back to the room and gave a few instructions. Zhao's mother grasped his hand excitedly, her voice trembling slightly. Your father. He's hungry. Xiaoyang was stunned for a moment, then looked at the bed. His father's complexion was much rosier. With tears in her eyes, Zhao's mother said, I'll go cook. At that moment, tears welled up in her eyes and almost spilled out. Xiaoyang nodded. Dad, you rest first. I'll take Lu Xing out to eat later. That's fine, Zhao's mother smiled. Lu Xing has helped us a lot. You should thank him properly. I know. As Xiaoyang left the house, he glanced back, a warm feeling welling up inside him. His parents were finally at peace. He deserved a break. Outside, Lu Xing and Jiang Yin were having a lively conversation. Jiang Yin has a cheerful personality and a bright smile, which is completely different from Lin Qiue's quiet beauty. What are you talking about? Xiaoyang asked with a smile. Let's talk about you, Lu Xing said with a mischievous grin. Your girlfriend is trying to get some information out of me. Whose girlfriend is she? We just met today. Xiaoyang rolled his eyes. That works too. Flash marriages are all the rage these days. Jiang Yin simply smiled and got into the passenger seat. Lu Xing climbed into the back seat, looking around the car and exclaiming, Old Xiao, it's a top-of-the-line phaeton. What phaeton? Jiang Yin asked curiously. This car, even the top-of-the-line model, starts at 2 million. Lu Xing exclaimed in astonishment. What? 2 million? Jiang Yan's eyes widened in shock. She had heard Lu Xing say that Xiaoyang's family was poor. So how could he suddenly afford a car worth 2 million? Xiaoyang simply smiled and offered no explanation. Lu Xing stared at him and said, It's not rented, is it? I bought it, Xiaoyang replied casually. Lu Xing nodded, secretly admiring him. Jiang Yin, Xiao Yang turned around and asked, "Where do you live? Let me take you home." "No need, I don't want to leave yet." Jiang Yin shook her head, smiling slyly. "Are you planning to cling to Lao Xiao?" Lu Xing teased with a laugh. "Yeah, he's so lucky to have such a beautiful woman like me clinging to him," Jiang Yin said proudly, tilting her head back. Lu Xing looked at Xiao Yang with envy. "Get lost, or I'll throw you out on the street in a minute." "Then you're willing to throw me away?" Jiang Yin raised an eyebrow, looking like she was about to make a scene. She suddenly lifted her leg and swung it at Xiao Yang. "Look, are my legs pretty? Want to touch them?" Xiao Yang was immediately speechless. "I'm driving. Stop messing around. If you're sleepy, go to sleep. I'll wake you up when we get there." Jiang Yin smiled and leaned back in her seat, feeling relaxed. While others fawned over her, she preferred Xiao Yang's earnestness. Lu Xing suddenly remembered something. "By the way, there's a class reunion tonight. Are you going?" "A class reunion?" Xiao Yang raised an eyebrow. "Yes, it was organized by Li Kong. It was ostensibly a gathering, but actually," Lu Xing smiled mysteriously. "Pursue Qing Xiantong?" "Yes. I've been pursuing her for 4 or 5 years and still haven't succeeded. Then I have to go see what's going on." A smile flashed in Xiao Yang's eyes. Li Kong, the class monitor in high school, was a prominent figure back then. Qing Xiantong, the school beauty, rejected him countless times. Now that he's about to confess his feelings, it seems like tonight is destined to be a good show. Xiao Yang smiled as he started the engine, and the headlights came on. He gazed at the night sky ahead, a hint of excitement playing on his lips. This time, it was finally his turn to watch others make fools of themselves. "Can I go to the class reunion?" Jiang Yin suddenly opened her eyes, her tone light and cheerful. "Hey, who do you think you are? This is a high school reunion. What does it have to do with you?" Xiao Yang was speechless. "Haven't you read the novel? You'd definitely get mocked at a party if you went with this kind of plot. Take me there to show off and slap people in the face. Wouldn't that be more fun?" Jiang Yan's eyes lit up, looking eager to try. "I'll pretend to be your girlfriend. That's my favorite kind of scene," she laughed smugly. Xiao Yang and Lu Xing were completely speechless. Wow, this girl not only has a wild imagination, but she's also obsessed with urban fantasy novels. Seeing Xiao Yang's expression, Jiang Yin laughed even harder. "Take me with you? At worst, I'll let you touch my legs. You can't find such long, white, and tender legs anywhere else." Xiao Yang rubbed his forehead in exasperation and sighed. "Where do you get your confidence from?" "I'm pretty, and I have long legs. You don't believe me? Take a look." She then lifted the hem of her skirt, revealing her slender legs. "Stop, stop, stop. I give up. I'll take you, okay?" Xiao Yang was completely defeated. However, it must be admitted that she does have the assets. Her legs are shapely, fair, and perfectly proportioned. Unlike Lin Shiyue's aloofness, Jiang Yin is more like a flame, alluring and radiant, with a captivating smile. Lu Xing, sitting in the back seat, silently gave a thumbs up. "Awesome, Lao Xiao. But don't cause me any trouble," Xiao Yang cautioned. "Don't worry, I'm the best behaved." Jiang Yin smiled like a cat. "Roll." The car drove into a small alley. "Is this it?" Xiao Yang asked as he got out of the car. "Yes, it's been a long time." Lu Xing looked around, a familiar feeling in his eyes. Seeing Jiang Yan's puzzled expression, Xiao Yang grinned and said, "We used to bring girls here all the time. This place is a den of juvenile delinquency. You're so beautiful, you might fetch a good price." "That's right. Someone like this would probably be in high demand." Lu Xing smiled in agreement. Jiang Yan's eyes widened, and she assumed a wary stance. "I've studied Wing Chun, and 3 or 5 men can't get close to me." She raised her fist and gestured playfully. "Haha, that's not Wing Chun. It's Thug's excitement boxing." Xiao Yang laughed so hard he couldn't stand up straight. "After I beat you up, everyone on the street will want to be the bad guy." Lu Xing laughed along. Jiang Yin puffed out her chest defiantly. "I call this heroic and dashing, don't you understand?" Amidst laughter and banter, the three entered a barbecue restaurant. "The barbecue here is absolutely amazing. You won't find another place like it in the whole of JM City," Xiao Yang said. Lu Xing nodded in agreement. Bite. Task released. Tycoon enters the culinary world. Get the restaurant's secret barbecue recipe. Reward: 5 million yuan in cash. The system notification sounded in his mind, and Xiao Yang was stunned for a moment. Unexpectedly, this mission was triggered at a barbecue restaurant. What's the use of having a barbecue recipe? I'm not planning to open a restaurant. he muttered to himself. The system didn't respond, and he couldn't be bothered to pay attention. At this time, there were few customers in the shop, and the owner, who was in his 50s, was leaning against the table in a daze. "Boss," Xiao Yang called out. The man looked up and saw that it was Xiao Yang and Lu Xing. He smiled and walked over. "Oh, you two still remember this old shop?" "Of course, I've been craving this barbecue for years," Xiao Yang said with a smile as he sat down. Lu Xing looked around. "It doesn't feel as lively as it used to be." The owner sighed. "After the school moved away, nobody came here anymore. The roads have been changed too, and now it's all just regular customers." Lu Xing advised. "Then let's go somewhere else. With your excellent skills, your business is sure to be good." The boss gave a wry smile. "Where would I get the money? Renting a shop and renovating it costs at least tens of thousands of yuan these days. I can't even afford my wife's medical expenses." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang's expression darkened. It turns out the boss's wife was in a car accident a few months ago, and the driver fled the scene and hasn't been caught. She's still in hospital, and they're spending a lot of money every day. The family was nearly bankrupted by losses in their shop and high medical costs. Xiao Yang listenet de epli mofed. He thought of the days when his father was seriously ill, and how helpless he felt then too. "Boss, are you planning to keep it open?" The boss shook his head and sighed. Xiao Yang suddenly smiled and said, "How about this? You sell me your barbecue recipe. It'll be a favor to me and will also relieve some of my stress." "Sell the recipe?" The shopkeeper was taken aback, not expecting this young man to want to buy it so readily. Lu Xing interjected. "Why are you buying the recipe?" "To bake it at home." "Of course not. My restaurant recently made some money, and I want to expand the menu," Xiao Yang said with a smile, making up a reason. The boss looked at him with a mixture of belief and skepticism. As far as I can remember, Xiao Yang was still a high school student. "Where would he get the money to buy the formula? If we can sell it for a good price, it will solve our immediate problem." He tentatively asked. "So how much are you planning to pay? How much do you think it's worth?" Xiao Yang asked in return. The boss thought for a moment. "To make up for 2 years of losses, and then pay for my wife's medical treatment and my daughter's schooling. For 100,000 yuan, is that feasible?" Xiao Yang shook his head. The shop owner thought it was too expensive, so he immediately lowered the price. 380,000, that's the lowest I can go." Xiao Yang smiled and said, "I'll give you 500,000. After all, you've had a tough time too." The boss was taken aback, thinking he had misheard. Is it possible for someone in the world to voluntarily raise the price? He was stunned for a moment. "You can really give that much?" "No problem. I'll transfer 200,000 to you now. After the contract and formula are written, the remaining 300,000 will be transferred by my friend and given to you together." Excitement flashed in the boss's eyes, and he nodded repeatedly. Okay, just wait a moment." He turned and went into the kitchen, calling out, "Xiantong, come out and greet the guests." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a clear, melodious female voice rang out, "Coming." The next second, a girl wearing an apron walked out of the kitchen. At that moment, Xiao Yang and Lu Xing exclaimed almost simultaneously, "Qing Xiantong?" A familiar figure, delicate features. That's right, this is the school beauty from high school, the goddess that Li Kong pursued for 4 years. The boss smiled and introduced her. "This is my daughter. You're in the same class, right? I'll go print out the contracts and have her take care of you." "Okay, Xiao Yang replied. Qing Xiantong walked over with a smile and said softly, "Old classmate, what would you like to eat?" "Roasted chicken in yellow clay, and another plate of roast chicken," Xiao Yang said without hesitation. Lu Xing rested his chin on his hand and stared at her. "Are you busy by yourself? Do you need my help?" "Stop making things worse." Qing Xiantong rolled her eyes at him and turned to go into the kitchen. After ordering, Qing Xiantong went into the kitchen. Jiang Yin stared at her retreating figure and clicked her tongue in admiration. "No wonder you all insisted on coming to the party. With such a beauty here, I wouldn't have missed it either." She looked down at her own legs and smiled smugly. "But her legs are short, not as long as mine, and not as fair as mine." Xiao Yang was exasperated by her actions. "Do you think everyone is like you, with legs that start below the chest?" "I have long legs, and I'm proud of it," Jiang Yin said, head held high, full of pride. Then he narrowed his eyes and looked at Xiao Yang meaningfully. "To be honest, is there something going on between you and her? The way she looks at you is strange." "Classmate relationship," Xiao Yang said expressionlessly. Jiang Yin grinned mischievously. "Could it be a secret crush?" Shut up, Xiao Yang said helplessly. At this moment, the boss came out with the contract, smiling as he handed it over. It's all been revised. Take a look. Xiao Yang carefully reviewed the document and confirmed that there were no problems. Okay, Uncle Ching, give me the card number. I'll transfer 200,000 first. Okay. The boss nodded repeatedly. Upon seeing the confirmation message, a long-lost smile returned to his face. I'll write down the recipe. Please wait a moment. A few minutes later, Xiao Yang took the handwritten recipe. Bite. Mission completed. Reward, 5 million yuan. As soon as the system notification finished, Jiang Yin leaned over, saw the text message, and her eyes widened instantly. 5 million. You're that rich. Don't get so close. Xiao Yang quickly moved back. She was so close that the faint fragrance wafted into his nose, making his heart skip a beat. To make matters worse, she was wearing a loose shirt, and when she looked down, the partially obscured view was captivating. Xiao Yang swallowed hard, desperately reminding himself to stay awake. She's a real enchantress. He muttered to himself. Compared to Lin Shiyue's aloofness, this woman is simply irresistibly alluring. He forced down his racing heart and transferred the remaining 300,000 yuan to his boss. Xiao Yang. Stay away from me. Xiao Yang Frowonet. What do you want? I just want to borrow some money to buy a phone. Jiang Yin blinked. Borrow? Tell me where you live first, and I'll take you home. No, you promised to take me to the class reunion. If you mention it again, I'll... Before she could finish speaking, she had already lifted her skirt and pretended to be coquettish. Can't you be a little more mindful of your behavior in public? Xiao Yang said helplessly. Jiang Yin laughed so hard she bent over. Okay, I know you're shy. How about we go buy a phone after dinner? Okay, hurry back after you buy it. I really don't know if you're crazy or I'm crazy. Lu Xing rolled his eyes at them from the side. Thanks to you too, but could you please stop showing off your love in front of me? Soon, the dishes were served. Jiang Yin finally calmed down and ate much more gently. As Qing Xiantong served the dishes, she asked with a smile, Are you going to the class reunion tonight? Of course I'll go. Lu Xing almost blurted out gossip, but swallowed the words back. Then I'll go too, Qing Xiantong said with a faint smile. Let's go together. Okay. Lu Xing nodded repeatedly, his eyes full of smiles. Xiao Yang and he exchanged a knowing smile. Those who understand, understand. After finishing their meal, Lu Xing left first. Xiao Yang then took Jiang Yin to the mall. As soon as they entered the store, Jiang Yin spoke up again. Xiao Yang, why don't you take care of me? You're so rich. Xiao Yang nearly choked to death on the water. Stop messing around. I still need to go back to see my dad after I buy the phone. I thought you agreed. Jiang Yin blinked. You said you'd take me to meet your dad, to meet the parents, darling. That one word, darling, almost made Xiao Yang lose control on the spot. Hey, anyone who wants to meet the parents, get off the bus. I'd rather die than give up. Xiao Yang was utterly speechless. Just as he turned his head, he saw that Jiang Yin had taken off her boots, put her feet on the passenger seat, and even stuck her head out for some fresh air. Jiang Yin, are you crazy? This is the city center. This feels so good, she laughed heartily. Screw that comfort. Get down here. I took off my shoes. They're not dirty. You can't even take off your shoes? Don't your feet stink? My feet don't smell. You can smell them if you don't believe me. You're driving me crazy. When the red light came on, Xiao Yang grabbed her foot and put her shoes on for her. Jiang Yin was stunned, then obediently sat up and fastened her seatbelt. The car returned to silence. No one noticed that her cheeks were slightly flushed. After buying the phone, Xiao Yang also helped her get a new SIM card. Xiao Yang, Jiang Yin began to scrutinize him again. Are you really planning to wear this to the party? This outfit is quite comfortable. No way. Jiang Yin shook her head. You're dealing with a multimillionaire now. You need to project an aura. Xiao Yang was dragged into the mall by her. He thought they were going to the men's clothing section, but they ended up in a women's clothing store. You lied to me. He was speechless. Jiang Yin giggled. Just so you know, are you trying to fleece me again? I'll pay you back, or I'll compensate you. Ugly but talkative. Before she finished speaking, Jiang Yin had already chosen a white dress. Do you think I look good in this? It's not good looking. You didn't even look. You don't look good in anything. You really don't know how to charm women. She pouted, smiling slyly. You only feel good when I'm dressed nicely. Okay, hurry up and buy it. A few minutes later, Jiang Yin changed her clothes and came out of the fitting room. The white dress clung to her body, smooth and supple, and her fair legs almost reflected the light. Xiaoyang, who was sitting down, looked up and almost lost his breath. He quickly turned his head away. Do all you girls like to wear such short clothes? Aren't you cold? It's cold, so I prepared these. Jiang Yin pulled out a pair of black stockings. Help me put it on, my arms aren't long enough. Get out. Xiaoyang's face instantly turned red. Jiang Yin laughed so hard she nearly fell over and went back into the changing room. A moment later, she came out again, wearing a white shirt, black skirt, black stockings, and a thin tie, a typical JK uniform. She lightly tossed her ponytail, smiling brightly. Xiaoyang, do I look good? Xiaoyang nodded, in complete agreement. It has to be said, Jiang Yan's natural beauty was truly exceptional. That outfit gave her an aura of a powerful, mature woman. Any man would likely find himself either being pushed down by her or turning the tables and pushing her down himself. Seeing Xiaoyang nod, Jiang Yan's mood immediately brightened. She smiled and handed the dress to the shop assistant to pack it up, letting Xiaoyang pay. Fortunately, the clothes weren't expensive. The two pieces together only cost a few hundred yuan. Xiaoyang readily paid, and Jiang Yin turned around and said, Let's go. It's time to look at your clothes. After entering the men's clothing store, Jiang Yin picked up a piece of clothing and held it up to Xiaoyang's chest. How about this one? Xiaoyang shook his head and said, That's too high profile, no way. Jiang Yin scoffed. You're a millionaire. Why are you afraid of being high profile? Despite her initial reluctance, she changed her approach, picking out a white shirt and handing it to Xiaoyang, then rummaging through the clothes rack. A short while later, she held up a light-colored trench coat. With your height, it's a waste not to wear a trench coat, she said with a smile. Xiaoyang had no choice but to take the clothes and try them on. When he came out of the fitting room, Jiang Yin was stunned, a hint of amazement flashing in her eyes. So handsome, she blurted out. Xiaoyang looked at himself in the mirror, a slight smile playing on his lips. At that moment, he really wanted to taunt her by stretching out his leg. Want to touch those long legs? But he knew this woman wouldn't hesitate. She'd definitely do it, and he'd be the one who suffered in the end. Keep wearing this from now on. It looks much better. Jiang Yin smiled and took out a tie. Keep your head down. I don't wear ties, Xiaoyang refused. Jiang Yin ignored him, stood on tiptoe, and pressed his head down with both hands. Be gentle, you're going to break my neck, Xiaoyang said helplessly. After tying his tie, Jiang Yin circled around him and nodded with satisfaction. Clothes really do make the man. You're a handsome guy now. Xiaoyang also looked in the mirror, examining his own appearance. Bite. Charm plus 10. Reward. 30% of signed group shares. A crisp notification sound rang in his mind, startling him. He hadn't expected there would be a reward for simply changing clothes. He couldn't help but smile. Jiang Yin, that woman, really had a divine touch. When the shop assistant handed her the packed clothes, a hint of infatuation flashed in Jiang Yan's eyes. She gazed at Xiaoyang's retreating figure, a slight smile playing on her lips, and murmured softly, Xiaoyang, is he really that handsome? Night. Xiaoyang drove Lu Xing and Jiang Yin to pick up Qing Xiantong. As soon as they met, Lu Xing couldn't help but exclaim, Damn, it's Lao Xiao. What's wrong? Xiaoyang asked. Nothing much. I just got more handsome. Lu Xing sighed. Xiaoyang smiled smugly, feeling more relaxed than ever before. Jiang Yin leaned to one side, a smile playing on her lips, as if admiring her masterpiece. The car stopped in front of the restaurant, where Qing Xiantong had been waiting for a while. She wasn't wearing makeup or changing clothes. Her simple attire exuded a clean and pure aura. Xiaoyang secretly labeled her as pure in his mind. When she saw Jiang Yin, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. I thought you'd be even later. How can we keep the school beauty waiting? Xiaoyang replied with a smile. Qing Xiantong smiled and said, Don't talk nonsense. The school beauty should be your girlfriend, right? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yin immediately straightened her head and puffed out her chest, revealing a proud smile. No, Sister Qing is very beautiful too, Jiang Yin said casually, stretching her legs as if to herself. The black stockings shimmered faintly under the light, and Xiaoyang quickly looked away, cursing inwardly, You vixen. He quickly explained, Jiang Yin is just an ordinary friend. We just met today. You only met today? Things are progressing pretty fast, Qing Xiantong teased with a smile. For a fleeting moment, Her gaze lingered on Xiao Yang's face. Her heart seemed to skip a beat. He seems much more handsome than before, she thought to herself. After everyone got into the car, Jiang Yin naturally wanted to sit in the front passenger seat, but Xiao Yang stopped her, saying, "Go to the back." "I'll sit in the front," Jiang Yin pouted. Lu Xing tactfully gave up his seat, allowing Qing Xiantong to sit in the back row. Xiao Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Please don't do anything underhanded again." On the way, Qing Xiantong asked, "Xiao Yang, weren't you studying in Jiangdu? Why are you back?" "I came back to see my parents," Xiao Yang replied. "Me too. My mom is in the hospital, so I have to come back to take care of her." Hearing this, Xiao Yang's eyes softened. "Then you've worked hard." Qing Xiantong smiled and said, "I heard you bought my dad's formula at a high price. It's not because of me, is it?" Xiao Yang shook his head. "No, it's not. I own a restaurant, and that recipe really does work." "Oh." Qing Xuantong's tone carried a hint of disappointment. Jiang Yin raised her eyebrows smugly, as if showing off something. The car quickly stopped in front of the hotel. Lu Xing pulled Xiao Yang aside and handed him his phone. "Look, Li Kong and the others in this group are planning to confess their love to Qing Xiantong tonight." Xiao Yang verwendet slechtly. The hotel's name, Cyan Hotel, seemed somewhat familiar to him. Just then, Jiang Yin stepped forward and naturally took his arm. "What are you doing?" Xiao Yang scolded in a low voice, only to feel his arm bump into something soft. Jiang Yin tilted her head and smiled. "Try moving again." The moonlight shone on her face, giving it a blush. Xiao Yang could only stand frozen in place. Jiang Yin giggled twice, but there was a hint of shyness in her laughter. Qing Xiantong stood aside, looking at the two of them, her expression slightly stunned. "Let's go." Jiang Yin turned around, smiling brightly. The hotel lobby was brightly lit. A young man in a white suit was holding flowers, looking nervous. His name was Li Kong, and this was the 6th time he had mustered the courage to confess his feelings to Qing Xiantong. Even with thorough preparation, he couldn't suppress the trepidation in his heart. "Brother Kong, Qing Xiantong is here," someone whispered a reminder. "Are you here? Okay, get ready to begin." Li Kong took a deep breath and waved to signal everyone to take their positions. Instantly, the lobby fell silent, the atmosphere solemn. Waiters, passers-by, and classmates all gathered around to watch. A 5-tiered cake, a floral archway, and balloons swirling overhead. The scene resembled a marriage proposal. "Brother Kong, it seems there are other people with her, a man and a woman." "It's nothing. I probably just happened to be passing by." Li Kong didn't take it to heart. He just wanted to make this confession perfect. At this moment, Xiao Yang, Jiang Yin, Qing Xiantong, and Lu Xing had already entered the hotel. Just as they stepped inside, the lights suddenly went out with a snap. "Is there a power outage?" Qing Xiantong exclaimed. That gasp made Li Kang's heart leap into his throat. She was there. Immediately, the spotlight came on, one beam falling on him, while the other shone on Xiao Yang. Li Kang didn't notice, straightened his clothes, and walked to the center of the hall with the flowers in his hands. He knelt on one knee, his voice trembling with emotion. "Qing Xiantong, I've loved you for so many years, you should understand my feelings. What you hold dear will surely come to pass." Before he could finish speaking, a clear cough was heard. "Class monitor, such a generous gift is too much for me to accept." The entire audience was stunned. Under the spotlight, the person standing in front of him was none other than Xiao Yang. Li Kong was speechless. Xiao Yang was also completely bewildered until he looked down and realized that Qing Xiantong had somehow taken his hand. He was taken aback. When did this happen? Qing Xiantong leaned close to his ear and whispered, "I'm afraid of the dark. Help me." This scene completely caused an uproar at the scene. Everyone stared wide-eyed. Qing Xiantong was actually arm in arm with Xiao Yang, and there was a stunningly beautiful woman beside them who outshone everyone else. 2 women on either side? Who could resist this sight? Just as the atmosphere froze, a languid female voice rang out. "Nice idea. Is this a welcome performance?" Jiang Yin. Her gentle tone was like a wake-up call. "If there's no show, turn on the lights. I'm afraid of the dark." Someone frantically pressed the light switch, and the entire hall was instantly illuminated as if it were daytime. In the very center, a 5-tiered cake glowed with candlelight. Li Kong stood frozen in place, nearly dropping the flowers in his hand. Xiao Yang wanted to cover his face and sigh, but both his hands were being held, Qing Xiantong in his left hand and Jiang Yin in his right. He could only shrug with a wry smile, his face full of helplessness. But in Li Kang's eyes, this action was seen as showing off. Xiao Yang. Li Kang was furious. I was about to explain when a familiar system voice suddenly rang in my mind. Ding. Mission, Night of Confession. Option 1. Pretend to be Qing Xuantong's boyfriend and help her reject the confession. Reward, Happy Garden Villa 1. Option 2. Disassociate yourself from her. Reward, 3 million. Option 3. Confess to Qing Xuantong. Reward, Universal Skill Book 1. Xiao Yang's head was as big as a bucket. He confessed his love 99 times, but immediately rejected the third option. He hesitated between 3 million and a villa. Before she could decide, Jiang Yin snorted coldly. Qing Xuantong, why are you holding my boyfriend's hand? The entire room fell silent. Qing Xuantong looked up and glared back, her tone calm but firm. I'm sorry, I have a boyfriend. Xiao Yang is my boyfriend. Li Kang froze completely. Jiang Yin then added insult to injury. What are you looking at? I'm his girlfriend too. Everyone was in an uproar. Holy crap, that's insane. A group of boys stared intently at Xiao Yang, their eyes filled with envy and jealousy. Qing Xuantong and Jiang Yin, two campus beauties, were each holding one of his arms, a sight that could be described as a human shock. Ding! Achievement completed. Embracing two beauties. Reward, 10% shares of Sign Group. Xiao Yang was stunned. It's Sign Group again? Including the previous rewards, he actually owns 40% of the shares. Just as he came to his senses, the system automatically determined. Mission complete. Reward, Happy Garden Villa 1. He was stunned. Before he could explain, the two men grabbed him from either side and dragged him into the hotel. Li Kang completely broke down. Xiao Yang, how dare you do this? Lu Xing stepped forward with a sneer. It's none of your business if other people are dating. You confessed your feelings in front of her boyfriend. You should be grateful you didn't get beaten up. Li Kang was speechless. Lu Xing continued. Don't pretend to be noble. If you weren't lusting after them, would you have made such a big fuss? To be honest, which one of us here doesn't want to have a woman on one arm or the other? Li Kang's face flushed red. Xiao Yang is despicable. He just lusts after Xuantong's body. Yes, he's despicable. But what about us? We're even more despicable because we crave what we can't have. Lu Xing snorted coldly and turned to catch up with Xiao Yang. Damn it, I'm pretty shameless too, he chuckled softly. Who among us isn't envious? Li Kang stood there, watching the disappearing figures of Xiao Yang and the other two. Before Xiao Yang could react, Qing Xuantong and Jiang Yin grabbed him from either side and rushed him into the private room. The two of them lowered their heads at the same time, as if they were having a competition. Haha, I came in first, Jiang Yin said smugly, hands on her hips. Qing Xuantong bit her lip and sighed, then hugged Xiao Yang's arm tightly and glared at him, as if blaming him for not taking the first step sooner, making her half a step slower. Xiao Yang felt a chill run down his spine. Naive. He really didn't understand what these two were thinking, pulling him from both sides as if they were about to break him in two. This isn't just linking arms, it's a matter of life and death. The lights suddenly turned on, and colorful lights intertwined, instantly enveloping the hall in a romantic atmosphere. Bang! Fireworks burst forth, and confetti flew everywhere, just like a wedding scene. Xiao Yang tried to reach out and brush away the colored papers, but both his hands were gripped tightly, and he couldn't move them at all. Immediately afterwards, a chorus of female voices rang out. Congratulations to our class monitor and classmate Qing Xuantong on your marriage, and wishing you a lifetime of happiness together. Holding your hand, we will grow old together. Xiao Yang's head buzzed. He then realized that Li Kang's confession process had a second wave. This is all done so perfectly. Just as I was about to explain, a white shadow suddenly flew over. Smack! The small cake landed squarely on his face, the cream smearing so badly that he saw stars. Class monitor, aren't you surprised? Unexpected, the girl screamed. Surprise my ass, unexpected my ass. The audience was silent for 3 seconds, then burst into laughter. The lights came back on, and everyone looked closely. It wasn't Li Kang, it was Xiao Yang. Cake was smeared all over his face, making him look like a scene of an accident. Jiang Yin and Qing Xuantong quickly grabbed tissues to wipe his face, their movements as urgent as if they were putting out a fire. An exclamation arose from the crowd. Xiao Yang? It's you? Where's the class monitor? Xiao Yang rubbed his temples. How should I know? After all that fuss, his arm was almost dislocated. Qing Xiantong apologized repeatedly. I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. Jiang Yan also panicked. I didn't hold on properly. Don't be angry. Xiao Yang said with a dark face. I just came here to watch the drama unfold, but now I'm the one getting hit by it. The two of them hurriedly helped him clean up, and the atmosphere became subtly quiet. Just as everyone was whispering among themselves, Qing Xiantong suddenly approached and said softly, No, the cream has gotten into your clothes. It's sticky and uncomfortable. How about we get a hotel room and take a shower? I'll go get my clothes. Fine. Xiao Yang sighed, giving up the struggle completely. Jiang Yin ran to get his clothes, while Qing Xiantong stayed behind and gently rubbed his arm. Does it still hurt? She asked in a low voice. What do you think? You two are practically tearing me to pieces. Xiao Yang rolled his eyes. Qing Xiantong blushed slightly, hesitated for a few seconds, and then suddenly looked up. Moo. A soft touch landed on his cheek. The entire room fell silent. The air seemed to freeze. The girls were dumbfounded. This scene was a visual shock. Xiao Yang froze. Only 2 words remaining in his mind. Sneak attack. He was ambushed. Is this still the quiet and pure Qing Xiantong? This isn't just a school beauty. She's a fighter jet. Does it still hurt? She asked softly, her face as red as a ripe cherry. Xiao Yang gritted his teeth. Are you sick? Have you been watching too many Mary Sue movies? You think your saliva is a panacea? Is this some kind of Snow White therapy? As soon as he said it, he felt a little embarrassed, and his cheeks flushed. Ta! Qing Xiantong laughed so hard she almost fell over. The awkwardness from before vanished completely, and she even found Xiao Yang's reluctant expression somewhat cute. She couldn't help but lean closer, blinked, and said, How about I kiss the other side to balance it out? Xiao Yang immediately took 3 steps back. Get out. You may be shameless, but I still have a face. Bah. Qing Xiantong laughed even harder, almost laughing until tears streamed down her face. This scene, witnessed by onlookers, was filled with envy and jealousy. At the entrance to the private room, before Xiao Yang could react, Qing Xiantong and Jiang Yin pulled him into the room from either side. The 2 women lowered their heads simultaneously, as if secretly competing with each other. Haha, I'm in first. Jiang Yin laughed triumphantly, hands on her hips. Qing Xiantong bit her lip and secretly tightened her grip on Xiao Yang's arm, as if complaining about his lack of willpower. If he had stepped with his left foot a moment earlier, she would have won. Xiao Yang looked helpless. Tildes. He really wanted to ask the heavens if these 2 women were trying to tear him apart. Just as the 3 were lost in their own thoughts, the lights suddenly flickered. Colorful lights and shadows intertwined. Fireworks burst forth, and confetti dances like snowflakes. Congratulations to our class monitor and classmate Qing Xiantong on your lifelong commitment to each other. The room was filled with the sounds of entirely female voices. Xiao Yang was stunned on the spot. Li Kang's confession routine was too complete. The next second, a small cake flew over with a whoosh. He was about to dodge when the 2 men grabbed him tightly from both sides. Bang! The cake hit him squarely in the face. Cream was smeared all over his head and face, and everyone gasped. Class monitor, are you surprised? Unexpected. Surprise my ass, unexpected my ass. Xiao Yang roared with a dark face. When the lights came on again, everyone froze. That's not Li Kang, it's Xiao Yang. Jiang Yin and Qing Xiantong quickly took turns wiping his face. Are you all right? I think you 2 are planning to tear me apart. The 2 women apologized repeatedly. Xiao Yang sighed, thinking that he had come here to watch the drama unfold, but ended up becoming the main character himself. The cream is all inside your clothes. How about we get a hotel room and take a shower? Jiang Yin suggested. All right then. Xiao Yang nodded helplessly. As soon as Jiang Yin stepped out, Qing Xiantong leaned in and gently massaged his arm. Does it still hurt? What do you think? Xiao Yang turned his head away, about to complain. Moo. A warm touch landed on his face. Everyone was stunned. Qing Xiantong pursed her lips, her face turning red to the roots of her ears. Does it still hurt? Xiao Yang's face darkened. Are you sick? You think your saliva is a miracle cure? You've been watching too many Mary Sue dramas. Ha ha! Qing Xiantong laughed so hard she bent over, her laughter like the chimes of a wind chime. Xiao Yang turned his head away, his ears burning. She persisted, "How about I give you another kiss to balance things out on the other side?" "Get lost. I still have a sense of shame." Laughter echoed in the private room. Just then, clang! A loud crash came from the doorway, and the bouquet fell to the ground. Li Kong stood frozen by the door, his eyes instantly shattering. What he saw was Qing Xiantong chasing after Xiao Yang, wanting to kiss him. My mental state completely collapsed. The goddess in his eyes was pure and inviolable, but now she has become a little hooligan who flirts with boys. "Excuse me," a clear female voice rang out. Jiang Yin had returned. As soon as she entered the room, she saw the scene before her, and her expression changed. "Qing Xiantong, what are you doing? She took advantage of me." "Xiao Yang pointed at King Suantong. Arrest her immediately." "I only kissed him once," Qing Xiantong said nonchalantly. "Who told him to cry out in pain? That's how it's portrayed in TV dramas." Jiang Yin bristled upon hearing this. "You kissed him? Which side?" Soon, she saw a lip print on her left cheek. Qing Xiantong smiled with narrowed eyes, as if declaring sovereignty. "I want one too." Jiang Yin rushed forward angrily. "No, no, no." Xiao Yang's face paled, and she quickly fled the private room. Squad leader Li Kong, "I'm so sorry. Did you hurt yourself?" "No, it's nothing." Li Kong gave a stiff smile. "That's good. Please keep an eye on Qing Xiantong. That woman is too much of a scoundrel." Xiao Yang muttered as he wiped his face, then walked away without looking back. Li Kang's mode wisha biulanli. "A scoundrel? Why don't you make her kiss me then?" He opened his mouth, wanting to curse, but Xiao Yang said, "I'm going to take a shower, don't wait for me," and left. The private room was silent for a few seconds. Qing Xiantong raised her eyebrows and looked at Jiang Yin defiantly. The meaning was clear. "I kissed her first." Jiang Yin sneered. "You win. We'll see." Xiao Yang returned after taking a shower, which took only about 10 minutes. The private room ended up in a complete mess, like a disaster zone, with fireworks and cakes ruining all the food. "This is edible." He was speechless. "How about we change to another private room?" Someone hesitated. Xiao Yang understood immediately. It was a split-the-bill party, with Li Kong paying the majority. Now that his confession had backfired, asking him to pay again? Impossible. "Let's change to a private room." "It's on me," Xiao Yang readily agreed. The waiter asked, "Which size would you like?" "Similar to this." "Sir, only the Golden Jade Pavilion number 1 private room is currently available." "Order." Everyone gasped in shock. "Do you know that private room costs 200,000? The waiter smiled and confirmed, "Yes, 200,000. "Okay." Xiao Yang waved his hand, took out a card, and handed it over, no password required. Everyone was dumbfounded. "Xiao Yang, when did you become so rich?" "I'll do some small business," he said with a faint smile. The elevator takes you straight to the top floor, where you're guided by a staff member. The Golden Jade Pavilion is luxuriously lit. Jiang Yin and Qing Xiantong once again linked arms with him on either side, as if proudly declaring their ownership. Meanwhile, only Li Kong remained in the original private room. He stared blankly at the mess. "Should we go up? If we don't go up, we'll lose 200,000 yuan for nothing. But if we do go up, where'll we put our faces?" After thinking for a long time, he gritted his teeth and decided, go for it. Just as he was about to push open the door to the Golden Jade Pavilion, he heard continuous laughter coming from inside. "Old Xiao, please look after your brother from now on." Xiao Yang should be the class monitor. He's handsome and rich. Be the squad leader. Be the squad leader. Thunderous applause erupted. Li Kong, standing outside the door, turned green with rage. His position as class monitor was coupled in just a few minutes. He took a deep breath, turned and left. Xiao Yang seems to have always been popular. Looking at him surrounded by people, clinking glasses and exchanging toasts, Jiang Yin couldn't help but ask Qing Xiantong, "Has he always been this popular?" Qing Xiantong shook her head, her gaze falling on the drunken face, and said in a low voice, "That's too exaggerated." Maybe the atmosphere in the private room was too good. Laughter filled the table, and the girls looked at Xiao Yang with a hint of shyness on their faces. "I never realized he was so handsome." "Yes, it looks really different today." Amidst the whispers, the topic always revolved around Xiao Yang. The dinner party ended relatively late, and everyone gradually dispersed. Xiao Yang's face was flushed with drunkenness. He had drunk more than usual. Jiang Yin and Qin Xiantong helped him out of the hotel, drawing envious glances from passersby. Xiao Yang smiled and waved, signaling everyone to go first. Xiao Yang, where are we going? Jiang Yin asked. Go home, he answered vaguely. Jiang Yin frowned in embarrassment. She couldn't drive. Lu Xing walked over and suggested that they find a designated driver. The group quickly got into the car, and Xiao Yang leaned back in his seat and fell asleep. To make him more comfortable, Jiang Yin gently turned his head so that he could rest his head on her lap. In the dimly lit carriage, she looked down at him, the light sweeping across his face, gentle and quiet. Xiao Yang's breathing was steady, with a faint smell of alcohol. Jiang Yin stared blankly, her heart pounding erratically, whether from the close proximity or something else. Suddenly, Xiao Yang stirred slightly, and a delicate fragrance wafted towards him. He propped himself up, his cheeks burning, unable to tell whether it was from the alcohol or embarrassment. Jiang Yin quickly looked away and gazed out the window. The air gradually became ambiguous. After a moment, Xiao Yang felt a surge of turmoil in his chest, and he pounded it a few times. Jiang Yin quickly patted his back and asked him with concern if he was feeling unwell. He swallowed hard, shook his head, and laughed. I can't throw up, it's a new car. Jiang Yin was amused and helped him lean on her shoulder. Hang in there a little longer, we're almost there. Xiao Yang nodded, closed his eyes, and fell asleep. Seeing his obedient appearance, Jiang Yin suddenly felt a pang of tenderness in her heart and took out her phone to take a picture of him. The scene on the screen stunned her. The two were very close, looking just like a couple. She hesitated for a moment, then a smile appeared on her lips. A thought suddenly popped into my head. Why not take advantage of this? Having been adored by everyone since childhood, she had never done anything so daring. But looking at his calm face, her competitive spirit was ignited. Jiang Yin gently lifted Xiao Yang's head and brought him closer. Just as she was about to kiss his cheek, Xiao Yang suddenly moved his head. Click! The lip print landed precisely on their lips. Jiang Yin froze. A few seconds later, she realized what was happening, her heart pounding wildly. That was her first kiss. Xiao Yang, are you sick in the head? She muttered, her face burning red. She was still in shock when the driver announced that they had arrived at the station. Seeing Xiao Yang sleeping soundly with his head resting on her shoulder, Jiang Yin couldn't bear to wake him up. The night was gentle, and the car was quiet, with only the sound of their breathing. Jiang Yin leaned back in her seat, gently hugged Xiao Yang, and closed her eyes. She wished this moment could last a little longer. Suddenly, a light shone from outside the door. Xiao Yang. Jiang Yin opened her eyes and saw a middle-aged woman holding a flashlight. Her face flushed, and she stammered, Annie. The person who came was Xiao Yang's mother. It turned out that Zhao's mother had come out to check after hearing the commotion outside, and when she saw the car lights on, she came over. Seeing Xiao Yang leaning on Jiang Yan's shoulder, her face immediately lit up with a smile. Are you the girl in his car during the day? Jiang Yan nodded. Hello. Auntie, I'm Xiao Yang's friend. Upon hearing this, Zhao's mother was even happier and praised her repeatedly for being sensible. This child, how could he drink so much? Luckily you brought him back. Jiang Yan was a little embarrassed and waved her hands repeatedly. Soon, Zhao's father also came out, and his mental state was noticeably better than before. He stepped forward and took Xiao Yang from him, saying with a smile, Let me do it. Zhao's mother pulled Jiang Yan into the house, her tone gentle. Young lady, how old are you? 20. The same age as Xiao Yang. As she smiled, Zhao's mother examined her closely, growing more and more fond of her with each look. She then asked Jiang Yan what her name was. My name is Jiang Yan, Jiang as in ginger, and Yin as in woman. A good name. Mother Xiao smiled, so much her eyes narrowed. From now on, I'll call you Xiaoyan. Jiang Yin nodded in response, appearing somewhat reserved. Zhao's mother then asked, Did you just drink all at your gathering? Would you like me to make something to eat? Jiang Yin quickly waved her hand. No need. Auntie, I'm not hungry. That's good. Mother Xiao smiled broadly, becoming more and more satisfied with what she saw. In her opinion, the girl was beautiful, polite, and willing to take care of Xiaoyang. She couldn't help but ask, What's your relationship with Xiaoyang now? Jiang Yan was stunned, and her face turned bright red. Seeing Jiang Yan's appearance, Zhao's mother immediately understood, and her mind instantly conjured up nearly 40 episodes of a campus romance story. All right, Annie won't ask anymore. You young people should make your own decisions about your own affairs, Mrs. Xiao said with a smile. Before they knew it, the two had been chatting in the living room for an hour. At this moment, Zhao's mother suddenly stood up and looked at the clock in the living room. Oh dear, Xiaoyan, we were so busy chatting that we forgot to take you home, Zhao's mother said apologetically. Look, it's already 1 o'clock. It's not safe for a young woman like you to go back at this hour. I'll have Xiaoyang. Look at Annie's memory. Xiaoyang is drunk. Why don't you stay here tonight? Don't go home. It's too late and not safe, Zhao's mother said warmly, squeezing Jiang Yan's hand. Andy, this isn't quite right. Jiang Yan secretly glanced over. That should be Xiao Yang's room. It's all right. It's so late already. We're such good friends, mother and daughter. Let's leave it at that. I'll get you a towel, take a shower, and then get some rest. Okay, Auntie, Jiang Yan replied obediently. To be honest, our family wasn't always like this. Your uncle had a tough life, with all sorts of health problems. Fortunately, he's all better now, and Xiao Yang is making money too. Tomorrow, let her buy a big house, Zhao's mother said happily. Suddenly, she paused. Oh no, we don't have any rooms left. Huh? Jiang Yin was also stunned. Although Xiao Yang's house looked a bit old, it seems quite large. What's the purpose of that room with the door closed? Following Jiang Yan's gaze, Zhao's mother waved her hand. That's a storage room. There's no time to clean it up. What should I do? Why don't you just make do with Xiao Yang? As soon as Zhao's mother finished speaking, Jiang Yan was stunned. Is it okay to just make do? Is this acceptable? Then maybe we shouldn't bother. Annie, I'll go find a hotel. No, hotels aren't hygienic or safe. And it's so late, we're not even sure we'll be able to get a room. Jiang Yan's face was burning hot. She admitted that she felt comfortable and happy being with Xiao Yang. But it was only a good feeling it didn't go that far. Isn't this going too fast? She pursed her lips, the scene inside the car flashing through her mind. Xiao Yang rested his head on his shoulder like a child, and his heart started beating faster. That's right. When Xiao Yang was little, he always insisted on sleeping with his grandma. Later, when he grew up, we bought him a bunk bed. Grandma doesn't live here anymore. You'll sleep upstairs, and Xiao Yang will sleep downstairs. As she spoke, Zhao's mother opened Xiao Yang's room. Xiao Yang was lying on the bed in a starfish position, without even changing his clothes. And this bed is indeed a bunk bed, with an additional berth on top. If that's the case, it's not entirely unacceptable. Don't worry, Xiao Yang is unconscious. He won't do anything to you. It's late, Xiao Yin, you should take care of yourself, wash up, and go to sleep. As he spoke, he shoved the towel into Jiang Yan's hand and pushed her into the room. With a bang, the door closed. Outside the door, Zhao's mother wore a smile of immense relief. At this moment, she wished she could wake Xiao Yang up as soon as possible so she could have a proper discussion with Jiang Yan about their grandson. Chapter 23. Li Kong jumped off the building. The surroundings became quiet. It's very quiet. It was so quiet that Jiang Yan felt like there were only her and Xiao Yang in the world. Xiao Yang's steady breathing could be heard from the lower bunk. The sound was very soft, yet it was very clear. In addition to that, there is the sound of my own heartbeat. Bang bang, bang bang. Jiang Yan leaned down, and the dim moonlight shone in from the window, falling on Xiao Yang's face. For a moment, Jiang Yan felt that her mind was filled with Xiao Yang's image. She reached out her hand. After thinking for a moment, she climbed off the bed, propped her chin on her hand, and started watching Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang, how can you be so handsome? Unable to contain herself, Jiang Yin began to murmur to herself. For some reason, Jiang Yin felt that she could never get tired of looking at Xiao Yang at this moment. Perhaps because she was sleepy, Jiang Yin leaned her head against Xiao Yang's body. The next morning, Xiao Yang rubbed his eyes. The glaring sunlight made it hard for him to open them. The alcohol from last night had left him a little dizzy. He lifted the glass and instantly became dazed. No wonder he felt like a giant squid had grabbed him and was crawling on him in his sleep. Good heavens, upon closer inspection, it was clearly a young girl lying on top of him. Her clear cheeks appeared rosy and fair in the sunlight. Xiao Yang suddenly felt his heart pounding and his face burning, and he was at a loss for what to do. I woke up to find a beautiful girl sleeping on top of me. What to do? I need help urgently. Xiao Yang swallowed, but at that moment he felt himself. Logically speaking, this is a normal phenomenon for boys when they wake up in the morning. Such a scene. Is this appropriate? Xiao Yang was numb. If I move her, she'll wake up, right? What should I do then? The company must be dead. They'll definitely get killed. If I see it again, wouldn't that be adding insult to injury? Or, I could sleep a little longer. Xiaoyang gently covered the quilt back up. At that moment, Jiang Yaojing moved again. Xiaoyang immediately held his breath and dared not move. Just then, the door opened. Xiaoyang, Xiaoyan, it's getting late, let's eat. Their eyes met. Xiaoyang and his mother's eyes met. At that moment, a voice softly rang out. Xiaoyang, don't move. It's Jiang Yan's voice. Zhao's mother's pupils dilated. She raised her thumb, gently stepped out of the room, and closed the door again. Xiaoyang s leaps to Wechat. Can anyone tell me what happened? Xiaoyang took a deep breath and silently vowed, I will never get drunk again. In a short film, his memory is still stuck at the moment the hotel party ended. After that, I don't remember anything. Xiaoyang lowered his head slightly. A pleasant fragrance emanated from Jiang Yan. Suddenly, a clear bell rang out from my pocket. Suddenly, their eyes met. The phone was still ringing, but their minds were completely blank. Xiaoyang rolled his eyes and said softly, you're pressing on my hand. Oh, Jiang Yan awkwardly pulled back halfway, letting Xiaoyang withdraw his hand. Xiaoyang didn't know what to say or do. He just instinctively answered the phone and put it to his ear. Hello, old Xiao. Luke Xing. Xiaoyang's voice was very low, as if he didn't care about what was happening on the phone at all. Yes, Lao Xiao, something's happened. Li Kong jumped off a building. What? Xiaoyang immediately sat up in bed. In his haste, he bumped his head on Jiang Yan, who was lost in thought. Cough, cough. Xiaoyang had recovered by now, and Jiang Yan quickly withdrew her hand, no longer clinging to Xiaoyang like an octopus. What's going on? Xiaoyang frowned and asked. That's right. Didn't Li Kong fail to confess his feelings to Qing Xiantong yesterday? Actually, Li Kang's family isn't well off. The money he put together for this gathering was borrowed from outsiders, like those student loans. No wonder, unable to pay back the money, he couldn't take it anymore and jumped off a building first thing this morning. How is he? Xiaoyang asked hurriedly. He's in the hospital now. I guess it was just a momentary impulse, but he still has some sense. The building isn't very high up. That's good. Xiaoyang breathed a sigh of relief. After all, it was a human life and a classmate of 3 years. But now Qing Xiantong is in a terrible situation. Li Kang's parents have gone to the restaurant to make a scene, and Li Kang's family is also causing trouble at the hotel. What are they causing trouble at the hotel for? Xiaoyang asked. Buzlet. He said the hotel was too expensive. Otherwise, why would Li Kang have taken out a loan to confess his feelings? This thought process, Xiaoyang shook his head helplessly. Why don't you handle Qing Xuantong's situation? I'm at the hotel, it's too noisy. The sound from Lu Xing's side were incessant and chaotic. Jiang Yan was very close and overheard the gist of it. Hearing that someone had almost died, he immediately forgot about what had happened earlier and got up from Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang didn't have time to think about anything else and immediately got up and left the room. Xiaoyang, Xiaoyan, you're up. Mother Xiao called out with a warm, doting smile. Are you hungry? Come and eat first. Xiaoyang shook his head and said, Mom, I have some urgent business to attend to. I won't be eating at home for now. I'm going out for a bit. It's urgent. Go quickly. Xiaoyang shook his head, went into the bathroom to wash his face quickly, and left the house in a hurry without even changing his clothes. Xiaoyan, Aunt, take good care, Xiaoyang. Understand. Jiang Yin smiled shyly and followed him out. What are you doing here? Upon seeing Jiang Yin, Xiaoyang simply asked, but she didn't answer. He didn't ask any more questions and drove towards the restaurant. Inside the car, neither of them spoke, and neither mentioned the events of the previous night. However, since they were both dressed neatly, they knew that nothing could happen. 20 minutes later. Restaurant. This is Qing Xuantong's restaurant, which is also her home. Her whole family lives on the second floor of the restaurant. A bright red banner was unfurled and hung at the restaurant entrance. Li Kang's mother was holding a megaphone and shouting angrily with all her might. Qing Xiantong, you owe me my son's life. It's all because of you that he was so distraught that he tried to jump off the building. My son pursued you for so long. How could you possibly look down on him or insult him in any way? Get out here and give me an explanation. As Li's mother continued to gather, neighbors from the neighborhood also came to the restaurant entrance. Boss Qing stood at the door, his face flushed. Li Kang's family members formed a circle around him. Where is your daughter? Tell her to come out and give us an explanation. If anything happens to my son, none of you will live, Lee's mother said angrily. Mr. Ching was just a small-time businessman, and his face turned bright red with embarrassment. The restaurant behind us was locked. Undoubtedly, Ching Xiantong was inside the restaurant, but Boss Ching did not intend to let her out. He did not want his daughter to get involved in such matters. What happened? It's the daughter of a Ching family. Apparently, she rejected the son's confession of love, which led to him jumping off a building. Now, his family has come knocking on our door. My God, that girl is beautiful, but how vicious must her mouth be to make someone jump off a building? I told you long ago, that girl is so pretty, nothing good ever comes of her. And now, she's in trouble. I don't think he would have been so despondent if he hadn't said something unacceptable. If this gets out of hand, it could cost lives. The people around were talking about it. Meanwhile, many of the students who were present last night were also standing by, but they were all students after all and could only watch helplessly as such a thing happened. Just then a car sped by. Squad leader. The class monitor is here. Old Xiao is here. Seeing Xiao Yang and Jiang Yin get out of the car, everyone made way for them. Chapter 24. I'm her boyfriend. Xiao Yang simply nodded to his classmates. Perhaps because of what happened yesterday, they now regard Xiao Yang as their pillar of support. A female classmate walked up and said, I don't know what Li Kang's family is thinking. They can even come up here and make a scene. Xiao Yang, can you think of a solution? Let's see how Uncle Ching handles it. At this moment, Boss Ching's face was also full of panic. Don't go too far. What does your son jumping off the building have to do with my daughter? Stop making a scene. Xiao Yang glanced at Boss Ching, who was surrounded by the crowd, and knew that Boss Ching had no other choice. Just then, the restaurant door collapsed with a bang. Everyone looked over and saw that Ching Xuantong's face was covered in tears, and she looked extremely aggrieved. All right, you brat, you've finally come out. Boss Ching turned around and angrily shouted, What are you doing out here? Go back right now. Aunt Li, please stop making a scene. I'm sorry about Li Kang jumping off the building, but what does this have to do with me? Ching Xiantong mustered her courage and stepped forward to say, How can it not concern you? If you hadn't rejected my son, would he have been so heartbroken that he jumped off a building? Li's mother glared at Ching Xiantong as she spoke. Fortunately, Boss Ching stepped in front of her and stopped Li's mother, saying in a helpless tone, What exactly do you want? This matter has nothing to do with the child. Tell me, how do you want to resolve this? Resolved? Great. Here's what we'll do. Have your daughter repent and apologize to my son in front of the media and the whole society. As she spoke, Li's mother took out a phone, wanting to record a video. Upon hearing Li's mother's words, Boss Ching's face darkened. That means there's nothing left to discuss. He's well aware of the power of online media these days. If even a small matter gets aired and discussed, it could very well ruin a person's life. How will my daughter live then? He shook his head firmly. Don't even think about it. Then hand over the person, and we'll handle it ourselves. No sooner had he finished speaking than Boss Ching was suddenly pulled from behind. The next second, Li's mother bypassed her and grabbed Ching Xiantong. You little bitch, come with me. I want you to go to the hospital, kneel down, and apologize to my son. Just then, Xiao Yang suddenly walked up to Li's mother and shielded Ching Xiantong behind him. What the hell, an apology? Li's mother was stunned for a moment, then quickly opened her eyes wide and started cursing. You little brat, how dare you talk to me like that? Who the hell do you think you are? Does it matter who I am? Xiao Yang shook his head and looked at Li's mother, saying, This matter has nothing to do with Ching Xiantong, nor with our whole class. If you continue to act recklessly, I will call the police. Call the police? Ha, great. Go ahead and call them. It'll be perfect if the police come and lock this little bitch up in jail. Li's mother laughed wildly. Snap! A crisp sound suddenly rang out. Xiao Yang withdrew his hand and said slowly, You keep calling me a little bitch, Annie. If you like talking like that, then we can't talk. You? Li's mother stared at Xiao Yang in astonishment, a wave of pain washing over her face, as if she couldn't believe it was real. This little brat actually dared to slap himself in the face. Kid, you're tired of living, aren't you? Beat him. Li's mother waved her hand. Li's relatives and friends immediately surrounded Xiao Yang. Wait. Xiao Yang waved his hand at Li's mother. Auntie, do you really not know why Li Kang jumped off the building? What? Li's mother was stunned. What's the meaning? Li Kang didn't jump off the building because he was rejected after confessing his feelings. He was driven to it by loan sharks. As soon as he finished speaking, the onlookers started discussing it again. So this matter has nothing to do with the Ching family's daughter? Although they are not students, they understand the dangers of campus loans. This kind of thing is nothing new. So if it was loan sharking, no wonder. I knew it. How could someone jump off a building just because they were rejected? Their mental fortitude must be terrible. At this moment, Qing Xiantong stopped sobbing, huddled behind Xiaoyang, and tightly gripped the hem of his clothes with her small hands. Li's mother looked around and suddenly sneered. My son borrowed money from loan sharks. Wasn't it all to get with this little? Xiaoyang's eyes suddenly turned cold. Li's mother immediately took back the word cheap. She was still a little scared of the slap Xiaoyang had just given her. What business is it of anyone else if your son borrows money to confess his love? He jumped off a building. Why don't you go find the person who built it? He fell on the curb. Why didn't you go find someone to fix the road? Why don't you blame yourself for not educating your son properly, for sending him to high school or vocational school to learn trade? He doesn't have money to confess his feelings. Why don't you blame yourself for not giving him enough allowance? In the end, you're just being unreasonable. Li's mother was speechless after being choked by Xiaoyang's words. She immediately retorted angrily, What does this have to do with you? Arrest that little bitch. As soon as he finished speaking, Li's relatives and friends stepped forward, their imposing manner almost tearing Xiaoyang to shreds. What does this have to do with me? Xiaoyang smiled, showing no fear on his face, and pulled Qing Xiantong behind him into his arms. I'm her boyfriend. How can we not have anything to do with each other? Upon hearing this, Li's mother was instantly enraged. So if it was you were there yesterday too, weren't you? If it weren't for you, why would she have rejected my son? And why will my son have jumped off the building? Xiaoyang immediately rubbed his head. This thought process. Holy crap, that's amazing. Yes, I was there too. But I also want to ask your son. He confessed his feelings to my girlfriend in front of me. What kind of problem is that? What kind of upbringing is that? Is this kind of poaching hereditary in your family? You don't need to point at me. You know in your heart that the whole thing has nothing to do with us. But if you keep making trouble, we'll play along to the end. We don't cause trouble, but we're not afraid of trouble either. Xiaoyang said, head held high and looking down at him. Seeing Xiaoyang's appearance, Li's mother gritted her teeth, glanced at Qing Xiantong behind Xiaoyang, and immediately stepped forward to grab Qing Xiantong. She muttered under her breath, It's all because of you, you little bastard. Don't think you can get away with it by hiding behind your man. Let me tell you, this isn't over. Get out here. Get out here. Seeing that she was still relentless, Xiaoyang frowned deeply. Qing Xiantong looked flustered and at a loss. Xiaoyang immediately reached out his hand. There was a loud cracking sound. Everyone turned to look at Xiaoyang, while Li's mother stood there in astonishment, her face full of disbelief. She received another solid slap. Xiaoyang clearly didn't hold back much force in that slap, causing Li's mother to nearly fall to the ground from the sudden impact. You dare hit me. My God, is there no justice left? You harmed my son, and now you dare to hit me. Call the police. I want to call the police. Li's mother was furious, and with a sob in her voice, she rolled around on the spot like a shrew. It's best to call the police as soon as possible, so as not to waste everyone's time. Xiaoyang showed no fear at all, only a slight smile. You can't bully people like this. What are you all looking at? Arrest these two adulterers and drown them in a pig cage. Neither of them will escape, Li's mother said fiercely. Xiaoyang's expression was cold as he tightly shielded Qing Xiantong behind him, turned his head, and whispered, You go back first. No. Qing Xiantong bit her lower lip, her face full of grievance. At the same time, several of Li's relatives and friends, all middle-aged and strong men, rushed forward. A punch was thrown at him. Xiaoyang quickly stepped back, but he still took a solid punch. Qing Xiantong screamed in fear and immediately tried to protect Xiaoyang. She was filled with guilt. If it weren't for her, Xiaoyang wouldn't have gotten involved in this mess. But Xiaoyang seemed to have seen through Qing Xuantong's thoughts and pushed her into the house. Looking at the few people surrounding him, Xiaoyang glanced at some of his classmates in the distance. Protect the squad leader, someone shouted, and everyone rushed over, circling around to Xiaoyang's vicinity. Thus, a stalemate ensued. This is a society governed by the rule of law, and I don't want to cause any necessary conflict. Xiaoyang rubbed his arm. He had just taken a solid punch, and it was still a little sore. You hit me first, and now you're telling me you don't want any conflict? Don't think you can bully honest people like this just because you're all college students. Lee's mother said with an unfriendly expression. Xiaoyang shook his head and sighed. You were the ones who were aggressive first. You know in your heart who really caused Li Kong to jump off the building. It's those loan sharks. It's those debt collectors. Why don't you go after them? Do you think we're easy to bully? You should go find those who drove him to his death. As soon as she finished speaking, Lee's mother was stunned. She immediately broke down in tears. We searched. We can't find them. That loan shark company has emptied out. After saying this, Lee's mother held her forehead, tears streaming down her face, almost collapsing. Li Kong is still in the hospital. The doctor said that if they can't raise the money for the surgery, he might never be able to stand up again. I don't know what to do. It's my fault. It's all my fault. I blame myself for not raising him well from a young age. The sound reached everyone's ears, and even Xiaoyang himself was stunned. He hadn't expected Lee's mother to break down like this. For a moment, Xiaoyang was speechless with embarrassment. At that moment, police sirens sounded. Chapter 25, Mission, Qing Xuantong's Confession. A police car drove up. Plainclothes police officers walked directly into the crowd and shouted, What are you doing? This is a gang fight. Do you know what that means? How old are you? Can't you talk things out properly? Xiaoyang breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the police officers approaching. The members of the Li family also stepped aside. Tell me, what's wrong? The large number of people was a headache for the police, and naturally they couldn't take them all back. This is a civil dispute, and it's best to resolve it locally. Seeing that someone was in charge, Xiaoyang explained the matter in detail. Lee's mother, however, chimed in with a few words of agreement from the sidelines. You really can't blame them for this, the police officer said, looking at Lee's mother with a serious tone. What's the point of you causing trouble? They have no obligation or responsibility whatsoever. It all comes down to your own parenting issues. Lee's mother lowered her head and sighed deeply. She knew perfectly well that this matter had nothing to do with Qing Xiantong and the others. No matter how unreasonable she was actually desperate and wanted to do something for Li Kong. After all, he was in the hospital, and without surgery fees, he might end up with a lifelong disability. Others were also somewhat at a loss, especially the students. Li Kong was, after all, a high school classmate he had known for 3 years, although he often did some petty things that people couldn't stand because of his position as class monitor. But the thought that they might be bettered in for the rest of their lives because of this incident still moved them somewhat. After a long silence, Xiaoyang sighed and said, Li Kang's situation can only be attributed to those unscrupulous loan companies. This matter should be handled by the police. That's right. You should have called the police immediately. Come with me to the station in a bit to give a statement and explain what happened. Officer, we've already called the police, but in this vast sea of people, my son can't wait any longer. Lee's mother said with a sob in her voice and immediately squatted down on the ground, tears streaming down her face. We are all very sorry about what happened to Li Kong. Xiaoyang sighed upon hearing this. Okay, could you tell me approximately how much Li Kang's surgery will cost? After sobbing for a while, Lee's mother said helplessly, 300,000. They want 300,000. Without 300,000, there's no way to perform the surgery. If it's too late, Xiao Kong will be confined to a wheelchair for the rest of his life. Xiaoyang let out a long sigh, his brows furrowing slightly. 300,000 is indeed a difficult amount for an ordinary family to come up with. After thinking for a moment, Xiaoyang said, This matter is difficult to handle, but it is also easy to handle. But all your previous actions have left us with a really bad impression. You have a way. Upon hearing Xiaoyang's words, Lee's mother immediately stood up. I'm sorry, I can't help you. Xiaoyang's face darkened. He had a very bad impression of Lee's mother's previous attitude. She was rich, and Li Kong had been her classmate for 3 years. Although they weren't close friends, they were still classmates. Normally, he might have helped. But in this situation, at that moment, someone tugged at Lee's mother. The latter looked over and saw that it was a relative of the Li family. I heard that this kid spent over 100,000 yuan treating everyone at their gathering yesterday. He's rich, the relative whispered in his ear. Lee's mother's eyes widened immediately as she looked at Xiaoyang. Before Xiaoyang could react, Lee's mother knelt down on the ground with a thud. You're Xiaoyang, right? You're Li Kang's classmate. Please help us. Please help Li Kang. He can't spend his whole life in a wheelchair. Li's mother grabbed Xiao Yang's trouser leg and pleaded with a face full of fervor. Now Xiao Yang was at a loss for what to do. He shook his head. I'm sorry, I can't help you. You can definitely help. I know you're rich. Could you lend us some money for the surgery? Please. I'm kowtowing to you, said Li's mother, and began to kowtow to the ground several times. In just a short while, a streak of crimson appeared on his forehead, causing the people around him to gasp in shock. Xiao Yang rubbed his forehead. He could understand Li's mother's feelings. When his father was seriously ill, if kowtowing could make his father better, he probably would have kowtowing without hesitation to save his life. They themselves knew that it was the loan company's and Li Kang's own fault. But unable to find anyone, they resorted to causing trouble at the Qing family's residence and the hotel. Xiao Yang sighed. Although this matter was not caused by us, it is a matter of life and death, and I don't want Li Kang to live in a wheelchair for the rest of his life. I can lend you some of his surgery fees first. 100,000, that's all I can do. But I have a request. You can't keep causing trouble. And the hotel, please bring your people back. This isn't the hotel's fault, nor is it ours. The fault lies with those unscrupulous loan sharks. Besides, kowtowing to me won't help. What happened today has scared my girlfriend. You must apologize to her. If she forgives you, fine. Write an IOU and I'll lend you 100,000. As for the other 200,000, you'll have to figure it out yourself. 300,000 is not a problem for Xiao Yang. After all, he has the system and he doesn't care about a little money. Normally, he could borrow 300,000, but the Li family's attitude today disgusted him. 100,000 was considered as payment for the slaps and the money for kowtowing. The words fell. Li's mother stared wide-eyed at the young man who had just slapped her, her eyes wide with disbelief. What did you say? I said, I can lend you 100,000 first, but you must do as I ask. Xiao Yang's words instantly ignited a spark of hope in Li's mother's red eyes. She exclaimed excitedly, You really can lend us 100,000. Qing Xiantong tugged at Xiao Yang's sleeve. Xiao Yang, don't be so extravagant. 100,000 is no small sum, and whether the money lent out can be recovered is still a question. I know. Xiao Yang patted Qing Xuantong's little hand. To be honest, in our class, who hasn't had a crush on Qing Xiantong? Throughout the entire school, countless people have confessed their feelings to Qing Xiantong, and the number of people who have been rejected could stretch from one end of the street to the other. Of these people, how many have jumped off buildings? If this is also her fault, then why should she even be alive in this world? Upon hearing this, several boys in the class immediately jumped up, full of pride. Yes, Annie, I also confessed to Qing Xiantong and was rejected, but I'm still living bravely in this world, aren't I? I confessed my feelings 3 times, and I was rejected each time. I confessed my feelings in front of the whole school, and I didn't jump off a building even after being rejected. Seeing this, Xiao Yang smiled and said, Look, all of us boys have lined up to confess to Qing Xiantong. Everyone has been rejected, but none of us have tried to commit suicide. What you're saying doesn't make sense. If you knew that I had confessed my feelings 99 times and failed, you would probably start to doubt your life. So you must apologize to my girlfriend for your previous behavior. No need for kowtowing. We can't accept that. Li's mother lowered her head. Okay, I apologize. Xiao Yang smiled and pushed Qing Xiantong forward. The latter clung to Xiao Yang's arm, looking apprehensive. Li's mother remained kneeling on the ground, raised her head, and said with some guilt, I'm sorry, young lady, we've caused you trouble. We're also. Oh, I'm sorry. With that, Li's mother kowtowed deeply. No, it's okay. Qing Xiantong quickly took a small step back. After saying that, Li's mother turned her head and bowed to Boss Qing. We apologize for our unreasonable and illogical behavior. Boss Qing snorted coldly, then waved his hand and said, It's good that you know it's just sophistry. Actually, he now understood the Li family's actions to some extent. Back then, the person who hit his wife also fled the scene. At that time, he felt the same way as the Li family. They couldn't find anyone, and that feeling was understandable. Moreover, the matter didn't escalate too much. Minimizing it is the best outcome. But Xiao Yang solved all of this. Seeing that Li's mother had apologized, Xiao Yang didn't say a word and immediately had Li's mother swear an apology, transferring 100,000 yuan to her. Upon seeing this, the latter was overjoyed. She quickly made a phone call to bring the person back, thanked Xiao Yang, and then hurriedly left. She still had 200,000 left, and she had to go and raise that amount. The neighbors had all left, and Boss Ching invited everyone to the restaurant. At this moment, Qing Xiantong still clung to Xiao Yang's arm, holding it tightly as if afraid that Xiao Yang would run away. Xiao Yang, thank you so much for today. I don't know what I would have done without you. It's nothing, Uncle Qing, don't worry about it. Co Young Smilet, why don't you give me the IOU? I'll transfer 300,000 to you. That's no small amount. Whether they can even pay it back is another question. No, Uncle Qing, you don't need to worry about the money. Annie is still in the hospital and needs money too. Don't be polite with me. This money is my own choice and has nothing to do with you. Xiao Yang waved his hands repeatedly. Boss Qing wanted to say something more, but seeing his daughter clinging to the man, he held back. Damn it, my daughter has been kidnapped. Pay back the money. Thank you, students. You must be hungry. I'll go make you something to eat. Uncle Qing, you're too kind. Wow, Uncle Qing, I want to eat barbecue. I especially loved your barbecue when I was in school. Boss Qing smiled and nodded repeatedly before turning and going back to the kitchen. Hello. Huh. Qing Xiantong was taken aback. Turning around, I saw Jiang Yin with her arms crossed, looking at me coldly. Have you hug enough? It's time to let go. No. Qing Xiantong glanced at Xiao Yang and thought he was incredibly handsome. If last night she was only attracted to Xiao Yang's good looks, then today, Xiao Yang gave her an unparalleled sense of security. Perhaps this is what people often refer to as boyfriend power. Xiao Yang's boyfriend charm is absolutely explosive. By the way, you really spent 100,000 yuan just to get an apology from me. Qing Xiantong said, deeply moved. No, that's not it. To be honest, Li Kong and I didn't have any grudges. His pursuing you has nothing to do with me. But we're classmates after all. I'll help you out in an emergency, not in a long-term relationship. He's just pursuing you, and we don't have any major grudges against each other. It's good to lend a hand. After all, we've known each other for so many years, Xiao Yang said with emotion. As for what others consider repaying evil with good, that's an exaggeration. I have no grudge against Li Kong. There's no need to shout for a fight. I'm just helping out, and it's not like I'm making much money. Qing Xiantong thought for a moment, then suddenly whispered, Xiao Yang, why don't you really be my boyfriend? Let's stop pretending. The sound was so soft that no one but Xiao Yang and Jiang Yin could hear it. Just then, a clear voice suddenly rang in Xiao Yang's mind. Bite. Task assignment. Qing Xuantong's confession. Option 1. Accept the confession and receive a reward of 1 million yuan. Option 2. Reject the confession and receive a reward of 5 million yuan. Chapter 26. Strange knowledge increased. Upon hearing the mission, Xiao Yang's expression instantly darkened. Good heavens. My school beauty is only worth 4 million, right? That's some points. Give me some more, system, that's too much. No matter how much Xiao Yang objected, the mission remained the same. Xiao Yang glanced at Qing Xuantong's clear face. I never imagined you were worth 4 million. However, before Xiao Yang could make a decision, Jiang Yin, who was standing to the side, had already stopped him. No. Xiao Yang can't be your boyfriend, he's mine. Jiang Yin, get out of my way. You think I don't know you and Xiao Yang only met yesterday? He's not yours. Don't you know what first come, first served is all that matters? There's no such thing as first come, first served in these matters. If it's not going to work, it's not going to work. I've already agreed with him. At this point, Jiang Yan's face flushed. We're sleeping together. Tisich, didn't you hear that? Xiao Yang himself said he's my boyfriend. Everyone here heard it. You? The two women suddenly started arguing. Their voices weren't loud, but they attracted everyone's attention. That, you guys keep talking. Everyone consciously moved to other tables. As the saying goes, two tigers cannot share one mountain. Two tigresses cannot share one mountain. Are you saying Qing Xiantong is a tigress? How dare you insult my goddess? Stop kidding, goddess my foot. Look, she's already been won over by Lao Xiao. I don't know why, but I'm still really envious. Can I have one of those two tigresses too? You're dreaming. Xiao Yang let out a long sigh of relief, then raised his eyebrows to look at Qing Xiantong. Well, in that situation, didn't you ask me to pretend yesterday? With so many classmates here today, of course I have to act it out. As soon as Xiao Yang finished speaking, Jiang Yan's face lit up with a smile. Did you hear that? It's just an act with you. Why are you getting so into it? After saying that, Jiang Yan affectionately took Xiao Yang's hand. TCH, you're no different. Someone just does you a small favor, and you cling to them like a little shadow, never letting go. At this point, Qing Xiantong wasn't about to be outdone. She hooked her other arm around Xiao Yang's and taunted, "You little tag-along, shameless." It turned out that Qing Xiantong had already talked to Lu Xing about it last night and knew about the relationship between Jiang Yin and Xiao Yang, so she deliberately brought it up to mock Jiang Yin. The latter looked furious. "Pa, say that again." "Hee, you little tag-along." "Tisich, so what if I'm a tag-along? I'm happy to be Xiao Yang's tag-along. Is that a problem? What, are you jealous? You shameless person. I want Xiao Yang. What's the point of having any shame? Dead goblin." "That's right, this vixen has her eye on Xiao Yang," Jiang Yin said proudly, then leaned closer and whispered, "I'll let you in on a secret. Last night, I slept with Xiao Yang." The sound faded. A bolt from the blue. Qing Xiantong was speechless for a moment after hearing those words. "We slept together. This, Xiao Yang, is this true? Did you sleep with Jiang Yin?" "Not only that, we've even met each other's parents. Aunt Xiao really likes me. And she even asked me to bring Xiao Yang home for dinner later." Critical hit. All critical hits. It's a true damage critical hit. The kind of punch that's delivered with deliberate rage. Qing Xiantong opened her mouth, but couldn't say anything for a long time. Jiang Yin immediately raised her hand, making a victory gesture. "TSK, TSK, TSK. Try to mess with me. I've already slept with Xiao Yang. Can you do that, Seeing this, Xiao Yang had no choice but to step forward and clarify. "We did nothing, and I was drunk, so I can't remember anything." Upon hearing Xiao Yang's explanation, Qing Xiantong instantly understood. "I remember now. Xiao Yang was so drunk last night. How could he possibly still?" Sure enough, it was all that vixen Jiang Yan's doing, taking advantage of Xiao Yang's drunkenness on purpose. "Jiang Yin, you shameless scoundrel. Taking advantage of my misfortune. No. Taking advantage of my drunkenness. Besides, nothing happened between you two, and Xiao Yang is still innocent." "Who said that?" Jiang Yin retorted defiantly, raising her head and puffing out her chest. "Didn't you hear Xiao Yang say that he drank himself into oblivion? Of course he can't remember." After saying that, Jiang Yin suddenly lowered her head, looking shy. Look at that appearance, that expression. This startled both Xiao Yang and Qing Xiantong. Xiao Yang lowered his head. Could something really have happened? Qing Xiantong was also stunned for a moment, but her expression quickly changed and she laughed. "TCH, Jiang Yin, don't you have any common sense? You've been reading too many novels. It's not okay when a guy isn't conscious." This, Xiao Yang and Jiang Yin were speechless for a moment, and both looked at Qing Xiantong. "How? You know about this?" "My strange knowledge has increased." Qing Xuantong's face immediately turned red. She pouted and looked away, muttering, "Is that so? Tisich, we're sleeping together anyway." "Jiang Yin, you're shameless." "So what if I'm shameless?" "I am shameless." "Jiang Yin, you have no shame." "I am shameless." "You." The two started arguing again. Seeing the two arguing again, Xiao Yang looked helpless. Fortunately, the 5 million that was deposited into his account made him feel a little better. Yes, it's not just comfortable, it's incredibly comfortable. Of course, it would be even more comfortable if the two girls next to me could be a little quieter. Meanwhile, inside a large building, "Mr. Jiang, those people who caused trouble at the hotel have all dispersed. Okay, don't bother me with these little things in the future." Yes, but Mr. Jiang, what's wrong? This matter seems to have something to do with the young lady." "What?" The middle-aged man immediately stood up. "Have you found Jiang Yin?" "Here's the thing. After this happened, we checked the surveillance footage, and if I'm not mistaken, the young lady was at a hotel in JM City last night." "Where's the surveillance footage?" "It's been transferred." After she finished speaking, the secretary next to her started operating the laptop in her hand. The scene quickly appeared in front of the middle-aged man. And this scene is exactly what happened last night. "Who is this kid?" the middle-aged man asked angrily. "Investigating." "Investigate immediately. I need all of this kid's information within an hour." The middle-aged man was furious. He never expected that his daughter would be holding hands with the same man at the same time as another girl. Disgrace, an immense disgrace. Chapter 27. Even if I want a baby, I won't ask Jiang Yaojing. The farce eventually came to an end. Xiao Yang went home. Although Qing Xiantong wanted to go with him, Jiang Yan ultimately won after Xiao Yang's stern refusal. Dinner time. Mr. Zhao's condition has improved so much that he looks even more energetic than Mrs. Zhao. This afternoon, when the two went out for a walk, the neighbors thought that Mr. Zhao was having a final burst of energy before death, and they all came up to comfort Mrs. Zhao, which made the family both amused and sad. "You and your mother have had a tough time these past 2 years," Mr. Zhao said with deep emotion at the dinner table. "It's mainly my mom. Why should I be working so hard?" CEO Young Smilet. "Thankfully, we've gotten through this hurdle, so let's not talk about it anymore. The important thing is now," Zhao's mother said with a smile, making no mention of how hard she had worked. "I've thought about it. Now that things are better, I don't want to trouble your mother anymore. I'll go back to the hotel tomorrow and ask if I could go back to work," Mr. Zhao suddenly said. Previously, Zhao's father was a chef at a restaurant, and his skills were quite good. However, perhaps because he was a cook, he was overweight and developed gout, diabetes, and other high blood pressure issues. Now that things are all right, Mr. Zhao thought about it again and decided to go back to his old profession. That's how the older generation is. They can't stay idle. "Dad, I have money now. You could just stay at home and enjoy your retirement. There's no need for that," Xiao Yang said with a smile. "What does this have to do with you having money? Do you think I need my son's money?" Mr. Xiao glared. Seeing her father so energetic and with such a loud voice, the mother and son were instantly amused. "All right, why are you yelling at the child? Without the medicine that Xiao Yang went to so much trouble to get, you'd still be lying in bed right now." Zhao's mother glared at Zhao's father, who immediately quieted down. "Actually, to be honest, Xiao Yang, all I've given you in your life so far is to support your education. Just think back to when you were little. Your eyes would practically pop out of your head when you watched other kids playing with toys," Zhao's father said with emotion. "But you're a sensible kid. You've never asked me for anything all these years. But just because you don't ask doesn't mean I can't give it to you. Now that you're all grown up and about to graduate from university, it's time to prepare some things like a house and a dowry." At this point, Mr. Xiao looked meaningfully at Jiang Yan, who was quietly eating her rice. The latter noticed Zhao's father's gaze, and his face immediately turned red. "Xiaoyan is a good girl. Dad, don't talk nonsense. Jiang Yan and I are innocent. If you say that, how will she ever get married?" Xiao Yang glared at his father and quickly explained. Good, innocent, innocent." Mr. Xiao nodded repeatedly, then murmured, "They slept in the same bed. Innocent, tiske, gieske." "Dad, all right, I won't say any more. We're eating, so be quiet." Good. Father Xiao chuckled. After a few seconds of silence, he continued, "I don't know if the restaurant still needs anyone. My cooking skills should be enough." After the old man mentioned it a few more times, Xiao Yang suddenly raised an eyebrow and said, "Why don't we open our own shop? I happen to have a secret barbecue recipe that I bought for a lot of money." Xiao Yang suddenly remembered the secret recipe from before. "Oh, a secret recipe for barbecue?" Mr. Xiao was somewhat surprised, then began to boast. "I'm not bragging, but my barbecue was absolutely amazing back in the day." "Okay, that's settled then. Mom, why don't you quit your job too, and the two of you open a shop together? I'll give you the money to start the business. Will it work?" Mr. Xiao rubbed his hands together, somewhat tempted. After all, who wouldn't want to try being their own boss after working their whole life? "Don't worry, I'll cover the cost. It doesn't matter if we lose money. The cost of your restaurant is nothing to me," Xiao Yang said, patting his chest. The main concern is that it would be too tiring for the old man to go back to work at the restaurant, given his age. Being your own boss shouldn't be that tiring. After discussing it, the group concluded that it seemed feasible. Immediately after finishing his meal, Xiao Yang handed the recipe to the old man, who immediately became engrossed in it. Having worked as a chef his whole life, he naturally knew how to distinguish recipes and immediately understood their value. Before Xiao Yang could react, he returned to the kitchen, wanting to give it a try. Zhao's mother didn't go up to help. After all, he had just recovered from serious illness, and it was better for him to move around on his own. Xiao Yang. "Mom, your third uncle just called and said your cousin is getting married the day after tomorrow, and he wants us to come over." "Cousin," a figure instantly appeared in Xiao Yang's mind. "My cousin Xiao Yu took good care of me when I was little." Third uncle was also an honest man. He was father's younger brother. The two families were still very close. After Zhao's father fell ill, his third uncle's family provided assistance several times. However, they borrowed too much money later, which inevitably affected the relationship between the two families. Fortunately, I had given my mother some money before, and I've paid it all off. So, both emotionally and logically, I should attend this wedding. Xiaoyang nodded. Okay, then I'll ask for 2 more days off and go back to school in a few days. Okay, as long as you remember. Your third uncle's family is also struggling financially, and they've helped us a lot over the years. So, give them a generous wedding gift. Don't be stingy, haha. Don't worry, Mom, I understand. Xiaoyang nodded. By the way, Jiang Yin is in such a state, and you haven't even done anything for her. She has no official status or relationship with you. Zhao's mother suddenly said, this. Xiaoyang was speechless. That's just how things are. She still want a formal title? Why should I? Just because she followed me for 2 days and wrote me an IOU for over 20,000 yuan? Or did she sneak over in the middle of the night and sleep with him? Mom, we really don't have anything going on. Zhao's mother glanced at Jiang Yin, who had secretly slipped into Xiaoyang's room, and sighed. All right, it's nothing, okay? But you need to be careful. Now is not the time to have a baby. If you can't find one, you can go to the pharmacy. Mom, that's enough. This call left Xiaoyang feeling a bit dizzy. What on earth was all this nonsense? Also, the pharmacy. This is my first time. Even if I want to have a baby, I definitely can't use it. I don't feel anything anymore. Thinking of this, Xiaoyang quickly spat a few times. What are you talking about? You've all been led astray by your mom. Even if I want a baby, it won't be with this vixen. Absolutely not. Chapter 28. Mission. Jiang Yan's confession. Moonlight streamed through the window. Everything around became quiet. Unlike last night, both of them were awake today and could hear each other's breathing. Xiaoyang, are you asleep? It was just a casual remark, and then silence fell again. Suddenly, Xiaoyang called out, Jiang Yan. I'm going back to school in a few days. Jiang Yan nodded, perhaps feeling a pang of reluctance, yet unable to say anything. Only a sigh remained in the silent room. How about I take you home tomorrow? Don't want. The answer was the same. Why? Didn't you come back to JM City to go home? Xiaoyang asked, Somelhat Buzlet. Logically speaking, considering that Jiang Yin had already reached that point that day and was unwilling to return to school, she should have been eager to go home. But why weren't they in a hurry to go back after arriving in JM City? Xiaoyang. You say. After a few seconds of silence, Jiang Yin finally spoke. Actually, I was lying to you. Xiaoyang wasn't particularly surprised by Jiang Yan's words. After all, he's not stupid. He just doesn't want to expose it. What did you lie to me about? Xiaoyang rolled over, seemingly lost in thought. I didn't actually plan to go home. So you're coming with me? Xiaoyang said, somewhat amused and exasperated. I don't know where to go. Jiang Yan's voice lowered considerably. Either go back to school or go home. Aren't you studying at Jiangdu Medical College? Actually, my school is the business school of Jiangdu University. Well, I never hear a word of truth from you, Xiaoyang said, feigning anger. I didn't mean to lie to you. Jiang Yan's tone suddenly became pitiful. Yeah, it's nothing, Xiaoyang said cheerfully. In fact, the 2 missions triggered by Jiang Yan brought me quite a few benefits, which were nothing compared to what I had experienced in the past 2 days. Xiaoyang, have you ever watched those TV dramas where rich girls are forced into marriage? Those are all things you girls like to watch, right? Xiaoyang said nonchalantly. Actually, TV dramas aren't necessarily made up. It's just that we're as Prince Charming. Jiang Yan sighed. Jiang Yan's words made Xiaoyang seem to guess something. But after thinking for a moment, he slowly said, It will happen. It's late, let's go to sleep. Okay, go ahead and Xiaoyang. Good night, Jiang. Fairy. Early morning. It was my mom who woke me up. As for Jiang Yin, I don't know when she woke up, but she was actually wearing an apron and helping out in the kitchen. You lazy bum. It's already past noon. Xiaoyan is so much better. She came with me to buy groceries so early in the morning. Xiaoyang shrugged, expressing his silent protest. Lazy bones. Jiang Yin made a face at Xiaoyang. The lunch went quite well. At the table, Zhao's mother kept putting food on Jiang Yan's plate, while the latter looked shy and kept saying thank you. Xiaoyang couldn't hold back any longer. I wonder who it was that borrowed so much money from me and still hasn't received a thank you. After lunch, Zhao's mother went to work, while Zhao's father went out to look for a good shop to rent and open a restaurant. Only Xiaoyang and his companion remained at home. Let's go, I'll take you for a ride. Xiaoyang suddenly suggested. Okay. Jiang Yin naturally agreed. Jiang Yin was unusually well-behaved today, and didn't show off her long legs for Xiao Yang to touch. Of course, she still couldn't resist holding Xiao Yang's hand wherever they went, like a little kitten. Xiao Yang, how about we go for a race? Jiang Yin suddenly suggested after we'd been to the amusement park. Speeding, Xiao Yang asked, Somel hat buzlet. Promise me, if not, let's go to the suburbs. Jiang Yin said, pursing her lips. That's not a good idea. Xiao Yang wasn't someone who liked excitement. Take me there, okay? I'll let you touch me. Before he could finish speaking, Xiao Yang quickly nodded. Okay, put your leg back, and we can discuss everything. Jiang Yin was immediately amused by Xiao Yang's performance. She looked at her long, black-stockinged legs, pouted, and muttered, Are my legs really that scary? The car quickly drove to the suburbs. Xiao Yang recognized this place as Mingxiu Mountain. It wasn't a national highway and was sparsely populated. It was said that street racers used to frequent this area, so Xiao Yang felt much more at ease upon arriving here. Fasten your seatbelts. I'm about to speed up, Xiao Yang said with a smile. Jiang Yin checked her seatbelt. It had always been fastened. Suddenly, Xiao Yang slammed his foot on the ground, and the car shot forward with a loud bang. In that instant, Jiang Yan's face turned pale. Xiao Yang, you slow down. Seeing Jiang Yan's expression, Xiao Yang immediately raised an eyebrow and smiled. Didn't you say you wanted a race? What, are you scared? He was very satisfied with Jiang Yan's expression. Jiang Yan used to tease him all the time, but now he's finally free to sing his own song. The car was a good car, and a brand new one. Its performance was excellent, and it was extremely fast. Watching the scenery rushing past, Xiao Yang suddenly became excited. It seems that not liking excitement is because it's not exciting enough. Xiao Yang thought to himself. Jiang Yin was a little scared at first, but as the car gradually slowed down, she relaxed and waved happily inside the car. Just then, a car sped by from a distance. Jiang Yan's face turned deathly pale, and her back was covered in sweat. Xiao Yang, we're going to crash. We're going to crash. But at that moment, Xiao Yang not only did not slow down, but instead accelerated. Xiao Yang, what are you doing? Jiang Yan's heart skipped a beat, feeling as if her soul was chasing after her while she was in the car. Just as the two cars were about to meet, Xiao Yang suddenly turned the steering wheel. The wheels screeched as they rubbed against the ground. Jiang Yan covered her eyes, her face pale. Neither car encountered any unexpected problems. Although Xiao Yang hadn't driven much, he was still quite confident. Seeing Jiang Yan's pale face, Xiao Yang couldn't help but laugh loudly. How was it? Was the race fun? I was wrong. Please don't drive so fast. Don't play with your life. I thought you liked it. Xiao Yang laughed and slowed down. Seeing Xiao Yang's extremely relaxed expression, as if he had everything under control, Jiang Yan's heart finally calmed down. In fact, Xiao Yang seemed as calm as a rock at this moment, but he was actually panicking. Damn, racing is so exciting. For your own safety, it's best to avoid doing things like this in the future. Looking at Xiao Yang, who remained calm as still water, Jiang Yan couldn't help but slap him. You're so mean. You're deliberately bullying me, aren't you? You're the one who wanted to speed. The car stopped beside a small lake. Xiao Yang let out a long sigh, opened the sunroof, and reclined the car's seat, lying down on it. Are you happy? Xiao Yang suddenly asked. Happy. Jiang Yan's eyes crinkled into a smile. This is the happiest day of my life. Jiang Yan silently added a sentence in her mind. Xiao Yang, I like you. Jiang Yan suddenly said. This left Xiao Yang completely bewildered. Turning around, I saw that the other person had turned their face away, and their delicate neck was covered in a blush. Bite. A clear voice echoed in my mind. Task, Jiang Yan's confession. Option 1. Accept the confession and receive a reward of 1 million yuan. Option 2. Reject the confession and receive a reward of 5 million yuan. Chapter 29. I'm leaving. It was the same familiar task. This time, Xiao Yang didn't mentally complain that Jiang Yan was only worth 4 million. Unlike the previous 2 times he was confessed to, Xiao Yang could sense a different meaning in this I like you. As quickly as the previous 2 times, Xiao Yang made his decision and looked up at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan turned her face to the side. Under the sunlight, the crystal-clear earlobes looked especially charming. There was a silence for several seconds. It felt like an eternity had passed inside the car. Just then, a blue and white bird landed through the skylight. Trash! The shouts were quite loud, breaking the tranquility inside the car. What kind of bird is that? It's so beautiful. A bird landed on Jiang Yan's shoulder and gently pecked at her clothes, as if it were looking for food. Jiang Yan looked at the bird with curiosity, as if nothing had happened, her face beaming with joy. Xiaoyang suddenly laughed, a very happy laugh. This is called a magpie. So this is what a magpie is. Jiang Yan smiled, her eyes crinkling. The magpie didn't seem afraid of Jiang Yan, walking back and forth on her shoulder. Jiang Yan stretched out her hand, and the magpie climbed onto her palm again. For some reason, this time, Xiaoyang felt that Jiang Yan was more like a fairy. A very beautiful and charming fairy. Perhaps the magpie didn't find the food it was looking for, because it quickly flapped its wings and flew away. Inside the car, Xiaoyang stared intently at Jiang Yan. "Jiang Yaojing, you're really pretty," Xiaoyang suddenly said. However, after saying it, he quickly realized that he had actually used the name he was thinking of. Moreover, these were just his thoughts. He never expected to say them out loud. Jiang Yan smiled. "I think so too." She glanced at Xiaoyang and suddenly said, "Can I hug you, Xiaoyang?" This time, Jiang Yan's eyes were free of the usual teasing. Instead, she seemed incredibly serious. Xiaoyang nodded. Jiang Yan was quite happy and leaned down to snuggle into Xiaoyang's arms. "Xiaoyang, I'll tell you a secret." "What secret?" "Actually, my family is very rich. Very, very rich. Even richer than you," Jiang Yan said. Xiaoyang was stunned for a moment, somewhat surprised. In his mind, he should have 10 million in cash by now. "They're richer than me. How rich must they be? Then why are you lending me money?" "No way. I'll have to ask for extra interest," he joked. "Okay." Jiang Yan snuggled against Xiaoyang's chest like a spoiled kitten. "I'm leaving," Jiang Yan said suddenly after a long silence. "I know." Xiaoyang nodded. It was just a chance encounter, so how could it not end? But at this moment, for some reason, Xiaoyang felt a little reluctant to part with it. "It's only been 2 short days. I mean, we may never see each other again." Jiang Yan looked up, her eyes suddenly misty. Xiaoyang suddenly felt a pang of pain in his heart. However, he didn't say much, and even said with a slight smile, "Is that so?" "Yes, it should be." Silence. Endless silence continued. After an unknown amount of time, Xiaoyang gently placed his hand on Jiang Yan's head. He stroked it, as if he were petting a well-behaved kitten. "No, to be precise, it's a fairy. Let's go back," Xiaoyang suggested. "Okay." Jiang Yan got up somewhat reluctantly. "Don't drive too fast," Jiang Yan said with a smile, seemingly still a little shaken. Xiaoyang nodded. This time, the car was driven extremely slowly. He didn't ask Jiang Yan why she left, nor did he ask her why they might never see each other again. Even the thought of the 5 million arriving in his account didn't stir the slightest ripple in Xiaoyang's mind. On the other side, Jiang Yan opened her phone. "I won again this time." Note above, Qing Xintong. "I moved into Xiaoyang's heart before you did." "Did he accept your confession?" "No." "Then what the hell are you talking about? You damned vixen." Hey. Jiang Yan turned off her phone, took off her shoes, stood on the passenger seat, and stuck her head out of the sunroof. The car wasn't going fast, and this time, Xiaoyang didn't scold her. Ring. My phone suddenly rang. "Hello, Xiaoyang. It's me. I am Xiaoyu. It's brother Yu. I heard from my mom that you're getting married. Congratulations. Don't worry, I'll definitely be there tomorrow." "Xiaoyang, I'm not getting married tomorrow." Xiaoyu's voice came through the phone. "Oh, what do you mean? You're not getting married again?" Xiaoyang was taken aback. "Your sister-in-law." "No, Lin Yan's parents made some conditions, which I couldn't meet." Xiaoyu's tone was somewhat helpless, and it was clear that he still liked Lin Yan very much. "What are the conditions?" Xiaoyang asked, "Somelhat buzlet." "It's hard to explain in a few words, so I'll just let you know so you don't have to make a wasted trip tomorrow." No, don't rush. "How about this? You wait for me at home. I'll be right there," Xiaoyang said hurriedly. His cousin, Xiaoyu, was also a childhood playmate of his. He wasn't much older than him and was an honest man. Xiaoyang knew Xiaoyu well, knowing he was a bit slow-witted and his tone was off, so he was afraid he might do something rash. It wasn't far from Xiaoyu's house, only a 20-minute drive, so Xiaoyang immediately drove straight there. "What happened?" Jiang Yan sat back down in her seat, fastened her seatbelt, and asked. Xiaoyang briefly explained the situation. 20 minutes later, Xiaoyang's car stopped in front of Xiaoyu's house. My cousin Xiaoyu was sitting at the door, dressed in a suit, looking somewhat dejected. Several friends stood by him, constantly saying words of comfort. Xiaoyang, you're here. The group recognized Xiaoyang and greeted him. What happened? Xiaoyang asked. It's Lin Yan's parents. They said they wanted to take wedding photos today, and the banquet has been booked. They asked Lin Yan's parents to come and take a look beforehand. As it turned out, her parents suddenly demanded a dowry of 300,000 yuan and also wanted a luxury car worth millions as their wedding car. None of the Bentleys from the rental company would do. Forget about the 300,000 yuan dowry. The problem is we can't even find a luxury car like that. We're getting married tomorrow. Isn't this making things difficult for us? A few people nearby explained. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyang frowned. This was indeed a bit difficult for him. He even suspected that Lin Yan's parents looked down on Xiaoyu, which was why they made this request in an attempt to sabotage the marriage. Is that so? Xiaoyang looked at Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu sighed. What did Lin Yan say? Of course she doesn't mind the dowry or wedding car. She's still inside, trying to persuade her parents. But her parents just won't agree. Where am I supposed to get 300,000 yuan now? And I also need to find a luxury car. Xiaoyang glanced into the room and saw a young woman pleading with a middle-aged couple. It was clear that Lin Yan was in a difficult position. Her eyes were even a little red. It's all right. Leave this to me. You inform the others that the wedding will proceed as planned, and we'll definitely be able to get married tomorrow. Xiaoyang said after thinking for a moment. You have a way? Xiaoyu suddenly looked up, her eyes filled with hope. Xiaoyang, can you borrow a car? No way. Even if we can borrow a car, we don't have 300,000 yuan for the bride price. I can't borrow a car. Xiaoyang shook his head. But I can buy one. Everyone was stunned. Xiaoyang patted Xiaoyu on the shoulder and turned to walk into the house. Chapter 30, I'll buy this car. Uncle and hello. As soon as Xiaoyang entered the house, he greeted Lin Yan's parents. Jiang Yin followed closely behind. Who are you? I am Xiaoyu's cousin. My name is Xiaoyang. Hello. Are you here to persuade us? Lin's father glanced at Xiaoyang and smiled. You're a handsome young man. Thank you, Xiaoyang smiled. But I didn't come here to persuade you. Oh, the two were somewhat surprised. Xiaoyang sat down. I think it's actually quite good that you two made such a request. After all, marriage is a major event in one's life, and it's something to be prepared for properly. After raising my daughter for so many years, she's getting married just like that. As the saying goes, a married daughter is like water spilled from a bowl. This is her only chance to be celebrated, don't you think? Upon hearing this, Mr. and Mrs. Lin laughed and nodded repeatedly. Yes, Xiaoyang, you're right, that makes sense. After all, we're getting old, and we only have one daughter, Lin Yan. Now that she's married, we should at least have some dowry to support us in our old age. Our family has always been respectable people. Like you said, this moment of glory is just the beginning. The next time we're in the limelight might be when we're both walking into our coffins. Mom, what are you saying? Lin Yan glared at her mother from the side. We don't mean to look down on Xiaoyu at all. It's just that marriage is a big deal, so it has to be reliable. I know our demands are a bit excessive, but isn't this for the good of our Yinzi? If Xiaoyu can't even handle this small matter, what will happen to our Yinzi if she suffers any injustice in the decades to come? Yes, you're right. Xiaoyang nodded repeatedly. These words left Xiaoyu, who had just entered, completely dumbfounded. Is my cousin here to help or to sabotage me? It sounds like he's here to sabotage me. Actually, the wedding car arrangement is easy to handle. I'll take care of it, Xiaoyang said, patting Xiaoyu on the shoulder. You'll handle this? Xiaoyu was stunned. Don't worry about leaving it to me, Xiaoyang said with a smile. Let's make this clear first. We don't want cars from rental companies. They've been through so many hands. It's bad luck, Mr. Lin said. I know. The car I found for you is definitely not a rental car, Xiaoyang said with a smile. How about this? Seeing is believing, hearing is deceiving. Why don't you two come with me to take a look at the car and see if I'm lying to you? Xiaoyu looked puzzled. What did this mean? Mr. and Mrs. Lin exchanged a glance and immediately nodded in agreement. Okay, let's go together then. Who else drove? I've opened it, a friend said. Several people drove here, which makes things easier. Xiaoyang returned to his car, and Jiang Yin remained in the passenger seat. Perhaps Lin's parents thought Xiaoyang was a nice-speaking person and liked the boy, so they got into Xiaoyang's car. Hey, Xiaoyang, the interior of your car is nice, Lin's father said with a smile. Not bad, Xiaoyang replied with a smile. You can't get this for less than 200,000. Yeah, cars are expensive these days. Xiao Yang replied casually. Jiang Yin couldn't help but laugh and patted Xiao Yang. You're so naughty. Xiao Yang smiled. Yes. When the two first met, he had told Xiao Yang that this car would cost at least 70,000 or 80,000 yuan. He also said it would cost at least 100,000. You never say a word from the heart. Jiang Yin muttered under her breath. All right, let's go. Xiao Yang told them to fasten their seatbelts, stuck their heads out of the window, and said, Brother, you, keep up. Okay. The group, in 3 cars, arrive at their destination half an hour later. Maserati 4S store. After getting off the bus, everyone was filled with doubt. Xiao Yang, what are you doing at the 4S store? That's why I brought my uncle and aunt to take a look first, just in case they didn't like the car we picked, Xiao Yang explained. Jiang Yin, however, understood Xiao Yang well and nudged his stomach with her elbow. You're not going to give me the car, are you? Are you a fairy or a tapeworm in my stomach? Xiao Yang patted Jiang Yan's little head, feeling its excellent texture. After Xiao Yang stopped, the latter frantically smoothed her hair with her hands, saying, You've messed up my hair. Since they were already there, everyone followed Xiao Yang into the 4S store. Even outside the door, many sales staff had already noticed this group of people. As Maserati sales staff, they had seen all sorts of people, but after seeing the car Xiao Yang and his group were driving, they all lost interest. They mainly sell luxury cars worth over 1 million yuan here. Those who drive these kinds of cars probably have limited spending power and are just here to take a look. At that moment, a young man walked up. Hello, welcome to the Maserati 4S store. Hello, we've come to take a look at the car. Could you show it to us? Xiao Yang stated his purpose directly. Okay, please follow me. With that, the young man led the way. This is the Ghibli series. Safety was our primary consideration when designing this car, and it has achieved a 5-star safety rating in the European New Car Assessment Program, Euro NCAP. The salesperson began to introduce the product, and Mr. and Mrs. Lin's eyes lit up, their eyes glued to the screen. This car is priced at 760,800 yuan. How is it? Xiao Yang looked down at Lin's parents. 760,000. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Lin's mother squinted and shook her head. Despite saying that, the two still couldn't take their eyes off the car because it was just too beautiful. Okay, let's look at the others then. Xiao Yang was very patient and let the salesperson continue to show them other vehicles. This is the Quattroport, which offers a full range of optional Level 2 ADAS, Advanced Driver Assistance Systems, reaching the highest level of autonomous driving currently permitted. This is a super luxury large sedan, which appears more imposing compared to other Maserati vehicles. For a moment, everyone's eyes were glued to the vehicle. Mr. and Mrs. Lin were clearly very satisfied, their faces beaming with smiles. This car is so beautiful, Lin's mother exclaimed. Before Xiao Yang could speak, Lin's father asked first, How much for this car? Hello, this car is currently priced at 1.48 million. 1.48 million. Mr. and Mrs. Lin gasped. When Xiaoyu heard the price of the car, she almost fainted. If this car is used as a wedding car, then it's simply... Lin's mother swallowed hard. Upon seeing this, Lin's father immediately said, This is the one. If you can borrow this car, we guarantee we won't hinder this marriage. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiaoyu's face darkened. These cars are hard to find, and even if you do, who would want to lend them out? Even if just the wheel breaks, they can't afford to return it. Xiaoyu glared at Xiao Yang and let out a long sigh. You're such a good cousin, giving me such a difficult question. Lin Yin glanced at Xiaoyu and whispered, If it doesn't work out, let's elope. Let's go. Xiaoyu held Lin Yan's hand and shook her head helplessly. But just then, Xiao Yang suddenly spoke up. Excuse me, I'm wondering if anyone has reserved this car yet. Or, if I complete all the paperwork today, can I drive it away immediately? After he finished speaking, there was a moment of silence. Xiaoyu looked at Xiao Yang, her eyes filled with shock. The salesperson was also taken aback. After introducing the car, he vaguely felt that something was wrong. He realized that these people were really just here to look at cars, and he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, his eyes flickered instantly. Yes, we can complete the formalities today, and we could drive the car away as soon as we pay. He nodded quickly. Okay, this one will do. Xiao Yang nodded. What do you mean? I'll take this car, swipe my card. The sound faded. Xiaoyu, Lin's parents, and a group of friends all fell silent instantly. The air seemed to freeze. The salesperson was completely dumbfounded. This is... Bought it? You bought it already? Chapter 31, A Stunning Gift. Xiao Yang. You're not kidding, are you? Xiao Yu was stunned for a moment. The others chuckled in agreement, saying, Xiao Yang, that joke of yours isn't funny at all. This is a car worth over $1 million, not a car worth 100 or so. You better think this through. Xiao Yang is still a student, isn't he? The group knew Xiao Yang well. Not only was he a student, but his family situation was also not good, even somewhat terrible. This is a luxury car worth millions. How could you just buy it like that? Besides, even if you're going to buy one, you have to be able to afford it. Jiang Yin, on the other hand, didn't say a word, but held onto Xiao Yang's arm, her attention clearly focused on him. Luxury cars are irrelevant to her. Seeing this, the salesperson couldn't help but smile. Sir, you are welcome to look at the cars as you please. It's okay if you don't buy one. I really want to buy it, I'm not kidding. Xiao Yang said, laughing and crying at the same time, as he took out his bank card from his wallet. No matter how much the salesperson suspected Xiao Yang, they could only take the bank card and smile, saying, Please wait a moment. At this moment, Xiao Yu shook her head and said with a wry smile, Xiao Yang, I understand that you want to help me, but this joke. Did I turn on too high? Besides, this isn't appropriate for this occasion. Xiao Yang smiled, but didn't say anything, only patted Xiao Yu's shoulder. At that moment, the salesperson returned and said, Hello, sir, please come with me to pay. Xiao Yang nodded and followed. Xiao Yu was stunned for a moment, then said anxiously, This joke has gone too far. If we can't come up with the money, aren't we just making fun of them? Won't this cause trouble? Lin's parents didn't say anything. They didn't know Xiao Yang before, but they knew that the young man spoke quite eloquently and didn't seem like the kind of young man who would boast without thinking. However, based on what Xiao Yu said, they were also worried that Xiao Yang might get into trouble. Why don't we follow them and see? Good. After a brief discussion, the group went after them. Before they could even ask, Xiao Yang had already returned. The other person was holding several documents, while Xiao Yang was holding the auction receipt. What's wrong? Everyone asked, puzzled. It's nothing. The payment for this car is complete. After signing the contract and completing the formalities, I can drive it home. Xiao Yang said with a smile. What kind of time is this to joke with me? Where did you get the money to buy such a luxury car? Xiao Yu complained to her cousin. She vaguely remembered that Xiao Yang was not the type to brag. How come he developed this habit of exaggerating after going to university? But as soon as he finished speaking, the salesperson came up with a big smile and said, Sir, Mr. Xiao Yang has indeed bought this car and paid in full. Just as he said, he can take the car home after completing the formalities. Upon hearing the salesperson's words, everyone's jaws nearly dropped to the floor in astonishment. Now, they realized that Xiao Yang hadn't been joking at all. He was telling the truth. No. Xiao Yang, where did you get so much money? Our Xiao family has never done anything illegal or disorderly. Tell me the truth. Xiao Yu didn't immediately care about the car. Instead, he pulled Xiao Yang aside and spoke earnestly. Brother Yu, what are you thinking? Don't you know me? How could I possibly do anything illegal or disorderly? Xiao Yang explained with a smile. I've done some business with friends, and all this money is earned honestly. Earned from business. Xiao Yu was stunned for a long time before she said, tremblingly, It's definitely better to go to university. You're much more successful than your brother. All right, bro, don't overthink it. Xiao Yang took the contract from the salesperson and said, Just sign your name on this document now, and we could drive the car back. Signature. Xiao Yu was taken aback for a moment, but without even glancing at the document, he signed his name as instructed by Xiao Yang. What signature? Lin Yin stepped forward and asked in confusion. Xiao Yang, isn't this the car you wanted to buy? Why does it need your brother's signature? Yes. Everyone found it strange. Why would I need Xiao Yu's autograph? Is there something fishy about this contract? Thinking of this, Lin Yin suddenly took the contract from Xiao Yu's hand. Let me see. She flipped through it, and the salesperson next to her smiled and explained, This is the vehicle purchase contract. The person who signs it is the owner of this car. What do you mean? Lin Yin was a little confused. Xiao Yang, however, explained with a smile, This car is a wedding gift I gave to Brother Yu. It will be registered in his name, so of course it needs a signature. Ah! Xiao Yu was stunned, and the pen in her hand clattered to the ground. Xiao Yang, you said you were going to give me this car? Yes, we're family, right? Is it strange for a younger brother to give his older brother a car? At this moment, Everyone's faces were filled with shock. This is a super luxury car worth 1.48 million yuan. Luxury goods that most people can't afford even after a lifetime of hard work. Is this something you just give away like that? Mr. and Mrs. Lin stared wide-eyed. They couldn't have heard wrong. Looking at the expressions on Lin's parents' faces, Xiao Yang smiled and said, "Uncle and Aunt, let's use this car as our wedding car tomorrow. Are you satisfied now?" "Satisfied, satisfied." The two elders nodded repeatedly. But just then, Xiao Yu suddenly stepped forward. "No, I can't accept it." Xiao Yu was an honest man, and he couldn't accept Xiao Yang giving him such an expensive vehicle. "We're all family. Even though you're just my cousin, I've always treated you like my own brother. Don't reject me, or you'll be slapping me in the face," Xiao Yang said sternly. Xiao Yu turned around and glanced at Lin Yan. Upon seeing this, Xiao Yang couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Based on this, it seems that Brother Yu is destined to be henpecked from now on. Lin Yan pursed her lips and hesitated. "This is too expensive. Let's not take it." At this point, Lin's parents stepped forward to make the decision for their daughter. "This is a gift from your brother. We're all family, so Xiao Yu, please accept it." Seeing that everyone had said so, Xiao Yu nodded and patted Xiao Yang on the shoulder solemnly, saying, "Thank you." Xiao Yang patted Xiao Yu's hand and looked at the two elders. "Now that the car has been bought, the wedding tomorrow should be fine, right?" "No problem, no problem," Mr. and Mrs. Lin said with smiles. They looked at Xiao Yu and thought this son-in-law was much more pleasing to the eye. They had previously opposed their daughter's marriage simply because they didn't want her to live a life of poverty. But things are different now. With a younger brother like this, life won't be too bad for me in the future. The other friends who came with him looked at Xiao Yang in a completely different way at this moment, and they all gathered around and gave him a thumbs up. "Righteous. Brother Yu, if there's anything we need regarding the bride price." Before Xiao Yang could finish speaking, Xiao Yu waved her hand to interrupt him. "I'll figure out the bride price myself. You've already helped me so much. If I let you pay for the bride price again, what would I be?" "Okay, I'm not getting involved in this." Hearing their conversation, the two elders immediately stepped forward and said, "Oh, there's no rush about the bride price. As long as we have food to eat, that's enough for us. We only have one daughter, Lin Yan. Xiao Yu, please don't mistreat my daughter in the future." The family immediately became happy and harmonious, and it seemed that the matter of the 300,000 yuan dowry was over. Meanwhile, everyone started chatting with Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang remained as low-key as ever. Jiang Yin, on the other hand, stood tall and proud, her eyes fixed on Xiao Yang. Chapter 32. A Day as Couples, Part 1. It will take some time to complete the procedures. Xiao Yang and the others then sat down in the hall. "Xiao Yang, is this your girlfriend?" Perhaps because they had been busy with the wedding preparations, no one noticed until they relaxed and saw the extremely beautiful girl next to Xiao Yang. "This girl is so pretty," Lin's mother praised. "You two are such a perfect match, a handsome man and a beautiful woman." At this point, Jiang Yin leaned on Xiao Yang more shyly. Xiao Yang was about to say something when the latter whispered in his ear, "Xiao Yang, let me be your girlfriend for one day." Qing Xiantong has already done it today. Just when everyone thought Xiao Yang would refuse something, he reached out and pulled Jiang Yin into his arms, smiling as he said to everyone, "Yes, her name is Jiang Yin, my girlfriend. Your sister-in-law is so beautiful," Lin Yan exclaimed. "Thank you." Jiang Yin immediately smiled and replied. The formalities are complete. When she got into the luxury car, Xiao Yu could hardly believe it was real. Seeing that Xiao Yu was about to say something, Xiao Yang quickly stepped forward and said, "All right, remember to toast me tomorrow, bride." "Definitely," Lin Yan said firmly, her eyes filled with tears. Mr. and Mrs. Lin stroked the interior of the car, their faces beaming with smiles. "Xiao Yang." "What's wrong, sister-in-law?" "Lin Yan bullet Xiao Yang aside. Thank you so much for this. Your brother and I will work hard to make it happen. We'll pay half for the car." "What you're saying is nonsense. How can you expect to get half of a gift back after giving it away? Just think of this as a gift for your child's 1-month celebration, and also a gift for your golden wedding anniversary. Anyway, when I go to your house in the future and eat, drink, and take things for free, just don't gossip about me," Xiao Yang said with a smile. Lin Yan was also amused by Xiao Yang's words. Given Xiao Yang's current attitude of buying luxury cars without batting an eye, will he ever fall so low as to be a freeloader? "We will pay it back. Lin Yin said firmly. Xiao Yang stood still, smiling and nodding. Brother Yu is a good eye for people. Xiao Yu and the others left, as preparations for the wedding still needed to continue. It was already afternoon, and Xiao Yang took Jiang Yan's hand as they returned to the car. I'm actually quite envious of Xiao Yu and the others. Jiang Yan suddenly said. Why would I be envious? Look, although my uncle and aunt are demanding, Xiao Yu and the others have the help of benefactors, and the final result is good. Jiang Yan said with a helpless expression. Seeing Jiang Yan's expression, Xiao Yang felt a pang of sympathy. I'm leaving tonight, Jiang Yan suddenly said. So fast. Xiao Yang was somewhat surprised. Jiang Yan nodded, somewhat reluctant to part with him. I should have gotten involved in Brother Yu's affairs later, Xiao Yang sighed. We wasted so much of our time. Hearing Xiao Yang's straightforward words, Jiang Yan chuckled. Now, Xiao Yang, you're my boyfriend. Shouldn't we do what boyfriends and girlfriends do? What should boyfriends and girlfriends do? The car has already left the 4S store. Xiao Yang glanced at the hotel not far away and fell into deep thought. Should we go to the pharmacy and buy some protection? Get lost. What are you thinking? Jiang Yan's face flushed instantly as she laughed and scolded. Xiao Yang smiled and said, Then tell me, what should we do? Let's go to the movies or go shopping for clothes. At this point, Jiang Yan's face lit up with longing as she said, I want to buy so many dresses. No sooner had he finished speaking than the car accelerated with a roar and sped away. Xiao Yang, what are you doing? This is the city center. Hurry up, CEO Yang Smiled. Along the way, the stars twinkled and the lights rippled. The sky outside the window gradually darkened. The night was beautiful, but for Xiao Yang and his companion, the time for Jiang Yan to leave was drawing ever closer. When we arrived at Tide Road, it was packed with people and countless couples strolled hand in hand around the area. Xiao Yang laughed and said, This is the largest shopping pedestrian street in JM City. Jiang Yan nodded thoughtfully, and as soon as she got out of the car, she habitually took Xiao Yang's arm. Xiao Yang then took her hand and, to Jiang Yan's surprise, held it, their fingers intertwined. Xiao Yang ruffled Jiang Yan's hair and said with a smile, Buy whatever you want today. Okay, Jiang Yan said with a smile. After saying this, the two walked into the pedestrian street. Xiao Yang, look, what's this? Xiao Yang leaned over, a chill running down his spine. Roasted insects, stop looking. No way. I've never eaten it before. Stop eating. I heard it's high in protein. After watching Xiao Yang frown as he ate the white and tender worm, Jiang Yan was overjoyed. This fruit tea shop is so crowded, it must taste really good. Throughout the journey, Jiang Yan's mouth never stopped, and her eyes crinkled at the corners, attracting a lot of attention. Of course, some guys also rubbed their kidneys, secretly cursing their girlfriends for their strong hands. Xiao Yang grew up in JM City and knew every street very well. He described each shop in great detail, including some embarrassing incidents that happened there. It's a hat shop. Shall we go check it out? I want to buy a hat, okay? Xiao Yang nodded in agreement. Inside the brightly lit store, the two moved back and forth among the shelves. This looks great. Xiao Yang looked over. There were two hats. A hat reads, I am as beautiful as a flower. One of the hats reads, I earn money to support my family. Let's give it a try. Xiao Yang smiled and nodded. Okay, put it on me. Then lower your head. You're too tall. Xiao Yang smiled, lowered his head, and took the hat from him. I'll put on you. At this moment, the two were positioned one above the other, their posture incredibly intimate. Their eyes met. Their faces were so close they could feel each other's breathing. This is going to be... Xiao Yang's eyes were gentle and tender. Jiang Yan turned her head away, recalling the scene in the car that night. What an annoying guy. It suits me quite well. Xiao Yang looked at himself in the mirror and smiled. That's it. Then let's buy it. A minute later, the two came out of the store, both wearing the hats they had just bought. Let's go look at some clothes, Jiang Yan said with a smile. Okay. Xiao Yang took out his phone and said, I'll make a call. A little while later, Xiao Yang returned, and the two walked hand in hand into the largest clothing store on the pedestrian street. Chapter 33, A Day as Couples, Part 2. Jiang Yan looked around, her eyes lit up, and she walked inside. CEO Yang followed. This dress is so beautiful. This looks like matching family outfits. Xiao Yang was taken aback. Yes, ladies, these are indeed matching family outfits. A sales assistant came over and explained, then picked up a small piece of clothing next to her. This is for babies. The fabric is very comfortable and won't cause any discomfort to the infant. Jiang Yan's eyes immediately lit up. It's so pretty. It's super cute. It's such a small piece, so much fun. Xiao Yang was speechless. It really is quite beautiful. Yes, I see you two really like it. How about we wrap it up? We're having a 20% off sale right now. And if you buy one set, you'll get 3 pairs of matching socks for the kids. The waiter brought out the complimentary gift. A little blue sock, it's for the baby. There are also 2 pairs of socks, one white and one pink for both the man and woman, both in a cute style. Xiao Yang was completely dumbfounded. I've always thought Jiang Yan was a little devil. Suddenly this cute style, this character design, is something wrong? Let's take another look. Jiang Yan put down the clothes with a regretful expression. The sales clerk, somewhat unwilling to give up, continued. The quality of our family outfits is exceptional. You won't find better quality clothes anywhere else in the entire city. No need. We wouldn't need it even if we bought it, Jiang Yan said with a smile. Don't you have a baby yet? That's okay. You're still young. It's good to buy some to keep on hand. No, it's not us. Jiang Yan glanced at Xiao Yang and smiled. We were just boyfriend and girlfriend for a day. No, it's only been half a day. She added in her mind, her face full of helplessness. He then took Xiao Yang's hand and said, Let's go to the next one. The shop assistant stood there, stunned and bewildered. A boyfriend/girlfriend for one day? What kind of relationship is this? Xiao Yang then looked at the shop assistant and whispered, Please wrap this up. Someone named Lu Xing will come over to pay and pick it up in a little while. The shop assistant, who initially thought she had lost an order, was slightly taken aback, then immediately broke into a smile. So it turns out the man was interested in the woman, but she wasn't. But to give out matching family outfits before even winning her over? That's way too confident. Meanwhile, Xiao Yang also took out his phone, secretly wrote down the store name, and sent a message to Lu Xing. This little dress is so pretty. I bought it. I want ice cream. Wait a minute, I'll go buy it. Looking at the long line, Xiao Yang glanced at the man at the very front and said, Excuse me, could you buy me 2 more ice creams? I'll pay 10 times the price. Under the colorful neon lights, the two sat on a bench, each with an ice cream. Jiang Yan leaned on Xiao Yang's shoulder with a happy expression, speaking slowly and deliberately. Just then, the bell and drum towers in the distance suddenly rang out. Thump, thump, thump. 12 o'clock signifies the end of the day. On the street, everyone stopped in their tracks, looking at the building not far away with a puzzled expression. This building is a landmark in JM City. Generally speaking, this building is always brightly lit. But today, all the lights in this building have gone out. The power is out. No way. How could Zhongwula have a power outage? That's right. If there's a power outage, it shouldn't only happen here. Everyone looked puzzled. At that moment, Xiao Yang held Jiang Yan's small hand and looked at the building. Suddenly, the lights came on. This towering building forms the shape of the Chinese character 1, 1, 2, 3. Everyone was stunned, not knowing what this meant. Just then, the building's lights gradually coalesced into words that appeared before everyone's eyes. 3 days is the time it took me to get to know you. From now on, be happy and joyful every day. Wow, someone's using Zhongwula to confess their love. I think I've heard of it before. Zhongwula offers this service, but I heard that the price is calculated by the second, and it costs tens of thousands per second. Holy crap, that's outrageous. Rows of words flashed. The writing has disappeared. Jiang Yan. The 2 large characters suddenly appeared in front of everyone. At this moment, Jiang Yan was also stunned, her eyes filled with disbelief. I like you. Once those 4 words were spoken, Jiang Yan could no longer hold back and buried her head deeply in Xiao Yang's arms. In an instant, Xiao Yang felt his clothes were soaked with Jiang Yan's tears. Keep watching. Xiao Yang turned Jiang Yan's face towards him. Ah, isn't it over yet? Jiang Yan asked, her eyes red and her lips pursed. Of course. Xiao Yang smiled, but inwardly he cursed several times. That damn Lu Xing. When did I ever ask you to add the words, I like you to your name? Meanwhile, passers-by were filled with emotion and discussed the matter at length. Wow, Jiang Yan, who is this girl? How romantic. If a guy confessed his feelings to me like that, I'd give him my heart. I'm so envious. Zhang Nan, I want to confess my feelings like that too, a girl said, tugging at her boyfriend. Ah, I don't have any money, the boy named Zhang then said weakly. Everyone envies this girl named Jiang Yan. And this girl was also staring intently at Zonghua. Just then, a loud bang reached everyone's ears. It's fireworks. Aren't fireworks prohibited in the city? Everyone looked over and saw the lights of Zhonghua Tower flashing. One sound after another rang out, and the lights seemed to explode, triggering the effect of fireworks. My God, you can even set off fireworks like that. Is this the legendary electronic fireworks? Wow, this is truly eye-opening. The fireworks lasted for a full 3 minutes, and finally, the scattered fireworks gradually merged into words. Jiang Yan, may you always be happy and joyful. Finally, this scene came to an end. Jiang Yan was already sobbing uncontrollably, tightly gripping Xiao Yang's hand and refusing to let go. Xiao Yang, why did you do this? Jiang Yan sobbed, gently pounding Xiao Yang's chest with her fists. Xiao Yang was fine. He just helped the girl wipe away the tears from the corners of her eyes. A few seconds later, the two hugged each other tightly. Amidst the sea of people, it seemed as if no noise could disturb them. After a long while, the two parted ways. You promised to make me happy. Why did you do this to me? She pointed to her eyes, both amused and exasperated. I'm leaving. Xiao Yang didn't say anything, but he didn't let go of her hand. Just then, a person came running up, panting heavily, carrying large and small bags in his hands. Damn it, they didn't send me my location. I had to search all over for it. Lu Xing cursed angrily when he saw Xiao Yang. Haha, I forgot, Xiao Yang said with a laugh. Hey, I've got everything. Jiang Yan looked puzzled, while Xiao Yang took all the bags and packages. Your gift. Xiao Yang explained. Jiang Yan took a package, opened it, and saw that it contained the matching family outfits they had first looked at. You bought it. Jiang Yan exclaimed in surprise. I bought it. Lu Xing cursed. Upon seeing this, Jiang Yan couldn't stop her tears from flowing again. She looked at the other packages, which were all filled with the items she had selected. So, Xiao Yang bought them all. They lied, saying they didn't want to carry it because it was too tiring, but it turns out they had Lu Xing secretly buy it all for them. Do you like it? Xiao Yang asked with a smile. Jiang Yan nodded, then suddenly stood on tiptoe. A light peck with red lips. Xiao Yang stood there, stunned, as if still surprised by the lingering warmth on his lips. He's really gone. Chapter 34. Can I have one of those confessions too? The person is gone. Xiao Yang landed on the spot. He didn't know what it felt like to like someone. Maybe that's how it is. Seeing her happy makes me happy. No matter how reluctant I was to leave, at the very last moment, I could only smile and watch from afar. Jiang Yan. Xiao Yang glanced at the strand of hair in his hand. It was the only thing she left behind besides her name. Xiao Yang sat on the bench. What's wrong, Xiao Yang? It's nothing. Xiao Yang smiled. Thank you for tonight. Nonsense. You should treat me like royalty. Without me, there wouldn't be so many romantic things. I am exhausted. After running around Zonghua, it took me a long time to persuade them to take this job. They were already getting ready to go home. And those shops, damn it, I went to them one by one, and you didn't even send the exact location, just a shop name. Lu Xing kept rambling on, but Xiao Yang just smiled and patted his good brother on the shoulder. By the way, do you know how much this trip cost? Lu Xing suddenly asked. 3 million. Xiao Yang asked in confusion. 3 million was the amount he transferred to Lu Xing's card, which should be enough. 2,483,221 yuan and 36 cents. There are even whole and odd amounts. Xiao Yang Lao get. That's right, the Zonghua show alone cost 2.4 million. Lu Xing sighed. You rich people really know how to have fun. Just 3 minutes of this show cost me the money I'll earn in my lifetime. Haha, money is meant to be earned and spent. But you're wrong about something. You can't just earn 2 million in your entire life. Xiao Yang smiled. Why don't you come work for me? I'll pay you a salary. How about it? Let's not do it. There's a saying that goes, a little kindness is appreciated, but too much kindness breeds resentment. If I were to be with you, it would affect my mindset. To Xiao Yang's surprise, Lu Xing refused outright. After saying that, he opened his phone. 3,516,700 left. Give me your bank card number. Xiao Yang paused for a moment, then waved his hand. Never mind, you've had a hard night too. No way, 500,000. You. Take it. Xiao Yang interrupted Lu Xing and continued. Don't give me any nonsense. Do you think I don't know your family situation? You didn't go to university because your family couldn't afford it. Lu Xing hesitated for a moment, but ultimately said nothing. He patted Xiao Yang on the shoulder. Thanks, brother. So, if we're brothers, let's not say those things. Quit your job tomorrow and come with me to Jiangdu. Xiao Yang patted Lu Xing on the shoulder. Lu Xing was quite clear about his family situation. His parents were healthy, but the family situation was rather complicated. He had a younger brother and a younger sister who were still in high school. His father went out to work, and his mother worked in a cloth factory. That's why Lu Xingcai chose to go out to work after graduating from high school, because his family couldn't afford to send 3 children to school. Xiao Yang naturally wanted to lend a helping hand to his childhood friend and good brother. After thinking for a while, Lu Xing nodded in agreement. After all, life has to bow to reality. Even if it's not for myself, it's for my parents who work hard day and night, and my younger siblings who are still in school. All right then, you're my boss from now on, Lu Xing said with a smile. Let's still call him Old Xiao. Xiao Yang said cheerfully. So what do you plan to have me do? Let me make it clear first, I don't know anything. Lu Xing shrugged. It's okay. How about you drive for me first? No problem. Lu Xing raised an eyebrow, not even asking about the salary. Anyway, he wasn't going to pay any salary. This 500,000 yuan was worth many months' salary. To be honest, I wanted to drive your car for a long time. Lu Xing rubbed his hands together. Others might not realize it, but he knew perfectly well that it was a luxury car worth over 2 million. Why didn't you say so earlier? Isn't Jiang Yin always in the passenger seat? What's the point of me driving? Mentioning Jiang Yin, Xiao Yang looked into the distance again. But the person had long since disappeared into the night. Jiangdu University School of Business, Xiao Yang muttered to himself, hoping that he could go back to Jiangdu University to find her. Judging from her tone, it seemed like there was little chance. Are you going to study abroad? Xiao Yang shook his head in annoyance. This little devil has really gotten himself under control. Just then, the phone rang. Hello, CO Yang? I am Qing Xiantong. Is Jiang Yin next to you? She's not here. What's wrong? Xiao Yang felt a little strange. These two were always arguing when they were together. Why was she calling him today to look for Jiang Yin? He's not here, that's good. I just saw a video someone posted, a confession at night at Zhonghua Tower. Was that you? Qing Xiantong asked, her tone changing. Yes, I did it. Damn it. She beat me to it again. Qing Xiantong cursed under her breath. How romantic. Xiao Yang, can you give me a confession too? Qing Xiantong thought for a moment and then said, No, I heard that Zhonghua is very expensive. How about this? You choose another, cheaper way to confess, okay? Xiao Yang was stunned for a moment, not expecting that Qing Xiantong would call just for this. Wait, you confessed to Jiang Yin, and she likes you too. You two wouldn't? Qing Xiantong's voice gradually became shocked on the phone. Xiao Yang, you two aren't in a hotel room right now, are you? Where's Jiang Yin? Is she taking a shower? Xiao Yang rolled his eyes, thought for a moment, and said softly, She's gone. They're gone? What do you mean? Qing Xiantong asked, somewhat surprised. They're gone, that's it. Xiao Yang didn't explain, or rather, he didn't know how to explain it. Before Qing Xiantong could react, Xiao Yang hung up the phone. Let's go too. Xiao Yang patted Lu Xing on the shoulder. Lu Xing drove Xiao Yang home and was about to hand him the keys when Xiao Yang waved his hand and laughed. You're my driver now, so of course you drive. Remember to pick me up tomorrow morning. We're going to UGE's wedding banquet. Become. Xiao Yang, you're back. It's already 1 o'clock, and I didn't expect my mother to still be sitting on the sofa. Where's Xiao Yang? I haven't seen her. Zhao's mother asked in confusion. She went home. That's fine too. She's a young, unmarried woman. What's wrong with her staying at our house all the time? Let me tell you, Xiaoyan is a good girl. She's beautiful and well-mannered. You should really make the most of her. Got it. Co Young Ripley at Jasuali. Remember your cousin's wedding tomorrow. Meanwhile, in Jiangdu City, inside a luxurious manor, President Jiang. Have you found out who is buying up our company's stock? The person shook his head. Bang! A teacup fell to the ground. A bunch of idiots. They're all such idiots, buying up our company's stock like this. And you're telling me you can't find any records. Mr. Jiang, we suspect the Fong family. The Fong family. Is there a need to be in such a hurry? The middle-aged boss's face was full of rage. Okay, has Jiang Yin been brought back? The young lady is already on her way. Okay, after Jiang Yin comes back, keep a close eye on her and don't let her run away again. Yes. Chapter 35, The Wedding. Xiaoyang was woken up by his parents. After eating something quickly, he called Lu Xing, who was also on his way. Less than 2 minutes later, the car stopped outside the house. Mom and Dad, Lu Xing is here to pick us up. Isn't this your car? Why did you let Lu Xing drive it here? He doesn't have a car. Can I lend it to him for a couple of days? Xiaoyang said with a grin. Since it was a wedding of the Xiao family, Zhao's father and son were dressed quite formally, while Xiaoyang was dressed more casually, but the clothes were all picked out by Jiang Yin, so he looked quite energetic. By the way, Xiaoyang, have you prepared any red envelopes? Xiaoyang was stunned for a moment. I didn't prepare any red envelopes. I sent him a car. After listening, Zhao's mother nodded thoughtfully and said, the gift is quite good. In previous years, your third uncle's family helped us a lot. Xiaoyu is busy with everything and even took care of your father in the hospital several times. Mr. Xiao nodded repeatedly. Xiaoyu is a good child. I didn't expect him to get married so soon. By the way, Xiaoyang, have you met Jiang Yan's parents? Why are we bringing up Jiang Yan again? Xiaoyang sighed and said helplessly, what kind of progress are you guys making? I'm still in college. I'm not rushing you, but you should at least settle things down. Besides, a girl as good as Jiang Yan is hard to find even with a lantern. There's a saying that goes, three-legged toads are hard to find, but two-legged men are everywhere. I finally got the stamp, and only then did I feel at ease. Did you stamp it? Xiaoyang touched his lips. That wretched Jiang fairy. She even stole my first kiss after leaving. Seeing that Xiaoyang remained silent, Zhao's mother had no choice but to end the topic and shift her focus to Lu Xing. Lu Xing, do you have a girl you like? Lu Xing. Half an hour later, the car arrived at the wedding venue. At this moment, quite a few people had gathered here. When they saw Xiaoyang and his group get out of the car, many people came over to greet them. Brother and sister-in-law, you've arrived. Many of them were from the Xiao family, and Zhao's father was the eldest son in the family, so he was naturally the eldest brother. Hey, brother, you look much better than before. Yes, your illness is cured? Yes, thank God. Everything is almost back to normal. Father Xiao greeted them one by one. Is this Xiaoyang? He's grown so much. Hello, fourth aunt. Xiaoyang greeted the group. However, compared to Xiaoyang, the relatives were more interested in Zhao's father and wanted to know how he had recovered from all his ailments. Fortunately, Xiaoyang had instructed that the matter of the pills should not be mentioned casually, so Zhao's father simply gave a vague answer to evade the question. Because of the senior's respect for order, Xiaoyang didn't join in their conversation and instead followed Lu Xing to greet other children his age. Xiaoyang, you drove here? Did you buy it? Yes. Xiaoyang recognized the person who greeted him. He was a high school classmate, although they weren't in the same class. They used to be neighbors and knew each other. His name was Chun Bei. Volkswagen not bad. I bought a BMW 3 Series a couple of days ago. From now on, I'll have to pay a hefty monthly installment. Chun Bei said with a smile. You've worked hard. There's no way around it. In today's society, if you don't even own an entry-level BMW, you don't have much prestige in front of your friends. Why drive this car around those vocational schools? Several young ladies stopped me to ask for directions. Take care of yourself. Lu Xing smiled, without explaining the car incident. Haha, don't worry, I can handle it. After rambling on for a couple of minutes, Xiaoyang approached the newlyweds, Xiaoyu and Xiaoyang. Xiaoyu and Lin Yin were also dressed in wedding attire. The two were considered a perfect match, and they, along with some friends from yesterday and some of the bride's relatives and friends, entertained guests. Xiaoyang, you've arrived. Brother Yu, happy wedding. Thank you. Lin Yin smiled and handed 2 wedding candies to the two of them. Just then, Lin's parents saw Xiaoyang and came over, saying, Xiaoyang is here. Come sit with us inside in a bit. No need. I'll just sit with my friends. How can that be? You're Xiaoyu's brother. After all. No, I really can't. I have friends outside. Xiaoyang politely declined and then walked out. However, he didn't notice that shortly after he left, a stunningly beautiful girl walked up to the bride and groom. Sister, brother-in-law, congratulations on your marriage. Xiaoya, I didn't expect you to come. My sister is getting married. Of course I have to come, the girl said with a smile that curved her eyes. Thank you. Lin Yin gave her a piece of candy as usual, then frowned and asked with concern, You seem distracted, and you have such dark circles under your eyes. Didn't you sleep well last night? No. The girl shook her head. The two exchanged a few more words, and then the girl left. I had no idea you had such a beautiful younger sister. Xiaoyu said with a smile after the girl left. What? You're already eyeing my sister before the wedding is even over. Lin Yin glared at him. Xiaoyu quickly waved her hand. How could that be? I was just curious. Aren't you an only child? She's my cousin. Lin Yin knew Xiaoyu didn't have the guts, so she was just joking. My cousin has very high standards. She's studying at Jiangdu University of Finance and Economics now. If Xiaoyang didn't already have a girlfriend, I would have introduced Xiaoyu to him. Lin Yin felt it was a pity. Otherwise, they could have become even closer relatives. That's quite a coincidence. Xiaoyang is also studying at the University of Finance and Economics. They might even know each other. This was none other than Lin Qiyu. Just as Lin Yin said, Lin Qiyu looked a little listless at this moment, and the reason was naturally because of a boy who confessed her 99 times and then ran away. After confessing her feelings to Xiaoyang last time, Lin Qiyu felt that as long as she persisted and confessed 99 times, Xiaoyang would definitely agree. Moreover, after this incident, their relationship will surely last forever. After all, that's a total of 198 confessions of love. Such a romantic thing, unprecedented. But to her surprise, the next day, when she went to find Xiaoyang to confess her feelings, Xiaoyang had disappeared. Yes, for several days in a row, Xiaoyang was not seen. All the preparations felt like punching cotton, leaving her feeling listless for the past few days. Her girlfriends all say she's lovesick. It's still unrequited love. She wanted to argue, what did she mean by unrequited love? It was clearly mutual love. Xiaoyang also liked her. But after not seeing Xiaoyang for several days, even she herself began to have some doubts. Just now, she saw a figure that looked remarkably like Xiaoyang. Could it really be unrequited love? And he's just hallucinating from longing? It must be because I didn't sleep well. Lin Qiyu shook her little head. Chapter 36. Which daughter-in-law should I choose? Seeking recommendations. Hey, beautiful. Looking for someone? Just as Lin Qiyu was looking around, a figure appeared in front of her. Lin Qiyu frowned and said coldly, I don't know you. What does it matter whether we know each other or not? Meeting is fate. I see you're not in a good mood. How about I take you for a drive? Chunbei shook his car keys. The BMW logo is very clear. For Chunbei, this BMW was almost always a winning strategy. The BMW 3 Series, although it's the entry-level model. But many naive girls only recognize a car logo. Once they get on the car, everything else becomes easy, right? Chunbei looked at Lin Qiyu and couldn't help but swallow. To be honest, this was the first time he had ever seen a beauty of this caliber. She was even more beautiful than those celebrities on TV with double filters. Lin Qiyu frowned. She had seen this scenario countless times, and she had refused it countless times. She didn't even glance at the car keys, simply saying, if there's nothing else, don't bother me. Seeing that Chunbei was about to say something, Lin Qiyu said directly, has anyone ever told you that you're ugly? Chunbei's lips twitched. In fact, he wasn't ugly. At most, he was the kind of person who would be completely inconspicuous in a crowd. Even if someone says you're ugly, they say it behind your back, never openly. His face darkened, but he didn't say anything more. He snorted coldly and left. There are flies buzzing everywhere. Lin Qiyu sighed, deciding not to stay in the outer hall any longer, and turned back to her seat inside. The room was filled with relatives from both sides of the marriage, and the atmosphere was harmonious. Sitting next to the elders, no one disturbed them. As noon approached, the noise gradually subsided. Everyone took their seats, and Xiaoyang's side was almost entirely filled with his high school classmates, all of whom were Xiaoyu's classmates, but also knew Xiaoyang and were considered his friends. At this moment, everyone was talking about their dreams and their jobs. By the way, Xiaoyang, did you give out any red envelopes just now? I saw you wander around inside. Is that a bad sign? Someone suddenly said. As soon as the words fell, everyone's eyes turned to Xiaoyang. I don't have any cash with me. Xiaoyang smiled. I think some people are just shameless. Everyone else has given them red envelopes, but they still have the nerve to come in empty-handed and still talk big. I really admire them. Chunbei said from the side. Xiaoyang frowned, but didn't say anything. He's always been too lazy to explain, let alone give away a luxury car. I doubt anyone here would believe it. However, Lu Xing felt a little uncomfortable, but he didn't know that Xiaoyang had given him a car. He assumed that Xiaoyang really didn't have much money, so he said, Run and Xiaoyu are cousins. Whether or not to give a red envelope is none of your business. Mind your own business. At this moment, one of the boys couldn't stand it anymore and spoke up. Stop talking about this. Today is a joyous occasion for him. What are you all arguing about? Although he also felt bad that Xiaoyang hadn't given a red envelope. It was, after all, a wedding, and he couldn't spoil the festive atmosphere. Yeah, they're brothers, aren't they? I've never seen brothers like this before. Chunbei snorted and said with a crooked mouth, Did you eat poop this morning? Your mouth. Before Lu Xing could finish speaking, Xiaoyang reached out and pulled him back. Don't argue with him. This is Xiao Yu's wedding. Let him do whatever he wants. Chunbei shook his head dismissively. Actually, he wasn't very happy with Xiaoyang to begin with because back in high school, he had pursued a girl, but she told him that she liked Xiaoyang. Of course, that's all in the past, and Chunbei didn't take it to heart. But Lin Qiuyue had just called him ugly, and he was in a terrible mood. Back at the table, seeing Xiaoyang's handsome face again, I couldn't hold back anymore. However uncomfortable he was, he couldn't disrupt someone else's joyous wedding banquet. So Chunbei made a few sarcastic remarks, and then kept quiet. As for the other people at the table, they were also looking at Xiaoyang with strange eyes. Since Xiaoyang didn't refute it, everyone believed it to be true. Although he didn't say anything, he still despised such behavior in his heart. As a result, the atmosphere at the table immediately fell silent, and everyone stopped paying attention to Xiaoyang and Lu Xing. At that moment, Xiaoyang felt as if there was a nail in his chair. Fortunately, he was a calm person and wasn't too upset. Lu Xing kept up the conversation, chatting about interesting things in Jiangdu. A short while later, the wedding began. The atmosphere immediately became lively as music played and the wedding MC began introducing the bride and groom on the prepared stage, presiding over the wedding ceremony. This wedding was quite traditional. After kneeling and bowing to both sets of parents, the bride and groom began to give speeches. First of all, thank you to my father-in-law and mother-in-law for giving birth to such a wonderful daughter. I will definitely treat Yinzi well in the future. Xiao Yu said, word by word, while Lin Yan's eyes were full of love. Secondly, I want to thank one person. Without him, there might not be this wedding today. This person is my cousin, Xiaoyang. After the words were spoken, Xiaoyang and his group were stunned for a long while. However, Chunbei muttered to himself, they've already expressed such gratitude, yet they can't even beg for a red envelope. TSK, TSK, TSK. CO Young Smilet. He couldn't be bothered to argue with a clown like Chunbei. It wasn't worth it. At this moment, Xiao Yu and Lin Yan's gazes also fell on Xiaoyang. After thinking for a moment, Xiaoyang stood up. Someone handed me a microphone. Congratulations. I wish you a happy marriage, a long and happy life together, and many children. Xiaoyang said with a smile, then handed the microphone back. What he didn't know was that a girl in the innermost seat paused for a moment. The surprise in his eyes quickly turned into joy. Xiao Yang. Why is Xiaoyang here? Just as she was about to get up, a middle-aged woman beside her recovered and asked, Miss, do you know Xiaoyang? Yes, Auntie, we're dating. Lin Qiuyue said politely. To date. This was none other than Zhao's mother. She looked at Lin Qiuyue with a blank expression. I silently labeled it with several tags in my mind. This girl is pretty, cute, sensible, and doesn't cause trouble. It suits Xiaoyang quite well. Since she had been sitting next to Lin Qiuyue the whole time, she naturally knew what this girl had been doing during the wedding. She just stayed there quietly, very still. Like Xiaoyang, she likes quiet and a simple life. She's a girl who enjoys living a peaceful life. Most importantly, he's also very handsome. At least the descendants of the Xiao family are guaranteed to be good-looking. Only Jiang Yin and this girl are both good. If they were to become daughters-in-law, which one would be the best choice? Before she could even think about it, when she turned around, she found that Lin Qiuyue had already gotten up and left her seat, walking towards Xiaoyang. P.S. I glanced at the new book rankings and noticed many books have lower collections but higher rankings than mine. I think it might be due to the number of recommendation votes. So, I'm begging you guys who have votes to cast them. Please, it's really important to me. Chapter 37. The Second Confession at the Wedding. At this moment, Xiaoyang was unaware that Lin Qiuyue had already set her sights on him. He was preoccupied with playing games with Lu Xing. However, the others were different, especially Chunbei. When he looked up, he saw the beautiful woman he had tried to flirt with earlier walking towards him, and he immediately became excited. Did he go back and think it over and realize that BMW is still the best choice? There's a saying that goes something like this: I'd rather cry in a BMW than laugh on a bicycle. Very realistic. If a girl like that could get in my car, that would be absolutely fantastic. He tried hard to control his excitement and quietly pushed the BMW keys in his pocket onto the table to make them more conspicuous. At the same time, he couldn't help but flick his hair. Sure enough, she's looking at me. Chenbai tooked smugly. The guy next to him noticed too and patted Chun Bei on the shoulder, saying, "Damn, Brother Bei, she's a goddess-level beauty." Chenbai smiled. What goddess-level beauties don't all have to kneel in front of BMW car keys? Here it comes. As the person drew closer, Chun Bei's heart pounded wildly. If I could have such a beautiful woman under my wing, I would gladly give up a few years of my life. He was starting to feel restless, with an urge to rush forward, but he held back. No worries, there would be plenty of time to play around later. But all of this was shattered by a clear voice. Xiao Yang. Her voice is sweet, and she is sweet too. At this moment, Lin Xue was smiling, her eyebrows curved, like a fairy from heaven. Just by walking over, he attracted the attention of several tables of people. Xiao Yang was clearly taken aback when he heard the voice. I think I heard Lin Qiue's voice. It's a hallucination. It must be a hallucination. Just then, Lu Xing, who was standing to the side, urged them on. Xiao Yang, what are you doing? Charge. Don't sell me out. Xiao Yang's gaze fell on his phone again. Here I am. Wherever my Miyamoto Musashi goes, nothing grows. Xiao Yang said in a very childish way, then buried his head in his phone again, completely unaware that the girl was already behind him. Upon seeing this, Lin Qiue's smile vanished instantly. Goodness, I didn't confess last time because I was playing games with my roommates in the dorm, and I'm still playing games this time. You're a teenager addicted to the internet, aren't you? A woman's knife is faster, right? Lin Qiue was immediately furious. She pursed her lips and slapped Xiao Yang on the shoulder. Xiao, raise. Xiao Yang suddenly shuddered, turned around, and froze on the spot. Lin Qiue, it's really here. Ew, what are you doing here? Xiao Yang was stunned for a moment. Everyone else looked at the two of them, and at that moment, Chun Bei, sitting opposite them, twitched his lips and couldn't say a word for a long time. You? Lin Qiue was still angry, but when Xiao Yang turned around, all her anger vanished. She noticed that Xiao Yang seemed even more handsome than before. Previously, I could only be described as slightly better looking than others, with delicate features and a more pleasing appearance. But now, for some reason, I feel an attraction to myself. Having not seen Xiao Yang for several days, Lin Qiue completely forgot what she was supposed to do. She looked at the girl next to her and smiled. Could I have an extra seat here? The girl paused for a moment, then quickly replied, Yes, of course. After saying that, he even went to the side to get a chair and joined in. Lin Qiue smiled and thanked her. For her, all of this seemed to be commonplace. Don't think that only boys care about looks. When someone is good-looking enough, they can appeal to both men and women. Few girls would be jealous of Lin Qiue's looks, because jealousy is based on comparisons of similar levels with only minor differences. But when you realize that the gap is too big, jealousy disappears, replaced by pure envy. After all, one is in the heavens and the other is on the ground. People on the ground won't be jealous of those in the heavens. They'll just shout, Wow, fairy sister. Lin Qiue is such a person. She sat in the chair, looking at Xiao Yang, who still looked completely bewildered, and for some reason, suddenly burst out laughing. She pinched Xiao Yang's cheek and thought he was just too cute at that moment. Staring at each other, Xiao Yang moved Lin Qiue's hand away and asked casually, What are you doing here? Of course I'm here. The bride is my sister. What a coincidence. The groom is my brother. Xiao Yang replied. So, you came back to attend the wedding. Why didn't you tell me? Lin Qiue had forgotten the torment she had endured these past few days, waiting under the boys' dormitory every day, earning her the nickname Waiting for Husband Stone from the entire school. Why should I tell you? Xiao Yang said, rubbing his forehead. Lin Qiue was taken aback by those words. She said with a slightly aggrieved look, I've been waiting for you downstairs at your dorm for the past few days. Xiao Yang was slightly taken aback, not expecting Lin Qiue to be so insistent. You've had a hard time. Xiao Yang smiled. With Xiao Yang's words, Lin Qiue instantly felt that all the hard work of the past few days had been worthwhile. When are you going back to school? Take me with you, Lin Qiue suddenly said. Okay. Xiaoyang agreed without much thought. The two chatted casually, and for some reason, while everyone else was talking about their own lives, everyone's attention was now focused on Xiaoyang and Lin Qiue. Xiaoyang's situation just now was exactly the same as Chun Bei's situation at this moment. He truly experienced what it means to feel like he was sitting on pins and needles. After chatting for a while, Lin Qiue suddenly asked Xiaoyang to wait for him, then got up and left. As soon as Lin Qiue left, everyone immediately steered the conversation toward Xiaoyang. Lu Xing didn't say anything, but his other friends asked with great curiosity, Xiaoyang, who is that person? Didn't you hear? It's Lin Yan's cousin. Lin Yan's cousin, someone exclaimed in surprise. No wonder, it seems the Lin family has really good genes. Both sisters are very beautiful. It is quite beautiful. Co Young Nodet. Hey, what's your relationship? Upon hearing this question, everyone immediately perked up their ears, including the guests at the next table, who unconsciously stopped their chatter and wanted to hear what Xiaoyang had to say. Hey, classmate, she's from our school, and she's the school beauty. It's normal to get to know her, Xiaoyang said casually, without revealing anything. As soon as he finished speaking, Chun Bei's expression lit up. We're just classmates. In an instant, his thoughts became clear. Imagine if you didn't know many people at your wedding banquet. Then it would be perfectly reasonable to go over and chat with a college classmate. If that's the case, then everything makes perfect sense. At the same time, many boys also started to have their own ideas. Since we're classmates, it's okay. Even if I can flirt with her, it's not unreasonable to ask for her contact information. Opportunities are always for those who are prepared. In an instant, the boys couldn't help but fix their hair with their hands, and some even took out their perfume and started spraying it on. Xiaoyang couldn't help but chuckle when he saw this. Lin Qiue returned shortly afterward. With a smile on her face, she walked step by step toward Xiaoyang. At this moment, everyone was getting restless. Some boys had already started clearing their throats and adjusting their voices to their best condition, ready to go up and strike up a conversation. Just then, Lin Qiue suddenly took out a bouquet of flowers from behind her and looked at Xiaoyang with deep affection. Xiaoyang, I like you. Will you be my boyfriend? The sound wasn't loud. However, the news spread among the guests at those tables. Clang! Someone's hand trembled slightly, and the bowl and chopsticks fell to the ground. But none of that matters now. Chun Bei was extremely distressed, his eyes filled with disbelief. Xiaoyang was also stunned on the spot. What happened? Bite. Task. Lin Qiue's second confession. Option 1. Accept the confession and receive a reward of 2 million yuan. Option 2. Reject the confession and receive a 10x cashback card as a reward. Chapter 38. The Goddess is a Simp. At that moment, everyone turned to look at Lin Qiue. Has this girl lost her mind? With looks like that, why would she even need to pursue her? Damn it, I'm speechless. I was just about to go up and confess my feelings to her, and now you're telling me she's preparing to confess to another guy. The boys present all felt a pang of jealousy. At this moment, many people felt like they had just broken up with their boyfriend. At this moment, Xiaoyang was led astray by the system. Tenfold cashback card. Note, purchases made within 1 hour will be refunded 10 times the amount in cash. In other words, if I spend 10 million within this hour, the system will reward me with 100 million if I use the cashback card. This is so exciting. Xiaoyang let out a long sigh of relief, then looked at Lin Qiue, who was holding a bouquet of flowers in front of him. Qiyu, we can't be together yet. I'm sorry. Xiaoyang Sigid, rejecting Lin Qiue. After the words were spoken, the entire room fell silent. People have forgotten that this is supposed to be Xiao Yu and Lin Yan's wedding day. I refused. Both boys and girls looked at Xiaoyang as if he were a fool. Is he out of his mind? A stunningly beautiful girl confesses her feelings to you, and you reject her. Holy crap. This isn't just a matter of whether it's scientific or not. This is just too fantastical. Everyone stared at the girl in disbelief. Lin Qiue was taken aback for a moment, her eyes crinkling at the corners, but she didn't seem too disappointed. She stuffed the bouquet into Xiaoyang's hands and said with a smile, Okay, this is a gift for you. Remember, this is the second time you've confessed your feelings. The silvery voice rang in the ears of everyone present, regardless of age or gender, and they all felt their worldviews were shattered. If your chin is too fragile, you might have to pick it up from the ground. What is this girl? who looks like a fairy, saying, she said this was her second time confessing her feelings. This thing actually happened a second time. So, you refused last time too, right? Depend on, is this something a human being would do? A goddess confessed her love and was rejected, but she still insisted on confessing a second time in front of so many people. What kind of behavior is this? This is simp behavior. The key point is that this simp is a goddess-level fairy, willing to lick a man's boots. I've never heard of such a thing before. Meanwhile, Chun Bei, who was sitting opposite Xiaoyang, was already feeling a buzzing in his head. Why should he? Does he deserve it? If looks could kill, Xiaoyang would probably be on the verge of death by now. He didn't seem to mind, simply accepting the bouquet and saying calmly, "Thank you." After thinking for a moment, Xiaoyang added, "The flowers are beautiful, and I like them very much." Upon hearing Xiao Yang's affirmation, Lin Qiue's face immediately lit up with a smile, and she happily said, "I'm glad you like it." This scene once again left everyone dumbfounded. Generally speaking, it's usually the man who gives flowers to the woman. And someone just said the flowers were pretty, and you're this happy. This isn't just being a simp. This is being a complete simp. It's numb, I'm numb. Xiaoyang is too awesome. I'm totally dumbfounded. Xiaoyang is going to be my idol from now on. He's so awesome. Lu Xing, standing to the side, was also stunned, carefully counting on his fingers. Jiang Yin, Qing Xiantong, and her 3 beautiful goddess-level girls. Wow, this guy's luck with women is amazing. Xiao Yang. May I hold your hand? Lin Qiue asked, resting her chin on her hand. Her eyes were brimming with tears, as if she were pleading. Everyone was numb by now. Let them show off. I'll just pretend I didn't see it. Okay, but don't use too much force. Xiaoyang quickly reminded him, recalling his experience at the last class reunion. Okay. Lin Qiue obediently hugged Xiao Yang's arm and rested her little head on it, just like a well-behaved kitten. It's confirmed this girl is a total simp. And the kind that's really good at licking. I'm so envious. Xiaoyang must have saved the galaxy in his past life. Everyone sighed, wondering if the flower was placed crookedly. Although Xiaoyang isn't cow dung, he's also quite good-looking. But in the eyes of boys, besides themselves, where else are there outstanding boys? Tilde. Shameful, utterly shameful. I came to the wedding expecting to witness the couple's lovey-dovey moments. But now, before I've even had my fill of the lovey-dovey moments, here's an appetizer. In the end, the wedding still went ahead as planned, and this was just a minor hiccup. As the wedding banquet began, everyone picked up their chopsticks, and Xiao Yu and her bride started toasting. After toasting the elders at their table, the two headed straight for Xiao Yang's table. Brother Yu, may you have a son soon and live a long and happy life together. Xiaoyang offered his blessings. Thank you, Xiaoyang. Xiao Yu said again, then downed a glass of wine in one go. Seeing this, Xiaoyang naturally didn't hesitate and poured the whole cup of wine into his mouth. After the two went to other tables to offer toasts, Lin Qiue was somewhat bewildered. Xiaoyang, are you the matchmaker? Why are you thanking me all this time? At this moment, everyone looked puzzled. Logically speaking, the bride and groom couldn't possibly toast each person individually. After all, with so many people, usually, it would be enough for everyone at the table to have a toast together. But he just offered a toast and then downed it in one gulp. That's a bit strange. Xiaoyang simply smiled and said, I only helped with a small matter. Just then, Mr. and Mrs. Lin walked over, each holding a glass of wine. Xiaoyang, thank you so much. Lin's father said, his face beaming. The wedding car that Xiaoyang gave him made him look incredibly impressive in front of his relatives and friends, so much so that he felt like he was floating on air when he walked. It's nothing, we're all family, it's what I should do. Xiaoyang smiled. Meanwhile, Lin's mother, who had finished toasting, hadn't left yet. She glanced at Lin Qiue, then looked at Xiaoyang and said, I'm entrusting Qiue to you for now. Don't worry, Annie. Good, huh? Lin's father laughed and left. After that, everyone became even more curious. Just who is Xiaoyang? Even two elders came over to offer him a toast. Isn't he just a junior member of the man's family? Logically speaking, shouldn't he be the one offering the toast? Those who knew Xiaoyang were fine, but those who didn't were starting to have some doubts. This young man looks quite energetic. Wasn't he supposed to be the groom's cousin? Why are they all toasting him? It's one thing for the bride and groom to offer toasts, but why are the two elders also coming to offer toasts? Perhaps he has some kind of noble status. If you are so distinguished, why are you sitting here? Shouldn't you be inside? Everyone was making guesses. Meanwhile, Chunbei on the other side was already feeling uneasy, and the more he looked at Xiaoyang, the more jealous he became. This kid. Why? Chapter 39. That's called Phaeton, and what a bumpkin. Seeking recommendation votes. Just as everyone was speculating about what Xiaoyang had done to deserve such treatment of a junior, an explosive piece of news spread among them. At a wedding, giving red envelopes is the most normal thing to do. Besides giving money, someone even gave a car. This wasn't something Xiaoyang was just making up. There were quite a few friends present at the time, and someone must have let it slip because it spread among the crowd. What they gave away wasn't just an ordinary car, but a luxury car worth $1.48 million. When the news came out, everyone present was shocked. $1.48 million. An ordinary person might not be able to afford that even if they worked hard their whole life. And yet someone just gave it away like that. How good must their relationship be? Or rather, how rich must the person who gave the car be? Treating luxury cars like cabbages. So, who exactly sent it? Everyone started whispering and asking around. So much so that even though the banquet had already begun, no one cared about eating. Inside, Zhao's mother was also filled with shock. If I remember correctly, Xiaoyang said he gave Xiaoyu a car. Could it be the luxury car worth over $1 million that he gifted me? What a spendthrift. This is such a waste of money. Zhao's mother immediately gritted her teeth. No one cared whether the news was true or not, especially since they had seen the wedding car parked outside with their own eyes. They had initially thought it was rented from a car rental company, but it turned out to be a gift from someone else. Meanwhile, the people at Xiaoyang's table had already started discussing the matter. Who is this guy? So extravagant. Wow, this is really eye-opening. Giving $1 million luxury car as a wedding gift. I want a dozen friends like this. Why don't I have friends like that around me? Xiaoyang just smiled to himself. This person is sitting right next to you. Lu Xing looked at Xiaoyang with a puzzled expression, but didn't say anything. But I guess they already guessed it. At that moment, Chunbei at the opposite table also started boasting. That's really awesome. Damn, if I saw him, I'd call him Big Brother on the spot. That's so extravagant. As he spoke, he unconsciously put his car keys away. At this moment, Xiaoyang continued to chat with Lin Qiuyue, making small talk. The girl was quite talkative, and considering the cashback card he had just gotten from her, Xiaoyang was happy to chat with her. This scene naturally made others envious. Although the topic turned to the mysterious person who delivered the car, Chunbei's mind started to wander again. He suddenly sighed and said, "Tell me, when other people get married, they give luxury cars as gifts, but some people are practically brothers, and they don't even give a red envelope." TSK, TSK, TSK. I think that no matter what you do in life, the most important thing is your character. Chunbei, despise people like that the most. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaoyang pinched his nose. Seeing that Lu Xing seemed about to lash out, Xiaoyang suppressed him and shook his head. You can't argue with the clown, otherwise you're putting yourself on the same level as him, and he'll use his vast experience to defeat you. No matter how you calculate it, it's a loss. The atmosphere immediately fell silent again. Lin Qiuyue, however, was taken aback and asked, "Who is he talking about?" Immediately, Chunbei looked at Xiaoyang with a mocking expression. The answer was obvious. Seeing Lin Qiuyue's confusion, Xiaoyang could choose not to argue with others, but he still needed to explain to Lin Qiuyue, so he said, "I did give her a red envelope, but they just didn't see it." "Oh, then I wronged you," Lin Qiuyue exclaimed in astonishment. "Why don't you explain? Why bother explaining to a clown? That would be beneath me." Xiaoyang glanced at Jinbi. To him, Chunbei was someone he didn't even need to look at. Giving him a second glance was an honor. Xiaoyang's voice wasn't loud, but still reached the ears of everyone at the table. Chunbei's face immediately turned bright red. "Xiaoyang, what are you saying?" Xiaoyang waved his hand without saying anything. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit off, Lin Qiuyue tugged at Xiaoyang and said, "Why don't we go out for a walk?" "Okay." Xiaoyang nodded. Sitting here was rather boring, so he might as well go out for a walk. Lin Qiuyue's face lit up with a smile when she saw that Xiaoyang had agreed. If she could, she wouldn't mind making this her first date. "Lu Xing, please tell brother you for me in a bit." "Okay, then I won't bother you anymore." Lu Xing nodded, but glanced at Xiaoyang's waist. The meaning is simple. Brother, take care of yourself. Xiaoyang rolled his eyes at Lu Xing. Go to hell. After Xiaoyang left, Chunbei was also seething with anger and muttered under his breath, "What a piece of trash." Since Xiaoyang hadn't said anything, Lu Xing was too lazy to pay attention. Just as he was about to get up, two people sat down next to him. Xiao Yang is gone. These were none other than the friends who had come to help yesterday. They'd been helping Xiao Yu and her family greet guests, and even acted as best men and maids of honor. Now that the banquet has started, they can finally relax. Unfortunately, there were too many people, and we found that there were no seats left. After looking around, we found that there were still empty seats, so we came over. However, I was a little surprised when I got there. Wasn't this where Xiao Yang had just been? Why was he gone? Yes, they said they wanted to go for a walk. Upon hearing this, the two immediately understood. The memory of Lin Chiyue's confession was still fresh in Xiao Yang's mind. Although he had rejected her, who knew if the two of them were on a date? So he sat down. Chunbei recognized the two men and knew they had been helping him. So he leaned over and asked, "Hey, you've been helping all along. You should know about the gift giving, right? Who gave you that luxury car?" Upon hearing Chunbei's question, everyone couldn't help but prick up their ears to listen. After all, who would want to know about something like this? They were even thinking of posting about it on their WeChat moments later. "Don't you know?" the two asked, somewhat surprised. "How would we know?" Everyone shook their heads. "It was given to me by Xiao Yang." The sound faded. For a moment, the atmosphere was eerily calm. After several seconds of silence, Chunbei finally reacted, his face filled with shock, and said, "You guys, you're not kidding, are you?" "I'm not kidding. It was a gift from Xiao Yang. We were all there at the time. We went straight to the Maserati dealership to pick up the car. It cost 1.48 million yuan, and we paid in full." This. Everyone present gasped in shock. Of course, Lu Xing was an exception, but he was indeed shocked as well. Chunbei's expression became even more unsteady, his face filled with disbelief. "No, who are you kidding? It was a gift from Xiao Yang. How could that be?" Chunbei forced a smile and said, "You all saw it just now. Xiao Yang drove here in a Volkswagen, which is worth no more than 80,000 or 100,000 yuan. You're telling me he gave someone a car worth over 1 million yuan while he drives a car worth only 200,000 or 300,000 yuan? How is this possible?" His direct, questioning drew nods of agreement from the crowd. "Yeah, he can't even afford a luxury car himself. How could he possibly give someone a luxury car worth over 1 million? Just then, Lu Xing stood up, shook his head, and looked at Lin Bei with a sneer. "That's called phaeton, what a bumpkin." After the words were spoken, Lu Xing lost interest and turned to leave. Everyone present was completely bewildered. "Phaeton, what's that?" Clang. Chunbei's chopsticks suddenly fell to the ground. Phaeton. He seemed to have some recollection of it, because that was the car driven by their company CEO. It seemed so. A car worth over 2 million. His lips twitched. He felt a sense of unreality. Meanwhile, someone searched for Phaeton on their phone and exclaimed excitedly, "Found it! Found it! It really is a Volkswagen Phaeton." "That's right, it's the same car as the one Xiao Yang drives, but I noticed there's a slightly different logo on the rear. Let me take another look." Everyone looked over. "Found it! It's the top-of-the-line Phaeton. A Volkswagen with 2.48 million. Everyone gasped, then looked at Chunbei with a mocking expression. "Goodness, a Volkswagen costing 100,000 or 200,000 is quite something. Old Chun, I think I heard that you've only paid off 2 or 3 installments on your BMW loan." This moment, Chunbei finally understood what it meant to feel like he was sitting on pins and needles, like he had thorns in his back. Chapter 40, I Have Someone I Like. At this moment, Xiao Yang and Lin Chiyue strolled out of the hotel where the wedding was being held. Because he had drunk some alcohol, Xiao Yang couldn't drive, so the two walked side by side. Lin Chiyue's hand was still linked with Xiao Yang's arm, and she had a faint smile on her face. On the way, the handsome man and beautiful woman of the couple attracted the attention of passers-by. "What a coincidence. I didn't expect to see you in JM City." Xiao Yang spoke first. "Yes, I didn't expect it either." "Xiao Yang, your home is in JM City, right?" Xiao Yang nodded, unsure what to say. Neither of them were particularly talkative, and the atmosphere between them became somewhat awkward. Suddenly, Xiao Yang stopped and said to Lin Chiyue, "Actually, you don't need to keep confessing your feelings to me like this." Xiao Yang hesitated for a moment, but decided to tell the truth. Although the system's confession task was really appealing, he didn't want to treat Lin Chiyue like a sheep to be fleeced. Others have their own choices, and he, too, now has his own expectations for emotions. Without realizing it, Jiang Yan's image has been the only thing on my mind these past 2 days. As if they had planned it together, The two stopped at the same time. Lin Chiyue looked at Xiao Yang with some confusion. Why? Xiao Yang let out a long sigh and said, Actually, I already have someone I like. The words were spoken in an instant. Lin Chiyue's smile froze. She looked at Xiao Yang in disbelief, feeling as if the world was spinning around her. You? Xiao Yang, you're not kidding me, are you? Lin Chiyue's breathing became somewhat rapid. Seeing that she looked like she was about to cry again, Xiao Yang couldn't help but feel sorry for her. It's better to end the pain quickly than to drag it out, and it's not my style to keep ignoring others. Xiao Yang nodded directly and continued. Yes, I'm not joking with you. I really do have someone I like. Lin Chiyue stared wide-eyed in disbelief. The hand gripping Xiao Yang's arm tightened its grip. Hiss. Xiao Yang gasped. Good grief, I should never have given him my arm. Lin Chiyue stared intently at Xiao Yang, her heart pounding faster. She bit her lip, forcibly suppressing the overwhelming urge to sob. So, was it because of this that you rejected me last time? Lin Chiyue asked. Xiao Yang shook his head. Lin Chiyue continued. Then your claim that rejecting me for the 100th time was a lie, wasn't it? So, you already had someone you liked, and you rejected me because you already had someone else in your heart, right? Lin Chiyue's emotions gradually became agitated. She stared intently at Xiao Yang, waiting for his reply. Xiao Yang shook his head and said, No, when I rejected you last time, I didn't have anyone I liked. Oh, Lin Chiyue was stunned. Did you only start liking someone in the last couple of days? So, while I was still planning my confession, someone sneaked up on me from behind and attacked my base? She said in disbelief. How could this be? It's only been a few days. Xiao Yang nodded fully. Yes, it's only been a few days. Jiang, you little devil. At this moment, Lin Chiyue's mind was in turmoil, a mixture of disbelief and panic. Of course, there are also some regrets. She doesn't regret being rejected after confessing her feelings to Xiao Yang in public. She only regrets not accepting him directly back then. Being flanked is just too outrageous. Lin Chiyue has now figured out one thing. Who exactly went around behind her? Lin Chiyue is still very confident. From childhood to adulthood, she has always been the focus of everyone's attention, and she has her own pride. She was eager to know who could defeat her. Is she prettier than me? Still, perhaps everyone wants to know what their romantic rival is like. She slowly spoke. Xiao Yang, can you let me see her? See her? Xiao Yang was taken aback. To be honest, Xiao Yang also really wants to see Jiang Yan right now. However, she herself did not know where she was. All we know is that she studies at the business school of Jiangdu University, and her name is Jiang Yan. I know nothing else. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Yang shook his head. I don't know where she is either. These words left even Lin Chiyue bewildered. Judging from Xiao Yang's expression, he didn't seem to be lying. I don't know where she is either. This is outrageous. You're not like those characters in TV dramas, dreaming about a woman and declaring her your soulmate, are you? Although Lin Chiyue believed in romance and fate, she thought it was pure nonsense. Xiao Yang, you didn't say that on purpose to reject me, did you? If so, this joke isn't funny at all. Lin Chiyue was also getting angry. I confess my love to you in front of so many people, in public, at someone else's wedding banquet. I have no shame. If you were to reject me because of someone who exists only in a fantasy world, that would be going too far. Yes, that's absolutely outrageous. I'm not joking. Xiao Yang's smile was somewhat bleak. He could vaguely guess why Jiang Yan left, but he couldn't confide in anyone about it. In fact, he himself was unwilling to believe that in just a few days, his heart had been filled with Jiang Yaojing, and his mind would always involuntarily think of those long, black-stockinged legs. Ah, I see. She let go of his hand. Although she acted like a simp when she confessed her feelings, it was because she liked Xiao Yang. In fact, she had been trying to put aside her pride and recreate the scene when Xiao Yang confessed his love to her. After all, love is based on an equal relationship between two people. If they were to get together, she wouldn't want to be inferior to Xiao Yang in any way. But now Xiao Yang tells himself that he has someone he likes. If I insist on confessing my feelings now, what would that mean? Does she count as a third party? Lin Chiyue also has her own pride. No matter how much she likes Xiao Yang, she wouldn't do such a thing. After a long while, a gentle breeze blew by. Lin Chiyue seemed to have sobered up considerably. She glanced at Xiao Yang, forcing herself not to shed tears. I'm sorry, I'm leaving now. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Xiue ran out like a madwoman. Xiaoyang remained where he was, without saying a word. He breathed a sigh of relief. Letting the matter rest was the best outcome for both of them. Only, seeing Lin Xiue's condition, Xiaoyang was still a little worried. I hope nothing bad will happen. If anything happens to the other party because of this, then I will be in great guilt. Xiaoyang frowned slightly, but still chased after him. It was getting late, though, and Lin Xiue had already disappeared somewhere. Chapter 41. Go for it. Lin Xiue for love. At this moment, Lin Xiue couldn't hold back anymore, and tears streamed down her face. She didn't grow up in JM City, and she doesn't even know where she is now. Perhaps she was tired from running, or perhaps she was tired from crying. Lin Xiue squatted down without regard for her image, her face full of grievance. I didn't do it on purpose. 99 times. If you confessed just one more time, I would have said yes. But why? Why did you fall for someone else? Lin Xiue was filled with distress and tried her best to drive Xiaoyang out of her heart. No matter what, all that could be seen in my mind was Xiaoyang's image, that affectionate figure standing downstairs in the dormitory. Wiping away the tears that had streamed down her face, Lin Xiue turned on her phone. Deleted, all deleted. He doesn't like me anymore. She opened the photo album. It was filled with photos of Xiaoyang confessing his love to her, all of which she had saved from the forum. There is a deeply affectionate version of Xiaoyang, and there is also a gloomy and dejected version of Xiaoyang. Too ugly, not handsome at all. How could I have fallen for you, you scumbag? Lin Xiue spoke angrily, but her hand hesitated to make the gesture. She tapped on the video on the other side of her phone. Those were videos recorded by different people, showing the scenes of Xiaoyang's confessions. These factors can be seen as the driving force that enabled her to confess her feelings in public. With her hand on the delete button, Lin Xiue still clicked cancel. At last, watch it one last time, and then forget it forever. Thinking to herself, Lin Xiue clicked on the video. I rubbed my eyes and wiped away the tears. Xiaoyang, a love-struck student from Jiangda University of Finance and Economics, makes his first confession. This is a video clip that combines 99 confessions of love. Lin Xiue saved several hours of video on her phone. A clear figure could be seen standing downstairs in the dormitory building. Lin Xiue, I like you. I fell in love with you the moment I saw you. This is the first time in my life that I've liked someone. I know that you can't hide your feelings for someone, so I brought you my favorite milk tea along with my feelings for you. I'm here, Lin Xiue. Will you be my girlfriend? Words full of deep affection. At that moment, Lin Xiue poked her head out from the dormitory building. Hey, I don't like you. Don't come back to confess your feelings. In the video, Lin Xiue appeared aloof and seemed to take such things for granted, directly refusing the offer. Then came Xiaoyang's dejected departing figure. After a short while, the figure suddenly turned around, smiled at the camera, and said, I'll come again tomorrow. That's all. The video entered its second day. It's still downstairs from the girls' dormitory. It was still that same figure. Lin Xiue, I like you. Idiot. Can't you come up with a different opening line? Lin Xiue cursed as she watched the video, her eyes brimming with tears. At this moment, Xiaoyang in the video continued speaking through a megaphone as always. Just then, a figure walked over from the side. It was Lin Xiue herself. In the video, she wasn't upstairs this time, but had just returned to her dormitory. Upon seeing this, Xiaoyang quickly stepped in front of her. Lin Xiue, I really like you. Will you be my girlfriend? This is a bouquet of flowers with bright red petals that have a festive touch. Can you please stop bothering me? In the video, Lin Xiue frowned slightly. But I really like you. In the video, Lin Xiue shook her head. I'm sorry, I have someone I like. At this moment, Xiaoyang took a half step back in astonishment and asked with deep affection, Who is it? Can I see him? Lin Xiue sneered. I don't know where he is either. Having said that, he turned and left. Lin Xiue remembers this scene. In fact, she didn't have anyone she liked. She was just making up an excuse to reject that guy. And the statement, I don't know where he is a blatant excuse. The figure disappeared. This time, Xiaoyang left behind the same words as always. I will come again tomorrow. Idiot, couldn't you have held on for just one more day? One day would have been enough. Lin Xiue said dejectedly. Just then, she suddenly paused. Etc. She rewound the video. She remained aloof in the video. I don't know where he is. Lin Xiue was stunned when she heard her own words. Immediately, the image of him saying, "I don't know where she is either," when he suggested meeting the person Xiao Yang likes, flashed through his mind. Same. You can't say they're similar. You can only say they're exactly the same. This is the second time I've confessed my feelings. Similarly, I don't know where he or she is either. Lin Qiue was stunned for a long time, then suddenly cursed, "Damn it." The pronunciation is not standard, indicating that the word is rarely used. But that's not important. What's important is all of this just a coincidence? Impossible. How could it be a coincidence? Lin Qiue's mind immediately started working. How could I be so stupid? He's testing me, checking my homework. I actually believed it. I knew it. How could Xiao Yang possibly fall for someone else in just a few days? Besides, I'm so pretty, it's not like you can just pick anyone off the street, and they're prettier than me. How could I be so stupid? Lin Qiue patted her fair, smooth thighs. Lin Qiue, you're so clumsy. It's so obvious. How come you didn't notice? This is only the second time you've confessed, and you're already this dense. It's obvious you haven't taken Xiao Yang's confession seriously at all. You deserve it. After scolding herself several times, Lin Qiue's gloomy expression vanished, replaced by a slight smile. Although the homework wasn't finished, one thing is certain. Xiao Yang hasn't fallen for anyone else. He's always loved me. Otherwise, how could he remember his words from the second confession so clearly? I was too stupid to realize it. Understand. I must treat every confession with care and not be perfunctory like this time. Go for it. Lin Qiue for love. Lin Qiue cheered herself up and told herself that she must study hard when she got back and try to memorize all 99 confession scenarios so that such a thing would never happen again. How embarrassing. Xiao Yang must think I'm stupid right now. Chapter 42. Are you misunderstanding something? The wedding banquet is still ongoing. Chen Bei, who had been so full of vigor, was now just drinking his wine in silence. No one toasted him, and no one chatted with him. When he mocked Xiao Yang before, at least Xiao Yang had Lu Xing by his side. But now, Chen Bei feels that he is an eyesore to others. After downing 2 more glasses of wine by himself, Chen Bei felt he couldn't stay any longer, so he said goodbye to everyone and prepared to leave. Unfortunately, no one spoke kindly to him. They just nodded casually. Chen Bei even felt that after he left, people were still talking about him. Feeling frustrated, Chen Bei returned to his car. Don't drink and drive? What a joke. Chen Bei felt an urge to go out and race cars. However, I managed to hold back and drove towards the university area with a depressed mood. Or can you call it a fishing platform? As long as this BMW is parked in front of the school, girls will always take the bait. It's all Xiao Yang's fault. Tonight, I'd better find a pretty girl to vent my anger. After cursing Xiao Yang in his heart, Chen Bei looked out the window and suddenly froze. That's not that girl from earlier? The girl who called herself ugly? Why is she all alone? Where is Xiao Yang? Chen Bei parked his car on the side of the road, but didn't get out. He just watched from a distance. It looks like she's been crying. Could it be because he and Xiao Yang had a falling out? Chen Bei's mind immediately started racing. If that's the case, maybe this is an opportunity. Perhaps because she had been crying for a while, Lin Qiue couldn't help but sob. She moved her feet with some difficulty. Perhaps she had been squatting for too long, and her legs were numb. No, I can't stand up at all. Lin Qiue was starting to complain about her feet. Although those long, white legs are the dream of countless boys, at this moment she wanted to cut them off. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Hey, isn't this the school beauty goddess who got rejected after confessing her feelings? What's going on? Where's your Xiao Yang? Lin Qiue raised her head. Her eyes immediately filled with disgust. Are you crazy? I'm sick. I think you're the one who's sick. What's so great about Xiao Yang? Look at how much you fawned over him. And now he's still stuck here. Chen Bai sneered. What's so great about Xiao Yang? Lin Qiue laughed. You dare to compare yourself to Xiao Yang? Anyone off the street is more handsome than you. Go home and take a good look in the mirror, old man. Uncle, uncle. Chen Bei was speechless at Lin Qiue's words. In terms of age, he was only 2 years older than Xiao Yang. At most, he just looked a bit older. But I really can't stand the word uncle. Before he could even react, Lin Qiue said with a stern face, Get out of here and stop scaring people. In fact, this is Lin Qiue's usual practice. At school, she had rejected countless confessions of love. She knew that some people just like to be persistent and clingy. If you spoke politely, they would think they still had a chance. The simplest method is to be sarcastic and aloof. Therefore, she was always known as a cool and aloof goddess at school. Little did she know that these words had completely provoked Chunbei. Chunbei already harbored resentment towards Xiaoyang, and the incident at the wedding banquet further humiliated him. Now, Lin Qiue's next few words made him extremely angry. Perhaps because he had already drunk some alcohol, Chunbei's angry face was flushed red, making him look somewhat frightening. He didn't say anything more, but walked up to Lin Qiue. "What are you going to do?" Lin Qiue panicked a little. At this moment, Chunbei's face was already somewhat distorted, looking just like those fierce and menacing villains on TV. "What am I supposed to do?" "Haha, do you think I'm going to do that?" Chunbei laughed loudly, reeking of alcohol. "You think Xiaoyang is handsome, right? Fine, let's see if he's still handsome with a head full of green hats on his head." Chunbei's face darkened, and he immediately grabbed at Lin Qiue. "Get out of here." Lin Qiue reached out and slapped Chunbei's hand away, somewhat panicked. She quickly stepped back, but her legs were still numb, and she couldn't move them at all. "Help!" Lin Qiue was a little scared and quickly shouted. Normally, Chunbei might have been afraid. At this moment, alcohol and lust took over his brain, and he didn't care about anything else. He looked at Lin Qiue with a slightly wicked look in his eyes. "Don't be afraid. You're so beautiful. I won't be rough with you." He laughed and reached forward again. "Fuck you, Chunbei, are you crazy? What the hell are you trying to do?" Just then, a voice came from behind. Before Chunbei could react, he felt a sharp pain all over his body and was sent flying by a force. Xiao Yang. Upon seeing the person who arrived, the panic on Lin Qiue's face immediately disappeared. At this moment, Chunbei seemed unaware of anything, his face full of anger as he looked at Xiaoyang. "Have you drunk yourself senseless?" Xiaoyang shook his head and looked at Lin Qiue. "Call the police." But before he could finish speaking, Chunbei suddenly sprang up and threw a punch. "Xiaoyang." Lin Qiue screamed upon seeing this. As the fist landed, Xiaoyang immediately felt a burning pain on his face. Suddenly, Xiaoyang's anger flared up, and he turned around and engaged in a fierce fight. It has to be said that Chunbei was still fierce after drinking, and Xiaoyang was hit several times unexpectedly. However, in the end, Chunbei was still pinned to the ground and rubbed against the ground by Xiaoyang. Soon after, patrol officers arrived. Lin Qiue felt much better in her leg and quickly ran up to the patrol officer to explain the situation. "Okay, stop hitting. Let go. Let go." Several police officers pulled Xiaoyang away, and upon closer inspection, they saw Chunbei lying on the ground, his head bleeding profusely, almost unrecognizable. "Call 120 first." Xiaoyang spat at Chunbei, who was still dazed from the beating, before letting out a long sigh of relief. "Xiaoyang, are you all right?" Lin Qiue threw herself into Xiaoyang's arms. The latter gently patted Lin Qiue's head and asked, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," Lin Qiue said, looking aggrieved. The details of what happened were quickly clarified. Chunbei was taken away, but it seemed he would likely be hospitalized for some time. Xiaoyang and Lin Qiue were taken to the police station to give statements, and the surveillance footage was reviewed. In the end, Xiaoyang and Lin Qiue were released. As for Chunbei, in addition to the indecent assault charge, the police also contacted the traffic department and added a drunk driving penalty. If nothing unexpected happens, that BMW will probably never be driven again. Xiaoyang was forcibly dragged to the hospital by Lin Qiue to have a checkup. Fortunately, it was nothing serious, just some minor injuries. "Thank you, Xiaoyang." Lin Qiue sighed as she helped Xiaoyang apply the medicine. "What are you saying? If I hadn't made you leave in anger, things wouldn't have come to this. Damn it, that kid Chunbei. I usually can't be bothered with him, but he's really taking advantage of me." Xiaoyang corset. Just then, Lin Qiue, who had finished applying the medicine, suddenly reached out and hugged Xiaoyang. "I'm sorry, Xiaoyang. It's all my fault. I didn't properly appreciate your confession. Now I understand. I will try my best for our love." Lin Qiue had a big smile on her face. Now, Xiaoyang was completely bewildered. What the hell is this all for our love? Where did our love come from? Didn't I already tell you? I already have someone I like. Are you misunderstanding something? At this moment, Lin Qiue felt a sweet warmth in her heart. She'll remember everything that happened that day. A hero saving a damsel in distress. The story was cliché, but she still felt Xiaoyang's anger at the time. He still cares about me a lot. Chapter 43, Lin Chiyue's 3 Confessions. Although Lin Chiyue really wanted to follow Xiao Yang again, she was not Jiang Yin after all, and couldn't really run off with Xiao Yang to someone else. It was already evening when I got home, and the designated driver had brought the car back. When Zhao's mother saw the bruises on Xiao Yang's face, she couldn't help but ask him all sorts of questions. Xiao Yang simply recounted what had happened, and his mother was greatly shocked upon hearing it. I saw Xiao Yu hanging out with Chun Bei when I went to your parent-teacher conference before. I need to tell Xiao Yu to stay away from people like him. Xiao Yang nodded. That's how it should be. By the way, Mom has a question for you. Answer honestly. Please speak. Tell me the truth about how much money you've made in business. Don't lie to me. Zhao's mother said sternly. Xiao Yang hadn't expected his mother to ask that question. After thinking for a moment, he said, about 10 or 8 million. So many. Mother Xiao gasped. I thought my son was just messing around, and the money he sent home before was only saved by tightening his belt. I never expected it to be over 10 million. So, you really sent Xiao Yu that wedding car? Originally, Zhao's mother only had some doubts, but now she was basically certain that the car was indeed a gift from her own son. Goodness, a luxury car worth over 1 million. That's such a waste. Seeing Xiao Yang nod, Zhao's mother nearly fainted. With this gift, you've given away 1/10 of our family fortune. You spendthrift. Mother Xiao cursed a few times, then fell silent. After thinking about it, it was still understandable. After all, the money was earned by Xiao Yang himself, and he could spend it however he wanted. Xiao Yang was scolded by his mother, and then the matter was over. Xiao Yang originally wanted to stay at home for a few more days and help his family sort out the store's affairs, but his parents rejected this idea, claiming that they were not senile and that he could handle such matters himself. They also told him to hurry back to Jiangdu, as the business there was more important. In fact, there was no business to be had in Jiangdu, but since his parents insisted, Xiao Yang decided to go back to school the next day. I've already taken several days off, and if I don't go back soon, I'm afraid I won't be able to catch up with the midterm exams. Lying in bed, Xiao Yang couldn't help but think of Jiang Yin again. Perhaps I should go find her, at least to find out something. Xiao Yang Sigit. To be precise, Jiang Yin was his true first love, although it only lasted a few days. Just as I was thinking, the phone rang. Xiao Yang opened the caller ID and saw that it was a call from Qing Xiantong. Qing Xiantong. Xiao Yang Asket. Don't be so formal. Just call me Xiantong. Qing Xiantong's voice was quite gentle on the phone. Is there something you need? I can't call you unless there's something important. Qing Xiantong's voice suddenly lowered, as if she were pleading. Okay, but this isn't a good time for casual chatting. I'm about to go to sleep. Xiao Yang checked the time. It was almost midnight. TCH, if Jiang Yin called you, would you stay up all night? Xiao Yang really wanted to reply. Yes. However, he replied, if there's nothing else, I'll hang up. No. Why are you in such a hurry? I have something to tell you. Qing Xiantong quickly said. Explain. Why are you being so cold? Honestly, are you going to tell me, or I'm really hanging up? I'll talk. Are you going back to Jiangdu? Qing Xiantong asked hurriedly. Okay, I'll go back tomorrow. Xiao Yang nodded. Then I'll come find you tomorrow. I'm going back to Jiangdu tomorrow too. It turns out that Qing Xiantong had originally taken leave to return to JM City to take care of her mother. But now that Xiao Yang had given her that sum of money, things were much more comfortable for the Qing family, and she no longer needed to take leave to take care of her mother. Xiao Yang agreed to Qing Xiantong's request without much thought. Whether you bring one or two, it's one thing or two. The next morning, in his dazed state, Xiao Yang thought he seemed to hear Lin Chiyue's voice. He suddenly rolled over. It was a dream. Xiao Yang breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, the door was suddenly pounded on. Xiao Yang. Hearing his mother's voice, Xiao Yang felt himself getting up. Open the door. Ah, here it comes. Xiao Yang dressed neatly and opened the door. He saw his mother with a slight frown, but also a hint of joy on her face. What's wrong? What do you think is wrong? Mom shook her head. That girl from yesterday came to our door. What? That girl from yesterday? Xiao Yang was a little confused. Just then, the voice came again. Xiao Yang, I like you. Holy crap, this isn't a dream. Lin Chiyue really came. Xiao Yang glanced at the system in his mind, and sure enough, there was a task called Lin Chiyue's 3 Confessions hanging above it. You're just like your father, always chasing after women. Mon poquito yang es forejat. The old man muttered to himself. When did I ever philander? Xiaoyang shrugged helplessly, but his mother clearly didn't blame him too much. After all, for a mother, it's absolutely something to be happy about when her son is being pursued by girls. You'd better handle this carefully. But let me make this clear. It's fine to make friends, but don't ruin the girl's reputation. If you're fickle and unfaithful, don't blame me for disowning you as my son. Mom sighed. Clearly, at this moment, she was already comparing Jiang Yin and Lin Qiuyue in her mind to see who was more suitable to be her daughter-in-law. If it's Lin Qiuyue, it would be a double blessing, and the girl is quite poised and generous, but she lacks restraint. How could she come here so early in the morning to confess her feelings? As for Jiang Yin, Zhao's mother was already very satisfied. Her figure, her long legs, her curves, she looked like she could give birth. Xiaoyang washed his face and then left the house. Lin Qiuyue was standing outside the house. Her face was flushed. The uncles and aunties passing by also looked over and couldn't help but mutter a few words. Xiaoyang, you're pretty good. Not bad. The gatekeeper patted Xiaoyang on the shoulder. The Xiao family lad is quite something, and his daughter is really beautiful. The uncles and aunts in the neighborhood all cast admiring glances at him, and even the neighbor's child looked on with envy. What a beautiful older sister. Chapter 44, damn it. Our house got raided. Xiaoyang rubbed his head and walked up to Lin Qiuyue. Xiaoyang, you're here. Lin Qiue's face was flushed, and she looked shy with her head down. Now you know how to be shy. Xiaoyang couldn't help but tease. Lin Qiuyue leaned her head over and smiled. This time, the gift I brought you is a scarf. Winter is coming. Let me put this on you, she said, reaching out to wrap the scarf around Xiaoyang's neck. Xiaoyang lowered his head, somewhat embarrassed. But after Lin Qiuyue finished wrapping the scarf, she tidied it up and said sweetly, "It looks really good, but it's mainly because Xiaoyang, you're so handsome." Xiaoyang blushed a little at these words. After all, so many people were watching, and they were all his neighbors who had watched him grow up. He asked somewhat embarrassedly, "How did you know my home is here?" "Ask Xiaoyu for it," Lin Qiuyue said with a smile. "All right." Xiaoyang nodded, glanced around, and said, "Why don't we go inside and talk?" As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Qiuyue nodded shyly. "Is this a meeting with the parents?" She suddenly felt a little nervous and didn't know where to put her little hands. She glanced at herself and suddenly felt that she had problems all over her body. After thinking for a moment, she hesitated and said, "Xiaoyang, I didn't bring anything except this scarf. Maybe we shouldn't go in yet." "It's okay. My parents don't care about this," Xiaoyang said, taking Lin Qiue's hand and leading her into the house. "There are too many people here, so it wouldn't be right to refuse them. It would be a bit embarrassing." Xiaoyang's thoughts were pure. He knew what it felt like to be rejected after confessing his feelings in front of so many people. Yesterday's confession at Xiaoyu's wedding was already embarrassing enough. He even admired Lin Qiuyue for being able to swallow her pride like that. At this moment, Lin Qiuyue was naturally unaware of Xiaoyang's thoughts and simply lowered her head, her face full of shyness. "Xiaoyang is going to introduce me to his parents. What to do? Am I dressed too immaturely today? Will my aunt and uncle think I'm just a little girl who doesn't understand anything? Will they be upset that I didn't bring a gift?" My heart was filled with trepidation. Of course, there was also some sweetness. This is about meeting the parents. If Xiaoyang is willing to introduce me to his parents, doesn't that prove that he cares about me? This confession will most likely be rejected, but the final result is the same. It's just that the process is a bit more complicated. Lin Qiuyue had stopped thinking about confessing her feelings and was only thinking about how to deal with Xiaoyang's parents. "I was too hasty. I remember seeing that book, How to Get Along with Your In-Laws, on Taobao last time. I should have bought it." Once inside, Xiaoyang let out a long sigh of relief. Inside the house, the father and mother sat side by side on the sofa in the living room. The two were somewhat surprised to see Xiaoyang bring Lin Qiuyue home. As for Lin Qiuyue, she was even more shocked at this moment. "Auntie, it's you." Lin Qiuyue saw Zhao's mother as soon as she entered the house, and then she remembered what had happened yesterday. She had confidently declared to Xiaoyang's mother that she was his girlfriend, only to be rejected after confessing her feelings. How embarrassing. "Hello." Mom smiled and took Lin Qiue's hand, sitting down next to her. "Mom, I still have something to say to Lin Qiuyue," Xiaoyang muttered, rummaging through the tasks in his mind. "Go back to your room." Zhao's mother glared at Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang obediently returned to his room. Zhao's father, being quite astute, left before Zhao's mother could even speak. Only Mom and Lin Qiuyue remained in the living room. "Daughter, what's your name?" Mom asked. "My name is Lin Qiuyue. How old are you?" "I'll be 20 next month," Lin Qiuyue said softly, her face flushed and her lips trembling as she bit her lip. "Oh, you and Xiaoyang are classmates, right?" "Yes, but I majored in finance, and he majored in economics," Lin Qiuyue answered without thinking. "What does your family do?" After a long while, Mom knocked on Xiaoyang's bedroom door. "Mom, where's Qiyu?" "He went to the bathroom." Zhao's mother glared at Xiaoyang, then said with a hint of helplessness, "Xiaoyang, tell me honestly, which one do you like?" "Jiang Yin." Xiaoyang didn't hesitate this time. He was certain of his true feelings. Zhao's mother could only shake her head helplessly. Compared to Jiang Yin, she also liked Lin Qiuyue. Hearing Xiaoyang's answer, she could only sigh. "If only I could marry both of them." Xiaoyang looked at his mother in shock. Just then, a voice suddenly came from outside the door. "Xiaoyang, I'm here." Xiaoyang turned his head away and saw a small head peeking out of the window. Who else could this be but Qing Xiantong? At this moment, Zhao's mother also looked over and saw that it was another beautiful and pretty girl, and her face immediately darkened. "She is my high school classmate, Qing Xiantong." Xiaoyang didn't notice his mother's expression and just answered casually. "Xiaoyang, if you weren't my son, I would have killed you," Zhao's mother said, exasperated. At the same time, I was filled with mixed emotions, wondering why my son had such a lucky streak when it came to women. What should I do? This girl named Qing Xiantong is actually quite pretty. Lin Qiuyue, who had just come out of the bathroom, also came out at this moment. When she saw the little head outside calling for Xiaoyang, her expression darkened considerably. Xiaoyang opened the door. Qing Xiantong first poked her head in, and when she saw it was Xiaoyang, her face immediately lit up with joy. "Xiaoyang, it's been several days since I last saw you. Did you miss me?" As she spoke, she reached out to hug Xiaoyang. "You big dummy, get lost." Xiaoyang wasn't going to tolerate her and dodged away. This scene was also witnessed by Lin Qiuyue, who was not far away. Her lips twitched, sensing something was wrong. Xiaoyang didn't care about any of that. To him, neither of the two girls was someone he liked. "All right, stop fooling around. Let me introduce you. This is my mom. This is my high school classmate, Qing Xiantong. Auntie, hello. This is milk I brought for you, and some wine I brought for Uncle." Unlike Lin Qiuyue, Qing Xiantong didn't bring anything. Upon seeing Zhao's mother, he immediately presented her with a gift. Mother Xiao smiled and said, "Oh my, why did you bring a gift when you came to visit? You're too kind." It's never wrong to be overly polite. Qing Xiantong wasn't as shy as Lin Qiuyue, but when she saw Lin Qiuyue, the girl's expression clearly became somewhat flustered. To be precise, she knew Jiang Yin had left, which is why she came to Xiaoyang's house, intending to sneak around and raid his house. But who would have thought that there was a girl here? Moreover, she is a girl whose looks are in no way inferior to her own. The two women were extremely hostile towards each other upon meeting, especially the two girls who were equally beautiful. Qing Xiantong looked at Lin Qiuyue and said first, "Xiaoyang, why don't you introduce this young lady?" "Your cousin. She was my college classmate." Xiaoyang smiled and pulled Lin Qiuyue over. "Her name is Lin Qiuyue, and she's also here to hitch a ride back to Jiangdu today." The two locked eyes. At that moment, I had only one thought in my mind. Damn it, my base has been raided. Chapter 45, Losing Everything. "Hello, my name is Qing Xiantong, and I'm Xiaoyang's high school classmate." Qing Xiantong blinked and suddenly said, "By the way, Xiaoyang and I are also desk mates." Xiaoyang leaps to WeChat. In high school, the class always rotated desks, so there was basically a new desk mate every day. To say that Qing Xiantong was my desk mate is not really a problem. My desk mate. Lin Qiuyue was stunned for a moment. Xiaoyang looked at Lin Qiyue's bewildered expression and felt a headache coming on. Judging from the current situation, the skill gap is huge. Jiang Yin and Qing Xiantong are at the same level, while Lin Qiuyue is a complete newbie. All right, Xiaoyang stopped there. Beside him, Zhao's mother was clearly much more worried than Xiaoyang. She started to hold a grudge again. I wonder what Qing Xuantong's family is like. I'll have to ask them properly later. After all, this child is quite well-mannered, and she even brought some gifts for her first visit. Seeing that his mother was about to drag Qing Xiantong away for a chat, Xiaoyang thought for a moment and then stopped her. "Mom, Those two just came to hitch a ride because they saw I was going back to Jiangdu. I'm going back to Jiangdu soon, so I'll leave now. After speaking, Xiaoyang glanced at the two girls. The two stared at each other, but their faces were full of gentle expressions. Wait 2 minutes. Xiaoyang went straight back to his room and casually packed a few clothes. Upon exiting, seeing that the two still looked bewildered, Xiaoyang grabbed one of them with each hand. Didn't we say we were going back to Jiangdu? Let's go. The two women were taken aback for a moment, then had no choice but to greet Zhao's mother. Goodbye, Annie. Come again often. Mrs. Xiao waved with a smile. After Xiaoyang left the room, Zhao's mother became somewhat worried. You know, this kid, he always worried he wouldn't be able to find a girlfriend, and we were even thinking of saving money to help him buy a house and get married. Who told him to inherit my wife's genes and be so handsome? Mr. Xiao chuckled. Since he recovered from his illness, he has been in a much better mood. You're such a chatterbox. Zhao's mother scolded. Mr. Xiao suddenly said, now that the children are gone, there's no one left in the house. You've already quit your job, so why don't we? As he spoke, Mr. Xiao looked at Mrs. Xiao with a shy expression. Zhao's mother was utterly shocked. You're back. At this moment, Xiaoyang was naturally unaware that his parents had already started thinking about practicing the trumpet. He opened the car door and got in. Yesterday, because Lu Xing had also been drinking, he had a designated driver take Zhao's parents back home, and the car was parked outside. Xiaoyang, can I sit in the front? Lin Qiuyue asked gently. Sure, Xiaoyang nodded. Lin Qiue's face immediately lit up with happiness, but the moment she opened the car door, Qing Xiantong had already jumped up and sat in the passenger seat. Thank you, Qiyu. I didn't expect you to be so kind to me the first time we met, and you even helped me open the car door. Qing Xiantong said with a smile. Xiaoyang's lips twitched. Looking at Lin Qiuyue again, I saw that her face was full of grievances, and she was biting her lip, unable to speak. As expected, Qing Xiantong's skill level completely surpasses Lin Qiue's. All right, Qing Xiantong, sit in the back, Xiaoyang said, glancing at Qing Xiantong. He was genuinely afraid that Lin Qiuyue would cry. This girl was like a delicate flower. She would fill her eyes with tears at the slightest grievance, which was truly heartbreaking. Why should I? Qing Xiantong retorted indignantly. But then, Lin Qiuyue quietly opened the car door. No need, I'll just sit in the back. Hey, it's not that I necessarily want to sit in the front. It's just that I don't want to sit there. Qing Xiantong chuckled, her face full of pride. Cool, sold out instantly. With this level of skill, you still dare to steal my base. Who gave you the courage? Jiang Yan? Qing Xiantong fastened her seatbelt. Xiaoyang glanced at it out of the corner of his eye, as usual, and shook his head. In terms of scale, Jiang Yan is still the best. You're just showing off. Xiaoyang rolled his eyes at Qing Xiantong, then turned back and laughed. Qiyu, fasten your seatbelt. Okay. Lin Qiuyue didn't seem too unhappy and said with a smile. This left Xiaoyang somewhat bewildered, wondering what Lin Qiuyue was thinking. It's still early. Let's wait for Lu Xing, and then we'll go back to Jiangdu together, Xiaoyang explained. Lu Xing was originally going to go back to Jiangdu with him anyway, so he decided to wait for one more person. Just then, Lin Qiuyue suddenly called out, Xiaoyang. Do you remember what you gave me the third time you confessed your feelings to me? Lin Qiuye's eyes crinkled at the corners. Clearly, she was very happy. Xiaoyang looked completely bewildered. Qing Xiantong, standing to the side, immediately darkened her face, her eyes filled with shock. A third confession? What's the meaning? Holy crap. No way. She turned to look at Lin Qiuyue, then stared at Xiaoyang with disbelief, as if to say, Really? You like this type? Xiaoyang naturally couldn't remember and honestly replied, I forgot. Lin Qiuyue didn't believe Xiaoyang would forget. He even remembered the lines from his second confession. Lin Qiuyue pouted, full of pride, and said, It's a scarf, so I'm giving you one today, too. Xiaoyang glanced at the scarf and said, You're very thoughtful. The weather has indeed been a bit chilly these past few days. It's okay as long as you like it. Seeing their reactions, Lin Qiuyue was basically certain. This so-called Qing Xianong is just an ordinary classmate of Xiaoyang. She's a little slow, but not stupid. This Qing Xiantong is clearly just clinging to me. Didn't she see that Xiaoyang even spoke up for her after she tried to sit in the front and her seat was taken away? Besides, if they really had some kind of relationship, Xiaoyang would definitely keep quiet about confessing his feelings. At this moment, However, a different scene was unfolding in Qing Xuantong's mind. Xiaoyang confessed his feelings 3 times. Oh my god. Jiang Yin and herself. I'm so tired of losing. Chapter 46, How about you help me pursue Xiaoyang? Xiaoyang, you really confessed her 3 times? Qing Xiantong said in disbelief. Co Young nodded. Although it was a system task, the whole school already knew about it, so there was no point in hiding it. Upon hearing Xiaoyang's confirmation, Qing Xiantong was stunned. Xiaoyang actually confessed his feelings to her 3 times. Turning around, I saw Lin Chiyue with a smug look on her face. Clearly, she won this round. No amount of eloquence can overcome the facts that have already occurred. Seeing Lin Chiyue's smug look, Qing Xiantong was displeased and said, "So you have a girlfriend now?" Xiaoyang shook his head and told the truth. She didn't agree. These words left Qing Xiantong completely bewildered. Holy crap, I didn't agree. So, he's not even a rival. So what are you here for? Qing Xuantong's face immediately lit up with a smile. Suddenly, she turned to Lin Chiyue and said with a smile, "Sorry, I misunderstood. I thought you were pursuing Xiaoyang." Lin Chiyue looked bewildered. Just then, Qing Xiantong extended her hand and said with a smile, "Let's get to know each other formally. My name is Qing Xiantong, and I'm Xiaoyang's high school classmate." Lin Chiyue didn't know what Qing Xiantong was thinking. She paused for a moment, then replied, "Hello, my name is Lin Chiyue. All right, then we can call each other acquaintances and friends." Huh? Lin Chiyue was stunned. What, you're already friends? Aren't we rivals in love? Just then, Qing Xiantong smiled and said, "Since we're friends now, could you do me a favor? Help me pursue Xiaoyang." After saying that, she looked up at the sky and pondered, "I never thought that Xiaoyang would like someone like you. Why don't you teach me how you made Xiaoyang fall in love with you?" The sound was quite loud. Xiaoyang, who was standing nearby, heard everything clearly and was speechless. Good grief, you're having someone else pursue me right in front of me? What kind of logic is this? Lin Chiyue was even more stunned. This girl named Qing Xiantong asked me to help her pursue Xiaoyang? Did I mishear you? Or is there something wrong with you? To be honest, neither of them quite understood Qing Xuantong's thought process. That's outrageous. All I can say is that. Seeing that Lin Chiyue didn't agree, Qing Xiantong asked curiously, "What's wrong? Is it not okay?" "Of course not," Xiaoyang and Lin Chiyue said in unison. Xiaoyang was referring to the fact that he had no feelings for Qing Xiantong at all. So why was she so fixated on him? Lin Chiyue's meaning was even clearer. "I'm still pursuing him myself, and you want me to help you pursue him? Is it possible to help your rival pursue the person you like?" However, after hearing Xiaoyang's answer, Lin Chiyue was much happier. It seems that Xiaoyang really does like her, and Qing Xuantong's feelings are just unrequited, and she can't even win him over. Shortly after, Xiaoyang drove to the vicinity of Century Square. Lu Xing lives here. He used to work here, so he rented a house here. Since we're going back to Jiangdu today, we should naturally take him with us. I already told Sheng that once Lu Xing finishes his resignation procedures, he can leave. The new Century Plaza area is located in the city center, and although it was daytime, there was a considerable flow of people. Judging that he would have to wait a while, Xiaoyang found a place to park and got out of the car, saying he wanted to take a look around first. The 2 girls naturally had no objections. They weren't in a hurry to go back anyway, and it would be even better if they could go shopping with Xiaoyang. At that moment, a deep voice echoed through the street, and a street musician was seen holding a guitar in the store, surrounded by a crowd. These street performers are not uncommon. It's just a way to make a living, nothing unusual. Xiaoyang didn't seem to care, but Qing Xuantong's eyes lit up, and she said, "Xiaoyang, why don't you sing a song for us to hear?" "Sing." Xiaoyang shook his head. "What kind of thought process is that? Come on, I just want to hear you sing. Do you remember when you sang at the high school gala? You sang so well." Qing Xiantong recalled. Xiao Yang remembered. It was a party in his 2nd year of high school. They said there was a top 10 singers event. Unfortunately, he wasn't a particularly talented singer and just participated casually. He didn't expect Qing Xiantong to remember it so clearly. Upon hearing this, Lin Chiyue also became interested. Xiaoyang can sing. Who wouldn't want to hear their favorite boy sing? Encouraged by this, Xiaoyang exclaimed, "Xiaoyang, I've never heard you sing before." Qing Xuantong's eyes lit up, and she shook Xiaoyang's arm, saying, "Let's go." "No, there's so many people here, I still have my pride." Co Young Rifu said. Just then, a notification sounded in my mind. Task posting, the path to becoming a singing god for an outstanding male student. Option 1. Accept the task and sing a song in front of everyone. Reward. Voice control ability plus 20. Option 2. Refuse the mission. Reward. Voice control ability plus 2. Xiaoyang paused for a moment and looked at the two women. You guys are NPCs from the system, right? How dare you issue quests like this? Xiaoyang glanced at the street singer who was singing his heart out, then looked at the mission. Voice control ability. I don't know what it's for. Is it supposed to modify the voice? Why not give it a try? It won't be too embarrassing anyway. Okay. Xiaoyang nodded, walked closer to the street singer, opened his phone, and scanned the QR code on the speaker next to him. Yes, even street performers are keeping up with the times. No cash to tip? No problem, we have a QR code. Xiaoyang transferred 1,000 yuan to the account, and then showed it to the homeless singer. Thank you, the street musician said, his eyes widening in surprise when he saw the transfer receipt. It was so much. In fact, earning 200 or 300 yuan a day by busking like this is basically considered peak season. Earning 1,000 yuan at once means you've got a big spender. Can I borrow your space to sing a song? Xiaoyang asked with a smile. Sure, of course. The other person's face was full of smiles. Xiaoyang didn't stand on ceremony, took the guitar from the other person, and sat down. Slender fingers glided across the strings, and a simple yet captivating melody began to clearly reach everyone's ears. What a beautiful melody. Xiaoyang can actually play the guitar. Lin Shiyue's eyes sparkled, as if Xiaoyang was the only one in her gaze. As for Qing Xiantong, her eyes widened. How come I don't think I've ever heard this song before? The extremely simple melody made pedestrians and passers-by around them stop in their tracks. Have you heard this song before? No, this melody... In fact, Xiaoyang didn't know what the song was. After taking the guitar, he originally wanted to play a song he knew, but this song suddenly popped into his mind. It must be the system's doing. Sunny Day / J. Cho. Who is J. Cho? Xiaoyang was completely dumbfounded. Fine, I'll just play it like that. Chapter 47. Humble Love. Beside him, the street singer looked utterly astonished. He had thought that Xiaoyang was just playing a song casually. He had seen this kind of situation before. After all, many people just wanted to show off. There weren't that many professional singers coming to compete with street performers for a living. But as soon as the prelude started, he felt completely numb. The rhythm of Sunny Day is very simple. It can be played on a guitar using only chords. It kept repeating, yet it was very pleasant to hear. Finally, Xiaoyang lowered his head, and his voice came through the microphone from the speakers. The little yellow flower of the story. Floating since the year I was born. Childhood swinging. It's been swaying with my memories ever since. Xiaoyang's voice, like his personality, was somewhat languid. But this perfectly matches the song, as if someone casually picked up a guitar and started singing. Pedestrians stopped to watch, and many office workers carrying briefcases and wearing high heels seemed to have returned to their youthful school days. The wandering singer's lips curled slightly upward. He took a sip of water, not alcohol, but as if recalling a story. The upbeat rhythm seemed completely out of place in this bustling city. Just then, Zui su su si zu si la su la si la su. A sound came from inside. The street singer immediately spat out the water he had just drunk. How could this be so casual? Did they forget the lyrics? Or something? How did they end up singing the sheet music? At this moment, Lin Shiyue and Qing Xiantong were already completely absorbed in the moment. Looking at Xiaoyang's calm and indifferent face, the two of them were already overflowing with emotion. So cool. Which girl hasn't fantasized about a handsome and talented boy sitting on campus, holding a guitar, singing love songs to her? Although this wasn't a school campus, the atmosphere was incredibly harmonious. As I played the prelude and gazed at the sky, I thought of flower petals trying to fall. I remember the petals trying to fall. The day I skipped class for you. The day the flowers fell. That classroom. Why can't I see it? The vanishing rainy days. I really want to get soaked again. I never thought I'd still have the courage I'd lost. I really want to ask again. Will you wait or leave? The voice was light and cheerful, like a casual humming, yet it already conjured up vivid images in everyone's minds. Do you know the joy and disappointment of having a crush on a girl? The little yellow flower I planted when I was just beginning to experience love, I want to water it again, no matter how long it blooms or fades. But the courage to like something remains because I like it. Therefore, I am brave. The lyrics are simple and clear. But in Lin Chiyue's mind, it was a different scene. She suddenly realized that one day, on campus, that boy saw her and fell in love with her. He was overjoyed and tried every means to get closer to him. He skipped class to confess his feelings. To confess his feelings, he secretly went to the classroom to look for her time and time again. To confess his feelings, he waited for her downstairs at the dormitory every day, rain or shine. In an instant, Lin Chiyue recalled all the scenes of Xiao Yang's confession, and tears welled up in her eyes and streamed down her face. This song, he must have written it for himself. Lin Chiyue covered her mouth, afraid that she would cry out loud, her face full of emotion. As for Qing Xiantong, she was also filled with emotion at this moment. Recalling her time on campus, Xiao Yang's image in her mind grew even more lofty, and her eyes were filled with admiration. Some of the pedestrians around were lost in deep memories. Yes, she gripped the other hand she was holding tightly. Everyone stopped quietly. For a moment, the once bustling street became unusually quiet. On that windy day, I tried holding your hand, but then the rain gradually, so big that I can't see you. How much longer until I can be by your side? But in the end, you still seem to say goodbye. Only when it rains and the wind blows do I dare to try to hold your hand tightly. Having harbored a secret crush for so long, I treated this hard-won love with utmost care. Even if the wind blows, even if the rain soaks, even if we can only love each other for one more day, even if in the end we can only say goodbye. How humble this love is, someone lamented. Because it's love, it's humble, someone replied. Lin Chiyue, standing to the side, was already sobbing uncontrollably. Yes, because of love, one becomes humble. Even though he knew he would be rejected after confessing his feelings. Even though he knew that what he was doing was incredibly humble, he still persisted 99 times, reaching the extreme of humility. Doesn't that prove he loves himself? Lin Chiyue clenched her fists. This time it's my turn. Even if it ends in goodbye, I will be brave. No matter how humble I am, I will treat you the same way you used to treat me. At this moment, Xiao Yang finished playing, let out a long sigh, and smiled as he placed the guitar into the hands of the still astonished wandering singer. He hadn't expected the song the system gave him to be so good. The moment his voice fell, thunderous applause erupted. It sounded great. Sing it again. Xiao Yang greeted the enthusiastic audience with a smile. What do you mean, sing it again? I'm not actually busking. It's just a simple system task to complete. Hearing the system's notification sound, Xiao Yang was finally satisfied. The ability to control one's voice at 20 o'clock. A wealth of knowledge suddenly flooded his mind, including how to produce a fuller voice and how to enunciate words more clearly. So, is this system teaching me to speak Mandarin? Just as Xiao Yang was about to study it carefully, a figure suddenly pounced over in a flash. Xiao Yang reacted quickly and caught it. This was Lin Chiyue, who had just been crying her eyes out. Her eyes were red and swollen, and she hadn't wiped away the tears on her face. She buried her head in Xiao Yang's arms. In no time, Xiao Yang's clothes were soaked through with Lin Chiyue's tears. What's wrong? Who bullied you? Xiao Yang was taken aback. I was so engrossed in singing that I didn't even notice. In front of everyone, someone actually dared to bully Lin Chiyue? He glanced around before his gaze settled on Qing Xiantong. The meaning is quite clear. Did you bully them again? Qing Xiantong was completely dumbfounded. What does this have to do with me? At this moment, Lin Chiyue was still sobbing, her words choked and unclear. Xiao Yang, I know how you feel. Let's be together now, okay? I like you so much too. Bye. Lin Chiyue's confession, special. Option 1. Accept the confession, reward, plus 3 charm points. Option 2. Reject the confession, reward, plus 10 charm points. Chapter 48, An Old Habit. What? He confessed his feelings again. Or is it a special mission? Xiao Yang's face darkened. Is this love song really that powerful? Besides, what do you mean you understand my feelings? What feelings do I have? I was just doing a system task. You're not imagining things again, are you? However, seeing Lin Chiyue crying like this, Xiao Yang felt a little sorry for her. As always, don't say anything. Just let the system automatically reject the request. Xiao Yang patted Lin Chiyue's head and laughed. All right, Stop crying. There are so many people here. Lin Qiue was still sobbing, her face full of shyness. Those around them couldn't help but feel extremely envious. This must be the female lead in this love song. Looks like we couldn't say goodbye in the end. It's fake, it's all fake. I have to be fed dog food, a Chinese slang term for witnessing public displays of affection, just to get to work. I really miss those days. If I could sing a song like that back then, how could the goddess possibly reject me? Hearing the whispers around her, Lin Qiue's face turned even redder. She kept her head down, her little head probably unable to pull itself out of Xiao Yang's chest. Xiao Yang wasn't in a hurry. He simply rubbed Lin Qiue's head and gently comforted her. In the distance, Qing Xuantong's eyes were filled with jealousy. He stood with his hands on his hips, glaring at the two of them. People eventually dispersed. Getting to work was more important than listening to music. The street musician then walked over. "Sir, your singing is wonderful. The song is great, but your singing is even better." "Thank you." Xiao Yang accepted the compliment. Can I make a request of you?" the wandering singer stammered. "You say, I really like your song, and I'd like to sing it. Is that all right?" At this point, the other person said with embarrassed expression, "I know that singing your song here might be disrespectful, but I really like this song and want to sing it for others." "It's okay, sing it." Xiao Yang was naturally generous. It was a song given by the system, so it didn't matter. I didn't expect the other party to be so aware of copyright, as they even asked if I could sing it. "Thanks. This is my business card. My name is Zhang Rong. May I ask your name?" Zhang Rong handed over a business card and then asked. Seeing that Xiao Yang didn't seem to want to answer, he added, "I'm sorry, but the main thing is that this song is yours. When I cover it, I have to state that it's your song. I only asked out of respect for you." Xiao Yang then nodded. "My name is Xiao Yang." "Okay, I got it." After Xiao Yang finished speaking, he wanted to leave. However, Lin Qiue let go of Xiao Yang and quickly asked Zhang Rong, "Do you have a recording of Xiao Yang singing just now?" "Yes. I always set up a built-in recording when I busk." "Make me a copy. I want the one Xiao Yang just sang." "No problem," Zhang Rong said, turning around and turning on her computer. At that moment, Qing Xiantong also rushed over, saying, "I want one too." After getting the recording, the two girls quickly put the phone to their ears. Xiao Yang's singing voice drifted slowly from inside. It must be said that Zhang Rong's microphone and recording equipment are quite good. Almost all the surrounding noise was eliminated, leaving only Xiao Yang's cheerful singing voice. Lin Qiue and Qing Xiantong both wore blissful smiles, then turned to look at Xiao Yang. "Let's go buy some headphones." Then the two looked at each other again. Snort. Then another person got an arm. Xiao Yang is nump. Before Jiang Yin left, my arm never truly belonged to me. Now that Jiang Yin is gone, this arm still doesn't belong to me. Neither of the two women looked at the other. They simply leaned against Xiao Yang's shoulder. Envious glances came from all around. Damn it, I thought he was a devoted love song prince, but I never expected. I'd be satisfied with just one fairy like that, but two? That's just a dream. No way. I'm going to learn how to sing when I get back. Damn, the right to choose a partner first is just too good to pass up. Fortunately, Xiao Yang has gotten used to it. This habit stems not only from the envious and jealous looks from those around me, but also from the feeling that my arm doesn't belong to me. "Xiao Yang, you're so handsome," Lin Qiue exclaimed, her face full of infatuation. "You don't need to tell me." Qing Xiantong snorted, then said, "Xiao Yang, did you write this song yourself?" "It's really good." "Of course, Xiao Yang, this song was written for me, right?" Lin Qiue said, pursing her lips. Perhaps she had cried too hard just now, because her face was still flushed and looked extremely pitiful. "I guess so," the two girls kept asking. Xiao Yang was a bit flustered and didn't pay attention to Lin Qiue's words, instead answering Qing Xuantong's question. After all, this song was given by the system and doesn't belong to this world, so let's just pretend it was written by myself. Anyway, the lyrics and sheet music aren't too difficult, so there shouldn't be any major problems. It was really written for me. Although Lin Qiue had guessed it, she couldn't help but feel excited when she heard Xiao Yang say it himself. "Xiao Yang? Did they say anything?" After buying the headphones, the two of them calmed down considerably. Of course, Xiao Yang paid the money. Lin Qiue picked up a pair of pink headphones, which suited her style. This was the first gift she had ever received from Xiao Yang. Of course, Xiao Yang had given them before. but this was the first time I had ever accepted it. She carefully tidied and secured the long headphone cord, then gently inserted the headphones into her nimble ears. The singing came as if Xiao Yang were singing right next to my ear. Her voice was soft, and Lin Chiyue's face was full of sweet smiles. Qing Xiantong, on the other hand, chose a blue pair of headphones. Unlike Lin Chiyue, she didn't carefully put them on. She simply plugged them in casually and quietly enjoyed Xiao Yang's singing. The two girls went to listen to music, and Xiao Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's better than having someone chattering in your ear. That's fine. The three of them sat on a bench by the roadside. It only took about half an hour. It seemed that Lu Xing had finished his business and gave Xiao Yang a call. Lu Xing's cursing voice came through the phone. It seems the resignation process didn't go smoothly, but for what he said, it was eventually completed, although the process might not have been very pleasant. Chapter 49, The Path to Self-Reliance for a Top-Tier Tycoon. Lu Xing arrived quickly, muttering curses under his breath. However, upon seeing Qing Xiantong and Lin Chiyue beside Xiao Yang, he immediately forced a friendly smile. Even though he knew that her heart belonged to Xiao Yang, every man, especially in front of a beautiful woman, couldn't help but show the magnanimity that a man should have. This time, I opened the car door. "I'll sit in the front," Lin Chiyue said, and then sat down comfortably. She finally realized that there was no point in comparing herself to Qing Xiantong with these fancy tricks. The other woman was simply shameless. "Okay, please sit down." "CEO Young No Dead." Lu Xing took the keys and sat in the driver's seat. "Lin Chiyue?" Qing Xiantong giggled incessantly, then very gentlemanly opened the car door. "Xiao Yang, bless it." After saying that, Qing Xiantong glanced at Lin Chiyue. Surprised? Xiao Yang smiled and sat down inside, followed closely by Qing Xiantong. Before the car could even start moving, Lin Chiyue had already gotten out, opened the door, and squeezed in. Xiao Yang glanced at the two of them, feeling utterly helpless. "Lin Chiyue, what do you mean? Aren't you worried about being cramped?" Qing Xiantong glared at her, but still shifted her body to give them some space. "I love being in a crowded place, so what? If you don't like it, sit in the front." Lin Chiyue's attitude was unusually firm. "Fine, you guys can squeeze in then." Lu Xing started the car with envy in his eyes. The journey from JM City back to Jiangdu wasn't too far. On the bus, the two girls chatted for a while before falling asleep. Having gotten up early today, the two of them couldn't help but yawn. Then she leaned on Xiao Yang's shoulder and dozed off, her earphones filled with Xiao Yang's song Sunny Day, which they had been listening to on repeat without thinking. Meanwhile, Xiao Yang and Lu Xing started chatting. "Old Xiao, what am I supposed to do there? Just drive? You're still a student. How many times can you take the bus?" Xiao Yang thought about it and realized that made sense. Lu Xing was honest and straightforward. If he was only allowed to drive occasionally and paid a salary, he would probably feel uncomfortable. Besides, you can't be a driver for life. Xiao Yang shook his head. "Let me think about it some more." Then he asked, "What have you been doing these past few years?" "Right after I graduated from school, I worked as a car mechanic for a while and learned a few skills from an experienced master mechanic. Later, I went into marketing and selling houses, selling cars, including real estate brokerage and housing rentals. I did all of those things." Lu Xing sighed with emotion. After all, who doesn't want to make something of themselves? You can't be a repairman your whole life. But with his low education level, he couldn't do much. Later, he saw that the requirements for those who handed out flyers and sold houses on the street every day were not high. So he followed suit. "After going around in circles and doing a lot of work, I haven't accomplished anything significant." "Old Xiao, you've made so much money. What exactly did you do with it?" "Is this something illegal?" Lu Xing suddenly asked. "If it's something illegal, I advise you to stop immediately." "Am I that kind of person?" Xiao Yang shook his head. Lu Xing knew Xiao Yang well. He was just saying it casually. Xiao Yang, however, took the matter to heart. Although the money in the system comes in through legitimate channels, the bank won't notice anything amiss. But if Lu Xing asked that question, how should I answer it? This is a headache. Or should we actually get into some real business? Xiao Yang pondered for a moment, and just then, a ding sounded in his mind. Task released. The path to self-reliance for top-tier tycoons. Earn $5 million in profit using existing funds. Reward. Jiangdu City's urban planning map for the next year. You really want me to earn the money myself? Xiao Yang was somewhat shocked. I didn't expect the mission to come so suddenly. I already have a system, And you won't let me just relax and play? What kind of high-class tycoon am I? But it's good to give it a try, so that I won't need to make excuses later. But what should I do? Xiaoyang was somewhat troubled. He studied economics. But in fact, all students in this major knew that although the major sounded impressive, it actually involved learning a little bit of everything, but nothing at all. Others who study finance or accounting will delve deeper into these subjects. Economics, on the other hand, involves studying everything. However, it's all basic stuff. In other words, they learn the basics of everything, but master nothing. Therefore, starting with one's own expertise is basically a no-go. The journey back to Jiangdu only took a little over 2 hours, and during those 2 hours, Xiaoyang kept thinking about this problem. It wasn't until they entered Jiangdu City that Xiaoyang finally calmed down. Let's take her back to school twice first, Xiaoyang said slowly. Do you know which school Qing Xiantong goes to? Jiangdu University School of Medicine. Lu Xing replied, then asked in return, No, given your current situation, you're telling me you still don't know which school she's in? Xiaoyang himself didn't know this. He rarely paid attention to what schools others went to, especially high school goddesses like Qing Xiantong, whom he felt were from 2 different worlds. Who knew this goddess seemed to have gone astray. Then let's go to Jiangda Medical School. It's on the way. Xiaoyang was located in the university town. Basically, all the universities in Jiangdu were in the same district, so it was convenient for him to go there. Lu Xing wasn't familiar with Jiangdu City, so he turned on the navigation and drove there. This is what you call a goddess. He breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Qiuyue was all right, but Qing Xiantong was really too rough. She was just sleeping. Why was she drooling? This is what you call a goddess. Looking at his soaked left shoulder, Xiaoyang also looked disgusted. In no time, they arrived at the medical school. Xiaoyang quickly woke Qing Xiantong up. Arrive. Qing Xiantong opened her eyes groggily, looking completely bewildered. We're here. She wiped the red marks off her face and then noticed the drool she had left on the floor when she had been sleeping with her head on Xiaoyang's shoulder. Her face immediately flushed, and her blushing complexion was quite beautiful. Xiaoyang handed over a tissue, looking disgusted, and said, Get out of the car right now. Damn it, this is a brand new outfit. Hee hee, Jiangyan bought it, right? Qing Xiantong giggled. Get out, get out, Xiaoyang said impatiently, wiping the water stains off his shoulders. It's okay, I'll buy you new clothes next time. As she spoke, Qing Xiantong became somewhat embarrassed and opened the car door to get out. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly turned his head. Moo! Before Xiaoyang could react, her red lips lightly kissed him, leaving a red mark on his face. Qing Xiantong, are you fucking asking for it? Xiaoyang said disgustedly, wiping the red mark off his face. Seeing Xiaoyang's reaction, Qing Xiantong smiled instead of getting angry. Remember to come find me. Yeah, get out of here. At this time, there were quite a few people at the school gate, and many of them recognized Qing Xiantong, the medical school's acknowledged campus beauty. Everyone was shocked when they saw her get out of a car. Is this Qing Xiantong? Holy crap, I think I just saw her kissing a guy. No way, the school beauty has been kidnapped. My God, what's going on? This is huge news. In no time, the news was flying everywhere. Qing Xiantong, the most beautiful girl in the medical school, got out of the mysterious man's car. Could it be that she's being kept by a sugar daddy? Bullshit. That's a Volkswagen. A goddess wouldn't be interested in a boss who drives a Volkswagen. No, a guy who drives a Volkswagen doesn't even deserve to be called a boss. Indeed, the eldest son of the Fong family even drove a Maserati to confess his feelings before, but she still didn't agree. Chapter 50. How about giving it a try? In the car, Xiaoyang also checked his current assets. It's no wonder I was shocked when I looked. The bank account balance on my phone still had over 14 million yuan. You made that money really fast. I have to thank you. Xiaoyang turned his head and glanced at Lin Qiuyue, who was resting her head on his shoulder. I must say, this little girl is really pretty, and she's sleeping very peacefully, unlike some people who just sleep and drool all the time. This is probably the biggest victim of my own schemes. Every time I confessed my feelings and was rejected, I lost 5 million. Xiaoyang was filled with emotion. At this moment, the car had already arrived near the school. Xiaoyang looked up and, coincidentally, ran into Li Ji and his roommates from the dormitory. Xiaoyang gestured for Lu Xing to stop the car and greeted his buddies. Old Li, where are you going? Old Xiao, you're back. How's Uncle's illness? It's fine, Xiaoyang replied with a smile. Li Ji, however, had sharp eyes and spotted Lin Chue sleeping with her head on Xiao Yang's shoulder at a glance. Holy crap, Lin Chue? No way. Only then did everyone notice that their school beauty was sitting next to Xiao Yang. Damn it. Not confessing for the 100th time is the best way to be true to myself. I'm not buying your nonsense. Li Ji said, his face full of jealousy. Damn, I thought you really went home. Turns out you took our campus belle on your honeymoon. Everyone teased. What are you talking about? I just brought her back on the side. Xiao Yang rolled his eyes at everyone. Hee, if I believe your nonsense again, I'll wash my hair upside down. After chatting for a while, Lin Chue woke up. I looked around in a daze. The campus belle of Lin University looked so adorable that everyone was completely charmed, and they felt a surge of envy and jealousy. Xiao Yang. Lin Chue murmured, like a spoiled kitten. You've arrived at school. You can go back now. I have things to do, so I won't see you off. Lin Chue yawned, only then noticing that there were quite a few people watching outside the car. She blushed instantly, lowered her head, packed her things, and got out of the car. After Lin Chue left, Xiao Yang introduced himself to everyone. This is Lu Xing, my childhood friend. Lu Xing also greeted everyone. Li Ji patted Lu Xing on the shoulder and said enviously, Not bad. Brother, you've already got a car. This car must cost 170,000 or 180,000. Before Lu Xing could answer, Xiao Yang interrupted, Yes, this car belongs to Lu Xing. We asked him to bring it back. Seeing this, Lu Xing didn't bother to explain. Since everyone's here, let's go get some skewers. Xiao Yang suggested. After all, Lu Xing had driven all day and was visiting Jiangdu for the first time, so wanted to give him a welcome dinner. Why are you eating skewers in broad daylight? Li Ji shook his head and said, My treat. Xiao Yang waved his hand and said. As soon as Xiao Yang finished speaking, everyone agreed. It's your treat, damn it. Without us, how could you have gotten Linda's campus belle like that, someone said. That's true. Xiao Yang couldn't come up with a different gift every day. His brothers had to come up with ideas, so he should treat them to a meal. Li Ji, who had been talking about why he was treating everyone in broad daylight, was now rubbing his hands together and saying, Brothers, let's eat old Xiao out of house and home today. Xiao Yang smiled. You think you can eat me out of house and home? Joke. Dude, you think you can eat me out of house and home with over 10 million? Upon arrival, Xiao Yang and his group ordered food directly. However, Xiao Yang became curious after seeing the menu. How come the price has gone up? Although Xiao Yang didn't care about the money, the price had increased quite a bit, by nearly a third. Everyone's going up, except for the fact that wages haven't increased. The waiter said, shaking his head. After everyone left, Li Ji slowly said, Yes, that's how it is now, especially these past 2 days. It's getting colder, and everything is rising in temperature, except for the temperature. Before, a meal would only cost us 10 or so yuan. Now, ordering takeout, with delivery and packaging fees, can easily cost 7 or 8 yuan. The original price of the food might be 10 yuan, but they mark it up to 20, then give you a 5 yuan coupon. You think you're getting a good deal, but in reality, the price has gone up by several yuan. Xiao Yang hadn't really noticed these things. He either ate out or in the cafeteria and rarely ordered takeout. He didn't expect things to be so expensive. After hearing what everyone said, now even if you order takeout for tens of yuan, delivery isn't included because there's a minimum delivery price. From what you're saying, running a restaurant is quite profitable, huh? But the platform is still the most profitable. Take this skewer, for example. A pound of meat only costs a few dollars, but these 2 or 3 pieces of cut meat skewered on a stick can sell for $1 or $2. The profit margin here is shockingly high. Is it really that good? Then how come Qing Xuantong's family is like this? Lu Xing stopped mid-sentence. Xiao Yang thought about it and realized that it might be because Qing Xuantong and her family lived in a really bad location. After all, the school was relocated and it was already located in a small alley. Even the best wine needs advertising. Once the skewers and dishes were served, the group stopped discussing the topic and began toasting each other. Fortunately, it was noon and I hadn't drunk much. After eating for a while, Lu Xing smiled and said to Xiao Yang, This barbecue is far inferior to Qing Xuantong's families. Xiao Yang smiled and said, Indeed, but their business is still pretty good. At this point, Xiao Yang suddenly had a flash of inspiration. If others can do this business, why can't I? The taste is not as good as Qingjia's barbecue, but because it is located in the university town and is close to several schools, everyone chooses this place. After all, many students come here for parties. They value the atmosphere. The taste is secondary. It's all about having fun. But if you have a choice, why not choose the one that tastes better? Although there are many shops and night stalls around here, the taste is indeed different from Qingjiao's barbecue. Xiaoyang's mind started to wander. At first, he spent the whole car ride trying to figure out how to complete the system's task. Why don't you give it a try? Chapter 51, Self-Service Barbecue Plan. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, Xiaoyang told his brothers to go home first. Lu Xing didn't drink alcohol during this time because he was driving. Xiaoyang didn't rush to implement the barbecue restaurant idea that had already taken root in his mind. Instead, he first helped Lu Xing find a place to stay. He can stay in the dormitory, but Lu Xing can't. Xiaoyang didn't expect that even though he had been in Jiangdu for more than 2 years, he still needed someone as experienced as Lu Xing to help him find a place to live. The ones online are all unreliable. They're shady intermediaries, scammers, all sorts of things. You have to find them yourself. Lu Xing said as he drove Xiaoyang to the vicinity of a building. Go directly to the landlord. Before contacting the landlord, make sure you have a good look at the property certificate. You must sign the contract, but you must read it carefully. Don't be lazy. Don't believe everything they say. Sign everything on the contract, but they may not acknowledge some of the wording on the contract. Xiaoyang is indeed no match for someone like Lu Xing, who has extremely rich social experience in this regard. After finding a house and checking the property certificate, Lu Xing spent a long time looking at the lease agreement. The landlord's ID and everything else were complete before he finally signed the contract. Lu Xing originally wanted to find any house, but Xiaoyang insisted that he find one with a better environment, since he was his brother. Lu Xing readily accepted. The apartment was a small 1-bedroom, 2-living-room unit, but it was new and had just been renovated. It turns out the landlord had just bought a new house and finished renovating it. Xiaoyang also gave a thumbs up, acknowledging that Lu Xing indeed knew far more than he did. After settling in, it was already afternoon. Xiaoyang thought for a moment before revealing his idea of opening a barbecue restaurant. Lu Xing naturally had no objections. After all, he was used to the barbecue from Qing Xuantong's family, and it had to be said that even in Jiangdu City, it was exceptional. Then I'll help you find a shop, and then we'll get started. Lu Xing's eyes lit up. He was afraid of becoming a lazy driver, and he would be more than happy if Xiaoyang were willing to find him such a job. Well, the location shouldn't be too far away, preferably near one of our schools. Xiaoyang stated his request. In no time at all, the two had already decided to open a barbecue buffet restaurant. The key to Qing Xuantong's barbecue recipe lies in the ingredients, and Xiaoyang has already bought the recipe, so the taste is not a problem. The best approach is to let guests grill the food themselves. As long as the ingredients are provided, it saves on labor costs and avoids wasting too much time managing the kitchen. Of course, that's not the most important thing. The most important thing is the location of this store. Located in the university town, its customers are inevitably students from the surrounding area. College students have plenty of free time, and they're happy to grill their own food. Most importantly, bringing a girl along and enjoying the meat skewers they grilled themselves gives them a sense of accomplishment that's much better than just paying the bill. After all, students don't find self-service barbecue troublesome like office workers do. In fact, they'd love to do it. Some details have been presumed. At this moment, Xiaoyang's eyes seem to be gleaming with the light of money. You have to understand, this isn't just about making money, it's also about completing a task. A city planning map of Jiangdu City for the next year. It smells so good just thinking about it. The two acted immediately. Although Lu Xing was not familiar with Jiangdu City, in this information age, with his experience, finding a shop was not difficult. A 200-square-meter shop with a monthly rent of 32,000 yuan and a minimum lease term of 1 year. Isn't this a bit too expensive? Lu Xing said to the landlord in a deep voice. At this time, they found a shop near the school that they liked. Xiaoyang remembered that there used to be advertisements for Jiangnan Leather Factory every day. They had been having a clearance sale for several years. They didn't expect to finally clear out their inventory. It wasn't easy. Xiaoyang still trusted Lu Xing completely. After all, Lu Xing had been working outside for so many years and had to support his younger sibling's schooling. He couldn't have done that without some ability. Sure enough, after a short while, the landlord reluctantly agreed. The rent was reduced from 32,000 to 30,000, but the condition was that a year's rent had to be paid in full. This was no problem for Xiaoyang. The annual rent is only 360,000. After confirming that the contract and other documents were in order, Xiaoyang signed them. How long will it take before we can open for business? Xiaoyang asked. At least a week, Lu Xing said, sizing her up. The business license should be issued soon, but procurement, including labor and other aspects, may take more than a week. It's been that long. Xiaoyang exclaimed in surprise. This is already considered fast. Lu Xing thought to himself. What if I wanted to be faster? Xiaoyang asked. That's possible, but I need manpower. I can't do these things by myself. Lu Xing sighed. After all, it requires obtaining permits, renovations, labor, and procurement. These things are indeed very complicated. Xiaoyang thought for a moment and said, find someone tomorrow. The sooner we open, the better. There's no problem with the money. I'll transfer the money to you in a bit. Hearing Xiaoyang say this, Lu Xing didn't know what else to say. He thought for a moment and said, 3 days. I'll go find someone to do the renovations right now. Xiaoyang readily agreed. If we find renovation workers now, they'll probably have to work through the night, which will likely cost significantly more than originally planned. However, Xiaoyang didn't care. What he was certain of now was that this business should be profitable. Every day that night was a loss. He had to make a profit as soon as possible so that he could complete the system task as soon as possible. 1 million was transferred to Lu Xing's card. Seeing the balance, Lu Xing made a decision. He sent Xiaoyang back to school and then went to attend his own business. Actually, there's no need to rush. Find more manpower. After thinking for a moment, Xiaoyang still gave Lu Xing a few instructions. When Xiaoyang got back to the dormitory, it was already evening. He was quite tired after running around all day, so he washed up and went to bed. Little did they know that at this very moment, many people were unable to sleep. Did you see clearly? It really was a man who got out of his car. I don't believe it. Can anyone provide information about this person? I'm going to kill him. How dare someone who drives a Volkswagen mess with my Qing Xiantong? On the forum of Jiangdu University School of Medicine, a pin post is prominently displayed. The photos showed Qing Xiantong stepping out of the car. Besides that, the most important thing is a rather blurry photo. It was a photo of Qing Xiantong's red lips touching the other person's face. This is intolerable. Who is this brat? He deserves to die. How could someone as perfect as Qing Xiantong possibly fall for someone as rare as Nanbu? I don't believe it. How could Qing Xiantong possibly like men? Nobody can win over the school beauty, so why can't we just let her be a goddess? How can anyone succeed? I'll offer 2 forum coins to a hitman to kill him. Unbeknownst to them, at that very moment, their goddess was looking at these photos with a smile on her face, and with a click of the mouse, she saved them all. Chapter 52, The Long Night. Xiantong, is what's being said on this forum really true? Who's that guy? You didn't actually kiss him, did you? Wow, no way. Our aloof school beauty has really fallen for a man. Whose man is this? He's so lucky. The chattering of her roommates came from the side, and Qing Xiantong turned around and glared at them. Then she sighed. Lucky you? I'd be throwing money at people, and they still wouldn't take me. Thinking of Lin Shiyue and Jiang Yin, Qing Xiantong couldn't help but feel angry. Why is it that they all confess their feelings, but I didn't? She was the one who met Xiaoyang first. Qing Xiantong's best friends were all stunned when they heard what she said. Are there still men in this world who would throw themselves at Qing Xiantong, but no one would want her? Holy crap, this is even rarer than a panda. Qing Xiantong couldn't help but sulk, so she went back to her bed and put on her headphones. The sound came from Xiaoyang's sunny day. Her voice was still so gentle. The lights were turned off, and the dormitory became quiet. It was pitch black all around, but it still felt like Xiaoyang was whispering and singing to himself with deep emotion right next to him. She had insomnia. Qing Xiantong felt that as long as she closed her eyes, she could sense Xiaoyang's figure appearing faintly beside her. I was the one who met Xiaoyang first. Qing Xiantong bit her lip, her heart filled with bitterness. Memories gradually surfaced in my mind. That was one night during my second year of high school. She was stopped by a group of drunk young people. Just then, a figure appeared. The hero saves the damsel in distress. A very cliché storyline, but it was etched in her memory forever. Xiaoyang wasn't as handsome back then as he is now, but his personality was still the same, considerate, brave, and decisive. A group of drunken youths and a second-year high school student. Qing Xiantong herself didn't know what gave Xiao Yang the courage to rush forward. The lights were very dark that night, and Xiao Yang fought off several people all by himself. In the end, Xiao Yang stopped him and told him to go first. Xiao Yang didn't come to class the next day. 2 weeks later, he was limping with a thick bandage wrapped around his head. He didn't seem to know that he had saved the most beautiful girl in their class and the most beautiful girl in their school, and he didn't publicize the incident, so everyone thought he was a person who liked to fight. In fact, at that time, Xiao Yang's image was already etched in Qing Xuantong's heart. Later, the school held a gala and announced that it would select 10 singers. Lu Xing ran over and told her that Xiao Yang liked her and was going to sing a song to confess his feelings to her at the party. However, Qing Xiantong refused at the time, feeling that high school should focus on studying. And then, there was no more and then. In fact, Qing Xiantong still cared about Xiao Yang, but it was out of a girl's modesty. She had always thought she had almost forgotten Xiao Yang, until she saw him at her family's restaurant that day, and the vague feelings in her heart suddenly became clear. There's still a chance. Qing Xiantong opened Xiao Yang's WeChat, thought for a moment, typed a few words, but then deleted them. He's probably asleep. Qing Xiantong murmured to herself, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. Meanwhile, on the other side, in a pink-decorated room, a girl with delicate features bit her lip and stared intently at the photos on her phone. The background of the photo is somewhat dark, but it is still relatively clear. The girl looked mischievously at the boy resting his head on her shoulder, her red lips drawing closer. Next, lips lightly touch. The girl's face was slightly flushed, creating a unique beauty in the dim light and shadow. Xiao Yang, I miss you so much, Jiang Yin murmured. She opened her phone's contacts, wanting to make a call, but the signal strength displayed on the screen told her there was no signal at all. She couldn't even access the internet, let alone make a call. Yes, she was placed under house arrest. Not only that, but the internet was also cut off. The girl casually strummed a few notes on the piano in front of her, then became somewhat sullen again. Xiao Yan, a middle-aged woman, walked in. Mom, Jiang Yin quickly put her phone away. Xiao Yan, don't blame your parents. We did this for your own good, Jiang's mother said softly, holding Jiang Yan's head. Jiang Yin was stunned for a moment before forcing a smile. Mom knows that it's difficult for you to marry into the Fong family, but Fong Jingyang is well known in the industry and is quite handsome. You get used to being a couple over time. That's how your dad and I got through it too. Hee hee, Jiang Yin just chuckled, her smile somewhat bleak. Mom, don't think I don't know anything. The company is in trouble and needs the Fong family's help, so they want to arrange a marriage, right? What do you mean by handsome and talented? Do you think I don't know who Fong Jingyang is? Jiang Yin smiled dismissively, but her tone was very calm. Zhang's mother was a little embarrassed, but she still smiled and said, You can't control a man's philandering. As long as he has you in his heart, that's fine. Young people will have these problems when they mature. So what? Jiang Yan's face darkened. I really want to ask you one question. Are you my biological mother? Jiang Yin questioned. Zhang's mother frowned. Her expression changed, and she said sternly, Xiaoyan, do you really think that the love stories in TV dramas and novels are real? Love is nothing more than something that humans create based on their own emotions. Since ancient times, people have always valued marriage between equals. What do you think that poor boy Xiaoyan can offer you? Jiang Yin was taken aback, then said with a hint of anger, You're investigating Xiaoyan? Zhang's mother didn't answer the question, but continued, A child from a working-class family, it's not so bad that the family is poor, but there's also a father who is seriously ill in bed. In a family like this, even if the two of you get together for some so-called love, then what? Jiang Yin, have you ever thought about what kind of life you're living right now? A life of luxury where clothes are handed to you and food is served to you. If you get together with that poor guy, what will happen? Will you take care of his seriously ill father? The first thing you worry about every morning is what to eat, and you worry about money, even just a few hundred or a few dozen yuan. You think you'd be willing to live that kind of life for so-called love. But do you know, when wrinkles slowly creep onto your face, and when your dressing table can only hold some cheap cosmetics, you'll start to think about your current life. But by then it will be too late for you to regret it. You'll already be a haggard, old woman no one cares about. Xiaoyan, do you think our current life came so easily? Your father and I have worked our way up from nothing. We can't lose all of this. We can't go back to that tiny shipping container of 10 or 20 square meters. You haven't experienced these things, so you might not understand, but Mom doesn't want you to go through them. Marrying into the Fong family and continuing to be your little princess will not change anything, understand? Jiang Mu gave a long and tearful speech. Jiang Yin fell silent. She knew how hard her parents had worked to achieve everything they had. Yes, just as she said, she doesn't want to go back to that small shipping container of 10 or 20 square meters. Please, just be my mother. For the sake of the Jiang family, and for your own sake, marry into the Fong family properly. Jiang's mother sighed and left the room. Jiang Yin hung her head, looking somewhat tired. Xiao Yu and Lin Yin have you as their savior. But what about us? Xiao Yang, where is our savior? Jiang Yin stared intently at Xiao Yang's photo. The long night is over, and the white moon hangs high in the sky. Another sleepless night. Chapter 53. Lin, the campus bell, breaks into the boys' dormitory. As always, Xiao Yang was woken up. It's very early. Lin Chiyue has arrived. Although he had guessed it, Xiao Yang was still surprised that Lin Chiyue actually came to the boys' dormitory. Yes, it's the boys' dormitory. I don't know how Lin Chiyue managed to fool the dorm supervisor. She just walked right in. As soon as they entered the dormitory, all the boys in the building became like frightened birds. Although they knew that Linda's campus bell probably wouldn't even glance at them, let alone enter their dormitory, they still immediately notified everyone in the dormitory, then washed their hair and faces, put on their most confident clothes, and stuffed as many shoe insoles as possible into their shoes. The campus bell of Lin University has entered the boys' dormitory. The news spread so fast that the whole building was abuzz with activity. If today were an award for the most hygienic dormitories, I reckon every dormitory would be on the list. When Xiao Yang heard the news, he was still in a daze. As for Li Ji and his group, they had already gotten up long ago. Xiao Yang, get the hell up right now. Lin Chiyue is here. Come on then. Xiao Yang mumbled, still half asleep. Just 3 seconds later, he suddenly jumped out of bed. What did you say? Lin Chiyue is here. Yeah, damn it. Can't you see how noisy it is outside? The commotion. Xiao Yang gasped. Although he didn't know how Lin Chiyue had managed to trick the dormitory supervisor into letting him in. This was just too outrageous. What did she come here for? To confess her feelings? Li Ji and the others also cleaned up thoroughly. Smelly socks? Forget about them. They just threw them into a trash bag and stuffed it into the bathroom. As for blankets and such, they should all be folded according to military training standards. Although everyone knew that Lin University's campus bell was destined to belong to Xiao Yang, no one wanted to lose face in front of girls, especially a beauty of Lin University's caliber. Xiao Yang was fine. He didn't even make the bed, just got out of bed and washed his face. Knock, knock, knock. A knock came at the door. They're here. Several roommates exclaimed excitedly. This is the first time our goddess has ever come to our dorm. Spray on the perfume a couple more times. Seeing his roommates scrambling around, Xiao Yang had no choice but to step forward and open the dormitory door. Sure enough, it was Lin Chiyue. Today, she wore a light blue dress with a bow tied at her collarbone, looking incredibly elegant. Xiao Yang. Lin Chiyue was overjoyed to see Xiao Yang. How did you get in? Xiao Yang exclaimed in shock. It's nothing, I just recognized the dorm supervisor as my godmother, and she let me in. Lin Chiyue said with a smile. It has to be said that Lin Chiyue is a naturally likable person with a high level of friendliness. It seems even the dorm supervisor couldn't resist. At that moment, a chorus of sighs could be heard from outside the door. As expected, they came looking for Xiao Yang. Damn it, what a beast. Making the goddess come to his dorm to find him. He's such a fucking beast. That bastard Xiao Yang, I'm so jealous. Someone give me a knife. I'll kill Xiao Yang right now. He's so damn infuriating. Xiao Yang quickly pulled Lin Chiyue into the dormitory and closed the door. It's really too dangerous outside. Even the dormitory door might not be able to hold it in. Xiao Yang, good morning. I thought you weren't up yet. Lin Chiyue said with a smile. Nonsense, if you hadn't come, I would still be sleeping. Xiao Yang rolled his eyes at Lin Chiyue. This left the guys in the dorm completely dumbfounded. Is this how you talk to your goddess? What is nonsense? Shouldn't he just hug her, hold her in his arms, and whisper sweet nothings like, I can't sleep without you? Xiao Yang, do you even know how to flirt? If you don't, let me do it. The guys were watching with gritted teeth, especially Xiao Yang, who was so indifferent. Huh, beast. To everyone's surprise, Lin Chiyue smiled instead of getting angry, took Xiao Yang's hand, and said shyly, I'm sorry, I disturbed you. Message me again when you wake up, and I'll come over, okay? Holy crap. Holy crap. The group was stunned. She looked so sweet and dependent on others. Good grief. I, the campus belle of Jiangda University of Finance and Economics, came to the boys' dormitory to find you first thing in the morning, and you not only ignored me, but also complained that our campus belle goddess came too early? Most importantly, the goddess apologized. Turtle, I am numb. Li Ji seemed to have really had enough, so he silently pulled a curtain over his bed and locked himself inside, out of sight, out of mind. Xiao Yang smiled and said, "It's all right. Early to bed and early to rise makes perfect sense." Then he asked, "What are you doing here so early?" At this point, Lin Qiuyue quickly handed the things in her hand to Xiao Yang. "It is a flute." Xiao Yang was taken aback. "I can't play the flute at all." However, Lin Qiuyue quickly explained, "When you confess your feelings for the fourth time, you gave me a flute." Xiao Yang then remembered that when he sent the gift, he found out that Lin Qiuyue liked to play the flute, so he prepared a flute to send to her. "But I can't play the flute," Xiao Yang said, both amused and exasperated. Lin Qiuyue was taken aback, and then she remembered. Yes, all she could think about was giving Xiao Yang the flute as a gift for his fourth confession. "But I didn't care whether he could play the flute or not. What should we do then?" Lin Qiuyue blinked her adorable eyes, looking incredibly endearing. "Why don't you just play a flute song for Xiao Yang?" "Ugh, you guys are so annoying. I haven't even gone out for breakfast yet, and I'm already full." Li Ji's voice came from under the covers. My buddy sounded really resentful. "Yes, I'll play a tune for you, and then I'll confess my feelings." "That's a fantastic idea." Lin Qiuyue gave Li Ji a thumbs up, then took out her flute. "Let's have a sunny day then," Lin Qiuyue said after thinking for a moment. "You can blow sunshine?" Xiao Yang asked in surprise. Don't underestimate me. I've listened to your singing so many times. It's easy to lay out the sheet music, and even easier to play it." Lin Qiuyue said confidently, head held high. "You're really amazing." Xiao Yang didn't hold back his praise. Sure enough, upon hearing Xiao Yang's praise, Lin Qiuyue's face immediately broke into a joyful smile. Her fingers rested lightly on the flute, and her red lips landed on the flute holes. The bamboo flute produces a clear and resonant sound. Instantly, the melodious sound of a flute drifted over. At this moment, Lin Qiuyue looked like a fairy with a flute draped over her shoulder. If she were to change her long dress into an ancient costume, she would truly look like a fairy who had stepped out of a TV series. The people in the dormitory were stunned and quickly took out their phones to record the video. Xiao Yang stood to the side with his hands clasped in a fist salute, a faint smile on his face. It must be said, Lin Qiuyue is very beautiful, and her serious expression is truly pleasing to the eye. She's starting to look like a cool and aloof school beauty. Before long, the melodious sound of a flute drifted out of the dormitory and spread throughout the entire dormitory building. Chapter 54. The hatred of stealing a wife is irreconcilable. Instantly, the dormitory fell silent, with only the melodious music drifting through the air. Unlike instruments like the guitar, the flute produces a clear and resonant sound. It's as if the two characters in the song are very close to each other, experiencing the first stirrings of love. In an instant, everyone was immersed in the melodious flute music. Damn, doesn't that sound like Lin University's campus belle playing the flute? Go to hell, you scoundrel. You even closed the door. Damn it. Lin, the campus belle, is not only beautiful but also very talented. That scoundrel Xiao Yang stole her away. I hate him so much. The hatred of having your wife stolen is irreconcilable. Xiao Yang, I will never let you get away with this. Outside the door, everyone could already tell from the sound of the flute that Lin Qiuyue's bamboo flute was a unique skill at the University of Finance and Economics. Unfortunately, not many people have heard of it. They've only heard others mention it. But hearing it now, I finally understand. What is the sound of heaven? I couldn't help but imagine the fairy-like figure in the flowing blue dress, now playing her flute. Unfortunately, it can only be imagined. The gate was tightly closed, and nothing could be seen. Xiao Yang stood there, stunned. I never expected that Lin Qiuyue could bring out such a unique flavor in this sunny day. There were quite a few boys standing inside and outside the building at that moment. Of course, some people are also woken up by the sound of the flute early in the morning. Damn it! Who's playing the flute and disturbing my peaceful sleep? Shut up! That's my wife playing the flute, my roommate yelled. Your wife? You can't even find a female one. You don't even have a girlfriend. When did you start talking about a wife? That's Lin Chiyue playing the flute. Lin Chiyue, holy crap. My wife is playing the flute. The boys all looked toward the dormitory from which the flute music was coming from, their expressions a mix of jealousy, envy, and enjoyment. However, everyone had the same thought in mind. That scoundrel Xiao Yang, the one who stole my wife, is an irreconcilable enemy. After a long while, the flute music faded away. Thunderous applause erupted both inside and outside the door. Xiao Yang looked at the girl in front of him, his eyes filled with tenderness. I don't know how many times Lin Chiyue listened to Sunny Day before she was able to play on the flute. She really put her heart into it. Pity, I still can't agree to that. Xiao Yang let out a long sigh and glanced at the system's tasks. Lin Chiyue's 4 confessions. Option 1. Accept the confession. Reward. 1 million yuan. Option 2. Reject the confession. Reward. Enhancement pill. Note: enhancement pill improves one's physical constitution. Is this a reward for the time I got injured beating up Chun Bei last time? Xiao Yang was speechless. It must be said that his physical condition might be slightly better than that of his peers, but not by much. The main reason is that he doesn't drink excessively, doesn't smoke, and has no bad habits. Even so, they are probably far inferior to the sports students next door. Improve physical fitness. Anything that is good for your health is priceless. Therefore, Xiao Yang didn't even hesitate. Option 2 was the only option. Looking at Lin Chiyue's expectant expression, Xiao Yang felt a little guilty. I'm sorry, I have to refuse you again. As if sensing Xiao Yang's thoughts, Lin Chiyue simply smiled slightly, her bright eyes seeming to say, "It's all right." Lin Chiyue lowered her hands, put the flute behind her back, clutched the hem of her skirt with both hands, and had a faint shyness on her face. Although she had confessed her feelings many times before, this time, Lin Chiyue still acted like a shy little girl, tilting her head up and blinking her eyes. "Xiao Yang, I like you. Can you be my boyfriend?" A sound came from inside. Except for Xiao Yang, all the brothers froze in place. Goodness, I would call it goodness. The school beauty came to the boys' dormitory, sang a song, and confessed her feelings to Xiao Yang. This is a case of the woman pursuing the man. And it was even the school beauty who was throwing herself at him. The cell phones didn't get a break, and the guys all held their breath, watching Xiao Yang. "Say yes, Lao Xiao." Xiao Yang looked at the girl in front of him and patted her head. "I'm sorry. We're not suitable. I think we can't start this relationship yet." The sound faded. Xiao Yang's voice seemed to have a magnetic quality. Although he refused, the girl still looked up, her eyes full of admiration. "It doesn't matter." Lin Chiyue's eyes curved into a smile, seemingly not too disappointed. She simply let out a long sigh, as if she were checking off a task. To be honest, this scene seemed familiar to Xiao Yang's roommates. But how come they've been switched? In the past, it was always Xiao Yang who confessed his feelings and was rejected by Lin Chiyue. Now, it's Lin Chiyue who confessed and Xiao Yang who rejected her. What are you two showing off? Depend on. Li Yikerst. In an instant, several shouts of support rose up in the dormitory. At this moment, Lin Chiyue didn't care and simply handed the flute to Xiao Yang. "This is a gift for you. Please accept it." Xiao Yang took the bamboo flute and, in full view of everyone, put to his lips. The flute hole still seemed to be slightly warm. Xiao Yang blew on it. He didn't make a sound. "Looks like I'm not going to learn it." "Co, young Smilet. It's okay. I can teach you," Lin Chiyue said shyly. That was the flute she had just played. To put it in an inappropriate way, there was still her lip print on the flute holes. "Co young, does this count as an indirect kiss?" As for Li Ji and the others, they were already so envious that they could separate their own bodies from their own. Xiao Yang used the flute that Lin Da's campus belle had just finished playing. Holy crap. Damn it. I'm so envious and jealous. Even though they were good brothers, the group of guys had an urge to just beat Xiao Yang to death. Xiao Yang simply placed the flute casually on the table. "Have you eaten?" "No." Lin Chiyue shook her head like a rattledrum. In fact, she hadn't slept well all night. The sound of Xiao Yang's voice filled her ears, making her feel extremely tormented. When dawn finally broke, the first thing she thought of was coming to see Xiao Yang. She didn't even remember to eat breakfast. Xiao Yang casually grabbed a piece of clothing and draped it over himself. "Let's go. Let's have breakfast first. It's on me." Lin Chiyue immediately nodded obediently. Then Then she put her hand on Xiao Yang's arm. The two of them opened the dormitory door. At this moment, boys were everywhere outside the door, staring at Xiao Yang, who was still somewhat dazed after just stepping out. Excuse me, thank you, Xiao Yang said with a smile. Although the crowd was resentful, they had no choice but to make way for him. Lin Xiuyue simply buried her head on Xiao Yang's shoulder, so her expression was no longer visible, but her ears were red all the way to her neck, and it wasn't hard to tell that she was feeling incredibly sweet inside. As soon as the two left the dormitory, a chorus of wolf howls erupted behind them. You scoundrel! My Chiyu, did you come and wake me up? Tell me this was all a dream, and that what just happened wasn't real. Vaf, I'm heartbroken. What a coincidence. We've both just broken up with our boyfriends. Xiaogo, the hatred for stealing my wife is irreconcilable. Chapter 55, Killing a Dog in the Cafeteria. Xiao Yang was starting to regret bringing Lin Qiuyue to the school cafeteria for breakfast. The moment the two appeared, Xiao Yang felt as if 1,000 eyes were staring at him. However, after a short while, a small circle of onlookers inexplicably gathered around the two of them. Holy crap, Xiao Yang really won Lin Qiuyue over. Having breakfast with the campus belle of Lin University, I'm so envious. So, it turns out that confessing your love 99 times is enough to win the heart of your sweetheart. If I had known that, I would have confessed more times. Come on, you dare to compare yourself to Xiao Yang. At this moment, Lin Qiuyue also noticed those gazes and could only lower her head and bite into the steamed bun one small bite at a time. Several minutes passed, and the steamed bun got cold, but the little girl was still holding it and munching on it. Xiao Yang also noticed it and reached out slightly. It's all cold. Oh yes, it's all cold now. Looking closer, I realized she had only taken a small bite of the steamed bun. I really don't know how she managed to eat it for several minutes. Xiao Yang took the steamed bun from Lin Qiuyue's hand, put aside, and then went to the window to buy 2 more steamed buns. The steamed buns, fresh out of the steamer, were steaming hot. Xiao Yang tore off a piece. Open your mouth. With her cherry-like lips slightly parted, Xiao Yang became interested and fed Lin Qiuyue a piece of torn-off steamed bun. In an instant, Lin Qiuyue's entire face turned as red as a cherry. Her delicate neck was flushed crimson, and she looked incredibly shy. There are so many people, she murmured to herself, chewed the steamed bun until it lost all flavor, and then swallowed it. My heart was filled with sweetness. Xiao Yang fed me this himself. The little girl looked up, her face full of happiness. Before Xiao Yang could even speak, she had already opened her little mouth, asking to be fed. My God, I'm losing it, guys. That's Lin Qiuyue, my dream goddess. She actually asked me to feed her. A chorus of wails erupted from the crowd. However, Xiao Yang ignored her. Seeing Lin Qiuyue's appearance, which resembled a well-behaved kitten, Xiao Yang found her adorable and gently stroked her nose with his finger. Then he tore off a piece of steamed bun and fed it to her. Lin Qiuyue chewed contentedly. They were chewing on steamed buns, ordinary white steamed buns. But it tasted sweet in my mouth. Okay, you can eat it yourself. It's not good to have food served to you. I still have class after you finish eating. Xiao Yang rubbed Lin Qiuyue's head, stuffed the remaining steamed bun into her hand, and said, Okay. Lin Qiuyue replied obediently. She picked up the steamed bun and ate it bite by bite, but her eyes were always on Xiao Yang, as if Xiao Yang was the only person left in the world. I'm numb. I've been killed until I'm numb. Why would I come and eat breakfast so early in the morning? Am I an idiot? I'll be a dog if I ever eat breakfast in the cafeteria again. This steamed bun has no flavor at all. A boy looked at the steamed bun in his hand, his face full of frustration. It's just a steamed bun. Why is the goddess eating it so sweetly? The other boys were about the same. Anyway, I can't eat anything right now. I don't know if it's because I've eaten too much dog food or if this steamed bun really has no taste. Anyway, I'm numb. They went berserk. The entire cafeteria was filled with the howling of dogs. Lin Qiuyue went back to her dormitory. As soon as I entered the dormitory, my roommates surrounded me. How did it go, Xiaoya? How did the battle go today? It seemed Xiao Yang finally couldn't resist and agreed. I told you, what man can resist the temptation of our Xiaoyu? But these 3 confessions have already given Xiao Yang enough face. If he refuses again, he'll be ungrateful. Seeing the sweet smile on Lin Qiuyue's face, everyone immediately began to guess. But Lin Qiuyue shook her head and smiled. No, Xiao Yang rejected my confession again today. After he finished speaking, the entire room fell silent. Xiaoya, are you alright? Is this a huge blow? You were rejected after confessing your feelings. Aren't you upset? Who would be as happy as you after being rejected? How about I help you make an appointment with a psychiatrist? Li Xiaoyan said worriedly. From the snippets of conversation yesterday, they understood that Lin Xiuyue had unexpectedly run into Xiaoyang while attending the wedding banquet. Judging from what she said, she confessed her feelings again. Including this time, it must be the third or fourth time. Is she just used to being rejected? Is Xiaoya born with a masochistic constitution? How can she be so happy? You wouldn't understand. Love is just so wonderful. Lin Xiuyue shook her head, recalling the scene in the cafeteria just now, feeling a sweet warmth in her heart, and couldn't help but lick her lips. It's hopeless. The group of girlfriends also shook their heads. Just then, someone said, "Quick, check the forum." Everyone opened the school forum and learned what had just happened. Holy crap. Lin Xiuyue, you broke into the boys' dormitory? Are you that strong? The women were stunned. Lin Xiuyue's move was, is this really something a school beauty would do? The post was probably made by one of Xiao Yang's not-so-bright roommates. Inside the dormitory, Lin Xiuyue was looking at Xiao Yang with affection. Immediately afterwards, the sound of a flute began. The women couldn't help but praise. Xiaoya's flute playing is still so beautiful. Yes, I'm so envious of Xiaoya. She's so talented, beautiful, and knows so many things. Lin Xiuyue looked proud. The women were all captivated by the music. What song is this? I've never heard you play this before. Xiaoya. Is a new song? It sounds so nice, like a campus love song. But the bamboo flute sound is too crisp. The flavor isn't very strong. The women began to discuss it amongst themselves. Lin Xiuyue smiled and said sweetly, "This is a song Xiao Yang wrote for me, called Sunny Day." Xiao Yang can also write songs. The women were utterly astonished. No way. You're saying this piece was written by Xiao Yang? Yes, it was written by Xiao Yang. He even sang it for me yesterday. Lin Xiuyue said dreamily, her mind filled with images of Xiao Yang. She opened her phone, and there was a video of Xiao Yang singing Sunny Day live. However, because it was on the street, the noise was very loud. The sound came quietly, and everyone looked over. Is this Xiao Yang? You know what? Xiao Yang actually looks pretty cool with a guitar. Yes, the intro is really nice. The sheet music seems very simple, but the intro is exceptionally beautiful. Lin Xiuyue raised her eyebrows. Yes, this is my big boy. Isn't he handsome? Aren't you envious? She calmly lowered the volume in the video and then turned on the audio on her computer. This is from a street. There's too much background noise. Let me show you Xiao Yang's lossless audio version. After a short while, a melodious sound rang out. Lin Xiuyue adjusted the audio and video to align them. The little yellow duck in the story has been floating since the year it was born. A lazy voice drifted over. Suddenly, everyone's eyes lit up. It sounds great. It sounds amazing. Chapter 56, Job Application. As the song continued, the women's expressions grew brighter and brighter. Li Xiaoyan muttered, "Now I finally understand why Xiaoya can confess her feelings again and again, and keep going even after being rejected. From this angle, Xiaoyang isn't just a man, he's a god." I cried. This is the most beautiful love song I've ever heard in my life. This can't go on. If this continues, everyone in our dorm will become rivals for love. Everyone was filled with emotion. Lin Xiuyue held her head high, feeling even happier than when she heard her best friends praising Xiaoyang. "Xiaoya, can I confess to Xiaoyang too? He's so handsome," someone said with big, teary eyes after the song ended. "No way, you can't like Xiaoyang. He's mine." Lin Xiuyue raised her lips, making no attempt to hide her secret joy. "Xiaoyang and Xiaoyu are a perfect match. There are plenty of good men out there. Three-legged toads are hard to find, but two-legged men are easy to find. Right?" the others said with a laugh. "There's only one Xiaoyang with 2 legs," Lin Xiuyue said with pride. "This is my own big boy." Meanwhile, they continued browsing the forum posts. I just don't know who edited it. They even included the final confession. "So you really refused? Xiaoyang is ruthless. Oh my god, you two were standing so close. I thought you were going to kiss, but you're telling me Xiaoyang rejected you. I've already taken my pants off, and this is what you show me." The girls complained indignantly. "Don't worry, I'm not angry at all." Lin Xiuyue chuckled. "I feel like Xiaoya. You're becoming more and more like a simp." "Really? Lin Chiyu barked twice. Doesn't it look like it? Damn it, yelled twice more, and I'll record it and send it to Xiaoyang. No. Lin Chiyu kept her mouth shut and started playfully fighting with her roommates. On the other side, the forum posts were already going wild. Countless people opened the video and started watching. At first, when they saw the goddess playing the flute, everyone held their breath and slowly savored the moment. The goddess plays the flute so beautifully. If someone asked me what I thought the 7 fairy maidens in mythology were like, I could almost certainly say they were like Lin Chiyu, upstairs +1. The fairy in my dreams is just like this, ethereal and otherworldly. The visuals are beautiful, the people are good-looking, and the voices are pleasant. This would definitely make a high-quality music video. As soon as the flute music ended, everyone couldn't help but let out a collective wail. You beast! My goddess actually confessed her feelings to me. Goddess, can't you be a little more confident? Even when you're confessing your feelings, can't you hold your head high and stand tall? I feel so bad. I confessed to my crush and failed. Why isn't she sad at all? I didn't even have a chance to be with her. I am speechless. Why is my goddess like a simp, getting rejected without even showing any sadness? Xiaoyang, you old scoundrel, I will never forgive you. Me too. Meanwhile, the person who had just eaten a mouthful of dog food in the cafeteria was completely dumbfounded. Xiaoyang rejected Lin Chiyue's confession. So is what happened in the cafeteria just now a hallucination? Some people were unaware of this and rushed to ask questions after seeing the question. Just now in the cafeteria, someone offered an explanation. In no time, the entire floor was swallowed up by holy crap. It's confirmed. Lin Chiyue, the campus belle of Lin University. He's really become a simp. I am numb. I'm so tired of loving things. At this moment, Xiaoyang, the instigator, appeared in front of a shop. Lu Xing, sporting dark circles under his eyes, stood to the side. Xiaoyang frowned and said, "You didn't stay up all night, did you?" At this point, in just one night, the store was more than half renovated. There are all sorts of people coming and going, both inside and outside, and everyone is busy. No, I slept for a few hours. Lu Xing smiled. Seeing Xiaoyang's worried expression, he added, "It's no problem. It's much easier than when we first came out. Back then, we were working day and night. This is nothing." Lu Xing checked the time and said, "I posted some job openings yesterday and will be hiring some people. We've arranged a time, and they should be here soon. Let's go take a look together." Xiaoyang nodded and said, "Why don't you go and rest? I'll keep an eye on things here. You can leave them to me, and I'll handle the interviews." Lu Xing shook his head and decisively refused. "Let's go together. Some people, you can only know their face but not their heart. You're too naive." Xiaoyang awkwardly touched his forehead. Indeed, it has to be Lu Xinglai who does this. But this simplicity, that's an exaggeration. The two exchanged a few playful insults, and several phone calls came in on Lu Xing's end. It's right there, at the milk tea shop outside Jiangdu University of Finance and Economics. Yes. After exchanging a few words, Lu Xing hung up the phone. "They'll be here soon. Let's go over there." Xiaoyang and Lu Xing entered the milk tea shop. "2 cups of grass jelly, please," Xiaoyang ordered, and the two sat down in a corner of the milk tea shop. "I've already asked someone to handle the business license. The landlord will take care of the tables and chairs. As for the ingredients, I plan to find them myself tomorrow. After all, these are things that people will eat, and I don't trust others to handle them." Lu Xing began to briefly explain the situation of the shop. It's obvious he's really busy. Xiaoyang patted his good friend on the shoulder. "Just let me know if you need anything. Don't worry, just give me the money." Lu Xing laughed heartily. It has to be said that Lu Xing is really reliable, and Xiaoyang is very at ease. A moment later, 3 girls pushed open the door and walked into the milk tea shop. They glanced around before their eyes settled on the 2 of them. After hesitating for a moment, he didn't come over immediately, but instead made a phone call. Lu Xing answered the phone. "This is it, come over." Hearing Lu Xing's words, the 3 of them dared to come over. "I'm sorry, you're all so young. You look about the same age as us, so we thought we had mistaken you for someone else," the girl said somewhat awkwardly. The 3 people sat opposite Xiaoyang and his companion. They were probably freshmen or sophomores, and they were somewhat shy, with their hands on their laps, looking a little lost. Xiaoyang, however, laughed and said, "What would you like to drink?" "Huh?" The group was stunned for a moment. Relax, it's just a simple interview, Lu Xing said with a smile. The group relaxed and then casually ordered a milk tea. Xiaoyang looked up and saw that all three girls were good-looking, especially the girl in the lead, who was outstanding in appearance and not much different from Lin Qiyue. With her hair tied in a small ponytail, she looked rather well-behaved. The other two are also quite good-looking. If we hire them to work at the store, we'd probably attract a lot of boys from the nearby schools. Bite. Task issued. Chapter 57 Special Training Mission. Task. Xiaoyang was startled and quickly began to investigate the system. Task issued. The making of a powerful woman, special. Mission introduction. Behind every successful man is a woman. On the inevitable path to becoming a super rich man, a woman is needed to walk hand in hand with him. Target. Jiang Shangxue. Receive stage-by-stage rewards based on Jiang Shangshue's character progression. That's it. What's the meaning? Xiaoyang was a little confused. This is a special mission, and a progression mission at that, with periodic rewards. It feels somewhat similar to a maid-raising game in a certain browser game. Xiaoyang frowned slightly as he looked at the three girls in front of him. Before Lu Xing could speak, Xiaoyang said first, "Why don't you introduce yourselves first?" Lu Xing looked at Xiaoyang with a slight smile. That was a smile that only men could understand. "My name is Jiang Shangxue, and I'm a sophomore at the School of Business, Jiangdu University. Yes, this is my resume." After saying that, Jiang Shangxue handed over her resume. Just as Lu Xing was about to pick it up, Xiaoyang snatched it away. There wasn't much on the resume. Xiaoyang just glanced at it casually. What he's curious about now is why the system assigned him such a task. So how exactly should we complete these phase tasks? At this moment, Jiang Shangxue frowned slightly, but said nothing. Xiaoyang glanced at Lu Xing and said, "Take a look at the two of them." Lu Xing nodded and took the resumes of the other two people to look at them. At this moment, Jiang Shangxue became wary. She knew what her beautiful appearance represented, and seeing Xiaoyang's impatient manner made her feel somewhat uncomfortable. Xiaoyang, however, didn't notice and casually said, "Jiang Shangxue, right? If it's okay, you can start work the day after tomorrow. 7-day internship, monthly salary of 5,000. Is there a problem?" Jiang Shangxue was taken aback. She seemed to have no concept of money and was just curious as to why she was able to get the job so easily. She couldn't help but recall the various rumors that were frequently exposed, such as people in society keeping female college students as mistresses under the guise of love. She wasn't a gold digger. In fact, money was just a number to her. She frowned and asked, "Are you sure you're hiring a cashier?" Jiang Shangxue applied for a cashier job. "Yes. Is there a problem?" Xiaoyang was slightly taken aback. He then added with a smile, "Of course, it might not just be cashiers." "Really?" Jiang Shangshue's face immediately showed displeasure. "There are also basic jobs such as accounting and cashiering," Xiaoyang continued. Just then, the girl next to her hesitated for a moment and spoke up. "Boss, it's not that we doubt you, but I actually looked for part-time jobs before. In fact, many part-time jobs don't even pay 2,000 yuan. So you're afraid I'm lying to you?" Xiaoyang suddenly understood. He laughed and said, "Don't worry, I'm telling the truth. Besides, I'm still a student myself, a third-year student at Jiangdu University of Finance and Economics across the street. If you don't believe me, just ask anyone on campus. They should know me." Xiaoyang was quite confident about his reputation. Thanks to Lin Qiyue, Xiaoyang dared not say that among the girls, almost no one among the boys had not heard of his name. The three girls breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at Xiaoyang with astonishment. "So you started your own business while in college? That's amazing." "No, this is a shop I opened with my childhood friend. It's a proper barbecue restaurant, just on the next street. You can go check it out later. It's still under renovation right now." Hearing Xiaoyang's confirmation, the three of them were finally relieved. After all, the identity of a student does indeed inspire a great deal of trust. Lu Xing stood there dumbfounded. "Didn't we agree that I was here for an interview?" "Xiaoyang," Lu Xing whispered in his ear. "Don't worry. You can handle the other two, but you must leave Jiang Shangxue here," Xiaoyang whispered. Lu Xing nodded, revealing a meaningful smile. Lu Xing also reviewed the resumes of the other two girls, but unlike Xiaoyang, he estimated that he would offer a monthly salary of 4,000. The two girls were naturally very happy. Although they were 1,000 less than Jiang Shangxue, it was still much more than finding other places near the school. 2 waiters and 1 cashier. Lu Xing and Xiaoyang then met with the others one by one. At that moment, a notification sounded in Xiao Yang's mind. The development of a strong woman, special, job application stage task completed. Reward, grand opening effect, only applies to Jiang Shangxue. Note, after the new store opens, it will bring a stable flow of customers in the short term. The flow of customers depends on the size of the store. The auspicious opening effect is only affecting Jiang Shangxue. So, buddy, I'm just a wage earner. Xiao Yang rubbed his head. Wow, so this is a simulation game, right? I completed the task, and the reward was transferred to Jiang Shangxue. But what if she runs away and starts her own business? I would have done the task for nothing. Is there an estimated value for this stable customer flow? And when will the new store open? Xiao Yang asked the system with some doubt. Fortunately, this time the system didn't hesitate and gave an estimated value directly. In the first 7 days after the new store opens, it is roughly the size of a barbecue restaurant and can bring in 1,500 to 2,000 customers. Xiao Yang was immediately surprised by this number. With a customer flow of over 1,000 or 2,000, let alone a simple barbecue restaurant, it's practically guaranteed to make money no matter what you open. However, with only 7 days, whether these potential customers can be converted into stable customers within those 7 days remains a question. Even if only 30% of the customers remain, that's still 600 or 700, which is enough for a barbecue restaurant. However, to complete the previous task and earn 5 million, it will take quite a while to build just one barbecue restaurant. At this moment, Lu Xing patted Xiao Yang on the shoulder. Old Xiao. What's wrong? As your brother, there are some things I must remind you of. The pleasures of love are indeed wonderful, but don't mix them with your career, or you'll easily run into trouble, Lu Xing said with a sigh. What are you saying? I don't understand a word you said. Xiao Yang was stunned for a moment. What I mean is, you already have Qing Xiantong, Lin Xiue, and Jiang Yan, so don't mess with this Jiang Shangxue. What are you thinking? Xiao Yang rolled his eyes at Lu Xing, rubbed his nose, and said, Don't you know what kind of person I am? I'm not interested in women. Keith, have you seen Jiang Shangxue's resume? Actually, she's quite famous in business school. She's a talented woman. It's a waste of her talent to use her as a cashier in our small shop. She's a top student majoring in finance. All we have to do is collect money and do accounting. We're making a profit. Keith, you wouldn't understand even if I told you. Just wait and see. CEO Young Smilet. Lu Xing shook his head and sighed. At least leave one for me. Chapter 58. Sleeping in Xiao Yang's bed. After spending a whole day going around in circles with Lu Xing, Xiao Yang finally understood what hardship meant. He was fine, but Lu Xing was obviously exhausted. After forcing Lu Xing to go back and rest, Xiao Yang also went back to rest. The shop is almost ready. According to the two of them, the shop will be called Xingyang. Although Lu Xing strongly objected, saying that it was not good to bring him along, since he hadn't done much, and Xiao Yang had been the one paying for it. However, Xiao Yang insisted on the name in the end, since both of them had difficulty coming up with names. Xiao Yang woke up groggily that morning. Lin Qiyu didn't come this time. Xiao Yang went to the store for a look. The store was already renovated, and the tables and chairs would be delivered that evening. Lu Xing went to find ingredients, and the business license was almost ready. The store would open tomorrow. Along the way, they ran into Jiang Shangxue and her group. They took a look at the shop and were relieved. After the contract was signed, he said he could come to work at the store after 5 p.m. every day and return to school on time at 11 a.m. As for what happened in the latter half of the night, Lu Xing also found other people, so everything was in place and all that was left was to open for business. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Lin Qiyu sat on the edge of the bed, swinging her long legs, her delicate feet tinged with pink, looking incredibly cute. However, at this moment, she was biting her lip with a trace of pain on her face. I put on my headphones, and Xiao Yang's voice came through. Lin Qiyu felt much better after that. Curled up in a ball and wrapped in a blanket, Lin Qiyu stared at the ceiling and muttered to herself, So annoying. I didn't confess today. I hope Xiao Yang won't be angry. She shook her little head, her face full of confusion. I slowly got out of bed, but my stomach started to hurt uncontrollably. She changed her clothes with some difficulty, then put on her shoes and slowly walked out of the dormitory. On the other hand, Lu Xing had basically taken care of everything at the store, so Xiao Yang didn't need to worry about it. After wandering around for a while, Xiao Yang returned to school. Just then, outside the school gate, A girl moved slowly, step by step, her face unusually pale. She kept her head down, holding a bag of steamed buns in her hand. Lin Qiyu, although the girl had her head bowed low and her long hair almost completely covered her face, Xiao Yang still recognized her easily. She wore a pink dress and a pair of cute pink cotton slippers. Xiao Yang quickly went over. Lin Qiyu? Lin Qiyu was slightly taken aback and turned around. Xiao Yang, what are you doing here? Shouldn't I be asking you that? Xiao Yang frowned, his tone somewhat harsh. Lin Qiyu lowered her head even further. I'm sorry, Xiao Yang. I didn't confess today. She thought that Xiao Yang was angry with her because of this. What confession? Why aren't you lying in your dorm? What are you doing out here? In fact, Xiao Yang had already guessed some things because Lin Qiyu didn't come today. During the first 3 months of confessing his feelings, Xiao Yang had basically figured out Lin Qiyue's lifestyle habits, including the rather hidden, her menstrual cycle. Lin Qiyu didn't come today, and he vaguely guessed what was going on. Then Lin Qiyu stuffed the steaming hot bun into her arms, her face pale, clearly enduring the pain. That basically confirms it. Why would I lie in the dorm like this? Lin Qiyu blushed slightly, waved the steam bun in her hand, and said, I'm a little hungry, so I came to buy something to eat. Xiao Yang frowned and asked, where are your roommates? Don't they know you have a stomachache? I just have menstrual cramps. I'm not disabled. What's wrong with going out to buy something? Lin Qiyu murmured sweetly, her heart filled with happiness. Xiao Yang jealous about me. He actually knew I had a stomachache. Silly girl, I'm afraid you'll die of pain here. Xiao Yang rubbed Lin Qiyue's head, feeling a bit annoyed. Where are your roommates? They were all quite fierce when you confessed last time, but now they've disappeared. They've all gone to class. Lin Qiyu said, looking down with a hint of grievance. She had never seen Xiao Yang so fierce before. Xiao Yang glanced at the time before he realized what was happening. If there are classes right now, then classes haven't ended yet. Then call me. Xiao Yang complained. Oh, Lin Qiyu replied, pursing her lips. My stomach still hurts, but my face is full of smiles. She looked up and saw that Xiao Yang seemed to feel sorry for her. Instantly, her heart felt as sweet as honey, and her stomach pain subsided. It's just menstrual cramps. Girls probably all go through something like this. But I feel like he cares about me a lot. Lin Qiyu smiled. Although she felt that Xiao Yang seemed to be overly nervous, she felt as sweet as if she had eaten honey. If this happens again, call me, Xiao Yang sighed. Do you understand? All right. Lin Qiyu waved her hand. Then I'll head back now, she said softly, her face slightly flushed. I'll take you, Xiao Yang said. Lin Qiyu slowly moved her feet, but the next second, she cried out, feeling a sharp pain in her stomach. Xiao Yang let out a long sigh of relief. Suddenly he bent down. All right, don't go anymore. Lin Qiyu was slightly taken aback. Just then, Xiao Yang's hand slipped through Lin Qiyue's knees. The next second, Lin Qiyue's feet left the ground. She turned around and realized that Xiao Yang had picked her up in his arms, and in the kind of princess carry you see in idol dramas. Hold on tight, Xiao Yang said slowly. Lin Qiyu instinctively wrapped her arms around Xiao Yang's neck. Xiao Yang, what are you doing? Lin Qiyue's face immediately turned hot. She didn't know where to put her head. She looked at Xiao Yang with a shy expression, but she didn't dare to show her face in a crowded campus. She could only bury her head on Xiao Yang's shoulder, half close her eyes, and secretly peek around to see if anyone had noticed them. I'll carry you back. In your condition, it'll be dark by the time you get back to the dorm, Xiao Yang said softly. Lin Qiyu nodded, her heart already pounding. Don't worry. Let your hair down. No one will know that I'm hugging the famous campus belle Lin. Xiao Yang Lao get. Lin Qiyu pouted and hummed. At this moment, she wished everyone could see it, so they could show off their love and be super cute. All right, let's go back. Lin Qiyu replied blankly. And so, the two walked through the campus, strolling under the fleeting shadows of the trees. When they arrived at the girls' dormitory, Xiao Yang frowned instead. The dormitory supervisor wouldn't let him in no matter what she said. Xiao Yang looked at Lin Qiyu, whose face was pale, and felt a little worried. Go back to my dorm. Xiao Yang made a decisive statement. Lin Qiyu was stunned. And so, the two turned around again. Lin Qiyue's dormitory and Xiao Yang's dormitory building are not far apart, just a few steps away. As soon as I entered the dormitory supervisor stopped me. Xiao Yang, why are you bringing a girl in here? The dormitory supervisor, who naturally recognized Xiaoyang, immediately stopped him. Godmother. Lin Xue peeked out and forced a smile. Oh dear, isn't this our daughter? What happened? The dormitory supervisor felt distressed when she saw Lin Xue's pale face. Xiu has a stomachache. I'll take her upstairs to rest for a while, Xiaoyang said. Turning back, I saw Lin Xue's face slightly flushed, and she simply nodded in agreement. Oh, I see. Then go upstairs and rest, the dormitory supervisor said quickly. Thank you, Godmother. Lin Xue's voice was barely audible. You're already calling her Godmother. Why say thank you? The dormitory supervisor waved her hand and then instructed Xiaoyang. Take good care of my goddaughter. Okay, Xiaoyang said, somewhat speechless. Lin Xue is truly universally appealing. Even the dormitory supervisor was charmed by her. You're really something, Xiaoyang said to Lin Xue in a low voice. Isn't this so? It'll be easier for me to confess my feelings to you, Lin Xue said shyly. Okay, hold on tight. I'm going up now. Lin Xue buried her head in Xiaoyang's chest and whispered. Xiaoyang smiled and stepped up the stairs. The dormitory was on the 4th floor, but Xiaoyang's movements were incredibly light. Even while holding Lin Xue, Xiaoyang's hands didn't tremble, and he showed no signs of fatigue. Lin Xue only secretly glanced at the big boy holding her, her face showing a hint of naivety and sweetness. As for her stomachache, she had long forgotten about it. Meanwhile, downstairs in the boys' dormitory, several boys who had been preparing to leave their rooms were stunned. Did I see that right just now? Lin Xue was carried back to the dormitory by Xiaoyang. Grass! Damn it! And it's a princess, Carrie. I didn't go to the cafeteria today, nor did I get up early to listen to anyone confess their love. I specifically chose this time to go eat, and yet I still managed to get dog food, a Chinese slang term for witnessing public displays of affection. I'm numb, completely numb. Meanwhile, Xiaoyang quickly carried Lin Xue back to her dormitory. There's hardly anyone in the dorm. Everyone's out having fun at this hour. Xiaoyang thought for a moment and said, Why don't you lie down on my bed and rest for a while? Lin Xue looked at the neatly made bed and nodded repeatedly. This is Xiaoyang's bed. Xiaoyang put her down and tidied herself up casually. Xiaoyang had no bad habits, and his bed was very clean. Even the bedding was new. Lin Xue gently took off her shoes, and before Xiaoyang could react, she had already buried her head in Xiaoyang's bed. Oh, this feels so good. Lin Xue chuckled, her little head buried under the covers, and then she took a sniff. It doesn't have much of a taste. It also seems to have some kind of flavor. No matter how much it has, it's still Xiaoyang's flavor. This is where Xiaoyang sleeps every day. Lin Xue's face flushed. Could this be considered indirectly that they slept together? Several inappropriate images for children immediately flashed through her little mind. She couldn't help but giggle like a playful kitten, leaving Xiaoyang completely stunned. Chapter 59, The 5th Confession. In fact, Lin Xue slept very well last night and did not get up early this morning, but has been resting. But when she was curled up in Xiaoyang's bed, she slept very peacefully. Xiaoyang casually flipped through the book for a while, intending to prepare for the midterm exam, but he lost all interest. Xiaoyang glanced at Lin Xue, who was huddled under the covers, and smiled calmly. However, he was somewhat surprised when he thought of what had just happened. He took the enhancement pill yesterday and said that there wasn't much change. But after carrying Lin Xue back just now, he felt that his physique had indeed improved a lot. I had only walked around today, and normally I would be quite tired. But today, carrying Lin Xue upstairs, he wasn't tired or out of breath at all. On the contrary, he looked radiant. This quality-enhancing pill is indeed a good thing. After thinking about it, Xiaoyang still made a phone call to Li Ji. Li Yi. What's up? I'm playing mahjong with Lao Lu and the others outside. What's up? Buy some brown sugar water and ginger. And, oh yes, also a hot water bottle. Why did you buy that thing? Li Ji asked, somewhat puzzled. Just buy it. Stop talking nonsense and hurry up. No way. I just want a little, and Lao Lu and the others won't let me leave. Li Grumblet. Let others hold the line first. Get the stuff back for me. If you lose at mahjong today, I'll take responsibility for it. That's it, hurry up. After hanging up the phone, seeing that Lin Xue was sleeping soundly, Xiaoyang didn't want to disturb her. He browsed the internet casually, but his mind was preoccupied with how to make a quick profit. It's almost certain that the barbecue restaurant will make money, but it's still unknown when it will be able to earn 5 million to complete the task. Time passed slowly, and Lin Xue, who was sleeping in bed, woke up groggily. He opened his eyes and saw Xiaoyang. She gave a sweet smile. Woke up. Lin Xue nodded, but she was reluctant to leave Xiaoyang's bed. She clenched the blanket tightly and huddled inside. Does it still hurt? Xiaoyang asked with concern. Yes, it still hurts a little bit, but it's much better. Just then, the dormitory door opened. Li Ji is back, but the other two aren't. They must have gone out to play and probably won't be back until lights out. I'm back. Li Ji nodded and placed the items on Xiaoyang's desk. Here's the ginger water, brown sugar, and this hot water bottle you requested. I don't know what a grown man like you needs a hot water bottle for. It's not even that cold today. Li Ji muttered a few words. All right, I bought everything for you. If there's nothing else, I'll head out now. They're waiting over there. Go ahead, go ahead. Xiaoyang opened the hot water bottle and plugged it in. Li Ji went out again. Xiaoyang glanced at Lin Xue, thought for a moment, and said, I'm going downstairs for a bit. Lock the door from the inside, and I'll open it when I come back. Stop just Get out of bed first. Lin Xue nodded. This was, after all, a boys' dormitory, and Xiaoyang was a little worried about leaving Lin Xue alone in the dormitory. Who knows if there are any beasts among them? When this hot water bottle gets hot, turn it off and put it on your stomach to relieve the pain. Lin Xue nodded, then looked up and blinked, asking, was it useful? Of course it'll help, you idiot. The water in that water dispenser was just changed today. If you're thirsty, just drink some hot water. Xiaoyang frowned, unsure where to find a water cup for Lin Xue. He glanced at his water glass, hesitating slightly. I'll use this one. Lin Xue spotted the water glass next to Xiaoyang's computer at a glance, grabbed it, and chuckled. Xiaoyang thought for a moment and decided that it shouldn't be a big deal, so he didn't say anything. What he didn't know was that Lin Xue was actually a germaphobe. She would probably go crazy if someone used her cup in the girls' dormitory. Not to mention sleeping in Xiaoyang's bed. If my roommates knew about this, their eyes would probably pop out of their sockets. Good grief, you're not a germaphobe anymore when it comes to Xiaoyang. I'm going downstairs now. Remember to lock the door from the inside. You can open it when I come back, okay? Xiaoyang said. Lin Xue nodded obediently. Xiaoyang then went out, and as he closed the door, he gave a final instruction from outside. Only after hearing Lin Xue lock the door from the inside did he feel relieved. At this moment, he was holding ginger, brown sugar, and a thermos. Aunt, it's you, Xiaoyang. The dormitory supervisor was very welcoming, then asked with a hint of concern, Is Xiaoyu all right? It's nothing, it's just my period. My stomach hurts, Xiaoyang said with a smile. Oh, I see. By the way, Annie, could I cook something for you here like brown sugar ginger tea? Her stomach hurts. Drinking this should help. Xiaoyang waved the things in his hand. Oh, okay. Then hurry up and go. Don't keep Xiaoya waiting, the dormitory supervisor said hurriedly. Okay, thank you, Andy. Xiaoyang entered the dormitory of the dormitory supervisor. There was a small kitchen used by the supervisor herself, which was more than enough to make brown sugar ginger tea. After a short while, once it was done, Xiaoyang took a sip and, feeling it was about right, poured it all into a thermos. He then borrowed a bowl from the dormitory supervisor and went upstairs. Open the door, it's me, Xiaoyang. Upon hearing Xiaoyang's voice, Lin Xue opened the door from the inside. At this moment, she was holding an insulated bag and applying it to her stomach, and there was a glass of water on the table, which had obviously been used. Xiaoyang blushed slightly as he looked at the remaining peach-colored lipstick mark on the paper. Are you feeling better? Xiaoyang asked with concern, then placed the things on the table. Much better, what's this? Lin Xue looked at the things on the table. Xiaoyang poured a bowl of ginger tea from his thermos and said, This is brown sugar ginger tea that I just made at the dormitory supervisor's place. Drink some of it and you should feel much better. Lin Xue nodded obediently, but as soon as her hand touched the bowl, she quickly withdrew it and blew hard on her fingers. You're so silly. It's so hot, and you still reach out your hand. Xiaoyang was amused by Lin Xue's appearance. He blew on it, then scooped it up with a spoon. Blow on it yourself. Be careful not to burn yourself. Lin Xue tossed her hair, glanced at Xiaoyang with a meaningful look, blew on it again, and slightly parted her cherry-like lips. After drinking the ginger tea, a warm current flowed into my body along with the tea. Lin Xue smiled, her heart filled with sweetness, her eyebrows curving upwards, looking extremely cute. After finishing a bowl of brown sugar ginger tea, Lin Qiuyue looked at Xiao Yang, her eyes already glistening with tears. What's wrong? It's nothing, thank you, Xiao Yang. Lin Qiuyue bit her lip lightly, as if she was thinking about something. Before Xiao Yang could react, Lin Qiuyue had already kissed him. This is my gift for you today, Xiao Yang. I like you. Be my boyfriend. At this moment, Lin Qiuyue's face was flushed, and she stared intently. Her eyes were glistening. This is Lin Qiuyue's 5th confession. Chapter 60 Martial Arts Manuals. No, I already have someone I like. Xiao Yang glanced at the mission. This mission was slightly different. The reward for refusing the mission was actually a martial arts manual. You really think I'm too weak, huh? Xiao Yang rubbed his forehead, where scars from his previous fight with Chun Bei still remained. It is estimated that it will take some time to completely remove the scars. At this moment, Lin Qiuyue, who had been rejected, looked somewhat gloomy. Although I've been rejected repeatedly, and although I've gotten somewhat used to it, and although I keep saying I'll confess my feelings 99 times, being rejected again still leaves me looking rather gloomy. But when she saw Xiao Yang rubbing the scar on his forehead, she immediately recalled the scene from that day. The reason for this was that Xiao Yang said he had someone he liked. He's doing this on purpose because he can't remember his lines. Lin Qiuyue pouted and let out a long sigh. However, she was certain of one thing again. Xiao Yang was using another excuse. Yes, otherwise why would he touch his scar? It's clearly a way of reminding himself of what happened that day. Lin Qiuyue, you're so clever. You finally figured out Xiao Yang's thoughts. At this moment, Xiao Yang had no idea that Lin Qiuyue's wildly imaginative mind had once again successfully defused his refusal. He took out his phone, opened the food delivery app, and ordered some food. He glanced at Lin Qiuyue again and said, "Take a look. What do you like to eat? You can eat more of these cabbages and carrots. Foods rich in fiber can help relieve some of the pain from menstrual cramps." Looking at the somewhat weak Lin Qiuyue, Xiao Yang continued, "And then there are these too. You can order some chicken, duck, and fish to replenish your qi and blood." Lin Qiuyue hesitated for a moment, then replied, "You order. I can't eat much." Xiao Yang didn't say anything. He noticed that Lin Qiuyue's expression would linger a few more seconds when looking at certain dishes. So he silently wrote it down and marked all the things that Lin Qiuyue had glanced at a few times earlier. When the food arrived, Lin Qiuyue was completely stunned. So many? Xiao Yang took out the folding table from the dormitory and placed 7 or 8 dishes on it, making it a full table of food. Lin Qiuyue stared in astonishment at the table full of dishes and suddenly realized that they were all some of her favorite dishes. Although she couldn't eat that much, she still licked her lips with a bit of longing. "Xiao Yang, how did you know I like these dishes?" Xiao Yang opened the lunchbox and placed it in front of Lin Qiuyue, who then asked him, "I'm so lucky. Actually, I didn't know what you like to eat, so I just ordered everything." Xiao Yang said with a smile, "But I really like all of these dishes." Lin Qiuyue was overjoyed. She hadn't expected Xiao Yang to care about her so much, even knowing exactly what she liked to eat. "Then let's eat." After a satisfying meal, Lin Qiuyue rubbed her tummy. She didn't expect that she could eat so much during her period. She immediately let out a burp, then looked at Xiao Yang with a flushed face, quickly lowered her head, and rubbed her lower belly. What should I do? How can I keep hiccuping? Xiao Yang will definitely laugh at me." Lin Qiuyue immediately regretted it. She should have known better than to eat so much. Now she had embarrassed herself in front of Xiao Yang. Sure enough, Xiao Yang was immediately delighted. He hadn't expected that Lin Qiuyue could hiccup in such a cute way. Especially after the fight, he would casually rub his stomach and pretend to be looking at the scenery. "This is just unbelievable. Look out the window." Xiao Yang suddenly pointed out the window and said, Lin turned her head away, then said, completely bewildered, "There's nothing there." Turning my head, suddenly, a monster with a blue face and fangs appeared before me. Lin Qiuyue was so frightened that her face turned pale, and she let out a scream that was far from ladylike. Xiao Yang took off the ghost mask and chuckled. "People say that if you're scared, you won't hiccup. Is that so? Hiccup. But hiccup. I think hiccup." To Xiao Yang's surprise, Lin Qiuyue not only didn't stop hiccuping, but it got even worse. After staring at Lin Qiuyue for several seconds, Xiao Yang finally couldn't hold back anymore. and burst into laughter that echoed throughout the entire dormitory building. Lin Shiyue rolled her eyes at Xiao Yang, her face burning, and buried herself in his blankets. Ah. Meanwhile, the news of Lin Shiyue being carried into the boys' dormitory by Xiao Yang spread throughout the entire campus forum over time. Brute, you beast. That's the boys' dormitory. Damn it, I've been squatting outside the dorm for hours, and Xiao Yang and the goddess still haven't come out. Damn it, is Xiao Yang really that persistent? The moment those words were uttered, they were immediately surrounded and utterly destroyed. What the hell are you talking about? How can my goddess do such a filthy thing with Xiao Yang? Impossible, absolutely impossible. I don't believe it. Stop talking. I am crying, boohoo. Unfortunately, there is no video footage, but regardless of whether it is true or false, Xiao Yang has already become infamous on the forum and has clearly become the public enemy of all the men in the university. Meanwhile, in a private room at a karaoke bar, a man was browsing forums on his phone. He had a hint of anger on his face, which made his underlings not dare to utter a sound. Who is this? We couldn't find anything. It seems they're not students from our medical school. Then check the car. Isn't the license plate number obvious enough? Finding the car means finding the person, the man said with a hint of hostility. At this moment, on his phone was the photo of Qing Xiantong getting out of Xiao Yang's car. The man clenched his fists, his anger undiminished. Shame. The girl he admired got into another man's car, and it was an ordinary Volkswagen at that. He continued reading, his whole body trembling slightly. How dare anyone touch my woman? Fang Jingyuan's woman. Xiao Yang was naturally unaware of these things. After taking Lin Shiyue to eat, Xiao Yang sent her back to her dormitory. Upon returning, Xiao Yang looked at the newly arrived reward and fell into deep thought. Wing Chun. Good heavens, this really is a martial arts manual. He casually flipped through it, but the next second, the book in his hand instantly turned into specks of light and vanished. In an instant, all the details from the book appeared in my mind. There's such a cultivation method. If cultivation were as simple as that, there wouldn't be so many episodes in TV dramas. Xiao Yang assumed a fighting stance. To be honest, he had never heard of Wing Chun before. It seemed that the system had brought it from a world called Earth. This feels a bit soft and fluffy. With a punch, Xiao Yang felt a surge of energy. It seems to really work. Right now, he was actually getting impatient and wanted to find someone to fight. Chapter 61. Something happened at the store. The next morning, Lin Shiyue, the sound came from downstairs in the dormitory building. In just a moment, a crowd of people gathered around. They're here. They're here. Oh my God, I'm so excited. Could this be Xiao Yang's 100th confession? Aren't they already together? Could it be that everything I've been reading on the forums is fake? At that moment, Xiao Yang was alone downstairs in the dormitory building. The morning breeze was slightly cool. People were coming and going, heading to class, when they saw Xiao Yang downstairs in the dormitory, and some of them couldn't move. In everyone's eyes, Xiao Yang and Lin Shiyue were already together, a perfect match, and no one would object. Unfortunately, it was the 100th time he confessed his feelings. If you can see it with your own eyes, skipping a class or being late is a small matter. Many people took out their phones and pointed them at Xiao Yang. This exciting moment was not to be missed. The girls all looked down from the dormitory corridor, and some girls who were still asleep were even woken up by their roommates. Look, Xiao Yang is here to confess his love again. What? How is that possible? Shouldn't Lin Shiyue be the one to confess? The stairwell was packed with heads, leaving Xiao Yang stunned. He was carrying 2 thermos cups and looked around in confusion. Not long after, Lin Shiyue was also woken up by her roommate. Xiao Yang is here. Lin Shiyue was still sleeping soundly, but the name Xiao Yang seemed to be a switch, and she jumped out of bed all of a sudden. Where is he? Where is Xiao Yang? Seeing this, Li Xiaoyan and the others teased. Of course he's downstairs. What? Do you want him to come upstairs? Wasn't yesterday's tender time in the boys' dormitory enough? Each person's comment made Lin Shiyue blush. Tell me, how good is Xiao Yang in that area? Xiaoya, how can you be so bold now? Are the beds in the dorm big enough for you guys to mess around in? Lin Shiyue, I told you, I just want Xiao Yang's dorm to rest for a while. What are you thinking? You're disgusting. Lin Shiyue spat a few times, her face flushed. The thought of Xiao Yang still downstairs made her want to rush down barefoot. Fortunately, my roommate reacted quickly and stopped him. Don't rush. Get dressed first. I'll go ask Xiao Yang what he's here for. After saying that, Li Xiaoyan poked her head out. Xiao Yang knew Li Xiaoyan, and upon seeing her, he said, "Don't let Qiyu do it. Come down and help me get something for her." Li Xiaoyan glared at Lin Qiyu. "Good grief, so I become your messenger, huh?" Xiao Yang told you not to move, saying he had something for you. I'm going down to get it. Xiao Yang's words worked. Lin Qiyu immediately sat quietly in the chair, a pleasant smile on her face. Virtue. After uttering a curse, Li Xiaoyan went downstairs. Upon seeing Li Xiaoyan, Xiao Yang handed her what he was holding. This is brown sugar ginger tea. Let her drink it to relieve the pain. This is her lunch. It includes chicken soup, which is good for replenishing qi and blood. Remember to eat plenty of these carrots. They'll keep you full. Xiao Yang gave a long list of instructions, his voice not loud, but everyone around him heard him clearly. Are you delivering something so early in the morning? What the heck? This is not a confession of love. In an instant, everyone lost all interest. What's going on? It's not a confession, but someone bringing chicken soup so early in the morning. Is it not allowed? That's why Xiao Yang was able to win over Lin Qiyu. You should learn from him and just stop making me angry. A girl said, pulling on the ear of the boy next to her. It was only now that everyone realized what Xiao Yang had come for. Okay, you've had plenty of dog food this morning, haven't you? I can't believe I'm being fed dog food just by passing by on my way to class. Wait, class is in session. Only then did everyone realize what was happening. Holy crap, I'm on my way to class, what the hell? Teacher, please go easy on me when you're calling roll. In an instant, a large group of people rushed towards the teaching building like thunder and lightning, which was quite a spectacle at the university. Inside a classroom, the teacher stared into deep thought at the empty space. Did I make a mistake today? Or did the students make a mistake? Why is there no one here right now? The old professor walked out of the classroom, puzzled, and returned to his office. But the more I thought about it, the more something seemed off. When I turned around again, in just a moment, the classroom was suddenly filled with people. At this moment, Lin Qiyu, who had just received the item, was naturally very excited. Several of her girlfriends were drooling as they watched. Can I say I'm sour? Are you sure you've confessed your feelings several times and failed? And you call that a failed confession? Lin Qiyu chuckled. Yes, my confession failed. But what does it matter? She blew on the steaming hot brown sugar ginger tea, and a sweet smile appeared on her face. Xiao Yang said we should eat this later. The thermos can keep it warm for a long time. It's still morning, so we'll save it for lunchtime. Li Xiaoyan sighed, the air filled with a sour smell. Lin Qiyu looked at the sumptuous lunch prepared by Xiao Yang and grinned. There's so much, I don't think I can finish it all. Do you want some? No need, we're already full. Li Xiaoyan and the others waved their hands repeatedly. Yeah, I'm full. With such a generous amount of dog food this early in the morning, who wouldn't be full? Xiao Yang also left the girls' dormitory. He looked a little tired. In fact, he had gone to the store early that morning to prepare these things. I was busy for over an hour. Fortunately, Lin Qiyu should be satisfied. Xiao Yang didn't go straight back to his dormitory. Instead, he found a spot and casually practiced a set of Wing Chun moves. After a while, they prepared to go back to rest. After receiving the enhancement pill, Xiao Yang not only felt much stronger, but also felt much more energetic, and his Wing Chun practice became more powerful. I really have to thank Lin Qiyu. Xiao Yang's thinking was simple. He owed his current success to Lin Qiyu's system-related tasks, so it was only natural to treat her well. As for the rest, he didn't think too much about it. If only things could stay like this forever. However, some things will eventually come to an end. Xiao Yang himself didn't know how he would refuse Lin Qiyu's next confession. Without realizing it, he had begun to get used to this kind of life. Forget it, I'll stop thinking about this for now. He was covered in sweat, and it was almost noon. The barbecue restaurant officially opened today, so I'm still quite interested in it. I was just about to go back to the restaurant to check on it when my phone rang. Is this President Xiao Yang? Xiao Yang recognized Jiang Shangshue's voice, but the phone number belonged to Lu Xing. What's up? Something's happened. Something's happened at the store. His voice sounded anxious, and without thinking, Xiao Yang immediately rushed into the shop. P.S. I've been editing and deleting, and it's stuck. I'll finish it tomorrow. Chapter 62. Smashing the shop. Along the way, some ideas had flashed through Xiao Yang's mind, but he still couldn't figure out who would cause trouble at the store. It's midday now, and the store isn't open yet. But since it's the first day of business, they've made many preparations, including activities. Xiaoyang ran the whole way. The distance between the two streets wasn't far, but normally he would have been exhausted. However, perhaps due to the effects of the enhancement pill, Xiaoyang only sweated a little and felt quite relaxed. Upon arriving outside the store, the interior was already a complete mess. Xiaoyang walked in with a sullen face. Looking again, Lu Xing was lying on the side, his head bleeding profusely. On the other side, the girls were already terrified, but Jiang Shangxue, supporting Lu Xing, used gauze she found somewhere to stop his bleeding. What happened? Xiaoyang looked around the store. The troublemakers had left, but the scene was a mess, with tables and chairs all overturned. I don't know, a group of people came in and started smashing things. The two girls' voices were barely audible, clearly frightened. Xiaoyang frowned slightly and glanced at Lu Xing. Are you all right? It's nothing. Lu Xing's voice was weak, but his eyes were already blazing with anger. Did you call the hospital? Xiaoyang asked Jiang Shangxue, who was standing to the side. I called. The ambulance should be here soon. Xiaoyang nodded, his eyes already blazing with anger. He has a good temper, but that doesn't mean he won't get angry. The new store was vandalized before it even opened, and he will naturally investigate this matter thoroughly. However, it seems that the store will not be able to continue operating until the matter is resolved. I'll get someone to tidy it up. Have I reported it to the police station yet? P.S. Things are strict now, so I can only write something like police station. It's been censored. Xiaoyang glanced at the group of girls and opened a WeChat group on his phone. This group was created earlier, and most of the store employees are in it. Xiaoyang transferred 3,000 yuan to each of them. You've worked hard. Take a break for the next few days. We'll let you know when the store reopens. The two girls were initially frightened and were still trembling. After all, they were just college students who hadn't yet entered the workforce, and such an experience was bound to leave some lasting trauma. Xiaoyang didn't care about the small amount of money. What mattered was that the person in question couldn't afford to have any problems. Sure enough, the two girls' expressions improved considerably when they saw the red envelopes sent on WeChat. No need to hire someone to clean up. We'll take care of it ourselves. The group was naturally very happy to have received the money and quickly got up to clean up the mess in the shop. Jiang Shangxue, on the other hand, didn't look too good and didn't seem to care about the money. Could it be a competitor who came to vandalize the store? Jiang Shangxue frowned slightly. It shouldn't be. Lu Xing shook his head and said, They seem to say a few words, telling me to stay away from so-and-so. But I've only just arrived in Jiangdu, and you're the only person I know. Lu Xing said, somewhat amused and exasperated. I have to say, this guy has really good mental fortitude. Even though Lu Xing was covered in injuries after that beating, he could still laugh. I will investigate this matter thoroughly. You should go to the hospital to recover first. Xiaoyang breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Xing nodded without saying anything. The police quickly arrived and, seeing the mess, began to question people. Lu Xing answered truthfully, describing in detail the appearance of the people who came to vandalize the store. The store had just finished renovations and didn't even have surveillance cameras ready. So after the questioning and taking of statements, the police officers had to go back and investigate. Just then, the hospital ambulance arrived. However, because of the food street, the ambulance could not enter, so two nurses carried Lu Xing out on a stretcher. Xiaoyang followed, intending to go to the hospital with Lu Xing. They initially thought it was just a simple case of vandalism, but once outside, Xiaoyang and his companion discovered that the Phaeton park there had also been completely smashed. The car was smashed too. Damn it, these bastards. Lu Xing clenched his fists, his face full of anger. Xiaoyang's eyes were also filled with anger at this moment. He was already furious that his good friend had been beaten, but this car also held great significance for him. If there had to be an object to connect me and Jiang Yan, it would be this Phaeton. Without Jiang Yan, there would be no Phaeton and no subsequent events between the two. Every time Xiaoyang drives, he thinks of Jiang Yan, who likes to sit in the passenger seat. She likes to stand barefoot on the passenger seat and stick her head out of the sunroof. She liked to pull up her skirt so he could touch her thigh. Although Xiaoyang never managed to touch it, these were actually memories that Jiang Yan had kept. Now, the car is completely smashed beyond recognition. Xiaoyang rubbed his head, his face showing an anger that even Lu Xing, who had grown up with him, had never seen before. After putting Lu Xing into the ambulance, Xiao Yang turned to look at the police officers standing to the side. This car is mine. Besides smashing the shop, they must have smashed this car too. The police officer nodded and took pictures of the wrecked car as evidence. By the way, this car is worth $2.5 million, a brand new car. It's safe to say that our financial losses this time are very serious. You must help us find out who did this. CEO Young Edud. As soon as he finished speaking, the two police officers were also filled with astonishment. Good heavens, a car worth 2.5 million yuan was smashed by this group of people. That's really arrogant. Don't worry, we will inform you as soon as we find out the situation. Also, you should be careful yourself. These people are ruthless and probably not students. It is very likely that this is a personal revenge. If you find any dangerous people, call the police immediately. CEO Young nodded. He had originally planned to go to the hospital with Lu Xing, but after hearing what the policeman said, he became a little wary. There's still a bit of a safety concern for the girls in the shop, so let's deal with this situation first. Back in the shop, Xiao Yang called over a girl. Go to the hospital and take care of Lu Xing. If you need money for medical expenses or anything, just call me and I'll transfer it to you. Good. While Xiao Yang was looking for someone to take care of Lu Xing, he also pondered the events of the day. They dared to openly smash up a shop in broad daylight, injuring people and damaging cars. Who could it be? Xiao Yang thought for a while, but still had no clue. No matter who it is, they will have to pay the price. Xiao Yang slammed his hand on the table in anger. The next moment, the table couldn't withstand the pressure and collapsed. Jiang Shanxue looked at Xiao Yang blankly. Xiao Yang himself didn't expect that this slap. Is this Wing Chun? Chapter 63, Brother Knife. At this moment, Xiao Yang was unaware that the group of people who had just gone to smash up the store were all in this private room at a KTV. The leader was a middle-aged man in his 30s with some scars on his face, who looked somewhat fierce. Several bottles of wine were open in front of everyone, and their faces were full of smiles. Damn it, Brother Dao. Those girls were so juicy. We shouldn't have just smashed them up and left. Yeah, especially the one in black. Her figure is amazing. The henchmen licked their lips, their minds filled with images of the girls they had just met at Xiao Yang's shop. Don't think about those messy things. Smashing a shop is a small matter. If something happens to those girls, that's a big deal. We'll all end up in jail. If you can't stand it, just spend some money and find some girls. Brother Dao patted his underling's head and instructed him. Yes, yes, yes. At that moment, the door to the private room opened, and a young man walked in, followed by several other people who all appeared to be college students. Young Master Fong. Brother Dao quickly stood up and greeted him with a smile. They were all roughnecks who had worked their way up in society, but they showed great respect for this young man, surnamed Fong. After all, we need to make a living. Fong Jingyuan sat down and threw a bag on the table. Bright, red 100 yuan bills were scattered out, making everyone's faces light up with excitement. 200,000, not a penny less. Thank you, young Master Fong. Brother Dao chuckled, making the scar on his face look even more ferocious. How was that kid doing? Fong Jingyuan asked. You'll have to lie in bed for at least 2 or 3 months, Brother Dao chuckled. Didn't I tell you to cripple him? Fong Jingyuan frowned. No, young Master Fong, things are very strict now. If he's really crippled, it'll cause too much of a commotion, and it'll be hard to clean up the mess later. Brother Dao said with a hint of difficulty. Damn, what's so hard to resolve? Fong Jingyuan was a little dissatisfied, but after thinking about it, he realized that he had already hit the person and vented his anger, so he stopped dwelling on the matter. Then, the younger brother took the phone from the side. On the phone screen, Lu Xing was lying on the ground, his face covered in blood. Next up was the phaeton, which was smashed to pieces. After looking at the photos, Fong Jingyuan sneered, I really don't know what Qing Xiantong saw in this kind of trash. On the other side, after Xiao Yang tidied up the shop, he sent the women back and went around asking around for information. He was in his 30s, had a scarred face, and was bald. Such morphological features are actually not difficult to find. I think I vaguely remember this person. Before long, Xiao Yang learned some information from the owner of a milk tea shop. If I'm not mistaken, it should be Brother Dao's group. Brother Dao, Xiao Yang Asked, Somelhat Buzlet. What is my connection with this person? This guy called Brother Dao used to hang around here too. He was always fighting and collecting protection money. But when things got stricter, he disappeared from the scene. However, I'm not very clear about things in this underworld. But based on what you said, it should be this group of people. Speaking of which, when I first started my business, they also came to collect debts from me. After listening to the milk tea shop owner's words, Xiao Yang said thoughtfully, "Could it be that they came to collect their debts because they saw our new shop was opening?" "Probably not. They stopped doing this a long time ago," the boss said, shaking his head. "Besides, if he was just here to collect debts, why would he vandalize things for no reason? If he was after money, he certainly wouldn't have attacked directly." Xiao Yang nodded. "That's what I mean. That means they have ulterior motives. Whatever the reason, he no longer cares. Just knowing it's this group is enough." He took out his phone, ready to provide some information to the police, when his boss pressed his hand down. "Are you going to report to the police station?" "Yes." Xiao Yang nodded. "It's no use." The boss shook his head and pointed to the ceiling. Xiao Yang's expression immediately turned serious. He doesn't have much social experience, but he's not completely ignorant. Xiao Yang naturally understood the implied meaning of the milk tea shop owner. However, he remained optimistic about the matter. But despite his optimism, Xiao Yang decided to put it on hold for now and see what the outcome would be. After all these matters were settled, Xiao Yang was quite tired. It was almost 11 o'clock when I got back to the dormitory. Taking out his phone, he saw that Lin Qiuyue had sent him quite a few messages, saying things like the brown sugar ginger tea was delicious and the radish soup suited his taste. After exchanging a few words, Xiao Yang found the girl who had asked him to go to the hospital to take care of Lu Xing. News came from over there that Lu Xing only had superficial injuries. He would be discharged after a period of observation in the hospital. As for the cost, it wouldn't be much. I took a nap. Xiao Yang got up very early again this morning. Xiao Yang had already left the school gates very early and asked a steam bun shop owner to make him some brown sugar ginger tea. It was still sent to Lin Qiuyue. After attending classes all morning, Xiao Yang decided to personally visit the police station to check on the situation. The police station in the university town wasn't far away. Xiao Yang just took a taxi there. Having found the police officer from yesterday, Xiao Yang immediately reported all the information he knew. The police officers took statements and drew a portrait of Xiao Yang, then told him to go back and wait for news. Nothing. 2 more days passed, and Lin Qiue's relatives left. At that moment, Xiao Yang was practicing Wing Chun in a nearby park. These past few days, practicing Wing Chun after getting up has become Xiao Yang's morning exercise habit. He was dressed casually, but his back was soaked with sweat. The weather was slightly cool, and Xiao Yang put on his clothes, preparing to go back to school to take a hot shower. Just then, Xiao Yang bumped into someone. Jiang Shangxue. Xiao Yang recognized her at a glance. President Xiao. Jiang Shangxue was dressed in sportswear and looked like she was also there for a run. "Don't call me President Xiao. I can't even get the store up and running." "Xiao Yang si get. Just call me Xiao Yang." Jiang Shangxue nodded and asked, "How's the investigation going with the store? Any news?" Xiao Yang shook his head. In fact, he was planning to go to the police station again to ask. Logically speaking, since the portrait has already been drawn, and this person is not an unknown figure, some shop owners in the university town know this person, it is impossible that the authorities could not find him. But it's been so many days, and there's still no news at all. Let's go ask them together in a bit. After all, I was there too, and I might be able to help, Jiang Shangxue suggested. Xiao Yang nodded in agreement, and the two arranged a time to go and ask together after lunch. Chapter 64. Do it your own way. Before long, at noon, Xiao Yang and Jiang Shangxue appeared at the local police station. Xiao Yang had already been here once and was recognized at a glance. After explaining the situation, the other party looked at Xiao Yang with a strange expression. "I understand, but we don't have any news from here yet. Don't worry too much. Just go back and wait for news." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Yang felt somewhat uncomfortable. Finding someone shouldn't be that hard, and we've basically confirmed that the guy who smashed my shop and injured my friend is this guy called Brother Dao. To Xiao Yang's surprise, the staff member waved his hand and said, "There is no evidence whatsoever for what you have said. Your store has no surveillance cameras. Apart from your employees, no one else saw anything. These are just witnesses. We want to arrest people, and we need to have sufficient personal and physical evidence. No matter how much verbal evidence you provide, we can't arrest you, understand?" "That's settled then. Just keep waiting for news." Xiao Yang and Jiang Shangxue were immediately dumbfounded. There's also this saying, "There shouldn't be any problem detaining them for interrogation, right?" Xiao Yang frowned slightly and continued. "This is not in accordance with procedure, and you don't need to teach us how to do things. We will continue to investigate your case. We have other cases here. If you want to wait here, you can wait here or go back." There are disposable cups and water over there. I won't serve you for now. The staff member's face darkened. He left a message and turned to leave. Xiao Yang's expression shifted between light and dark, and he quickly understood many things. After thinking for a moment, she called out to Jiang Shangxue, who seemed to want to say something more. Let's go. The two walked out of the police station. Just then, a young man in his early 20s walked over without even glancing at Xiao Yang and went into the police station. Jiang Shangxue stood still, as if she was thinking about something. What's wrong? Xiao Yang asked. That person. Jiang Shangxue pointed to the young man who had just walked in. He was one of the people who came to smash up the store that day. Jiang Shangxue recalled for a moment, then said with a hint of certainty, It was him. It must have been him. I remember this person. Xiao Yang immediately perked up and pulled Jiang Shangxue aside. Are you sure? I'm sure. I remember that person staring at me with a lecherous look for a long time that day. Xiao Yang let out a long sigh of relief. He wanted to turn around and follow them into the police station, but after thinking about it, he gave up. It seems there are some things I still have to handle myself. Xiao Yang's expression changed slightly. To be honest, what happened these past 2 days has shaken his worldview after so many years. Now, I've truly been hit hard by this society. If we just leave the matter to the police station, will this matter ever find no news? Xiao Yang Wafared. He suddenly began to doubt his worldview over the years. Perhaps, as Lu Xing had said, he simply lacked social experience. Let's not alert them yet. Let's keep an eye on things outside and see if we can follow the clues to find that brother Dao. After thinking it over, Xiao Yang decided to shatter his worldview of the past 20 years. He pulled Jiang Shangxue aside and sat her down in a milk tea shop outside the police station. From inside, they could see everything happening inside the police station through the glass windows of the milk tea shop. Jiang Shangxue frowned slightly, hesitatingly saying, Wouldn't this be a bit inappropriate? Xiao Yang shook his head, clenched his fist, and said, Maybe, but I don't want this matter to remain unresolved forever. Lu Xing can't have been beaten for nothing. But even if we find the person ourselves, what can we do? Jiang Shangxue said rationally. Should we report this to the police station? Xiao Yang shook his head and didn't say anything. Before long, the young man from before came out of the police station, and Xiao Yang and Jiang Shangxue were instantly stunned. The young man was released, but the person who escorted him out was the same police officer who had come to investigate the case that day, the same staff member who had just received them. They're in cahoots. Jiang Shangxue exclaimed in utter astonishment. Xiao Yang squinted and stood up to walk out. Jiang Shangxue followed and saw the young man get on a motorcycle and speed away. Xiao Yang and Jiang Shangxue hailed a taxi and had her follow the young man. In the car, Jiang Shangxue looked at Xiao Yang, whose expression was unpredictable, and asked with some concern, What do you plan to do? Do it your own way. Xiao Yang clenched his fist. I was too naive before, thinking that justice was just delayed. Now I realize that delayed justice is no justice at all. If justice won't come, then I myself will be justice. Jiang Shangxue, however, was puzzled by Xiao Yang's expression. After a short while, the young man stopped. This is a narrow alleyway, surrounded by single-story houses. Xiao Yang glanced around and saw that even in broad daylight, there were hardly any people around. The traffic flow was extremely fast. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Yang told the driver to stop the car and said to Jiang Shangxue, You go back first. And what about you? I'll handle it myself. Xiao Yang smiled, but the smile wasn't as sunny as usual. No, let's find more people. This place looks very dangerous. Jiang Shangxue frowned. Xiao Yang didn't reply, but instead closed the car door. Following the tracks of the motorcycle, Xiao Yang walked into the alley, where a sour, rotten smell permeated the damp space. Xiao Yang frowned sleekly. Isn't this just like the dark side of a glamorous city? He felt a little uncomfortable, but his steps continued. A short while later, the young man emerged from the alley. Xiao Yang looked over and saw a group of people coming out of the house. The one leading them was the same bald man with a scarred face in his 30s that Lu Xing and the others had described. It's them. Xiao Yang was a little nervous and subconsciously wanted to take out his phone to call the police station. However, he quickly put his phone down, glanced around, steadied his breathing, and calmed himself down. Just then, a group of people walked over from Xiao Yang's side. They chatted and laughed, not recognizing Xiao Yang. They only glanced at him before continuing their conversation. Damn, the girls here are so boring. I'll go somewhere else next time. Xiaoyang looked over and saw a red lantern hanging in front of several houses inside. He immediately understood what it meant. They're the same female students from the shop from a few days ago. TSK, 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 so fair and tender, they look like you could squeeze water out of them, someone said with a laugh. I told you, those students are off limits, it could cause trouble. Scarface said grimly. Yes, yes, yes. Everyone nodded repeatedly. By the way, what did the police say? Scarface asked his underling who had just returned from his bike ride. It's nothing, but the kid in that shop has been going to the police station these past few days and even drew a profile of Brother Dao. They mean that Brother Dao should lay low for a while. Scarface nodded in agreement. All right, I also heard from them that the car young Master Fong asked us to smash was called something like Phaeton, a car worth over 2 million, the henchman suddenly said. A car worth over 2 million. Everyone gasped in shock. They said the shop owner might have some influence, and we should be careful not to cause any trouble. Damn it, young Master Fong is really generous. We helped him smash up a car worth over 2 million, and he only gave us 200,000, someone said indignantly. Hey, don't say that again. Young Master Fong is our cash cow. Scarface stopped his underling, then clicked his tongue and said, speaking of which, we've made a fortune. Smashing luxury cars like that. Thinking about it now, it's fucking awesome. No wonder the protagonists in online novels all love smashing cars. Ah, that's right. No wonder my hands hurt when I smashed it. Smashing a luxury car feels completely different. The group walked and talked, occasionally bursting into laughter. Unbeknownst to them, behind them, Xiaoyang's face was grim and his fists were clenched. Hello. Xiaoyang suddenly made a sound. The next second, someone turned around. With a bang, a red brick fell and shattered instantly, and blood immediately streamed down the man's head. Chapter 65, Street Fighting. The red brick in Xiaoyang's hand fell to the ground with a thud. He touched the blood splattered on his hand, and his breathing became rapid. I don't know who told me, but fresh blood stimulates a person's adrenaline, which can make a person excited. At this moment, Xiaoyang also felt a sense of excitement within his body. The only time I've ever been in a fight was when I saved a girl in a dark alley during high school. Of course, that probably didn't even qualify as a fight. To be precise, it was more like being beaten. In fact, although Xiaoyang had considered taking action to deal with these scoundrels, this was not the case. When he saw this group of people, he was still a little scared. He didn't think he could fight them all by himself. Xiaoyang's original plan was to catch the young man and find out where Brother Dao was. But when he saw such a large group of people, his first thought was to retreat. However, when the group started talking about smashing the car, Xiaoyang couldn't hold back any longer. The significance of this car to him is self-evident. To be precise, it is only when he is in the car that he will inadvertently think of the long-legged girl with bare feet standing on the passenger seat. The brick didn't break. It wasn't like in the TV dramas where someone's head explodes or the brick shatters the moment they lay a brick. Xiaoyang was somewhat stunned. The brick fell to the ground. Screams echoed throughout the alley. Dao Gu and his gang all looked at Xiaoyang, while the henchman who had been hit was still looking bewildered, clutching his head and screaming in pain. Dao Gu himself was dumbfounded. How did a young man suddenly appear, pick up a brick, and start smashing it on his brother's head? Xiaoyang's breathing became rapid, but he quickly calmed down. To everyone's astonishment, Xiaoyang picked up the brick again. Damn it, who the hell are you? The henchman said, clutching his bleeding head, his voice trembling with a hint of tears. Dao Gu walked forward with a stern face, but before he could say anything, Xiaoyang's brick came down again. Holy crap! Brother Dao was stunned. This kid was a complete naivete. He quickly stepped back, and the brick-moving attempt failed. You little brat, are you looking for death? Brother Dao roared angrily. Xiaoyang, still holding the brick, gradually calmed down. He looked at the group of people in front of him and said in a deep voice, Young Master Fong, who is he? Why did you vandalize my shop? Why did you smash my car? His voice wasn't loud, but it carried a considerable, imposing air. His expression had also calmed down, no longer as tense and anxious as it had been the first time. So you're the car owner, kid? Brother Dao chuckled. Damn it, looks like I hit the wrong person. The car owner? Xiaoyang was stunned for a moment before he understood. It turned out that the person they wanted to beat up was the owner of the Phaeton, which was himself, and Lu Xing had only taken the blow for him because he was driving his car. Kid, you got guts, huh? Let me tell you, I was originally going to cripple you, but you got lucky and someone else took the hit for you. Now, look at us. They've come to us of their own accord. Brother Dao shook his head and smiled. Brother Dao, didn't young Master Fong complain that we didn't cripple that kid? Now that the main character is here. Dao Gu immediately realized that this place was different from the barbecue restaurant. It was located in a bustling area of the university town where there were many people, and if things got out of hand, it would be difficult to handle. But things are different here. Brothers, cripple this kid, then we'll go get the money from young Master Fong tonight. Brother Dao's expression changed as he waved his hand. The group immediately understood and surrounded Xiaoyang. For some reason, Xiaoyang was no longer as flustered as before. Instead, he felt a little excited and gripped the brick in his hand even tighter. Just then, a figure flashed by, among the young men surrounding them. One of them kicked out horizontally. Perhaps because of his recent martial arts practice, Xiaoyang sensed it immediately. He was quick. He turned around and slammed a brick down. The next second, another scream echoed through the alley. Let's go together. Brother Dao wasn't one to care about chivalry or honor. In just a short while, Xiaoyang had cracked open the skulls of two people, and everyone realized that this stubborn young man was a ruthless person who could do such a thing. Immediately, the crowd began to hurl punches and kicks at him. Xiaoyang didn't have much fighting experience either, so he swung the brick at the person in front of him. The next second, a hand slammed down, and the brick fell to the ground with a clatter. Another punch landed on Xiaoyang's face, and he immediately staggered back several steps, his face burning with pain. Xiaoyang spat out a mouthful of saliva before getting into a fighting stance. Wing Chun, the moves he had practiced over the past few days, immediately came to mind. Xiaoyang clenched his fists, and his knuckles cracked. It should be useful. Even if he's not a martial arts master, he can at least deal with a few thugs. Xiaoyang murmured to himself. The next second, a young man rushed up. Xiaoyang breathed a sigh of relief. But at this moment, he felt that the opponent's movements seemed extremely slow, and the trajectory of the punch appeared in his mind. Xiaoyang remained calm and unhurried, taking only one step forward. The next second, he turned his body to the side, changing his fist into a palm, and delivered a strike. A crisp sound came from the other person's elbow. The young man's face was instantly filled with pain, and a scream rang out. The next second, Xiaoyang lifted his foot and landed. With a bang, the opponent was kicked 2 meters away. Xiaoyang's face was immediately filled with astonishment. He originally thought that the Wing Chun the system gave him was just for physical fitness, like the old men and women practicing in the square early in the morning, all just for show. Even when he practiced on his own, he felt that the punches were only weak and feeble. Who would have thought that this move would be so powerful? Brother Dao didn't expect that his henchman who rushed forward would be sent flying. He immediately shouted, and everyone rushed forward. This time, Xiaoyang not only didn't panic at all, but became even more excited. He had long wanted to know whether the martial arts manuals given by the system were actually useful. Seeing the crowd rushing towards him, he immediately threw a punch. Wing Chun emphasizes a balance of offense and defense, with fast punches and tight defense, covering both sides, and using a combination of offense and defense. Despite the overwhelming numbers of Dao Ji's group, Xiaoyang showed no intention of backing down. He slightly bent his fist and slammed his arm straight down towards the opponent's face. Bang! The one who charged forward was Brother Dao, whose mere presence was enough to deter most people. But Xiaoyang was quick-witted and swift, and his punch landed directly on Brother Dao's face. In an instant, Brother Dao felt a burning pain in his nose, and for a moment he even had difficulty breathing. He stepped back a few paces, wiped his hand, and the next second his entire palm was covered in blood, along with snot. Xiaoyang didn't look at Dao Ge. The power of that punch was really unexpected. He continued to throw punches. Bang, bang, bang. The fists rained down like afterimages, and in just a few breaths, everyone in Brother Dao's group had different kinds of wounds on their faces. Chapter 66. So I deserve to be bullied? So, is this what it feels like to be a martial arts master? Xiaoyang let out a long sigh, beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. He wasn't one to cause trouble, but at this moment, he could still feel the thrill of dominating others. In fact, everyone has a dark side, such as bullying others. In movies, such as some comedies, when a protagonist is bullied, we can burst into laughter through certain body language or lines. Seeing others make fools of themselves can easily bring a sense of pleasure. Xiaoyang felt incredibly pleased at that moment, but he felt no guilt whatsoever because those lying on the ground were meant to be like that. He clapped his hands, his expression somewhat grave. He had to admit, he kind of liked this feeling. Looking down at the group, Xiao Yang continued, "Who is young Master Fong? Why did he order you to smash my shop and injure my people?" He took a step forward, and his underling lying on the ground took a step back in fear. No one answered. Everyone stared at Xiao Yang, their eyes filled with astonishment in addition to fear. The term martial arts master, which only appears in novels, truly astonished them. He fought off several people without sustaining any injuries. Not to mention, fighting is something that happens every day for them. Seeing that no one answered, Xiao Yang frowned slightly, then suddenly slammed his fist down, hitting one of his underlings in the face. Instantly, 2 teeth flew out of his mouth, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. The alley was filled with screams. Duh, Brother Dao. Someone looked at Brother Dao, whose face was now a bloody mess, with snot and blood mixed together, looking extremely disheveled. Clearly, Xiao Yang's punch had shattered his nose. Xiao Yang thought for a moment, then walked straight to Dao Ge, who was slumped on the ground. At this moment, there was a hint of panic in Brother Dao's eyes, but his bloodied and mangled face, coupled with the existing knife scars, made him look extremely ferocious. Unlike the other underlings who screamed in agony, he stared intently at Xiao Yang, his gaze seeming as if he wanted to devour him whole. Judging from the aura of a leader, it seems that Brother Dao has enough. In the past, Xiao Yang might have been genuinely afraid, but things are different now. He slowly squatted down and said, "Tell me, who is young Master Fong, and why are you here to vandalize my shop?" Just then, Brother Dao suddenly jerked his hand and leaped up. A glint of light flashed. Xiao Yang had never completely let his guard down and remained vigilant. In the instant the blade flashed, Xiao Yang raised his hand and grabbed Dao Ji's wrist. With a clang, the dagger in Brother Dao's hand fell to the ground. Xiao Yang didn't hold back and increased the force in his hand. In just a moment, sweat poured down Brother Dao's forehead, and sharp pain shot through his wrist. It suddenly clicked. The next second, screams echoed through the alley. It's broken." Xiao Yang released his grip, while Dao Ge gasped for breath, his other hand trembling as he gripped his wrist. The hand that had been holding the dagger was now limp and powerless. Xiao Yang picked up the dagger from the ground, a ruthless glint in his eyes. His dagger was slowly placed against Brother Dao's neck. "Speak." Xiao Yang's voice was very soft, and his facial expression was extremely calm. But in Brother Dao's eyes, Xiao Yang at this moment was no different from a demon. The knife tip was pressed against Brother Dao's neck, and he was no longer as calm as before. Xiao Yang's voice fell into my ear like the whisper of a demon. Suddenly, a strange odor wafted over, and the infamous knife brother, feared throughout the university district, began to leak a yellow liquid between his legs. Xiao Yang frowned, not expecting that Brother Dao would be so frightened. To be honest, Xiao Yang couldn't bring himself to push the knife forward. He was just trying to scare the other person, but he didn't expect to scare them so much they peed their pants. Just then, outside the alley, a figure walked in. Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang looked up and saw that Jiang Shangxue had walked in at some point. "What are you doing here?" Xiao Yang asked, frowning. Jiang Shangxue did not reply directly, but stared in shock at the mess on the ground. She recognized these people. They were the ones who came to vandalize the store. She never expected that Xiao Yang would come here all by himself and take down everyone. How did they do that? Xiao Yang ignored Jiang Shangxue and instead kept his gaze on Brother Dao's face. At that moment, the dagger had already pierced the skin. I said, I'll talk. Don't kill me." A trickle of blood immediately oozed from Dao Ji's neck. Feeling a sharp pain in his neck, Dao Ge hurriedly cried out. Xiao Yang put the dagger away and stared directly at Brother Dao. I said, "It was Fong Jingyuan, the second young master of the Fong group, a medical student. It was him. He ordered us to smash up your shop and cripple you." "Why?" Xiao Yang continued. "It's a woman. He said you seem to have stolen his woman." "Medical school." Xiao Yang pondered for a moment, wiped the fingerprints off the dagger, and then casually tossed it on the ground. "You should call an ambulance yourselves." Xiao Yang let out a long sigh of relief and walked out of the alley while Jiang Shangxue was still in a daze. Jiang Shangxue quickly jogged up behind her. "What are you doing here? Didn't I tell you to leave?" Xiao Yang asked. "I'm afraid something might happen to you." Xiao Yang glanced at the alley but didn't say anything. Jiang Shangxue immediately calmed down, but said with concern, Xiaoyang, I know this Fang Jingyuan. You know him. Xiaoyang was somewhat surprised. It's not because of you, is it? If the store was vandalized because Jiang Shangxue came to work there, then Lu Xing is really being wronged. No, no. Jiang Shangxue quickly waved her hand. Xiaoyang glanced at Jiang Shangxue with a hint of suspicion, then walked to the roadside and hailed a taxi. Where to now? Jiang Shangxue asked curiously. To the medical school, Xiaoyang said calmly as he got into the car. Jiang Shangxue also sat down and said, This Fang Jinyuan is the second young master of the Fang group. His family has a lot of influence in Jiangdu. Is that so? So I should just let them bully me. Unlike usual, Xiaoyang was not so calm. His expression was gloomy. These words immediately left Jiang Shangxue speechless. She quickly explained, That's not what I meant. What I meant was, if you want to vent your anger, you can't just recklessly go looking for someone. I'm not venting my anger, Xiaoyang sighed. He wanted to say something more, but then shook his head and didn't say anything more. Perhaps I acted impulsively. Xiaoyang himself didn't know why. Is it because of Jiang Yin? That exquisite face reappeared in his mind. Chapter 67. She said you're too ugly. In front of Jiangdu Medical College. At this time, the school gate was packed with people. A luxury car slowly came to a stop, and many people stopped to watch, their faces full of excitement. A well-dressed young man stepped out of the car and smiled as he looked into the distance. This smile immediately caused the entire audience to scream. So handsome. That's young Master Fang. He's so handsome. I love how cool he looks driving a Ferrari with one hand. Men like young Master Fang, who are both handsome and rich, are simply too charming. The girls present all looked like they were infatuated. Young Master Fang naturally refers to Fang Jingyuan. Everyone knows that this second young master from the Fang group is definitely the most prestigious and wealthiest student on campus. As for looks, he's not as obsessed as the girls, but he's rich. The boys looked on with intense envy and disdain. Fang Jingyuan's reputation at the medical school wasn't actually that great, but even so, there were still quite a few girls who dreamed of marrying into a wealthy family. Fang Jingyuan looked at the screaming girls around him, his face full of smugness. These women, you could say, would obediently climb into his car if he just beckoned. In his eyes, these girls were naturally beneath him. At this moment, his attention was entirely focused on the girl with a slightly furrowed brow at the school gate. She is also the medical school's recognized campus beauty, Qing Xiantong. Qing Xuantong's face showed a hint of disgust. She wanted to turn around and leave, but several boys surrounded her and wouldn't let her go. The surroundings were filled with flowers. Clusters of vibrant flowers surrounded her. Fang Jinyuan walked slowly over, holding a bunch of roses in his hands. Before Fang Jinyuan could even speak, Qing Xiantong couldn't help but ask, Fang Jinyuan, what do you want? Fang Jinyuan was no stranger to Qing Xuantong's attitude. In fact, he had already been rejected by Qing Xiantong several times. He wasn't in a hurry at the moment and waved to the distance. The next second, a truck slowly drove up, and everyone quickly moved aside. Several people hurriedly opened the truck's hatch, and the next second, a brand-new Maserati appeared before everyone's eyes. Xiantong, I've liked you for a long time. To be honest, in this school, I feel that only you are good enough for me. After saying that, Fang Jinyuan glanced around with a smile, then gestured for the car to be put down and looked at Qing Xiantong slowly, saying, This car was just picked up from the 4S store. This is for you. Xiantong, will you be my girlfriend? I will always be good to you. After saying that, Fang Jinyuan handed the bouquet to Qing Xiantong. The next moment, the people around were incredibly excited. The boys looked on with intense envy, but they also knew that only a rich second generation like Fang Jinyuan could ultimately win the heart of a flower like Qing Xiantong. The girls were the same, their faces full of envy. They envied Qing Xiantong for winning Fang Jingyuan's favor. They wished they could be Qing Xiantong to receive that bouquet of flowers, and of course, that Maserati key. However, while others thought this way, Qing Xiantong did not. She frowned, her expression indifferent. Seeing that Qing Xiantong didn't speak, Fang Jinyuan raised his voice again. Please be with me, Xiantong. The next second, the surrounding crowd also started to cheer. Together, together, together. No one noticed Qing Xuantong's expression. Even Fang Jingyuan's face was full of confidence. He couldn't believe anyone could refuse him or refuse that dazzling Maserati sports car key. At this moment, not far away, a taxi stopped. Xiaoyang looked at the bustling school gate without paying any attention. He casually pulled someone over and asked, "Do you know where Fong Jinyuan is? Are you blind? Isn't that Fong Jinyuan?" Xiaoyang looked over and happened to see this scene. Qing Xiantong. Yeah, young Master Fong is confessing his feelings to Qing Xiantong. TSK, I'm so damn envious. It's just a pity there's such a perfect match. Fuck you, Xiaoyang cursed, then pushed through the crowd and walked straight over. Xiaoyang. Jiang Shangxue tried to stop Xiaoyang, but he had already squeezed in, so she had no choice but to quickly follow. At this moment, Fong Jinyuan had no idea that someone had approached him from behind. He looked at Qing Xiantong with deep affection, waiting for her to express her opinion. The commotion around her had no effect on Qing Xiantong. In fact, it was rather noisy to her. She didn't even glance at Fong Jinyuan, nor did she accept the bouquet. Stop bothering me. I've already told you. I really don't like you, okay? Young Master Fong, there's so many girls here, just pick one. If there's nothing else, I'll be going now. Qing Xiantong refused directly. Even if she didn't already have someone she liked, she wouldn't choose to be with Fong Jinyuan. Fong Jinyuan was renowned in the medical school, not only because he was the young master of the Fong Group, a leading enterprise in Jiangdu, but also because he was a famous playboy. There are more than 3 or 4 girls who had abortions because of him, just those whose names are known and whose stories are worth telling. Her private life was chaotic, but she managed to smooth things over simply because her family was rich. Qing Xiantong had no good feelings towards Fong Jinyuan. On the contrary, she hated him more. Despite this, countless girls still dream of marrying into a wealthy family and becoming rich wives, unaware that what lies ahead is nothing but an abyss. Fong Jinyuan was clearly taken aback upon hearing Qing Xiantong's words. He never expected that Qing Xiantong would refuse so readily. This time, he used a whole year's allowance to buy a Maserati to confess his feelings. He even fantasized about having something happen between him and the beautiful woman in the car. Unexpectedly, I was still rejected. Why? Fong Jingyuan's face immediately darkened, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Because you're too ugly. Qing Xiantong blurted out her words. Fong Jinyuan was immediately stunned. The scene erupted in uproar. Because you're too ugly. Holy crap. This reason is, to be honest, really heartbreaking. Shrimp and pork heart. It's undeniable that Fong Jinyuan isn't handsome, but he's not ugly either. Everyone stared at Qing Xiantong in astonishment, unable to comprehend how she could have dared to say such a thing. Fong Jingyuan's face was filled with disbelief. What did you say? His words carried a hint of anger as he stared intently at Qing Xiantong. She said, "You're too ugly. Are you unable to hear clearly, or are you deaf?" A voice came from behind. Fong Jingyuan's face was instantly filled with anger. Who? But before he could turn around, he suddenly felt a pain behind him. The next second, his body flew out like a kite. A black footprint was immediately left on the white suit. Chapter 68. Beating up the second young master of the Fong family. In an instant, the entire venue fell silent. Everyone stared in disbelief at the scene. Fong Jinyuan, the young master of the Fong Group, one of the most famous second-generation rich kids in Jiangdu City. He got kicked away. Everyone stared in shock at the scene, their mouths agape, as if they were still shouting, "Get together!" Behind Xiaoyang, Jiang Shangxue was also stunned. On the way, she kept advising Xiaoyang not to be too impulsive. Although Xiaoyang didn't listen, she didn't expect him to kick her away so easily. And this happened in front of so many people. She was the person who knew the whole story best among everyone present, and she was still so shocked to see this scene, let alone the others. When Qing Xiantong first saw Xiaoyang, she felt a little excited, but other than that, she wanted to explain to Xiaoyang that this scene had nothing to do with her. Even after seeing Xiaoyang kick the person away, he was still incredibly surprised. Having known Xiaoyang for so many years, Qing Xiantong can say that she knows him very well. He was a very humble person and didn't take many things to heart. Even in high school, when others misunderstood him as a troublemaker, Xiaoyang was too lazy to explain. Today, Xiaoyang has completely shattered Qing Xiantong's perception of him. She looked at Xiaoyang blankly. He was angry because Fong Jinyuan confessed his feelings to him. In an instant, a flood of thoughts rushed into Qing Xiantong's mind, and she didn't even have time to think about them or distinguish between truth and falsehood. She was already captivated by Xiao Yang's handsome figure. She couldn't help but recall that dark and stormy night 3 or 4 years ago, when Xiao Yang suddenly appeared and saved her. Although this time was very different from that time, at this moment, in Qing Xuantong's mind, they were already equivalent. What is love? That's love. Qing Xiantong suddenly stepped forward and grabbed Xiao Yang's hand. Xiao Yang, you're here. Let me explain. There's nothing between us. He's the one who's been pestering me. Xiao Yang looked completely bewildered. What happened? I just came here to beat up Fang Jingyuan. It has nothing to do with you. Etc. Xiao Yang had already figured it out by then. It seems that Fang Jingyuan's actions against me are all because of Qing Xiantong. At this moment, Fang Jingyuan, who had fallen flat on his face, was already grimacing. The kick was quite heavy. Most importantly, because Fang Jingyuan was holding a bouquet of roses, the thorns from the roses pierced his body as he fell. Bloodstains immediately appeared on his arm. He turned around angrily, only to see Qing Xiantong holding Xiao Yang's hand with a sweet smile on her face. What the hell? If being rejected was a huge humiliation for Fang Jingyuan, then Qing Xiantong holding hands with another man after being rejected was no longer a humiliation for him. That's like killing someone by breaking their spirit. All eyes were on him. At that moment, he felt uncomfortable all over, and it seemed as if his hair had been dyed a little darker. The underlings were quick to notice and immediately helped Fang Jingyuan up. As for the others, they surrounded Xiao Yang with unfriendly expressions. Qing Xiantong then remembered what Xiao Yang had just done. He's the most famous rich kid in Jiangdu City, the young master of the Fang group. Her sweet smile instantly turned into a deathly pale face. Co Yang. Xiao Yang released Qing Xuantong's hand and stepped forward before Fang Jingyuan could speak. You're the one who had my shop smashed up, aren't you? Smash the shop. Fang Jingyuan was stunned for a moment, but quickly realized what he meant and exclaimed in surprise. It was you. You're the one who owns that Volkswagen. No, you were Qing Xuantong's lover? Fang Jingyuan's face turned ashen instantly. Damn it, what's Lao Dao good for? He can't even hit the right person. Fang Jingyuan glared at Xiao Yang and the other man. Qing Xiantong. It's true that he likes Qing Xiantong. After all, who wouldn't like a beautiful and pure school beauty? But this flower has already been tainted by Fang Jingyuan. He was no longer like before. His face twisted in anger. Damn it, you too. I'm the one who had your shop smashed, your car smashed, and your people beaten up. Fang Jingyuan didn't deny it. Instead, he directly admitted it. He waved his hand and took a half step back. Kill him. I'll take responsibility if anything happens. Fang Jingyuan didn't care where he was or who was here. Anger had clouded his judgment. At his command, the students surrounding Xiao Yang immediately rolled up their sleeves and charged towards him menacingly. Xiao Yang had just finished fighting with Brother Dao and his group, and was currently in a state of high excitement. These students were not even as good as Brother Dao, so Xiao Yang naturally had nothing to fear. He caught the student's punch directly, his wrist bending straight down. The next second, screams echoed through the crowd. Xiao Yang didn't hit these people too hard. These students weren't as tough as Brother Dao. With just a punch and a kick, several of them were already squatting on the ground, crying their eyes out. At this moment, Fang Jingyuan still looked completely bewildered. In his imagination, Xiao Yang should be lying on the ground, kneeling and begging for mercy. But why is it that now his men are lying all over the place, their faces covered in snot and tears? What? What are you going to do? Fang Jingyuan panicked. Of course I'll beat you up. Xiao Yang cracked his knuckles, his expression calm. You dare? Do you know who I am? Fang Jingyuan mustered his courage and asked, straining his neck. Fang Jingyuan, the young master of the Fang group, comes from a very wealthy family. Am I right? Xiao Yang's tone remained calm, but Fang Jingyuan was already at a loss for words. You know me, you still dare to hit me. He was somewhat incredulous. Who exactly is this person? He knows who I am, so why does he still dare to hit me? Nonsense. Because you smashed up my shop and even called people to try and cripple me. Shouldn't I have hit you, right? My brother's still in the hospital. He deserves to be hit by you. Idiot. As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Jingyuan turned and ran. But how could he outrun Xiao Yang? With lightning speed, he leaped forward and delivered a kick. Fang Jingyuan fell face first into the ground again. Seeing this, Xiao Yang calmly raised his foot and stepped directly on Fang Jingyuan. Xiao Yang slowly squatted down, but the force on his feet became increasingly heavy. Fang Jingyuan's white suit had turned dark yellow, and he looked utterly disheveled, letting out screams of pain. "You better let me go right now, or I'll make you disappear from this world. You believe me?" Fang Jingyuan grumbled, gritting his teeth. Xiao Yang shook his head and was about to speak when Jiang Shangshue's voice came from behind him. "Xiao Yang, stop right now." Xiao Yang turned around, his brows slightly furrowed. "The Fang group is someone you can't afford to offend," Jiang Shangxue said. "Have you forgotten how badly Lu Xing was beaten that day?" Xiao Yang said indifferently without even glancing at Jiang Shangxue. Jiang Shangxue was speechless at Xiao Yang's words. Things happened so fast that Qing Xiantong hadn't even had time to catch her breath. Xiao Yang. She realized at this moment that Xiao Yang had completely offended Fang Jingyuan. She didn't have time to think about why Xiao Yang hit Fang Jingyuan. Her mind was in complete turmoil. Shangshui. Fang Jingyuan saw Jiang Shangxue and immediately felt as if he had grasped a lifeline. Quick, stop him. He's a madman." Jiang Shangxue frowned slightly, pulled Xiao Yang aside, and shook her head. Xiao Yang lowered his head and pulled his foot back. A strange smile suddenly appeared on Fang Jingyuan's face. But the next second, those size 44 feet slammed into his face. Bang! Fang Jingyuan was already lying on the ground, and this kick made him roll several times before he stopped. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, along with 2 front teeth. "What a pity, only 2 teeth lost." Xiao Yang smiled, seemingly genuinely regretful. Chapter 69, Smashing the Car. Seeing Xiao Yang approaching, Fang Jingyuan didn't have time to salvage his disheveled state. He quickly took several steps back, stammering incoherently, What else do you want? Don't be afraid. This is your car, right?" Xiao Yang's lips curled up slightly as he looked at the Ferrari parked to the side. "You really enjoy smashing cars, don't you? You had my car smashed, didn't you?" Xiao Yang walked to the side and tugged at the trash can next to him. "What are you going to do?" Fang Jingyuan realized what was happening and hurriedly scolded him. "I'm a very fair person. If you beat up my brother, I'll beat you up too. You smashed my car, so it's not unreasonable for me to smash yours, is it?" As he spoke, Xiao Yang frowned slightly and exerted even more force. The trash cans are made of iron and welded into the roadside. But at this moment, he felt as if he had inexhaustible strength. Under the astonished gazes of everyone around him, he actually managed to pull the trash can that was embedded in the ground out of his hand. Holy crap, that's strength! Everyone gasped in shock, staring in astonishment at the pavement pavers that had been lifted up. Xiao Yang picked up the trash can and smashed it down on the expensive Ferrari. Bang! A loud bang. The car door was immediately dented in a large section. Even so, Xiao Yang did not stop. He raised his hand again. Everyone stared in astonishment at Xiao Yang, watching a luxury car worth millions slowly turn into a pile of scrap metal. In no time, the once luxurious Ferrari sports car had become dilapidated and unrecognizable from any angle. Xiao Yang looked at the twisted trash can in his hand with a slight smile on his face. So this is what it feels like to smash a car. His gaze fell on the brand new Maserati again. "Is this your car too?" Seeing that Fang Jingyuan remained silent, Xiao Yang understood what was going on. However, in a short while, the Maserati that had just been bought as a gift to express his love was reduced to a pile of scrap metal. Everyone was numb. Even the school security guards just stared blankly at the scene, not daring to say a word, let alone step forward to stop it. Seeing Xiao Yang's state, they were afraid that if they went up, he might just smash them to pieces like a car. Fang Jingyuan stared blankly at his luxury car, his face full of anger. No matter how angry he was, he didn't dare to stand up and stop Xiao Yang, unless he wanted to lose a few more teeth. Xiao Yang tossed the flattened trash can onto the car and turned to look at Fang Jingyuan. "It feels really good to smash that car." "You?" Fang Jingyuan gritted his teeth and looked at Xiao Yang, unable to speak for a long time. Qing Xiantong had already run up to him, asking worriedly, "Xiao Yang, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Qing Xiantong glanced at Xiao Yang's hand and noticed that he had a cut on it at some point. Xiao Yang wasn't worried at all. The scratches must have been from when he smashed the car earlier. It was nothing serious. "Xiao Yang, what do we do now? You've beaten him up like this," Qing Xiantong said with a hint of tears in her voice. "She's not stupid. She knows the consequences of doing this." Even Xiao Yang himself had a furrowed brow at this moment. It was definitely impulsive. He let out a long sigh of relief. Perhaps because his personality had been too mild in the past, his sudden outburst of temper seemed somewhat uncontrollable. However, he had no regrets. It was simply an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Xiao Yang, you should run, before the police arrive. Qing Xiantong saw the mess and knew things had gotten serious. So she pulled Xiao Yang and urged him on. Now you know to tell me to run away? Why didn't you stop me earlier? Xiao Yang teased with a smile. Jiang Shangxue, however, looked helpless inside. Who didn't stop you? Xiao Yang rolled his eyes at Jiang Shangxue. What's wrong with cooperating? All right, things have come to this. Why are we still running? Xiao Yang wasn't too nervous. He walked up to the crowd around him. The next second, the group of people, who were feeling gloomy, couldn't help but take a small step back. Xiao Yang leaps tweetjet. Am I really that scary? I scared away hundreds of people all by myself. Can any of you please report this to the police station for me? Everyone looked bewildered. Report to the police station? They even expect us to proactively report you to the police station. Good grief, so it's Zhang San the outlaw. Look at these people lying all over the ground, and those two wrecked luxury cars. You're telling me to call the police? You are such a law-abiding citizen. Xiao Yang had no intention of running away after beating the man, and now, despite the cool breeze, he was covered in sweat. It's funny to think about it, but after hitting the person, he didn't break a sweat or expend much effort. Instead, he smashed two cars and almost broke himself apart. At this moment, Jiang Shangxue walked up and said, I recorded everything just now. Xiao Yang no dead. What do you plan to do now? Jiang Shangxue asked, frowning. What else can we do but go to the police station? Xiao Yang shook his head, his expression as calm as ever. Xiantong. Qing Xiantong was still standing to the side, her head buzzing. Her mind was a complete mess. She couldn't understand why Xiao Yang, who was usually so calm, would act so impulsively today. Of course, the most important thing, and the facts that are out in the open, is this. Xiao Yang injured someone, and that person was a notorious playboy. So at this moment, she was also very worried, and her eyes were even covered with tears. At that moment, she still thought that Xiao Yang hit someone because of her. Why are you crying? Xiao Yang was speechless. He wanted to reach out and wipe Qing Xuantong's tears, but then he thought about it and withdrew his hand. Without, Qing Xiantong sobbed. Just then, a commotion broke out outside. The police car has arrived. Immediately, people in 3 or 4 concentric circles made way for him. The next second, several police officers arrived at the scene. Seeing the mess in front of them, especially the 2 wrecked luxury cars, anyone who didn't know better would have thought there had been a car accident. It's you. One of the police officers recognized Xiao Yang instantly. You've come at just the right time. I found the person who vandalized my shop, and I was just about to call the police when you arrived. Xiao Yang said with a smile. You beat up all these people? The other person gasped. I did it. Oh, and I smashed those 2 cars too. Everyone around here is a witness. Xiao Yang laughed instead of panicking. The police officers were immediately filled with questions. So what exactly happened? A fight? One person against several? Besides, even if you did hit me, why be so arrogant? Just admit it openly and don't try to deny it at all. You've completely baffled me. Take them all away. After thinking for a moment, he waved his hand dismissively. Xiao Yang obediently stretched out his hand. Clang. She put on a pair of silver bracelets. It's in good condition. As for Fang Jingyuan and the others, they were sent to the hospital. I'm a witness. Take me with you. Just as they were about to get into the car to go to the police station, Jiang Shangxue stepped forward. I'm also a witness, and I'm also a party involved. Qing Xiantong quickly stepped forward as well. No need. We will summon you. To their surprise, the arriving police officers refused them outright. After Xiao Yang left, the 2 of them looked anxious. Jiang Shangxue, on the other hand, took out her phone and slowly made a call. Chapter 70. Can do it, but cannot say it. The police car left. The sluggish crowd had not yet dispersed. Everyone who witnessed this shocking scene is still shaken. Holy crap, that's brutal. Goddess Qing's boyfriend is amazing. He even dared to hit Fang Jingyuan. This isn't just a question of whether we dare to fight. It's also a question of whether we can fight at all. 7 or 8 people. And he just threw them all to the ground without even losing a hair. The boys were astonished, their faces showing a hint of admiration. After all, What man doesn't want to have super strong fighting skills, beating up 7 or 8 people by himself? That would be incredibly awesome. As for the girls, their focus was clearly different at this time. Wow, he's so handsome. Qing Xuantong's boyfriend. Yes, by his standards, Fong Jingyuan is indeed a bit ugly. This isn't just a little ugly, it's terribly ugly. And when he fights, yeah, especially when he smashes cars, oh my god, he's so incredibly cool. The key is that he doesn't have that kind of muscle. He looks tall and skinny, but I didn't expect him to be such a good fighter. In fact, many people had already filmed what happened. They originally wanted to film a scene of a nouveau riche flaunting his wealth and confessing his love, but who knew it would turn into a scene of a male god beating up a nouveau riche. Many girls replayed the scene they had filmed. That handsome young man single-handedly took on 7 or 8 people, every punch and kick radiating testosterone. Most importantly, there wasn't the slightest emotional fluctuation on her face. She remained incredibly calm, which was absolutely captivating for girls. I can't take it anymore. I want to play it on repeat 10 times. I really want to lick the screen. Damn, I got all teary-eyed. My god, how can there be such a handsome guy? The girls all wished they could tear Xiao Yang and the video apart. But of course, the most important thing was to quickly post it on WeChat moments, forums, and short videos. In just a short while, the campus forum exploded. Countless posts about this incident flooded the forums, and even forums of other schools were overwhelmed. Jiangdu Medical College gate incident. One man takes on 8, smashes 2 luxury cars worth millions. It's out. It's out. Jiangdu Medical College's campus belle, Qing Xuantong's boyfriend, is actually him. I've discovered a super handsome and rugged guy. Ladies, come and drool over him. The most thrilling plot of the year. A trash can takes down 2 luxury cars. The young master of the Fong group, a rich man. I'll beat up rich people. Fong Jingyuan was rushed to the hospital. Although Xiao Yang's attack was not light, it was all superficial injuries, with at most a few teeth knocked out. However, next to Fong Jingyuan, a richly dressed young man had a gloomy face that sent chills down one's spine. Brother, you have to help me. Help me get revenge. I want that bastard dead. No. And that bitch, Qing Xiantong, that bitch, how dare she call me ugly? Perhaps because of his lisp, Fong Jingyuan stammered for a long time before the young man could understand the gist of his story. Take good care of your injuries. I'll handle your situation. The young man breathed a sigh of relief. This was none other than Fong Jingyuan's older brother, Fong Jingyang, the true young master of the Fong group. Brother, they're slapping the Fong family in the face. Fong Jingyuan stammered, his face contorting with pain. Just then, a person walked in from outside and handed a tablet to Fong Jingyang. Young master, this is a video of the second young master at the scene, and it's being uploaded online. Fong Jingyuan took the tablet. Is this the person who hit you? Fong Jingyang asked, frowning. I have absolutely no recollection of this person. He doesn't seem to be from anyone's family. That's right, it's him. I think his name is something like Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang. Fong Jingyang pondered for a moment, then continued reading. I'm the one who had your shop smashed, your car smashed, and your people beaten up. Kill him. I'll take responsibility if anything happens. Fong Jingyuan's voice came from the tablet. On the screen, his face was full of arrogance. Fong Jingyang's face darkened, and he said coldly, Did you say that? Did you say that? Fong Jingyang's voice was extremely cold as he stared directly at Fong Jingyuan. Yes, it was me who said it. Snap! A crisp sound suddenly rang out in the ward. Fong Jingyuan looked at his brother in astonishment. His face already flushed red, and his face, which was already half swollen, became even more swollen. A trickle of blood spilled from his mouth, but Fong Jingyuan forgot the pain, and his face was filled with confusion. He couldn't understand why his brother, who always protected him, had slapped him today. Are you an idiot? How can you say something like that in front of others? Fong Jingyang was furious, but looking at his younger brother's face covered in injuries, he felt helpless. He waved, and the people outside came in again. Immediately, right now, I don't want to see this video online again. But it's already spread on the forums of several schools. Didn't you hear me? This video must be taken down immediately. Fong Jingyuan shouted angrily. Yes. The person left. Fong Jingyang looked at his younger brother, who seemed disappointed in him, and shook his head. Do you know that there are some things you can do, but you can't say? If your actions affect the Fong group, you and I will both be in deep trouble. Brother, is it that serious? Fong Jinyuan had never seen his brother lose his temper like that before, and he immediately chickened out, belatedly asking, "What do you think?" Now, in other people's eyes, you're someone who does whatever you want outside, just because your family has some money. Do you know how many eyes are watching us right now? Fong Jinyang sighed. Just stay here and focus on recovering. Don't worry about what's going on outside. I really don't know if you've lost your mind. It's just a woman. Meanwhile, at the police station, what a coincidence, it's you again. Xiaoyang glanced at the police officer sitting opposite him. Be serious, the police officer said with a stern face. Xiaoyang chuckled and said, Where's Fong Jinyuan? Why don't you arrest him? Oh, by the way, I need to report a case. The person who vandalized my shop a few days ago has been found. It was Fong Jinyuan. This is about your business. You beat him up like that. What? Are you this arrogant in front of the police? No sooner had the words been spoken than a middle-aged man stepped into the interrogation room. He glanced at Xiaoyang from head to toe. What's up? Captain Lee, it's like this. The police officer slowly explained the whole story to the man. The middle-aged man sat down. Suddenly, with a bang, Xiaoyang was startled when he saw the man suddenly slam his hand on the table. You have some nerve to hurt someone in the street. Chapter 71. Interrogation. Xiaoyang really wanted to retort. Why are you yelling so loudly? But after thinking about it, it decided against it. At this moment, he was handcuffed and sitting in the interrogation chair. Xiaoyang looked around curiously, remaining calm and unfazed by the man's loud shout. Name: Xiao Yang. Gender: female. Aren't you a man? The man called Captain Lee shouted angrily. You already know, so why are you asking me? I'll tell you, but you won't believe me anyway, so why ask so many questions? Xiao Yang retorted. I'm warning you. This is the police station. You'd better tell me the whole story. The man pointed at Xiaoyang, his tone full of warning. Explain what? Xiaoyang asked, looking completely bewildered. Confess to how you intentionally injured someone. Captain Lee slammed his hand on the table and said sternly. Xiaoyang remained expressionless. He had absolutely no goodwill towards the police station in this jurisdiction. As for the angry look on the faces of the police officers in front of him, Xiaoyang was completely unimpressed. This is an old interrogation tactic used by the police. Even if he hadn't experienced it firsthand, he had seen it many times on television. First, slam your fist on the table to intimidate yourself. Then subtly imply and try to extract information by labeling and accusing others. Xiaoyang leaned back and slowly said, Intentionally injuring someone? Your wording is not quite appropriate. If you have time, you can watch the video taken at the scene. I was acting entirely in self-defense. Of course, there are personal grudges involved, but can be investigated together with another case. He first smashed my shop and injured my people. Then I went to him to demand an explanation. Who knew he would yell and try to attack me? There were 7 or 8 people surrounding me, and I only fought back because of that. If I had to categorize it, I'd say it was excessive self-defense. Xiaoyang touched his chin, his expression momentarily stunned. Oh, speaking of which, I also need to report this to the police. My shop was vandalized a couple of days ago. My friend was injured and is in the hospital, and my car was totaled. Fong Jinyuan has already admitted to this. If you have time, please investigate. After saying that, Xiaoyang immediately smiled. I'm talking about your case now. Yes, this is my case too. Did you really not do any investigation at all? Xiaoyang asked, his brows furrowing slightly. Stop grinning at me. Be serious. This is the police station, where you tell us how to do things. Captain Lee slammed his hand on the table again. I'm being serious. Seeing Xiaoyang's expression, Captain Lee's eyes widened suddenly, and he said sternly, We're talking about the incident where you injured Fong Jinyuan at the entrance of the medical school. You say you acted in self-defense, but the situation was that you continued to assault the other party when they were completely unable to fight back. Do you know what kind of behavior that is? I'm telling you, this is a horrific case of intentional assault. We could even charge you with attempted murder. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaoyang smiled. Good grief, they've even come up with premeditated murder. If that's the case, then it must be Fong Jinyuan who deliberately murdered him. So many people were there at the time. They all heard him say he was going to kill me, and he actually did it. Several students who were associated with Fong Jinyuan surrounded me and attacked me. If this doesn't count as self-defense, then what does? But you beat people up like that. Don't you have any sense of criminal intent at all? Captain Lee said with a dark face. Don't speak yet. If you don't understand, you can think about it carefully. I'm not in a hurry. Xiaoyang wasn't intimidated. Instead, he spread his hands and slowly began to speak. First of all, Fang Jingyuan had my shop and car smashed, and he also injured my friend. This matter is now settled, because Fang Jingyuan has already admitted it. Then, I went to confront him, and he said he was going to kill me. So, they started fighting, and that's how I managed to injure Fang Jingyuan. At this point, Xiaoyang smiled and said, "The whole story is that simple. Don't make it too complicated. I have a weak sense of the law and won't understand it. If you still think I've committed a crime, then please bring Fang Jingyuan, who did the same thing, here too." Xiaoyang shrugged, leaned back in his chair, and said with a hint of satisfaction, "If you can, bring me a glass of water. I'm getting thirsty from talking." The police officers exchanged bewildered glances, not expecting Xiaoyang to be so difficult to deal with. To be honest, if it were someone else, they could have done what Xiaoyang said and arrested Fang Jingyuan as well. But he is Fang Jingyuan, the young master of the Fang group. Captain Li frowned and shook his head. "You seem to know quite a lot." "No, I'm just stating the facts." Xiaoyang shook his head. "All right, let's leave the interrogation at that." As soon as he finished speaking, Captain Li suddenly gave him a wink. The next second, the two police officers standing nearby immediately understood. A person slowly walked to the side and turned off the camera. The other officer turned and walked out of the interrogation room, slamming the door shut behind him. Bang! Not very old, but quite sharp-tongued. Captain Li suddenly grinned maliciously. "However, no matter how sharp your tongue is it harder than my fist?" After saying that, Captain Li took off his outer jacket, revealing his muscular physique. "You dare to abuse your power?" Xiaoyang was somewhat surprised, not expecting the police force here to be so corrupt. "Kid, you said it yourself. You acted in self-defense, and they attacked first. Since it was a fight, how could you not have any injuries?" Team Leader Li looked at Xiaoyang with a smile. Xiaoyang frowned and said softly, "So it doesn't matter whether this case is self-defense or intentional injury." "That's right," the other person smiled. "The important thing is not whether you intentionally caused harm or acted in self-defense, but that you injured the young master of the Fang group." Xiaoyang chuckled, but didn't say anything more. Another police officer immediately realized what was happening, walked over to Xiaoyang, and pushed him down. "Don't blame us. The problem is that you offended the wrong person." Captain Li shook his head and sighed. Chapter 72, The Interrogation, Part 2. Xiaoyang looked at the two of them, somewhat surprised. "You guys really want to hit me?" Team Leader Li shook his head. "It's not about hitting, it's about teaching a lesson. Young people, being too impulsive is not always a good thing. You should always learn from your mistakes." After saying that, he found a boxing glove somewhere and put it on. "Don't worry, I guarantee you won't be able to detect any injuries." Xiaoyang immediately understood. With boxing gloves on, external injuries are generally not detectable. Furthermore, the police have the right to detain the person involved for 48 hours. After those 48 hours, even if there is any harm, it could be attributed to a fight. Generally speaking, such matters will eventually come to nothing, and they will have their own set of excuses. In the end, the person who was beaten will have to swallow their anger, even if they lose their teeth. Xiaoyang frowned slightly and raised his hand. However, the handcuffs restricted his movement, and the interrogation chair made him almost unable to move. "So, it was the Fang family who instructed you?" Xiaoyang asked without looking up. "It's rare that you have such self-awareness." As he spoke, his fist slammed down. Bang! Xiaoyang felt a burning pain on his face, and a trickle of blood immediately spilled from the corner of his mouth. Xiaoyang spat out a mouthful of blood and looked up at Captain Li. The next moment, Xiaoyang's veins bulged as he tried his best to break free from the interrogation chair. Xiaoyang's face was covered in fine beads of sweat, and his eyes were filled with anger beneath his tightly furrowed brows. Something seemed to collapse completely at this moment. Xiaoyang clenched his fist the next second. The interrogation chair creaked. However, Xiaoyang was already unable to move. His strength isn't that great. Another punch landed. Xiaoyang grunted and added more force to his fists. Seeing that Xiaoyang remained silent, Captain Li couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. He's a real man, but sometimes these things are worthless in the face of power. He shook his head and threw another punch. But just then, a loud bang came from beneath their feet. Bang! Blood trickled from Xiaoyang's arm. The interrogation chair is broken. Xiaoyang managed to break free. The only price to pay was arms covered in scars. Xiaoyang no longer cared about the cuts on his arms. Having broken free from the interrogation chair, Xiaoyang suddenly stood up, glaring angrily at Captain Li. Meanwhile, Captain Li's clenched fist was still in midair. Looking toward Xiaoyang, she found herself directly facing his gaze. A gaze that was incredibly sharp. His eyes were bloodshot, yet there was still a hint of determination in them. For some reason, Captain Li hesitated to bring his fist, which was already clenched in midair, down. He was immediately frightened back 2 steps by Xiaoyang's beast-like gaze. Looking at the mess on the ground, his eyes were filled with astonishment. Although the interrogation chair was not made of fine steel, it was still made by heating the prisoner with iron pipes. However, Xiaoyang managed to break free of the iron pipe, and a section of it was broken off. Xiaoyang didn't say anything unnecessary. The moment he stood up, his arm was already bent. An elbow strike was swiftly and suddenly delivered towards Captain Li. Wing Chun emphasizes speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness, aiming to strike vital points. However, at the very moment he was about to strike the opponent's throat, Xiaoyang deviated from his target and aimed at the opponent's chest instead. Bang! A muffled thud. The next second, Captain Li's huge body retreated backward. A sharp pain suddenly shot through my chest. He couldn't help but squat down, breathing heavily with his mouth wide open. The dull feeling in his chest made him feel a heavy sense of suffocation. At that moment, he clutched his chest in a disheveled state, his face contorted in pain. At this moment, the young police officer standing nearby finally realized what was happening. He was truly stunned by Xiaoyang's ability to break free of the interrogation chair. After all, everything happened in the blink of an eye. It wasn't until Captain Li was half squatting on the ground that he recovered and reached for his waist. The next second, a police baton appeared in his hand. Stop! He gave a reprimand, as was his habit. Xiaoyang didn't even turn his head. Idiot! The next second, Xiaoyang's face pressed against the interrogation chair he had just freed himself from. Apply a little force. Xiaoyang kicked the interrogation chair away, sending it crashing down on the young police officer. Bang! The iron chair crashed down on his legs. Screams echoed throughout the interrogation room. The young policeman grimaced in pain, his legs giving way, and he collapsed to his knees. Such a generous gift, I cannot refuse. Xiaoyang spoke calmly, but took a step forward, placing one foot on the young policeman's hand. I put in a bit more effort. Immediately, the young policeman's face was filled with pain, his features contorted together, and he looked at Xiaoyang in astonishment with a ferocious expression. You dare hit a police officer? Xiaoyang looked bewildered and said calmly, No. When did I hit a policeman? He pointed to the camera that had been turned off and then glanced at the closed door of the interrogation room. The meaning is quite obvious. I'm going to beat you up, so what? You were the ones who closed the camera and the door. The cameras and doors were turned off because they didn't want to leave any evidence of torture or forced confessions. But who would have thought that Xiaoyang would be such a good fighter? By this time, Captain Li had recovered. There was still a slight feeling of heaviness in my chest. Xiaoyang shook the silver bracelet on his wrist and slowly said, How could a college student like me, who can't even kill a chicken and who's handcuffed and sitting in an interrogation chair, possibly fight 2 professionally trained police officers? You agree, right? He glanced at Captain Li. Suddenly, he raised his foot and kicked. Bang! Another one. Li, who had just stood up, immediately began to grimace. Same position, different force. This time, Xiaoyang used much less force, but his vision went black and he felt an unbearable heaviness in his chest. Xiaoyang withdrew his foot, grinning maliciously, and said, You think you're worthy of being called police officers? No one answered him, because both of them were in so much pain that they could barely speak. The young police officer rolled up his trouser leg, revealing bruises all over his calves from being hit by the interrogation chair. Xiaoyang, however, remained calm and simply moved the interrogation chair back slightly and sat down again. Gentlemen, shall we continue the interrogation? He looked at the 2 of them indifferently. If it weren't for the mess at the scene, he would probably look like an honest and simple person, as if what just happened had nothing to do with him. The 2 of them were panting heavily. After a long pause, she finally looked at Xiaoyang. I noticed that he had somehow shoved his hand back into the interrogation chair. Of course, the iron pipe that originally imprisoned the arm was still rotten. You? Team leader Li's face was filled with anger. He took off his boxing gloves and pulled out the police baton from his waist. "You're dead." His ferocious face twisted into a grimace, like a raging beast. Xiaoyang continued to look at the other person calmly. Just then, the door to the interrogation room suddenly opened. "What are you doing?" Chapter 73, Jiang Yichen. Director Zhang. Director Zhang. A man dressed in a high-ranking police uniform walked into the interrogation room. He frowned slightly as he looked at the mess on the ground. "What happened?" Director Zhang. "This kid violently resisted the law and assaulted law enforcement officers." Captain Lee immediately stood up, his face still covered in a fine sheen of sweat. As for the baton he had been holding, he had now put it behind his back. Yes, Chief Zhang, look." As he spoke, the young policeman rolled up his trouser leg, revealing bloodstains on his leg. Before Director Zhang could speak, another young man walked in through the door. The man squinted, pushed up his thick glasses, and slowly said, "A frail college student who couldn't even kill a chicken beat up 2 professionally trained police officers. Oh, and this interrogation chair. As police officers, don't you find this statement ironic?" As he spoke, the man walked up to Xiaoyang and slowly said, "My name is Jiang Yichen, the chief lawyer of Chenxi Law Firm. Mr. Xiao, are you all right?" "It's all right." Xiaoyang was a little confused, wondering how this Jiang Yichen had appeared. "Lawyer? Have you consulted a lawyer?" Before Xiaoyang could ask a question, someone walked in from outside. "It's Jiang Shangxue." Xiaoyang immediately realized that Jiang Yichen must have been found by Jiang Shangxue. However, his situation is still somewhat troublesome, since it is an undeniable fact that he injured someone in public. At that moment, Jiang Yichen also noticed the bloodstains on Xiaoyang's arm. He lifted Xiaoyang's hand and looked at the group. The blood is still flowing, and it's still flowing in the interrogation room. "Chief Zhang, your police station has serious problems. Is this a case of violent interrogation?" As he spoke, Jiang Yichen took out his phone from his pocket and calmly began filming the scene. "Excuse me, how did you get this injury on your arm?" Jiang Yichen's camera was pointed at Xiaoyang's arm and then at his face. Xiaoyang didn't speak, but looked at the 2 police officers with some difficulty. Jiang Yichen was quite satisfied with Xiaoyang's performance. He then pointed at the interrogation camera, which had already been turned off, and said, "Who gave you permission to turn off the camera during the interrogation? Are you afraid of leaving evidence of torture or forced confessions?" You. Team leader Lee was completely bewildered. Jiang Yichen came in and started talking nonstop, every sentence of which was an accusation. "No, the scene before us is completely supported by both witnesses and physical evidence. Director Zhang, don't listen to his nonsense. We were the ones who got beaten." As he spoke, Captain Lee took off his clothes, revealing a purple and blue patch on his chest. The young police officer quickly showed off the injury on his leg. But by then, Jiang Yichen had already taken his phone back and put it back in his pocket. He shook his head and said, "My client was handcuffed and sitting in an interrogation chair. What did he have to beat up 2 police officers with? The police didn't turn on the cameras during the enforcement process. Is this the standard practice for law enforcement?" Director Zhang, I now strongly suspect that there are serious problems with your law enforcement process, and that you are attempting to smear my client by resorting to self-harm. The 2 police officers were completely dumbfounded. Self-harm and slander? Am I out of my mind? It was clearly this kid who beat us up, okay? He's incredibly strong, you know? You're saying he's weak as a chicken? Whose chicken is that strong? Director Zhang, if this is indeed the case, I will advise my client to reserve the right to sue you for unfair enforcement of the law. In addition, I need to take Mr. Xiao to get a medical examination immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, Director Zhang quickly said with a smile, No, Mr. Jiang, you misunderstood. This is absolutely not the style of our police station. Whether it's true or not, the court has the final say." After saying that, Jiang Yichen looked at Xiaoyang with a serious expression and asked, "Mr. Xiao, do you intend to sue them?" Xiaoyang was a little confused. He only had some basic legal knowledge, but seeing Jiang Yichen talking so eloquently, making the top officer of the police station smile obsequiously, was beyond his comprehension. Seeing this, he felt at ease. Looking at the 2 of them, Xiaoyang frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and then shook his head. "Never mind, but I will reserve the right to sue them." Jiang Yichen nodded and turned to look at Director Zhang. "May I take Mr. Xiao away now? You have the right to detain Mr. Xiao for 48 hours. No, Mr. Xiao can leave at any time. Director Zhang smiled and then slowly said, in fact, both of them are non-official staff of our police station, just temporary workers. Their affairs have little to do with our police station. Is that so? Jiang Yiqin smiled. But what they're wearing isn't temporary workers' clothing. The two police officers were immediately dumbfounded. Good grief, we become temporary workers? Captain Li, in particular, was filled with regret at this point. He shouldn't have answered the call from the Fong family and gotten himself involved in this mess. It took him 5 or 6 years to climb to the position of captain. Judging from what the two of them are saying, they want to strip him of his position. Director Zhang. Director Zhang. Captain Li quickly looked at Director Zhang, but the other party didn't even glance at it and simply waved his hand. Li's eyes immediately filled with a deathly stillness. He never imagined that his bright future would come to an end. Meanwhile, Jiang Yiqin brought Xiao Yang out of the police station, and with the head of the police station accompanying him, the procedures were completed without any problems. After leaving the police station, Xiao Yang let out a long sigh of relief. He never expected that only a little over an hour would pass from the time he went into the time he came out. At this moment, Jiang Shangxue followed gracefully behind, patting Jiang Yiqin on the shoulder. Fourth uncle, thank you. Xiao Yang looked at the two of them in surprise. Jiang Yiqin looks to be only in his early 20s, but he is actually Jiang Shangxue's uncle. It's nothing. Jiang Yiqin smiled and looked at Xiao Yang. Unlike his previous serious and solemn demeanor, he laughed casually and said, not bad. You actually beat up Fong Jingyuan. Damn it, I've been wanting to get back at him for a long time. Xiao Yang? Is this the same eloquent lawyer from just now? However, this matter is much easier to handle than I thought. Xiao Yang, did you really beat up those 2 police officers? Still in handcuffs. Xiao Yang nodded. Suddenly, a glint of light flashed in Jiang Yiqin's eyes. So powerful. Xiao Yang was a little unaccustomed to Jiang Yiqin's change and was only slightly taken aback. Awesome. Jiang Yiqin gave a thumbs up. However, a hint of worry quickly appeared on his face. It's easy to get you out of the police station, but we've offended the Fong family after all. Jiang Shangxue also shook her head, feeling melancholy about the situation. Anyway, don't tell my dad. He'll be really angry. Jiang Shangxue thought for a moment and said to Jiang Yiqin. No sooner had he finished speaking than Jiang Yiqin's phone rang. He picked it up and gave a bitter smile. No need, he already knows. Chapter 74. The Marriage Between Fong and Jiang. At this moment, in an office of the police station. Bang! A teacup shattered on the floor, splashing water all over Captain Li. I'm telling you, you've been a veteran police officer for so many years. How come you have no sense of smell at all? But the Fong family at that time. What do you know? Director Zhang interrupted Captain Li. You know this is a matter for the Fong family, yet you dare to beat up Fong Jingyuan in public, and you dare to get involved in this kind of thing. You've already arrested the person, and now you're even trying to use violence during interrogation. Do you think you can mess with the water in here? Any fish in there could kill you. I really don't know how you became a captain. Director Zhang looked at him with a face full of disappointment. I've reviewed the case file. There are quite a few issues here. It's a top-of-the-line fade and worth over 2 million that was vandalized, and the shop itself must have cost several million. A student who can come up with so much money all at once, and still dares to offend the Fong family. Do you think you can mess with their background? Director Zhang tapped on the table and looked up, staring intently at Captain Li. Captain Li was immediately drenched in sweat. Originally, Zhang Ju didn't say anything, thinking there was still room for maneuver in this matter. But when he mentioned the importance of the case, Captain Li panicked and couldn't even speak clearly. The Fong family, everyone in Jiangdu knows who they are. Those who dare to provoke the Grand Duke Jupiter are definitely not people you can afford to mess with. His heart sank to the very bottom, but he still clung to a sliver of hope, saying that was a call from Fong Jingyang asking me to teach him a lesson. I didn't know. You, Director Zhang sighed and said helplessly, you think this is the same as before, right? Do you know who that lawyer who just came in is? Team leaderly shook his head. Jiang Yiqin is the 4th son of the Jiang family, and is Fong Jingyang's elder. He is also the most famous lawyer in Jiangdu. Since he has personally intervened, the Jiang family must be involved as well. How many lives do you have to play in the center of this vortex between the Fong and Jiang families? As soon as he finished speaking, Captain Li turned pale. The Jiang family. Another one we can't afford to mess with. Then they won't hold a grudge against a nobody like me, will they? Captain Li gasped, feeling somewhat numb. Now that things have come to this point, we have no choice but to back down. From this moment on, you are suspended from your duties and required to write a self-criticism. Director Zhang waved his hand. Team Leader Li immediately retreated several steps, looking like a wilted chick. Suspension from duty for self-criticism is more than just a self-criticism. If he's lucky, he might be able to get back to his job, which would be great. But getting back to his job is easier said than done. The most important thing is that his career advancement will come to an end from now on, and he won't be able to take another step forward. What did you say? Jiang Yiqin got them out. Fang Jingyang was utterly astonished. He originally thought that someone had just hit his younger brother and slapped the Fang family. But upon hearing of Jiang Yiqin's appearance, he already suspected that things might not be so simple. The Jiang and Fang families are the most famous business families in Jiangdu. However, compared to the Fang family, the Jiang family has only been in power for a little over a decade, and in terms of foundation, it is still far behind the Fang family. However, the Fang family couldn't afford to offend the Jiang family so easily. However, in recent years, the Jiang family seems to have run into some financial problems, and the frequent sale of stocks has made the Fang family realize this. Later, the Fang family began to target the Jiang family in the stock market, and the two families fought fiercely. But these issues were resolved quickly. A marriage between wealthy and powerful families. The Fang family immediately accepted the Jiang family's overtures. Most importantly, Fang Jingyang was very satisfied with this, because the woman he was about to marry was Jiang Yin, the eldest daughter of the Jiang family. Jiang Yin is the girl he's been pursuing since childhood. Therefore, the Jiang family has entered a honeymoon period and has been showing goodwill to each other. But how could Xiao Yang, who beat his own brother, be related to the Jiang family? Fang Jingyang was completely baffled. After thinking for a moment, he picked up the phone and made the call. The person who answered the phone was Jiang Yan's father, Jiang Yiming, who is also the head of the Jiang family. Oh, it's Jingyang. What brings you here to call me today? Jiang Yiming's voice came through, chuckling, as if he hadn't realized anything. Uncle Jiang, I just want to make a call to ask if you know anyone named Xiao Yang. As soon as the words fell, Jiang Yiming was stunned. I know perfectly well. It was him who kidnapped his daughter for several days and even brought her home. In fact, after bringing Jiang Yan back, he kept her confined to her quarters, preventing her from contacting anyone outside. He also had her whereabouts erased for those few days. After all, the Jiang family's marriage alliance is imminent, and the Fang family cannot know about this matter. But Fang Jingyang suddenly called. What does this mean? Did he find out? Jiang Yiming frowned slightly. In those few days, no one knew what Jiang Yin and Xiao Yang had done. What would happen if Fang Jingyang found out? Premarital NTR? Jiang Yiming let out a long sigh and said, I've heard of this name before, what's wrong? Fang Jingyang also frowned slightly at this moment. Have you heard of it? In other words, the Jiang family was not deeply involved in this matter, and at least Jiang Yiming did not know everything about it. He pondered for a moment before slowly saying, This person beat up my brother. Jiang Yiming breathed a sigh of relief. So it wasn't Jiang Yan's fault after all. Jiang Yiming was afraid that the Fang family would find out about Jiang Yan's matter. This would be considered putting a healthy label on the other party. If it was just about Xiao Yang hitting someone, then it would be fine. That was his business and had nothing to do with the Jiang family. I don't know about that. As for Xiao Yang, I don't have a good impression of him. I've never even met him. I've only heard his name. Jiang Yiming dismiset Xiao Yang Entireli. I've only heard of this name. I know nothing else about it. Hearing this, Fang Jingyang breathed a sigh of relief, but he still frowned and said, After Jingyuan was beaten, Xiao Yang was taken into custody by the police. That's good. It's good that the person has been caught. Jiang Yiming nodded repeatedly. But the next second, Fang Jingyang's words left Jiang Yiming speechless. But Jiang Yiqin pulled the person out. Huh. Jiang Yiming felt completely numb. What was all this about? Fourth brother, what are you doing? I really don't know about this. I'll have to ask fourth brother. Jiang Yiming let out a long sigh, clearing himself of any involvement. To be honest, I have a very bad impression of Xiao Yang. I don't know how he met Lao Si. I guess Lao Si was also fooled by him. Fang Jingyang agreed. It seems to have little to do with the Jiang family. It was just Jiang Lao Si's personal behavior. Just then, Jiang Yiming's voice came again. Jingyang, let's pick a time to settle things between you and Xiaoyan as soon as possible. If you say that, then I'm no longer sleepy. Fang Jingyang's expression brightened, and he smiled broadly. Chapter 75, The Jiang Sisters. The Jiang family. Jiang Yiqin and Jiang Shangxue stood directly in front of Jiang Yiming. Tell me, what happened? What's going on, bro? I'm a lawyer. It's normal for me to take on cases. Jiang Yiqin waved his hand. Fourth brother, don't play dumb with me. That's a matter for the Fang family, not a trivial matter. Jiang Yiming frowned. It's the Fang family again. Brother, what do we have to be afraid of? Although they are a large and powerful family, they don't pose any threat to us. Jiang Yiqin frowned. But the next second, Jiang Yiming scolded, What do you know? Are you out of your mind? Our Jiang family has only been around for a little over 10 years, while the Fang family has a century-old foundation. At this point, he shook his head again and said, Besides, Xiaoyan is about to marry into the Fang family. If you offend the Fang family now, aren't you just making things difficult for Xiaoyan? Brother, you're too naive. Even if you don't offend the Fang family, will Xiaoyan be comfortable after marrying into their family? Jiang Yiqin shook his head and smiled wryly, saying, Xiaoyan doesn't like Fang Jingyang at all. At this point, Jiang Shangxue paused for a moment, then bit her lip and said, Yes, my sister doesn't like Fang Jingyang. At this point, Jiang Yiming flew into a rage. Yes, you don't like Fang Jingyang, I accept that. The worst part is that not only did you run away, but you also cheated on her. His head aches whenever he thinks about these things. The key point is that this all revolves around Xiaoyan. He glanced at Jiang Shangxue, then suddenly realized something and quickly asked, Xiaoxue, does this have anything to do with you? Jiang Shangxue thought for a moment and said helplessly, It was I who asked fourth uncle to go and rescue Xiaoyan. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Yiming nearly fainted. Even after years of navigating the ups and downs of the business world, this sentence almost shattered his rock-solid composure. Xiaoxue, tell me the truth. What is your relationship with Xiaoyan? He asked hurriedly, his voice much sterner than before. This Xiaoyan, it's bad enough that he kidnapped his eldest daughter, but now how come his youngest daughter is also involved with him? It's nothing. He's the boss. I'm the employee. Jiang Shangxue said calmly. Jiang Yiming glanced at Jiang Shangxue a couple more times before he felt relieved. The biggest difference between Jiang Shangxue and Jiang Yin is that she is much simpler in her thinking than Jiang Yin. She can tell at a glance whether someone is lying or not. How come he's the boss? Why are you working for someone else? My daughter, Jiang Yiming's daughter, has to work for someone else? Jiang Yiming asked, frowning. I'm doing an internship, Jiang Shangxue said. Why are you doing an internship there? Because the salary is high there. Jiang Shangxue said calmly. That makes so much sense. Jiang Yiqin secretly gave his little niece a thumbs up. Jiang Yiming looked at the two of them and suddenly felt a headache coming on. He couldn't bear to scold his youngest daughter, who had always been well-behaved and sensible since childhood. Another one is his own younger brother, who is young and he has always been indulged. Moreover, Jiang Yiqin has his own fame and career outside, so when he is scolded, it basically goes in one ear and out the other. He sighed. Jiang Yiming waved for the two to quickly leave his sight. After leaving Jiang Yiming's study, the two finally breathed a sigh of relief. Why is Big Brother so concerned about Xiaoyan? Jiang Yiqin shook his head, puzzled. I don't know either. I only just met Xiaoyan, Jiang Shangxue said after thinking for a moment. Something's fishy. At this moment, Jiang Yiming took a sip of tea, which finally calmed down his rising anger somewhat. Xiao Yang, eat Xiao Yang again. Luckily, Xiaoxue was obedient and it had nothing to do with him. Otherwise, Jiang Yiming felt angry just thinking about it. If both sisters develop relationships with Xiaoyan, then the Jiang family will have completely lost face. After thinking for a moment, he made another phone call. Has the Fang family made any moves? No. Jiang Yiming breathed a sigh of relief and then asked, Have you found out who is buying up our company's stock? Not yet, but I have a feeling it shouldn't be the Fang family. Not the Fang family. Jiang Yiming was completely astonished. If it wasn't the Fang family, then who in Jiangdu has such financial resources to directly acquire so many shares of their company? On the other side, Jiang Shangxue did not leave the Jiang family with Jiang Yiqin, but ran to her older sister's room. Sister. At this moment, Jiang Yin sat to one side, not as lively as usual, and it was unclear what she was thinking. Seeing Jiang Shangxue walk in, Jiang Yin smiled and said, Shangxue, you're here. Sis, you've lost weight. It's all right. Why did you decide to go home today? Jiang Yin was naturally happy to have someone with her, and she took Jiang Shangshue's hand and started chatting. I was called back and got a scolding. Oh, what did you do? He never scolds you, Jiang Yin said with a hint of schadenfreude. However, she didn't call him dad. She just said, I asked my fourth uncle to save someone, and then he got really angry. What do you mean? Jiang Yin looked bewildered. At this moment, Jiang Shangxue chuckled and said, Sis, I have some great news to tell you. Fang Jingyuan got beaten up? Jiang Yin was taken aback. Fang Jingyuan? He must be Fang Jingyang's younger brother. Yes, that's him. Let me tell you. Because he liked a girl, and then Jiang Shangxue began to recount the events in detail. So your boss gave him a good beating. Jiang Yin exclaimed in surprise. However, his face immediately lit up with a smile. It was a happy thing for either of the Fang brothers to be beaten, because neither of them was a decent human being. Yeah, the boss is incredibly good at fighting. He took down several of Fang Jingyuan's men all by himself. All right, and there's that group of thugs called Brother Dao. My God, I get scared just thinking about it. They looked so fierce, but the boss took care of them all by himself, and then made them call an ambulance themselves. So cool, Jiang Shangxue said repeatedly. Really, Xiaoxue? Do you like your boss? Jiang Yin suddenly asked. Jiang Shangxue immediately shook her head. I just think he's a good fighter, but he's too impulsive. I don't like guys like that. Jiang Yin nodded thoughtfully, and a certain figure came to mind again. But speaking of which, he hit Fang Jingyuan. The Fang family will definitely not let this go so easily. You should tell your boss to be careful. Jiang Shangxue nodded repeatedly. To be honest, she just felt that Xiao Yang was too impulsive. If it was just beating up Brother Dao's group, it wouldn't be a problem. But Fang Jingyuan is, after all, a member of the Fang family. Xiao Yang probably won't have a peaceful time during this period. Speaking of which, sister, you're about to marry into the Fang family. At this point, both sisters looked melancholy. Chapter 76, 2 million isn't much, is it? After leaving the police station, Xiao Yang immediately called Qing Xiantong. Hearing that Xiao Yang was all right, Qing Xiantong breathed a sigh of relief. But she also told Xiao Yang another piece of news. The video of him beating Fang Jingyuan has spread across various school forums. Xiao Yang merely frowned slightly at this, seemingly unaware of it. But in a certain girl's dormitory, the situation was quite different. Lin Qiuyue was getting ready at the moment. Now that my relative has left, it's time to continue my journey of expressing my feelings. Just then, several close friends suddenly ran in from outside the door. What's wrong? Why are you panting so much? Lin Qiuyue asked casually, looking at Li Xiaoyan and the others. Something's happened. Lin Qiuyue, something's happened to your Xiaoyang. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Qiuyue's heart skipped a beat, and she immediately stopped writing with her eyebrow pencil. What happened? She asked hurriedly. You'll see when you look at this. It's all over the internet. Lin Qiuyue took the phone from Li Xiaoyan. This is a forum post from Jiangsu University of Finance and Economics. The title of this post is, Xiao Yang, a love-struck college student, is enraged for his beloved, but the woman in question is someone else entirely. Lin Qiuyue's eyes widened, and she quickly clicked on it. But just as she clicked on it, the webpage suddenly displayed 3 numbers, 404. The group of people looked at each other in bewilderment. This. And there are also videos in other posts. Li Xiaoyan took the phone and left. But after searching high and low, she found that all the posts about this matter on the forum had disappeared. It's been deleted. What exactly happened? Lin Qiuyue asked anxiously. Fortunately, a girl standing nearby stepped forward and said, Luckily, I had the foresight to download it beforehand. She held her head high, her face full of smugness. Give it to me. Li Xiaoyan snatched the phone away. After a moment, the video finally opened. This isn't Xiao Yang. Lin Qiuyue looked at the man in the white suit in the video and said slowly, Xiao Yang isn't this ugly at all. The corners of her lips twitched. That's true, but it feels so strange, especially to those who have watched the whole video and now completely agree. Yes, what does this guy have to compare with Xiao Yang? Keep watching. Xiao Yang doesn't appear until later. Lin Qiuyue continued watching, but soon she recognized the female protagonist in the video. Qing Xiantong. Hey Xiaoya, you know her? Lin Qiuyue nodded. After a long confession, The girls watching in the video gasped in surprise the moment the Maserati appeared. Lin Xiue, however, felt nothing and simply shook her head, saying, superficial. Qing Xianong would definitely not agree. The girls standing nearby were stunned. What does that mean? Are you still the old prophet? In fact, subconsciously, Lin Xiue had long regarded Qing Xiantong as her rival in love. In her opinion, her rival wouldn't have such unusual tastes. After seeing Xiao Yang, who would still like someone like Fang Jingyuan? Sure enough, very quickly, the words, "You're too ugly," came out of Qing Xuantong's mouth. The girls were all dumbfounded. Good grief, I finally understand. So you all use Xiao Yang as a template, right? Anyone who doesn't have Xiao Yang's looks is just considered ugly, right? However, at this moment, Lin Xiue finally frowned. A figure appeared in one corner of the video. Although the focus of the video had not yet shifted to Xiao Yang, the perceptive Lin Xiue immediately caught sight of Xiao Yang's face. She said, "You're too ugly. Are you hard of hearing, or are you deaf?" Xiao Yang has made his appearance. But the next second, Xiao Yang kicked Fang Jingyuan. He's angry because Qing Xiantong was confessed to by someone else. Lin Xiue was extremely surprised. What's going on? Xiao Yang's expression was icy, tinged with intense anger. Lin Xiue had never seen Xiao Yang so angry before. She was at a loss for what to do and felt a tightness in her chest. She couldn't help but wonder if Xiao Yang would be angry if someone confessed their feelings to her like that. Meanwhile, the scene in the video continues. She saw several people surround Xiao Yang, and her heart clenched. "I hope nothing bad has happened to Xiao Yang," she asked, her face full of worry. At this moment, he was no longer thinking about Qing Xiantong, but was worried about Xiao Yang's situation. Upon seeing this, the women couldn't help but shake their heads. "You underestimate Xiao Yang too much. To be honest, Xiao Yang is really too handsome. I want to lick the screen." The girl who secretly downloaded the video said with a love-struck expression. Lin Xiue was stunned. Judging from their tone, Xiao Yang is all right. Next, she understood why Xiao Yang was all right. With a single punch and kick, he could easily defeat several students, his face showing complete ease. However, she soon noticed their conversation. This guy named Fang Jingyuan beat up Xiao Yang's friend and smashed his car. She quickly rewound the video and turned up the volume. The group immediately quieted down and listened attentively. The surroundings were a bit noisy and the sound were not very clear, so they hadn't been listening carefully. But after Lin Xiue said that, they all perked up their ears. Really? Lin Xiue's expression immediately improved. It wasn't because of Qing Xiantong, but because Fang Jingyuan started the trouble. He injured his friend, vandalized the shop, and smashed the car. That friend, is it Lu Xing? She immediately understood and grumbled. "I knew it. Qing Xianong, how could that be? Xiao Yang doesn't like Qing Xiantong." After understanding the truth, Lin Xiue's face immediately brightened considerably. Keep reading. The scene of the car being smashed that followed startled the girls. "My God, that's a Maserati. A luxury car worth millions. And that Ferrari, Xiao Yang actually smashed it." "No, Xiao Yang smashed these things. Can he afford to pay for them? Those two cars together cost at least 2 million. The women were astonished. They had always thought Xiao Yang was gentle, but in this video, he was incredibly violent. But this only adds to its charm. He's good at fighting tall and handsome. He's practically the perfect male god. However, the video ended with Xiao Yang being taken away by the police, and Lin Xiue immediately asked with concern, "Did Xiao Yang break the law?" The girls looked at each other in bewilderment. Street brawls, damage to other people's property. It must be illegal. Lin Xiue's face turned pale instantly. "No, I have to go find him." Lin Xiue made a decision immediately and planned to go out right away. "Wait, Xiaoya, what are you doing? You're just going to go find him like this? Do you think you can rescue him? Or what do you want?" Li Xiaoyan quickly grabbed Lin Xiue. Lin Xiue's eyes immediately welled up with tears. She didn't know what to do either, and her face immediately showed extreme anxiety. "Why don't you give him a call?" someone suggested. "He's at the police station. How could he possibly make a phone call?" "Give it a try." Lin Xiue bit her lip, thought for a moment, and then dialed the number. "Is that Qiyu?" Xiao Yang's voice came through. Lin Xiue's expression immediately lit up with surprise. Xiao Yang, are you all right?" Lin Xiue asked hurriedly, her voice trembling with sobs. Xiao Yang seemed to have overheard him and asked with a serious expression, "What's wrong? Are you crying? What happened? Lin Qiue's face immediately filled with tears, and she said in a sob, You weren't arrested by the police? Oh, that. I'm out, Xiao Yang said casually, but a warm feeling also washed over him. This little girl is quite concerned about me. Okay, stop crying. It's all right now, don't worry. Lin Qiue nodded repeatedly. I saw the video. They said the 2 cars you smashed were very expensive. Do you have to pay for them? Xiao Yang, do you have the money to pay? If not, I'll help you. My family is very wealthy. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Yang looked completely bewildered. What does this mean? The group of girlfriends standing nearby were also stunned for a moment. Xiaoya, is your family that rich? Lin Qiue was taken aback for a moment. Didn't you say it was only 2 million? It doesn't seem like that much. Chapter 77 School Disciplinary Actions. Lin Qiue was relieved to see that Xiao Yang was all right. After the call ended, everyone looked at Lin Qiue with amazement. Xiaoya, is your family that rich? It's all right, Lin Qiue said, somewhat confused. She didn't really understand either, but as long as she had enough to eat and drink, that was fine. 2 million didn't seem like a lot, did it? Her dad always talked about business deals in tens of millions. Xiaoyan was also a bit confused. Lin Qiue's phone call was quite heartwarming, but the part at the end left her speechless. 2 million isn't much. Even Xiao Yang, who possesses the system, cannot say such a thing now. However, he didn't have time to think about whether Lin Qiue was a rich woman or not. His immediate priority was to deal with the Fong family's affairs. After thinking for a long time, Xiao Yang still had no clue. Before this, Fong Jingyuan, the title of young master of the Fong group, was just a title in his mind. But upon closer reflection, this Fong family is indeed quite formidable. They've already extended their reach to the police station. The Fong family probably won't let this go easily. Therefore, completing the system's tasks and obtaining the rewards is the real priority. Since I am richer than the Fong family, why should I be afraid of them? However, Xiao Yang made a decision shortly afterward. Xingyang's self-service restaurant is now open. Without Lu Xing, I would have to handle many things at the restaurant myself. After thinking for a while, Xiao Yang first went to the hospital to visit Lu Xing and learn from him about what the restaurant should do next and what precautions needed to be taken. Xiao Yang asked another student to look after Lu Xing before returning to school. He had barely stepped into the school gates when his phone rang. Xiao Yang. Counselor. Xiao Yang was somewhat surprised. It was a call from his counselor. You just got out of the police station? The counselor sighed and said, Come to my office. Xiao Yang had no choice but to go to the counselor's office first. At this moment, the counselor frowned slightly. On his desk, an A4 sheet of paper lay neatly. Take a look. Xiao Yang took it, and at first glance, he was shocked by the words on the paper. Disciplinary notice regarding Xiao Yang, a student of Class 1, Department of Economics, School of Economics, Jiangda University of Finance and Economics. Disciplinary action? He was taken aback. It was about the fight in front of the medical school. In fact, only a few hours had passed since the fight, and Xiao Yang hadn't expected the school to act so quickly. He quickly read on, and after reading it, he was completely stunned. Is it that serious? Xiao Yang frowned, clearly incredulos. You. The counselor couldn't bear to look at Xiao Yang. He raised his hand, thought for a moment, and then sighed, saying, Go back first. This announcement has been finalized. If nothing unexpected happens, it will be officially announced to the whole school tomorrow. You might have to pack your things then. Xiao Yang was stunned for a moment. Their eyes met. Good. Xiao Yang nodded. Xiao Yang. I've been your age too. Young people, sometimes being impulsive is a good thing, but sometimes it can lead to bad things. You're not a child anymore. When you do things, try to think like an adult to avoid offending people you shouldn't. The counselor suddenly spoke up. Someone I shouldn't have offended. Xiao Yang breathed a sigh of relief. The Fong family? He smiled, turned his head and said thank you. Back in the dormitory. At this moment, Li Ji and the others in the dormitory cheered as soon as they saw Xiao Yang. Holy crap. Lao Xiao, you're amazing. Old Xiao, tell me quickly, where did you learn Kung Fu? It's so damn cool. It's absolutely awesome. As they spoke, the group waved their fists and imitated the move Xiao Yang made in the video. Oh my god. I have to say, Lao Xiao, you are my idol. When I see that video now, I can't help but lick the screen. You are a role model for men. Upon seeing this, Xiao Yang laughed heartily. What Kung Fu? They're just too weak to fight. You're too modest, Lao Xiao. That's not kung fu. That's sheer strength. You can even grab that trash can. Damn, it got my blood pumping. Speaking of that medical school beauty, it seems like you're having an affair too. You're not two-timing her, are you? At this point, the group immediately gathered around. Old Xiao, although that medical school beauty is also very pretty, I still think Lin Shiyue is better. Indeed, Lin Shiyue never gets tired of looking at him. Xiaoyang glanced at the group and couldn't help but smile wryly. What are you talking about? I've never been two-timing anyone. My relationships with Lin Shiyue and Qing Xianong are just normal friendships. Okay. A normal friendship? Holy crap. How could you say something like that? Anyone who claims to be a friend but is still ambiguous and flirtatious is treated as a scumbag. Really? Xiaoyang scratched his head. That's not right. I rejected Lin Shiyue, and you're all still here. He, get lost. Xiaoyang waved his hand, too lazy to explain to these guys. By the way, Lao Xiao, I saw in a video that you seem to have been taken away by the police. How come you got out so quickly? Because I didn't do anything wrong, it was just a fight. Xiaoyang smiled and didn't bother to explain. After all, what happened in the police station was nothing more than sensational news. That's good. I thought you were going to be locked up for several days. I was even thinking of bringing the brothers over to see you. Li Chuckeld. Since everything's all right, that's for the best. I propose we meet at our usual spot tonight. The group immediately raised their hands in agreement. By the way, those cars and stuff, damn, you smashed them pretty hard. Lao Xiao, you're not some hidden rich kid, are you? I heard that the guy you beat up comes from a rich and powerful family. Yeah, those two cars are both luxury cars. The group immediately began to ask questions. They weren't children anymore. They knew the consequences of Xiaoyang's actions. If he weren't a rich kid, most people probably couldn't bear the consequences. It's all right, it's all taken care of. Xiaoyang waved his hand. Wow, Lao Xiao, you've been keeping a low profile. I'll follow you from now on. The group started chatting, each taking turns to say something. After a moment, Xiaoyang returned to his seat, glanced around, and tidied up the things on the table. When everyone had calmed down and were saying they wanted to go out and have some fun, Xiaoyang reached out and interrupted, saying, Brothers, I have something to tell you. Speak. So you're coming clean. Huh? You're a rich kid, aren't you? The group burst into laughter. You're overthinking it. Xiaoyang smiled and rolled his eyes at Li Ji. His expression grew increasingly serious before he slowly said, I've been expelled from school. Chapter 78, Grand Opening. The sound faded. Xiaoyang's voice wasn't loud, but clearly reached everyone's ears. The entire venue fell silent. The cheers and jubilation for moments before vanished in an instant. Everyone was stunned, staring blankly at Xiaoyang, their faces still bearing the smiles that had just faded from the uproarious laughter. Old Xiao, what did you say? Li Ji asked incredulously, with a hint of doubt in his voice. I told him I'd been expelled from school. Xiaoyang said softly, his tone and expression somewhat indifferent. This time, everyone heard it clearly. Time passed slowly, and for several seconds, no one made a sound. The expressions on their faces gradually froze. How could this happen? Li Ji was the first to speak up. Old Xiao, you're not well educated. Don't try to fool me, someone else said, frowning. Xiaoyang's lips curled up slightly, revealing a smile. However, everyone could tell that Xiaoyang's smile was somewhat forced. I'm not lying to you. The school should issue a school-wide announcement tomorrow. He sighed and said slowly. The group stared at each other in disbelief. When did the school become so strict? Yeah, the last time those guys from the physical education department got into a brawl, it wasn't this serious. No, didn't the counselor say anything? The group was momentarily speechless, and their voices gradually lowered. They knew that Xiaoyang wouldn't joke about something like this, so it was probably true. But she still couldn't quite accept it, so she patted Xiaoyang on the shoulder and teased. You're such a good liar. How could that be? Seeing that Xiaoyang didn't speak, the group was now certain. It's true. No, why should I? We're already juniors now, about to graduate. Those 3 years weren't wasted. Li Ji remained silent for a while. Suddenly, he raised his foot and kicked the chair next to him. Hold! Clang! The chair was kicked away and crashed to the ground with a loud thud. Normally, this would have been met with a barrage of profanities from others, but this time, no one said anything. Everyone remained silent. Fine. It's nothing, it's just a bachelor's degree. Nowadays, society values real skills and knowledge. Yes, with Lao Zhao's strength. He doesn't need this piece of waste paper. Millions of college students graduate every year, but you don't see many of them being able to find a job with their diplomas. That's right. I have a fellow villager who studied computer science, but now he's doing very well in sales. What he learned in college has absolutely nothing to do with his job. Old Xiao is destined to be a boss. Who told you that you need a diploma to be a boss? That makes sense. The group chatted amongst themselves, all speaking with smiles on their faces. Xiaoyang couldn't help but chuckle. He knew that what they said was just to comfort him, so he patted them on the shoulder, feeling his eyes redden. In fact, Xiaoyang had thought a lot after leaving the counselor's office. Indeed, with the system in place, he might not really lack this diploma. However, he knew that the Fong family must be behind this matter, otherwise the school wouldn't have made a decision so quickly. Therefore, Xiaoyang was filled with resentment at this moment. Looking at the campus he was about to leave, Xiaoyang felt a little reluctant to part with it after spending 3 years there. However, he didn't regret it. What he regretted was that he hadn't gone easy on her. Fong family. Xiaoyang seemed to be deep in thought. After a moment, he collected his thoughts and said, "All right, enough of that nonsense. Tonight, we're drinking until we drop. We won't leave until we're drunk." The group agreed with each other, their faces beaming with smiles, but in reality, each of them felt a bit heavy-hearted. Let's invite Lao, Lu, and the others, and go out and have some fun together. After thinking for a moment, Xiaoyang said, "Ugh." Someone left the dormitory to go to the next dormitory to call someone. During his 3 years of university life, Xiaoyang had good interpersonal relationships. When he called out, quite a few people came, filling the dormitory to capacity. "Every single one of you, brothers, it's on me today." Xiaoyang waved his hand. Mr. Xiao is so generous. Some cheered, while others grieved. However, they now know that Xiaoyang may be leaving. Most of the classmates I get along with have arrived. The group, led by Xiaoyang, walked out of the dormitory. At this moment, Xiaoyang's mood was not so heavy. Firing them is fine. These past 3 years have been worthwhile. I've made so many good brothers. I can't let my family know about this, otherwise my parents will definitely jump up and give me a good beating. Xiaoyang let out a long sigh and took out his phone. He suddenly had an idea. With so many people, why go to the same old place? Let's just go to Xingyang Buffet Restaurant. He quickly opened the WeChat group, specifically the restaurant's employee group. At all staff, anyone who's free, come to the store. Let's have a grand opening today. The message was sent out and immediately received many replies. In fact, after the incident, Xiaoyang gave all the people present a sum of money and told them to rest first. Although he was happy to receive the money, he felt guilty toward Xiaoyang because he hadn't done anything with it. So when Xiaoyang sent the message, they were overjoyed and immediately replied to it one by one. "I'm free. I'm coming right away. Here it comes." Jiang Shangxue also sent a message saying she would come over immediately. Xiaoyang immediately felt relieved and announced to everyone, "Brothers, I opened a shop nearby. Consider today my grand opening, so please come and support me." Holy crap. Lao Xiao, you're not kidding, are you? You own a shop? Everyone was somewhat incredulous. But when they arrived at the location and saw the renovated storefront, they finally believed it. Xiaoyang really did open a shop outside, and it was a restaurant. Although the shop had been vandalized by Fong Jinyuan and his gang, Xiaoyang had it cleaned up again in the past 2 days. It was already fully renovated, so this didn't take too much time to do. As for ingredients, there are no problems at all. The large freezer in the kitchen has more than enough ingredients. At this moment, several girls walked over, with Jiang Shangxue leading the way. Xiaoyang took out his key and opened the restaurant, while the others stared blankly at Jiang Shangxue and her group. What a beautiful young lady. Besides Jiang Shangxue, there were several other pretty girls. These were all employees of the restaurant, but the guys didn't know that they were all very eager to chat them up, yet they didn't dare to approach them, until they walked up to Xiaoyang. "Boss, they're all here." Xiaoyang was somewhat surprised. Not a single employee was missing. "The boss has spoken. How could we dare not come?" the girl said with a smile. "All right, let's open for business today." Chapter 79, I'm a Barbecue Genius.